Vados, come on, class is starting. Android 18, come on, let's play together. Bulma, come on, I'll give you 10 billion. Come have some fun with me. The crowd cheers, let's play a game together. A playful invitation echoes, let's play a game together. Age 737. Universe 7, Planet Vegeta. At the spacecraft launch center, Nappa Raditz and 3 young scions gathered near a spaceship, glancing up at the sky from time to time as they waited eagerly. Hasn't Prince Vegeta arrived yet? Raditz asked with wide eyes. Hours have passed already. Maybe something delayed him, Nappa murmured. Maybe something delayed him, Nappa said in a low voice. Nappa, will Prince Vegeta really come with us to Wancho Star? Raditz asked uncertainly. If Prince Vegeta doesn't go with our power levels, it would be absolutely impossible to take that planet. Nappa shook his head firmly. Should we get a few more people, eh? Raditz's mouth twitched, and his young face changed color. Count me in. A voice rang out from not far away. The speaker was a boy of about 16, handsome and brimming with heroic vigor. The boy's name was Soya. In his previous life, he had been a Dragon Ball fan. After dozing off while watching Dragon Ball Daima, he transmigrated here 16 years ago and became a scion on planet Vegeta. I am Soya. Unfortunately, Soya was only a low-class warrior. No matter how hard he trained, his power level had stopped at 300. Fortunately, his troubled fate finally turned a corner. A month ago, while accompanying Bardock's team to planet Xylier, Soya activated a miraculous system and stepped onto a path of meteoric rise. This system, which Soya had seen in web novels in his previous life, could collect negative emotion points for lottery draws and grant power levels. As long as he had enough negative emotion points, he could keep drawing to gain power. Every 1000 points allowed one draw. Every draw was a guaranteed win. Last time Soya went to planet Xylier on logistics duty, earned plenty of negative emotion points and raised his power level to 600. Yet Soya knew that this power level in the Dragon Ball world was plainly Battle Power 5 trash. Calculating the time, Soya felt deeply anxious inside. From the moment Frieza began summoning the Scions back to planet Vegeta, Soya knew that before long the planet would be destroyed by Frieza's own hand. The only chance to survive was to go on a mission with Vegeta and Nappa's team. Soya had not failed to try other paths. For example, he had set up a barbecue stall outside the royal palace to attract the attention of Whis and Beerus. If he could get them to take him to Beerus's planet, he might not only survive the disaster, but also change his fate. Unfortunately, his hopes were beautiful, but reality was cruel. In those Dragon Ball fanfics, characters attracted Whis with tech and tricks, starch sausages. Why didn't it work for him? Whis and Beerus never visited Soya's stall. Soya felt a little bitter. Could it be that his barbecue wasn't delicious enough? Or was the timing of his stall wrong? Fortunately, Soya had activated the negative emotion point system, otherwise he really would die in this Dragon Ball world where planets could explode at any moment. Soya. Raditz was slightly startled. Aren't you the low-class warrior, Soya? If a low-class warrior actually dares to go on a mission with us? Nappa sneered, narrowing his eyes at Soya. My power level has doubled, Soya said with a grin. Take me along. You definitely won't lose. Soya didn't get angry, he just grinned. Power level doubled. Raditz was stunned and instinctively pressed the scouter button by his eye. Beep, beep. The scouter quickly displayed Soya's power level. What? Power level 600. Raditz gasped, his young face changing color. Are you kidding? When did you raise your power level this high? System negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. Nappa, your power level is only 600. Oh, and you call that doubled? System negative emotion points from Nappa, 333. With this power level, it shouldn't be a problem to go with you, right? Soya chuckled. Nappa, I think it's fine. Raditz nodded in agreement. Do whatever you want. Nappa was indifferent and did not take Soya seriously. But seriously, Soya, your power level has risen fast. I remember a month ago it was only 300, now it's jumped to 600. Raditz felt a little bitter, but he still stepped forward smiling and patted Soya on the shoulder. Anyway, my power level is 700, 100 higher than yours. Hello there. Soya ignored Raditz and turned to look at the 3 youths. Hey, I'm talking to you. Raditz looked displeased. System negative emotion points from Raditz, 333. Hello. The 3 youths also greeted Soya in turn. What are your names? Soya asked. Kaneji, Kuli, Balu. The 3 youths said their names in turn. As they were talking, Vegeta descended from the sky and landed in front of Soya and the others. Vegeta was only 5 years old, wearing a Scion battle suit with the red cape of royalty fluttering behind him. After landing, Vegeta swept his cold, disdainful gaze over Soya and the others. Prince Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, and the others hurriedly bowed. Let's go. Vegeta called out flatly, then stepped onto the spaceship. Soya and the others followed behind. Whoosh! The spaceship shot into the sky, tore through the atmosphere in an instant, and sped toward Wancho Star. Vast starry sky, boundless universe. Frieza's spaceship hovered near planet Vegeta. On the ship, Frieza sat in a hover chair with a thick smile on his face. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. Frieza narrowed his triangular eyes and smiled even more brightly. Lord Frisia, I think that is merely a cliched heroic legend, Barablu said respectfully. Barablu said with utmost respect. Of course I know. But I cannot allow even the slightest unease, Frisia said softly. Frisia chuckled softly. In any case, scions are extremely proud creatures. They could never become my loyal servants. It's time to let them be destroyed together with planet Vegeta. What a pity. The scions are after all excellent warriors, Barablu lamented. Barablu sighed. By the way, how many scions have returned to planet Vegeta? Frisia asked with narrow eyes. In another month and a half most scions will have returned, only a very few will need more time to come back, Barablu answered. Barablu gave the answer. I can't wait that long. Let's set it at a month and a half. Frisia snorted coldly, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes. Won't this arouse suspicion among the survivors? Asked Barablu. Oh ho ho. Can't we just say they were unlucky enough to be hit by a giant meteor? Frisia let out a series of eerie laughs. Just as they were speaking, Soya and the other spaceship flashed past Frisia's vessel. Soya's heart leapt into his throat. Who was piloting that ship? Why were they heading straight toward Frisia's vessel? Would they be shot down? With me added to this team, could some butterfly effect occur? If we get shot down, I'll die instantly in the vacuum of space. Not being able to survive in space is probably a scion's greatest weakness, right? The so-called proud warrior race can't even survive in space. Soya truly wanted to vent his complaints in a 10,000-word essay. In Soya's eyes, the true warrior race was Frisia's Frost Demon Clan. Those guys could survive even if cut in half at the waist. Can scions do that? Besides, after intense training, Frisia's most powerful black gold form could instantly kill Goku's Ultra Instinct and Vegeta's Ultra Ego working together. That's really going overboard. Frisia watched Soya and the other spaceship pass by right beside him, even pulling off a clean tail slide. Negative emotion points from Frisia 666. Soya, what the hell? Why is Frisia of all people feeding me negative emotion points? Do you intend to destroy our spaceship? Soya was a little panicked inside. After all, with a power level of only 600, he was truly fragile. Isn't that Lord Frisia's spaceship? Why is it here? Raditz pressed against the window, peering outside, unable to hold back his question. Lord Frisia, what is he doing here? Nappa was also puzzled. That Frisia parking his ship here definitely has bad intentions. Vegeta snorted coldly, feeling irritated, and said in a detached tone, ignore him. The spaceship soon left Frisia behind, speeding swiftly through the vast starry sky. Lord Frisia, there are 7 people total on the ship, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz. Barablu quickly presented the findings before Frisia. The other 3 scions are mid-class warriors, and there's 1 low-class warrior. The 7 of them seem to be heading as a team to the 10,000 Beast Planet. Oh, Frisia pondered silently. Should we shoot them down, Lord Frisia? Barablu inquired, then added with some concern. If we wipe out their prince here, it might alert the enemy. Send someone over to eliminate the 4 scions besides the 3 elites, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Leave those 3 alive to bounce around a while longer and do some work for me. Frisia made his decision on the spot. But who should we send? Barablu asked. Shall we have Dodoria go? Though it doesn't seem necessary to use him against a few mid-class and low-class warriors, does it? Have Chui come here. Frisia said thoughtfully. On Soya's spaceship. Raditz, so you're an elite warrior. Soya was amazed. What? Is that surprising? Raditz shot Soya a look of disdain. The way you say that is really problematic. I'm an elite warrior. What's there for you to be surprised about? When Raditz was born, his power level was 300. Of course he's an elite warrior, Nappa said flatly, then mocked. As for you, Soya, I remember your power level at birth was only 5, right? Ha ha, that's what they call a power level 5 trash. Raditz burst out laughing. Don't say that. Soya wasn't angry and replied with a smile. At least I'm 3 points higher than your little brother Kakarot. Nappa. Negative emotion points from Nappa 222. Raditz. Negative emotion points from Raditz 666. 3 points higher, and you still have the nerve to bring it up. Raditz fumed. Don't drag my useless little brother into this. You really shouldn't talk about your little brother that way. Soya let out a long sigh and said with a smile, in my eyes, your little brother Kakarot will definitely become an extraordinary warrior in the future. At those words, Raditz, Nappa, and the 3 youths were all stunned, staring at Soya as if he were an idiot. Did you just say that low-class warrior with a power level of only 2 at birth would be amazing? Your joke is going a little too far. I have a feeling Kakarot might just become a Super Saiyan. Soya grinned. You? What did you say? Super Saiyan. Raditz's eyes went wide, a sense of utter bewilderment washing over him. Super Saiyan. Nappa raised an eyebrow. The 3 youths exchanged glances, a flicker of shock on their faces. You really dare to say anything? Even Vegeta, who had remained silent all along, was moved by Soya's words. But then Vegeta smiled scornfully. Negative emotion points from Vegeta 999. Soya, why do you have such a huge amount of negative emotion points? So I should have said that you, Vegeta, would become a Super Saiyan, and only then would you be satisfied, right? Soya's guess was right. Vegeta was indeed thinking exactly that. Is this guy's brain broken? I'm the Prince of the Scions, a genius warrior. A genius warrior who stands above even the elites. The Scion most likely to become a Super Scion is definitely me, Vegeta. Yet this low-class warrior called Soya actually said that Kakarot, a useless fighter with a power level of 2, could become a Super Scion. How ridiculous it sounds. Oh ho ho. Over on Frisia's side, he also received the contents of Soya and the others' conversation right away. Because Soya and the others were all wearing scouter devices, their voices could be transmitted through the scouters. When Frisia heard Soya's words earlier, he burst out laughing on the spot. Oh ho ho. Frisia let out another eerie laugh. Did you hear that, Berry Blue? I heard it, Lord Frisia. Please allow me to laugh for another minute. Berry Blue burst out laughing along with him and accidentally let out several farts in a row. Frisia's face darkened and he pinched his nose. Berry Blue quickly covered her rear, wearing an expression of extreme embarrassment. Kakarot, do we have any records on him? Frisia suddenly became interested. The files were quickly pulled up by Berry Blue. Kakarot, 3 years old, power level at birth was only 2, current power level is still 2, still in a nutrient tank. Frisia? Berry Blue. Seeing these records, Frisia was truly speechless. This counts as the lowest of the low-class warriors, right? My Lord Frisia. At that moment, Chio-E, who had received the order, stepped forward and knelt before Frisia in solemn salute. Chio-E belonged to a bizarre race resembling a toad possessed of extraordinarily formidable combat prowess. In the original narrative, Chio-Yi's combat power was on par with Vegeta's, both standing at approximately 1800 upon reaching adulthood. After Vegeta's return from Earth, his combat power had surged to 200 following his recovery from grave injuries, and he effortlessly annihilated Chio-E on Namek. Follow Vegeta and their spacecraft. On Wanshou Star, quietly eliminate the 3 Scions apart from Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and Suya. Frisia issued his command. Yes, Lord Frisia. Chio-E promptly responded. Lord Frisia. Weren't you planning to eliminate the 4 other Scions besides Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz? Balifulu paused, unable to restrain his question. Balifula, don't you find that Scion named Suya rather intriguing? Frisia offered a faint smile. You speak most wisely, Lord Frisia. Balifulu's eyes brightened. Keep him around. He can amuse me with jokes whenever I please. As Frisia spoke, another round of eerie laughter escaped him. I shall very much enjoy watching how that low-class warrior Kakarot manages to transform into a Super Scion. I too am most eager to witness it. Balifulu's smile grew even broader. Lord Frisia, may I permit myself one more minute of laughter? Laughing is permissible, but no farting. Frisia's countenance darkened. Whoosh. Long after Suya's spacecraft had traveled a considerable distance, Chio-E launched in a spherical mini-spacecraft. Ha ha, Suya, you truly know how to jest. Raditz laughed all the more brilliantly. You're telling me my good-for-nothing younger brother will one day become a Super Scion? Don't make me laugh. That is hands down the funniest joke I have ever heard in my entire life. Nappa also laughed with unrestrained gusto. Suya, I understand your meaning now. You low-class warrior, you wish to rise from obscurity and become a Super Scion, is that it? Kenji burst into uncontrollable laughter. Even if someone is to rise from obscurity, shouldn't it be us middle-class warriors who go first? Cooley joined in with hearty laughter. Exactly. Balu nodded repeatedly. Who are you? Suya paused, slightly glancing at the 3 of them. What were your names again? Negative emotion points from Kenji, 222. From gritting their teeth, the 3 of them once again stated their names. Noted. Suya nodded. Suya, tell us your understanding of the Super Scion. Nappa suddenly became interested, smiling as he looked at Suya. After all, the flight from here to Wanshou Star would take at least a week. The spacecraft was quite dull, so finding something to do was a perfectly natural occurrence. Especially when idle, humiliating this low-class warrior was indeed an excellent choice of pastime. Though Vegeta said nothing, he also cast a cold gaze towards Suya, eager to hear his thoughts on the Super Scion. The Super Scion, you say? Suya took a deep breath, then abruptly tore off the scouter from his eyes and powered it down. Seeing Suya's actions, Vegeta and the others were momentarily taken aback. For such a confidential matter, I certainly don't wish for others to know. This is between just us. Humph, as if you actually know the secret of the Super Scion. Nappa rolled his eyes and sneered. I will never remove my scouter. Neither will I. Raditz chimed in. The 3 youths, Kenji, Cooley, and Balu, quickly echoed their agreement. Vegeta remained silent, thinking of Frisia's spacecraft. Without a word, he quietly removed his own scouter and pressed the power-off button. It was not that Vegeta was deliberately complying with Suya. He simply did not want his clansman's conversation overheard by that man Frisia. Although Vegeta harbored no belief that Suya's claims about the Super Scion held any particular uniqueness, Lord Vegeta has already removed his scouter. Are you 3 still going to keep wearing yours? Suya grinned, wearing a thoroughly shameless expression. Nappa and Raditz and the others froze, glancing at Vegeta, their expressions shifting. Lord Vegeta, why are you being so cooperative with this fellow? And that kid Suya, his sycophantic behavior was displayed to perfection. Negative emotion points from Nappa, 555. Negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. Negative emotion points from Lotzi Kenji, 777. Negative emotion points from Vegeta, 788. A flicker of irritation stirred within Vegeta. This kid actually used me as leverage. Nappa and Raditz and the others had no choice but to remove their scouter, powering them down, keen to see what extraordinary claims Suya could make about the Super Saiyan. As if you know all that much about Super Saiyans. First, let us establish one thing. Suya smiled, addressing Vegeta and the others in a mysterious tone. What is it? Nappa couldn't help but ask. What do you think? Do Super Saiyans exist by birth, or what? Suya asked with a smile. I thought you were going to say something profound. What's there to discuss? Even I know that Super Saiyans are supreme warriors born, but once every 1,000 years, hailed as the strongest in the universe. Raditz rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. Raditz speaks correctly. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed born only once every millennium. Nappa acknowledged with a nod. The last Super Saiyan was born exactly 1,000 years ago, which means within these coming years a Super Saiyan is certain to emerge among our Saiyan race. Is it possible that the legendary Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan are two entirely different concepts? Suya grinned, voicing his thought. What nonsense are you spouting? Nappa could bear it no longer and retorted. How am I supposed to know that Super Saiyans are divided into ordinary and legendary varieties? Never heard of it. Means you're ignorant. Suya smiled dismissively. What did you say? Say that again and see what happens. Nappa rose abruptly, cracking his knuckles, eager to lay into Suya. You're the one who asked me to speak. Suya showed absolutely no fear, adding, ignorant is ignorant. Nobody's laughing at you. Nappa glared fiercely and strode forward. Negative emotion points from Nappa, 888. Stop right there. Vegeta, unable to watch any longer, snorted coldly. Nappa's expression stiffened, and he quickly halted his steps. Continue, Suya. Vegeta appeared genuinely interested in what Suya had to say about the Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed born only once every 1,000 years, but the ordinary Super Saiyan, I believe any Saiyan can achieve it provided they master the key. Suya spoke with a smile, telling the truth. As if you know all that much about Super Saiyans. First, let us establish one thing. Suya smiled, addressing Vegeta and the others in a mysterious tone. Oh, what technique? Do tell. Vegeta's interest was immediately piqued. First, let's establish something. What do you think a regular Super Saiyan is? What else could it be? Why do you ask? Raditz looked puzzled. Is it possible that becoming a Super Saiyan is actually a transformation? What are you talking about? Saiyans only have the great ape transformation. Raditz shook his head, finding Suyan's words absurd. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 999. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 888. Just as Suyan was about to refute Raditz, he received negative emotional value from Frieza. Suyan was momentarily baffled. What did I do to your ancestors, Frieza? What on earth is this negative emotional value you're sending me? Is that guy going to chase after us? Suyan turned his head and glanced through the transparent window behind him. No one seems to be tracking us now. Could it be that the negative emotional value is because we removed the scouter? Suyan's guess proved correct. Frieza had lost signal and couldn't hear their voices, which is why the negative emotional value was being sent over. Go on, Suyan. Vegeta watched him with keen interest, his youthful face bearing an air of wisdom. Prince Vegeta, let's not listen to his nonsense. Niji chimed in agreement. Vegeta ignored Niji and merely shot him a sideways glance. Niji's lips twitched, and he dared not say another word. Through my research, I've discovered that within our Saiyan bodies exists a type of cell capable of transforming us into Super Saiyans, known as S cells. Suyan detailed the transformation method for Super Saiyan, speaking with confidence. Every Saiyan possesses S cells within their body. When these cells reach a certain threshold, a massive emotional surge can trigger the Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta and the others stood frozen, their gazes fixed on Suyan. You go ahead and speak such serious nonsense. It almost sounds believable. When did you start researching this? Nappa expressed deep skepticism. When else? Of course, while flying through space. While others slept, I conducted research. Suyan sighed deeply. As a low-class warrior, one should possess unique abilities. Nappa and Raditz were rendered speechless. You make it sound reasonable. Then tell me, how does one obtain S cells? Vegeta asked with renewed interest. According to my research, only with a peaceful heart can S cells be rapidly born, Suyan answered honestly. I've told you the method already. If you still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, it simply means you lack the capability. A peaceful heart. Nappa raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Explain further. Raditz also became interested. Some things can only be understood intuitively, not put into words. One must comprehend it themselves to accelerate the birth of S cells. Suyan smiled mysteriously. However, I suspect you do not possess the necessary condition. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 666. Negative emotional value from Nappa, 888. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 777. Negative emotional value from Niji. This round of taunting allowed Suyin to collect over 5,000 points of negative emotional value in one breath. However, Suyin heightened his vigilance. If he accidentally provoked Vegeta into launching a lethal strike against him, things would become quite troublesome. In that eventuality, I would have no choice but to unleash my ultimate move. That's right. The negative emotional value system comes equipped with a powerful ultimate move primarily for self-preservation. This ultimate move is rebirth. In simple terms, upon death, Suyin would immediately respawn and be randomly transported to another universe or planet. However, rebirth has a cooldown period. The cooldown lasts 10 years. So if killed again within those 10 years, that would truly be the end. This is precisely why Suyin harbors no fear toward Vegeta and the others. Starting at hell difficulty was already given. I might as well live recklessly for a while. You expect me, a scion with combat power of nearly 300, to survive on planet Vegeta? This is practically a death sentence. Don't misunderstand. In truth, most scions do not possess a peaceful heart. Suyin added with a smile. It took me a long time to gradually achieve inner peace. So can you transform into a super scion now? Vegeta watched Suyin with a sly smile. Not yet, but I believe it should be manageable after some time. Suyin grinned broadly. Humph. Pure fabrication. Speak again when you've actually transformed into a super scion. Vegeta snorted coldly, unwilling to waste more breath on Suyin's nonsense. He rose abruptly and walked toward the exit. Prince Vegeta, are you going to the lavatory? Raditz paused, asking casually. I'm going to sleep. Vegeta grunted, showing no ill will towards Suyin, and left the room to rest in the sleep pod. In Vegeta's eyes, Suyin was merely a low-class warrior. As for the so-called Super Saiyan, Vegeta treated it as nothing more than a joke. What sells what peaceful heart? What utter nonsense. I am a prince. How could I not know of such things? From what I know, Super Saiyans are the most powerful warriors in the universe. Moreover, Super Saiyans are violent and ruthless by nature. Your description is completely at odds with the true nature of Super Saiyans. After Vegeta departed, Nappa's eyes darted about, and he suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Let's set aside the Super Saiyan matter for now. It's time for the game segment. Nappa grinned widely. What game did you have in mind? Raditz grinned mischievously. The journey is tedious. Of course we must find entertainment. Nappa smiled. A long time ago, a very amusing game was popular called Eat, Sleep, and Beat Dodo. That sounds interesting. Raditz nodded enthusiastically. What else can we do aboard a spaceship besides eat and sleep? The only option is to beat Dodo, don't you agree? Nappa smiled enigmatically. Indeed. Raditz agreed. Suyin and Niji remained silent. It seemed Niji and the other two also harbored a foreboding sense of dread. Though eager to object, they dared not speak against Nappa's overwhelming strength. Then it settled then. Nappa smiled broadly at the four of them. We have 6 people in total. Excluding the 2 strongest fighters, the remaining 4 will draw lots to determine who becomes Dodo. Then this Dodo will be beaten for amusement throughout the day. The rules are simple. Any objections? Suyin, Kaneji, and the other 2 exchanged glances. However, after casting a look at Suya, their spirits lifted considerably. At least there was Suya to serve as the unfortunate being. This means we get to skip being the bean one more time. His Highness Vegeta has gone to sleep, so he will not join the game, Nappa said with a smile. Although Vegeta was merely 5 years old this year, his combat power had already reached the formidable height of 15000, making him arguably the most gifted warrior among the Saiyans. Some might wonder why Vegeta possessed a combat power of 1500 at age 5, yet nearly 3 decades later on Earth, it had only climbed to 1800, a meager increase of merely 300. Does that not seem rather absurd? In truth, this is perfectly normal. At this era, a combat power of 1500 was sufficient to stroll through almost any planet unchallenged. A combat power of 1500 is akin to a level 90 powerhouse slaughtering monsters in the novice village. Not to mention a year. If one were to hunt novice enemies for 100 years, leveling up would be impossible. The fact that Vegeta could push his combat power to 1800 was already remarkable. Furthermore, Frieza afforded Vegeta special treatment, rarely assigning him to battle on planets with formidable opponents. In reality, humans boasting a combat power exceeding 1500 were truly few and far between. Later in Dragon Ball, many characters appear with explosive combat powers, but upon careful reckoning there are not many of them, and most congregate on a single planet. Scions grow stronger when faced with powerful foes. Without such adversaries appearing, their combat power finds it exceedingly difficult to advance further. Take the Android Saga for example. Although Trunks had traveled back through time to warn of the androids' terror, neither Son Goku nor Vegeta had ever encountered them firsthand. One would think that with 3 years to cultivate diligently, they should have been able to surpass the androids, correct? Not at all. Had they clashed with the androids in battle before resuming their training, it would have been straightforward to surpass them. Therefore, when scions encounter opponents stronger than themselves, assuming the gap is not absurdly vast, they will ferociously amplify their own combat power. Consider the Namek saga when Vegeta single-handedly surged his combat power past 2 million. But if the disparity was far too extreme, as when they first encountered Beerus at the outset of Dragon Ball Super, since he existed on an entirely different plane, victory was plainly impossible. Similarly, the current Frieza, whose combat power exceeds 100 million, also operates on a vastly superior plane and will not provoke the scions to elevate their fighting strength. For Vegeta's first 30 years, age 5 marked his peak. Before encountering Kakarado, his combat power had grown extraordinarily slowly. Only after Vegeta arrived on Earth and engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Son Goku, nearly perishing in the process, did his combat power experience a substantial leap. Now within this group, the second highest combat power belonged to Nappa, who had already reached the remarkable threshold of 3000. Next came Raditz with a combat power of 700. Judging from Akira Toriyama's interviews, he did indeed refer to Raditz as an elite warrior. The scion evaluation of an elite warrior likely corresponded to one's combat power at birth. After all, Raditz's newborn combat power had already surpassed 200. Those with combat power between 100 and 200 were classified as middle-tier warriors. Below 100, they were deemed inferior. As for what heights one might later reach, no one cared. Following them was Suya with a combat power of 600, Kaneji 500, Kuri 450, Baru 440. Thus this game would require drawing lots among Suya Kaneji and the other two to determine who drew the bean and would be pursued. From the meaningful exchanges between Nappa and Raditz, Suya could plainly discern that these two had already colluded. There are 4 beans here, 3 green and 1 red. We shall call the red bean the bean. Nappa grinned warmly at Suya, and the other 3 dropped the 4 beans into a jar, shook it vigorously, and then set it down on the ground. Let us begin. Raditz cackled mischievously. Blame yourselves that your combat powers rank lowest among our squad. Once you surpass mine, I shall join the game too. Really? Suya's eyes brightened. Of course it is true. Can such a thing be false? Raditz rolled his eyes at Suya, then added with a grin, by the way, Suya, your combat power trails mine by merely 100. With diligent effort you still stand a chance of catching up. Suya nodded. But I will absolutely not grant you that opportunity. Raditz chuckled darkly. Hold on a moment. I shall test my strength right now. Suya rubbed his hands together. Raditz. Nappa too appeared momentarily bewildered. Kaneji and the other 2 exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Suya's intentions. Wait 30 seconds for me. Suya waved at Nappa and the others. Nappa raised no objection. What was 30 seconds? On this spaceship, time was the one thing in endless supply. This interminable interstellar voyage was undeniably a profoundly dull affair. Suya glanced at his system panel and discovered he already possessed 100 negative emotion points. A portion of these had been harvested today from Vegeta and the others. The remainder came from other scions. Moreover, on his previous expedition to Sealy Star alongside Bardock, he had reaped considerable negative emotion points from that planet as well. 100,000 negative emotion points. Every 100,000 points allowed 1 draw. Each draw guaranteed a prize. With 100,000 points, he could perform a 10-fold draw. With no hesitation, Suya immediately initiated the 10 draws. Congratulations. You have obtained 9 combat power points. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 combat power points. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 combat power points. Suya cursed silently to himself. What a wretched system. Adding combat power in single digits one by one. Otherwise, do you really think my combat power would only increase by 300? Yet as the 5th draw of the 10-fold sequence commenced, it suddenly froze. It was as though the system had crashed. Suya broke into a cold sweat instantly. System, please do not malfunction now. If you must break, wait until I have boosted my combat power past 2 million. After lagging for approximately 3 seconds, a message appeared. System upgrade successful. Current version 1.0. Suya paused momentarily. That brief freeze. It had secretly gone to upgrade. So the previous version had merely been a beta test. Congratulations. You have obtained 33 combat power points. Congratulations. You have obtained 22 combat power points. Congratulations. You have obtained 55 combat power points. Suya felt a surge of exhilaration. That wretched system had finally shown some decency. Combat power rewards were now reaching double digits. Suya immediately checked his own combat power value. Combat power 780. An increase of 180 points. Congratulations. You have obtained Divine Combat Water. The system delivered its final notification. A faint ripple stirred within Suya's heart. Battle Divine Water. What on earth was that? After the system upgraded from version 0.9 to 1.0, had it finally begun to behave with some semblance of seriousness? To his astonishment, it had produced Battle Divine Water. He had no idea what it was meant for. Yet excitement surged within Suya's chest, and he immediately set about examining the usage instructions in meticulous detail. Battle Divine Water, a single gulp would double one's combat prowess. 2 gullets would quadruple it. 3 gullets would triple it yet again. Each dosage amplifying according to one's physical constitution, with effects persisting for a span of 1 hour. Note: side effects may occur. Use with caution. Soya's heart swelled with fervor. Was this not simply an infinite multiplier version of the Kaioken? Couldn't they have just called it double Kaioken? Wait a moment. What exactly did this side effect entail? The very thing carried potential drawbacks. Soya resolved to retrieve the Battle Divine Water and inspect it closely. Swish. Soya promptly withdrew the Battle Divine Water from the system marketplace. Snap. In the blink of an eye, a massive water container materialized in Soya's hands, holding approximately 18 liters. Soya stood speechless. Staring at the enormous water container now clutched in his grasp, he could only lament his utter bewilderment. This Battle Divine Water of yours, was the bonus really meant to be this absurdly generous? Such a colossal volume would surely yield well over 1,000 sips. 1,000-fold power increase. Good heavens. Were you attempting to upend the very laws of nature? Soya decided to take a single sip and sample it. No, wait. This concoction carried side effects. Better to have someone else test it first. He would deal with it later. Soya promptly shoved the massive water container back into his system space. Witnessing Soya abruptly produce such an enormous water vessel only for it to vanish into thin air as mysteriously as it had appeared, Nappa and the others widened their eyes in utter astonishment. Soya, that large water container you just produced, where in the world did you obtain it? Did you stumble upon some high-tech storage device? Soya nodded eagerly. How considerate of him to provide the perfect excuse before Soya even had to think of one himself. That saved him considerable effort. What on earth would you need such a massive container of water for? Asked Lattez, visibly bewildered. Very well, Soya, didn't you promise us 30 seconds earlier? Nappa snorted, displaying no interest in the water container whatsoever, his impatience barely containable. That 30 seconds has elapsed. Prepare yourself now. Go on ahead. Soya stepped forward and patted Lattez upon the shoulder. Lattez froze, confusion washing over his features as he looked up at Soya in dazed silence. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he retorted, "What was that for? All 4 of you go pick the beans. Leave me out of it." With a resentful huff, he shot Soya an exasperated glare. Weren't we supposed to send the 4 with the lowest combat power to draw beans? Soya grinned broadly. Naturally. Lattez sneered. Your combat power is merely 600 while mine stands at 700. Obviously, it should be the 4 of you. Put on your scouters and take another careful look, Soya urged, his smile growing ever more radiant. If I wondered what you were getting at. Lattez let out a derisive chuckle. What? Are you about to claim that within this short span of less than an hour your combat power has already surpassed mine? Despite his words, Lattez promptly donned the scouter and pressed the activation button to measure Soya's combat power readings. And then Lattez's jaw nearly hit the ground. What? Intrigued, Nappa also slipped on his scouter. Upon glimpsing the displayed combat power value, he too felt utterly, still struggling to process what he was witnessing. Why, you've got to be joking, Carnegie stammered in disbelief. Combat power 780. Curry was dumbfounded. How is this possible? His combat power was 600 just moments ago. You did something, but you clearly didn't do a single thing. Lattez cried out in shock, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Soya. Don't say that. I was continuously devising ways to enhance my combat power throughout. The ones who accomplished nothing were actually you all. Soya flashed a wide, self-satisfied grin. Negative emotional energy from Lattez plus 999. Negative emotional energy from Nappa plus 999. What do you mean we accomplished nothing? The truth is none of us saw you do anything either. How exactly did your combat power increase under these circumstances? Your cultivation methods are flawed. Haven't I explained this clearly enough? Soya sighed dramatically. The transformation into a super scion requires a tranquil mind. Only through inner peace can one truly elevate one's strength. Take myself, for instance. I may be chosen as a being, yet I feel absolutely no anxiety. Lattez fell silent. A sharp sting of resentment pierced through him at those words. Negative emotional energy from Lattez plus 999. This wasn't fair. His combat power had suddenly surged past his own, yet he was still the one designated to become the being. Who was he supposed to complain to? This was cheating. Suddenly spiking one's combat power like this was simply unsportsmanlike. Does maintaining a tranquil mind truly allow one's combat power to continually rise? Nappa fell into deep contemplation regarding Soya with a mixture of skepticism and doubt. At least that is precisely what I have done. Soya wore a serene smile. I certainly wasn't about to reveal that I possessed a system. The system was proving quite useful indeed. The combat power increases were now consistently reaching double digits. In earlier days, this wretched system had only ever granted single-digit power boosts. Who could have imagined the agonizing length of time it had taken to raise his combat power to 600? Lattes, do hurry along. Soya patted Lattes on the shoulder, once more his expression radiant with mirth. Negative emotional energy from Lattes plus 999. Look, the negative emotional energy was streaming in steadily. If this continued, he would be able to draw another lottery prize soon enough. Damn it. Lattes seethed with frustration within. This was unbearable. The game of eat, sleep, and beat beans. That had been his own idea to begin with. And now he faced a 1 in 4 chance of becoming the bean himself. This was simply intolerable. Let's play something else, Lattes suggested, his expression hardening as the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Nappa's face darkened, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Lattes and flexed his clenched fists. Lattes dared not utter another word of protest. Hurriedly, he sprinted forward and began rummaging through the container, declaring as he searched, "Since my combat power exceeds all 3 of yours combined, I shall draw first. You have no objection to that, correct?" "We." Carnegie and the other 2 shook their heads in assent. Snap. Lattes retrieved a single bean from the container and slowly opened his palm. Resting within his palm lay a single red bean. Lattes stood frozen. He could scarcely believe his luck, or rather his utter lack of it. Of all possible outcomes, he had drawn the red bean in a 4-to-1 selection. Negative emotional energy from Lattes plus 999. This was entirely that fellow Soya's fault. If his combat power hadn't suddenly surged, he would never have been chosen as the bean. No face-slapping allowed. Lattes curled into a fetal position, clutching his head. Soya suppressed a chuckle and approached, launching into a playful assault upon Lattes. This felt incredibly satisfying. Carnegie and the other 2 first exchanged a glance, then charged forward enthusiastically to join in pummeling Lattes. However, they were careful not to exert themselves too harshly, fearing Lattes' retribution afterward. After all, their combat power paled in comparison to his. If he sought revenge later, who would they appeal to? Only Soya showed no restraint whatsoever. Yet even as he struck, Soya chanted cheerfully, "Eat, sleep, and beat the beans. There's nothing quite as satisfying as pummeling a bean." Soya's grin grew ever more radiant. Negative emotional energy from Lattes plus 999. Nappa also became interested and stepped forward to kick the fallen warrior. Raditz' screams of agony echoed through the air. In that moment, Raditz clearly realized that Soa was the cruelest of them all, his strikes inflicting the sharpest pain. That bastard. Absolutely shameless. The following week passed relatively uneventfully. Vegeta took no part in their pastimes of eating, sleeping, and play fighting. To the noble prince, such trivial pursuits were entirely beneath his dignity. What if I accidentally kill them? I'm a genius warrior whose combat power reaches 15000. As for Soa's sudden surge in combat power, Vegeta felt a flicker of surprise, but made no effort to investigate further. Such a trivial increase in strength meant nothing to him. An increase of merely 180. Did that truly qualify as strengthening one's combat power? Attention! Attention! Approaching the beast planet. Prepare for descent. A warning signal echoed through the spacecraft. Soa moved to the window and gazed into the distance. Amidst the vast expanse of stars, he spotted a pale purple planet. The world was comparable in size to Mars, and lacked any moons, yet it orbited a violet sun that cast its glow upon the surface, giving the planet its distinctive hue. The vessel tore through the atmosphere with a fierce rush, descending toward the world below. Soon after, it touched down with a solid thud upon the surface of the beast planet. The hatch hissed open. Vegeta shot out first, his eyes sweeping across the landscape in every direction. Soa emerged moments later, taking in his surroundings. Before them stretched a dense alien jungle teeming with bizarre flora. Even Soa, with his extensive knowledge, could not identify many of the strange vegetation. "So this is the beast planet," Nappa remarked with a grin, taking in the surroundings. "The environment looks promising." Raditz drew in a deep breath of the planet's crisp, unfamiliar air. Soa and the rest activated their scouts, scanning for combat readings. A sharp beep sounded. Combat power, 7000. Soa's breath caught as he stared at the reading, a chill running down his spine. This bastard. They'd barely touched down when they encountered a beast of hellish proportions. Why the endless misfortune? A fierce whistle cut through the air. Without warning, a pteranodon-like creature descended from above, its talons raking across Balu before he could react. With a brutal grip, it hoisted him skyward. Tear. Tear. The beast's razor-sharp claws carved through Balu's body, rending him apart in brutal fashion. Balu's agonized screams filled the air before going silent. He was dead in an instant. Soa's heart hammered against his ribs, his pupils contracting in horror. This was the cruel fate that awaited all Scions. Why had the Scion race dwindled to such a fraction of its former self? Their relentless conquests across countless worlds had painted a target on their backs, drawing retaliation that whittled their numbers down to mere survivors. On planets like this, warriors would be struck down before they could even register the threat. A single lapse in concentration meant certain death. And their first encounter, a beast wielding combat power of 7,000. 7,000. Are you jesting? Nappa's voice cracked with terror, his face draining of color. Why did Frisia's forces report nothing of this? At that level of power, who else but Prince Vegeta could stand against it? Humph. Vegeta scoffed, raising his right hand, as energy coalesced into a glowing sphere. With a swift motion, he hurled the blast skyward. The energy sphere screamed through the air, striking the pterosaur dead center. A thunderous explosion erupted as the blast consumed the creature. In an instant, the beast detonated mid-flight, reduced to a crimson mist. Damned, someone already dead on arrival. Raditz clenched his fists, his face ashen. We've lost a playmate, Raditz muttered hollowly. Now the chances of us becoming the toy are 1 in 3, Carnegie replied with grim seriousness. Soa could only stare, bewildered by their cold detachment. What kind of thinking was this? Indeed, the Scions were a race utterly devoid of emotion. It appeared that beyond Bardock's lineage, the rest of the Scions were devoid of emotion, save perhaps Raditz, though even he seemed indifferent. One life extinguished upon arrival, and no one, not Vegeta, not Nappa or Raditz, not even Carnegie and Kuri, who had bonded with the fallen, gave it a second thought. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to death, treating it as an everyday occurrence. There, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, his hand sweeping toward the Trilene. A searing beam of energy tore through the canopy. The resulting detonation shook the ground, sending plumes of debris spiraling into the air. A guttural cry echoed from where Vegeta's blast had struck. A beast crushed instantly under the sheer force of his assault. Through his scout, Soa confirmed the creature had registered at 5,000 in combat power. We need to clear this area first, Nappa declared. This terrain works against us. The jungle erupted in devastation. Nappa's unleashed power scoured the land clean, exposing creatures that had lain concealed throughout the undergrowth. Feral roars echoed through the chaos as monstrous creatures emerged from the wreckage, bearing fangs and snarling in the haze of dust. With a dismissive scoff, Vegeta identified the strongest threats through his scout and launched 6 energy blasts in rapid succession, each streaking toward its target with devastating precision. The explosions rocked the planet itself, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Vegeta had dismantled the elite threats with effortless precision. Yet the horde only drew nearer, closing in from every direction, their numbers swelling with each passing moment. Soa gauged the remaining forces, easily over 100 beasts. Humph. Clean up the stragglers, Vegeta ordered, his tone laced with disdain. Through his scout, Vegeta had noted that the strongest among the remainder registered a mere 1,500, with the rest hovering around 400 to 500. He held no interest for such weaklings. Your Highness, we owe you our lives, Nappa said gratefully. If not for you, we would have been wiped out, as expected of a true prince. That was terrifying, Raditz added, still catching his breath. The most talented Scion warrior is indeed Prince Vegeta, Carnegie exclaimed. We thank you again, Prince Vegeta, for saving us. Kuri bowed respectfully. This is nothing. It only proves how weak they are. Prince Vegeta sneered coldly and said lightly, now it's your turn. I'm warning you, if anyone dies here, it's because of bad luck. Don't blame me for not saving you. As he spoke, Soa shot straight into the sky, soaring high above. Vegeta and the others were slightly stunned, puzzled by Soa's strange move. Even the monsters gathered nearby looked up at the sky. Stop looking at me, Soa shouted to Vegeta and the others. Vegeta, what do you mean stop looking at me? Vegeta frowned. Nappa was also bewildered and couldn't help but guess. Could this Soa be afraid and trying to flee the battle? Coward. I despise him. Raditz scoffed disdainfully. What a fool. Where could he possibly run to? That doesn't even look like a place where a spaceship could land. Carnegie was somewhat puzzled. It would be safer to stay by Prince Vegeta's side than to run somewhere else. Kuri shook his head, thinking Soa was too foolish. He even tells us not to look at him. Does he think this will hide where he's fled to? Nappa sneered. Doesn't he know that with the scouter we can find him no matter where he runs? What an idiot. Raditz expressed his deep contempt. Sun flash. Soa didn't hesitate for a moment, hovering high in the sky with both hands placed by his cheeks. Instantly, blinding light radiated outward from Soa's head. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply as his vision went white. Raditz, Nappa, Carnegie, and Kuri were all caught in the blast, their vision momentarily blinded. Negative emotion points from Vegeta 666. Negative emotion points from Nappa 888. Negative emotion points from Raditz 999. Negative emotion points from Carnegie. Negative emotion points from Suaxia Erlangbg 666. Negative emotion points from Kulabalalu 777. Negative emotion points from Lualuvi Kasetapau 999. Negative emotion points from Balabiabalkaluli. Soa's expression stiffened, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. The negative emotion values from Vegeta and the others made sense. But what were all these strange names? Were these the names of the monsters? Or could these monsters also provide him with negative emotion points? I understand. In the Dragon Ball world, intelligent monsters could actually be referred to as humans, or rather humanoid beings. From a divine perspective, the universe is divided into humans and gods, with animals making up the rest. These monsters clearly launched organized and disciplined attacks against Soa and the others, so calling them intelligent beings was entirely reasonable. Therefore, they could generate negative emotion points. But ordinary animals acting alone would not provide Soa with negative emotion points. This Sun Flash incident, involving over 100 people, including Vegeta's group on site, simply exploded with negative emotion points. In less than 3 seconds, Soa easily obtained 100 negative emotion points. Moreover, these 100 negative emotion points were still continuously increasing and refreshing. Soa felt quite pleased with himself. For Soa, these were all solid combat power. Is this really this satisfying? And what about Vegeta and the others? Didn't I tell you not to look at me? Why won't you listen? As expected, the Sun Flash that I had worked so hard to study and develop proved extremely useful at critical moments. The Sun Flash was indeed a technique that Soa had developed through his own diligent research. Tien Shinhan is truly a genius. Using such an excellent skill at the most crucial moment was absolutely perfect. You should know that in the original work, the Sun Flash was a highly effective technique. Even the major villain Cell used it several times. In fact, during his final use, Cell successfully absorbed Android 18 and transformed into his perfect form. Swish, swish, swish. Soa hovered high in the sky, firing an energy ball from his hand. The energy ball hurtled toward the numerous monsters below at incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the energy balls detonated among the monster horde, tearing apart flesh and blood as piercing screams of agony erupted in waves. Negative emotion points from Suaxia Erlang AG 999. Negative emotion points from Kulabolu 999. Negative emotion points from Lualuvi Kasetapau 999. Negative emotion points from Balabiabel Kaluli. Soa did not directly eliminate them. Why not take the opportunity to farm more negative emotion points? After this wave, another 100 negative emotion points were added to his account. Indeed, coming to B-Star was the correct choice. Back when Soa fought alongside Bardock's battle squad on planet Cyril, the negative emotion points were nowhere near as easy to come by as they were now. Soa calculated the timing and discovered that most of the monster's vision was gradually recovering. Stop looking at me. Soa bellowed once more. Sun Flash. Without any hesitation, Soa placed both hands by his cheeks again and unleashed another Sun Flash. Negative emotion points from Raditz 999. Negative emotion points from Suaxia Erlang AG 999. The monsters below had eyes nearly bursting from their sockets, desperate to tear Soa into pieces. Could he be any more despicable? We had just recovered enough vision to see a little, and now we're hit again. Seeing Raditz's name appear on the negative emotion point refresh list, Soa could only sigh in exasperation. Didn't I tell you not to look at me? The monsters don't understand, but how come you don't understand either? Swish, swish, swish. Soa released energy balls once more, hurling them toward the monsters. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters were blown apart, shrieking in agony. Moreover, the scent of roasting meat filled the air. Most of the monsters had lost their combat ability, collapsing to the ground in torment, their wails utterly miserable. Only then did Soa leisurely descend from the sky, smiling as he clapped his hands. How satisfying. Watching the numerous monsters still struggling, Soa calmly uttered 3 words, Sun Flash. However, this time Soa did not actually release the Sun Flash, he merely said it casually. Then those monsters whose vision had just recovered instinctively closed their eyes. Even Raditz hurriedly covered his eyes. What kind of fighting style is this? Can someone really fight like this? You're injuring your own teammates, you know. Negative emotion points from Raditz 666. Negative emotion points from Suaxia Erlang AG 999. Although Soa did not actually unleash the Sun Fist, merely shouting those 3 words was enough to make all the monsters present reflexively close their eyes, their hatred growing ever more intense. Soa had once again harvested nearly 100 points of negative emotional energy in one go. From the moment he first flew into the sky and unleashed the Sun Fist, he had unknowingly accumulated close to 400 points of negative emotional value. These negative emotional values continued to refresh constantly. Soa felt quite pleased with himself internally. How had he never encountered such a wonderful opportunity before? With 400 points of negative emotional value, he could perform 40 consecutive lottery draws if he wished. Every draw would guarantee a prize. Even if he received only 10 combat power points per draw, he would still accumulate 400 combat power points in total. It was simply delightful beyond measure. The monsters on this planet were so incredibly accommodating. Sun Fist. Soa called out once more, though without truly intending to strike. As expected, numerous monsters once again provided Soa with negative emotional energy. Unfortunately, this time the amount was not as high as before. Damn it. Soya, what kind of fighting style is this? You've blinded our eyes. Raditz grit his teeth and retorted sharply. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 888. Soya remained silent. That kid Raditz must be some kind of fool. I told you not to look, yet you insisted on watching anyway. I've already warned you all not to look at me, but you refused to listen, Soya said with a smile. Next time I'll give you proper notice. Vegeta snorted, his expression darkening. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 333. What kind of bizarre tactic is this? Nappa spoke in annoyance. You could have easily eliminated them, yet you deliberately dazzled their eyes. Negative emotional value from Nappa, 444. This way there's no need for casualties. Soya paid it no mind and marched forward, punching the ugliest monster deep into the earth with a single blow. Negative emotional value from Saxia Palbitneki, 1000. Soya paused briefly. So this creature's name was Saxia. Why does your name sound so similar to mine? And you're incredibly ugly to boot. You're far too ugly. You'll be the first I eliminate. Soya stepped forward, seized one of the monster's fingers, and relentlessly smashed it in every direction. With each impact, the creature's negative emotional value continuously refreshed for Soya. Each blow yielded either 999 or 1,000 points. This was practically a machine for grinding negative emotional energy. Whoosh, whoosh. Soya gripped the monster's finger and spun it through the air in wide arcs. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The rotation accelerated with each passing moment. Upon releasing his grip, the monster shot outward in a straight line, embedding itself deep into the distant forest. Soya immediately turned his attention toward the remaining monsters. The other creatures trembled in terror, daring not even bare their fangs. Yet their negative emotional values continued to accumulate steadily. In the next moment, some monster let out a cry and bolted in the opposite direction. Once the first one fled, the rest lost all courage and scattered in every direction. None of you are running away. Get back here. Soya shouted loudly. Negative emotional value from Kulaportasayulu. From another massive wave of negative emotional values flooded in. Soya's grin stretched almost to his ears. Your Highness Vegeta, why does this guy seem so thrilled during combat? Kaneji finally couldn't contain himself and muttered quietly to Vegeta. I noticed it too. Look at that smug grin on his face. Nappa bared his teeth, forcing himself to hold back the urge to beat Soya senseless. This fighting style is utterly shameless. Raditz clenched his fists tightly, pretending to defend the monsters. I thought he was going to flee, but instead he flew up into the sky and used that sun fist technique. Cooley said with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. But then again, why is he so enthusiastic about fighting? Vegeta scoffed. Humph, now that's what it means to be a Scion. The more one fights, the more exhilarated they become. He found himself suddenly appreciating Soya's approach. Even though Soya had just blinded him moments before, Vegeta had never before encountered a Scion who enjoyed combat quite so enthusiastically. This is the distinctive style a Scion should embody. Vegeta grumbled. Take note, all of you. We are the Scion warrior race, and feeling joy during battle is the most fundamental thing. Nappa and Raditz fell silent. Your Highness Vegeta, what you say does seem reasonable, but the problem is that this fellow's grin is far too smug. Has he enjoyed it too much? Soon the wave of monsters was nearly eliminated and tranquility returned to the battlefield. Soya slowly flew over from a distance, clapping his hands in delight. The monsters have all fled. Raditz scanned the area, tilting his chin thoughtfully. Why does it feel like we were the ones under attack? According to the Frisia Force's intelligence, the monsters on this planet should be non-sentient. Nappa frowned. Yet judging by their combat behavior, they're clearly intelligent beings. If you actually believe what that Frisia fellow says. Vegeta snorted, seeming unsurprised. Soya didn't respond, instead turning his attention immediately to the system panel showing the negative emotional values. So far, Soya had accumulated a total of 5,000 negative emotional values. 500,000 points of negative emotional value. It was simply too satisfying. This planet was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. He needed to increase his combat power as soon as possible. If he were careless and died at the hands of these monsters, restarting from rebirth would be utterly frustrating. Time to draw. Soya acted immediately. 50 consecutive draws beginning now. Congratulations. You've obtained 77 combat power. Congratulations. You've obtained 11 combat power. Congratulations. Soya's combat power surged continuously as he silently prayed within. He hoped for something special to appear soon, like Battle Divine Water or similar items. Let me check if there are any remaining monsters nearby. Raditz pressed the button on his scouter to scan the surroundings. They've all scattered. Soya scared them off. The nearest monster is over 300 kilometers away. It seems Soya has truly traumatized them. Nappa remarked. Huh, Soya, your combat power. Raditz suddenly froze, unable to suppress a startled cry. Shut up, I'm busy increasing my combat power, Soya snapped irritably. Raditz fell silent. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. Increasing combat power indeed. But it appeared to be true. On Raditz, Scouter Soya's combat power was constantly fluctuating. Beep beep. Combat power 857. Beep beep. Combat power 868. Beep beep. Combat power 880. Raditz was completely stunned. What was happening? Why was his combat power continuously rising? And there seemed to be no consistent pattern to the increases. What on earth was going on? Raditz, what's going on? Nappa asked curiously. Is it? Is my scouter malfunctioning? Soya's combat power is rising. Raditz stammered. What's the big deal? Combat power increasing. Isn't that perfectly normal? Our combat power sometimes rises slightly too. My combat power is actually over 2,000, but the digits after that are negligible. Nappa chuckled, lightly dismissing it entirely. It was just a combat power increase. What was there to make such a fuss about? Raditz could find no words, his face cycling through shades of red and white as he stared at Soya, as though he were some kind of monster. His scouter must be broken. Speaking of which, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa ignored him and turned to Vegeta with a grin. Actually, eating, sleeping, and beating Soya is pretty entertaining. It's great fun when you're bored. Oh, is that so? Vegeta shot Nappa a sideways glance. Seriously, why don't you join in next time? Nappa chuckled mischievously. As long as Vegeta joined in, there was a chance Soya would end up as the one being beaten. I could try it, Vegeta nodded thoughtfully. As the future king of the Scions, it was necessary to occasionally engage and interact with his subordinates. Combat power 1100. Still rising. Raditz couldn't contain himself and cried out again. What did you say? Nappa was dumbfounded. 1,188. Kaneji added. 1,199. Cooley continued. 1,298. Raditz's lip twitched. What kind of growth pattern is this? Kaneji was completely bewildered. Vegeta and Nappa looked confused as well. What were they all looking at? Why was everyone fixated on Soya? Vegeta and Nappa quickly pressed the scouter's detection button as well. Upon seeing Soya's combat power reading, Nappa's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This had to be a joke. Soya's combat power had already reached 1,300, and it was still climbing. He hadn't done anything. He'd only killed a few monsters at most. Wait, hadn't he failed to kill a single one? This. Nappa's expression shifted through an extraordinary range of emotions, overcome by sheer incredulity. Interesting. Vegeta's lips curved upward in a faint smile. This Soya was truly full of surprises. In just a few seconds, his combat power had nearly reached 1,500. He wanted to see just how high it could possibly go. 3 minutes later, Soya's combat power stabilized at 3,400. The 50 consecutive draws had yielded a total of 2,600 combat power points. Unfortunately, no special prizes had appeared. However, with a combat power of 3,400, Soya's safety margin on this planet had noticeably improved. Combat power 3,400. Nappa's words came out stumbling. Are you some kind of monster? Raditz stared in disbelief regarding Soya as though he were an aberration. Didn't I explain this clearly before? Only with a peaceful heart can one better refine and strengthen themselves. Soya grinned, broadly speaking with complete sincerity. So, did you use this method to raise your combat power to this level? Raditz asked eagerly. What else did you think? Soya thought to himself, suppressing a smile. Is this also why you grinned so wildly during combat? Kaneji followed up. Well, Soya nodded sheepishly. The reason I smile so happily during combat is because I'm farming negative emotional value. Could they possibly understand the thrill of this? Vegeta said nothing, gazing intently at Soya. Could this method of boosting combat power through mental peace actually work? Should I give it a try? By the way, Soya, Nappa just suggested inviting Prince Vegeta to join our little game. Carnegie leaned in with a grin. Prince Vegeta agreed. He wants to play along. Soya. Carnegie has already switched sides so quickly. I heard about it too. Raditz chimed in from the side. That's indeed true. Prince Vegeta smiled faintly. Nappa's face flushed red and pale by turns. How awkward. I just suggested having Prince Vegeta join our game. But now this Soya guy has surpassed me in combat power. Negative emotions from Nappa 666. Among everyone present, the happiest was Raditz. Leave the game talk for later. Prince Vegeta huffed and addressed the group. There are still quite a few monsters on this planet that need clearing out. Since Soya's combat power has risen, let's split into 3 teams. I'll lead one, Nappa 1, and Soya 1. Can I team up with Prince Vegeta? Raditz asked eagerly. Cooley, you're on my team. Prince Vegeta shot Raditz a sideways glance and spoke to Cooley. Cooley happened to be the weakest member of this squad. As the strongest presence in the team, Prince Vegeta naturally chose the weakest member to minimize casualties. It wasn't out of kindness. Prince Vegeta was concerned that if everyone died and he was left alone, the remaining tasks would become rather troublesome. Thank you. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Cooley was overjoyed. What an honor to team up with you. Don't drag me down. Prince Vegeta snorted coldly. Soya, could I team up with you? Raditz leaned forward, looking at Soya with anticipation. Sure. Soya nodded. Great. Raditz was thrilled. Following Soya was far better than following Nappa. After all, Soya's combat power was over 1,000 points higher. Raditz, I really don't know what you're thinking. Carnegie shook his head with a faint sigh. What do you mean? Raditz paused. Soya's previous actions. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Carnegie lowered his voice and whispered in Raditz's ear. Raditz's expression froze, his face instantly turning grim. His words actually made sense. This is bad. All right, move out. Prince Vegeta tossed out a sentence and immediately took to the sky, heading toward the area with higher combat power readings among the monsters. Coolie hurriedly followed behind. Nappa flew off in another direction with Carnegie. Let's go. Soya soared into the sky, becoming a streak of light as he sped toward the denser monster zones. In the blink of an eye, he had left Raditz far behind. Raditz. Negative emotions from Raditz 666. Wait for me. Can you please not fly so fast? With his combat power surging rapidly, Soya felt his speed and strength both improve significantly. His combat power had jumped from 780 to 3,400, more than a fourfold increase. For a moment, Soya felt somewhat unaccustomed to his own body. But fortunately, after adjusting his flight posture a few times, he soon adapted to the surging energy within and gradually slowed down. Raditz caught up, panting heavily. I regret choosing to team up with you. Don't leave me behind. This planet is dangerous. Sweat beaded on Raditz's forehead as he kept a wary eye on their surroundings. My combat power increased too much, and I accidentally flew a bit too fast. I hope you don't mind. Soya grinned. Raditz was rendered speechless. Negative emotions from Raditz 666. After a pause, Raditz asked curiously, Soya, are you sure about that direction? There are a lot more monsters over there. Exactly, because there are more monsters, it's more fun that way. Soya chuckled. Raditz swallowed hard and suddenly realized Carnegie had been completely right. I feel like teaming up with you is kind of dangerous. Wait a moment. According to the scanner, that area has more than a dozen monsters with combat power exceeding 1,000. Raditz checked the scanner carefully and went pale. Don't worry, I've got your back. Soya gave him a reassuring look. Raditz. Negative emotions from Raditz 222. Your combat power is 3,400. Of course you're not worried. The problem is, my combat power is only 700. If I encounter a monster above 1,000, I'm practically doomed. Let Raditz try it and see what side effects might appear. Of course I want to increase my combat power. Raditz nodded, then quickly added, fly slower. The monster-dense area was drawing near. Try this. Soya slowed and hovered in the sky, taking out the large bucket of water. What is this? Raditz was taken aback, utterly confused. Take a sip and your combat power will double. Soya spoke, then casually spotted a bamboo cup below and swiftly dove down to retrieve it, pouring a cup for Raditz. One sip. Doubles my combat power. Raditz was stunned. Does something this good really exist? Did you increase your combat power by drinking this? Don't tell anyone. Your father asked me to look after you, which is why I'm giving you special treatment. Soya patted Raditz on the shoulder, speaking mysteriously. Got it, I won't tell anyone, rest assured. Raditz was ecstatic and was just about to drink when he suddenly remembered something. Holding the cup to his lips, he asked, I've never seen you drink this water before. I drink it secretly. Do you think I'd let you see? Soya chuckled. That makes sense. Raditz nodded, no longer hesitating, and downed the combat god water in one gulp. Then Raditz quietly sensed the changes in his own energy. Negative emotions from Raditz 888. You liar. What the hell? My combat power hasn't increased at all. Raditz's face darkened as he glared at Soya. Double my combat power with one sip. Am I really that stupid? Being fooled like a child. My. Soya also paused slightly and immediately checked Raditz's combat power on the scanner. Raditz's combat power remained at 700 with absolutely no change. Where's the doubling? This damn system is kidding me. Take another sip. Soya suggested, deciding to give it another try. Does it really work? Don't lie to me. Raditz grit his teeth. Just try it, you aren't paying for trials anyway, Soya said with a grin. Raditz, why do I get the feeling you are treating me like a lab rat? Fine, I will trust you one last time. Raditz decided to give it a shot. Soya poured another glass of battle divine water for Raditz. Raditz tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. As he swallowed the second sip of battle divine water, he could clearly feel his energy surging wildly within him. Soya quickly checked Raditz's power level through the scouter. Power level 1400. 100% increase. It truly doubled. The system didn't deceive me. But then what was the meaning of that first sip not doubling? Does 1 times not count as doubling? Or did the system find it inconvenient to calculate? Thinking about it carefully, it did make sense after all. 1 times means how much? Raditz's combat power was 700. So what is 1 times 700? It is still 700. The problem is you said doubling should be an increase. Forgive me for not finishing elementary school. I was fooled by this damn system. But none of that mattered now. It seemed drinking 2 sips of battle divine water doubled the combat power. In that case, everything was fine. So I carefully read the description of battle divine water again. 1 sip grants 1 times combat power, 2 sips, grant 2 times, 3 sips, grant 3 times. And so on depending on one's physical condition, lasting for 1 hour. Note there are side effects, please use with caution. Wait. When did you remove that character? This damn system can adjust in real time. I clearly remember there was a character before. Did I misremember? Power level 1400. Raditz danced with excitement, overjoyed. My combat power has finally surpassed 1000. Soa, did you see that? Raditz was extremely excited. Told you I wouldn't lie. Soa smiled, even brighter. This is great. This stuff really can double combat power. Raditz was thrilled beyond words. With such a wonderful item, why didn't you bring it out sooner? What if I drink another sip? Raditz asked curiously. Try it. Soa couldn't wait for Raditz to serve as this honored lab rat. All right. Raditz was full of anticipation. Soa poured another glass of battle divine water for him. Raditz was just about to down it in one gulp when Soa quickly corrected him. No need to finish it. Take a small sip and try. The system said 1 sip grants 1 times combat power. It didn't specify how much 1 sip is. According to the size of a kung fu teacup, this small bamboo tube could hold 3 sips. Drink slowly. Drinking battle divine water in such large gulps would be such a waste. I'll try. Raditz took a small sip. Immediately, he felt powerful energy spreading throughout his entire body once again. Combat power increased again. Soa checked Raditz's power level through the scouter. Combat power 2100. Indeed, 3 times the original. Waka waka. Raditz was overjoyed and took another sip. Combat power 2800. Drink again. Raditz's heart surged with excitement as he swallowed the 5th sip. Then the anticipated event did not occur. It's not increasing anymore. Raditz scratched his head. Perhaps it has reached the limit. Soa pondered. It seemed this battle divine water indeed determined the multiplier based on physical condition. Raditz being able to increase 4 times was already quite impressive. Also large sips and small sips produced the same effect. Even a mere sip counts. By that logic, this entire barrel of battle divine water could last for 10,000 sips without issue. Raditz. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 111. Combat power only quadrupled, and it's already at the limit. Why did your combat power sextuple? Raditz felt a bit resentful inside. I am an elite warrior. Enough boasting about being an elite warrior, let's go. Soa was very curious about what the side effect of battle divine water was. Only then could he make better use of it. But he wondered how many times his own combat power would multiply after drinking it. If he could drink 50 sips and achieve 50 times, that would be the transformation ability of a Super Saiyan. What about drinking 100 sips to unlock Super Saiyan 2nd grade? 400 sips, Super Saiyan 3rd grade. This bastard. If he drank 400 sips of battle divine water, would he burst from overdrinking? However, Saiyans had particularly sturdy stomachs. 400 sips of battle divine water would definitely go down. Waka waka. Raditz was extremely excited. He pushed his speed to the limit and rushed swiftly toward the densely populated monster area ahead. Because the highest combat power among the monsters in that area was only a little over 1000. Now that Raditz's combat power had surpassed Nappa's, he had no fears. Just as Raditz was about to charge into the dense area and attack the monsters, Soa grabbed his tail. Raditz's body instantly went limp, completely drained of strength. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. Who is grabbing my tail? Raditz mechanically turned his head to look behind. Why? Why are you grabbing my tail? Raditz was speechless, staring at Soa with a dark expression. You go fight over there. I will handle this dense area. Soa ordered him. Understood. Next time just tell me no need to grab my tail. Raditz hurriedly replied. Will do. Soa agreed readily. Immediately afterwards, Soa hesitated not at all and surged into the high sky, pressing his palm downward. An energy blast instantly covered the dense area below. Rumble. A massive explosion erupted in that monster-infested zone. Many monsters were blown to a miserable state. Negative emotional value from Rulalakaragizitian, 999. Negative emotional value from. This wave alone netted Soa over 1000 points of negative emotional value. From the scouter, it was clear there were at least 500 monsters in this area. The previous bombardment had caused heavy casualties among them. Soa had not used excessive energy lest he accidentally kill them. I am here to collect negative emotional value. If the monsters were wiped out, there would be no negative emotional value left. Look at me. Soa shouted loudly, hovering high above. Immediately, the numerous monsters on the battlefield glared at Soa with furious eyes, roaring loudly and extremely displeased. Solar flare. Soa placed his hands beside his cheeks and solar flare was released once again. All the monsters' pupils whitened, blinded entirely. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. Negative emotional value from. Soa. Soa focused his gaze and discovered that Raditz had unfortunately been hit again. How can you never learn your lesson? What are you looking at me for? Just now Raditz was bullying a wolf-shaped beast. The wolf-shaped beast's combat power had already reached an alarming height of 1,000. It resembled a vicious wolf, but stood at least 8 meters tall with sharp fangs, a pointed snout, and glistening black fur. In the past, Raditz would never have dared challenge a creature of such caliber. But now with his combat power soaring to 2,800, he had the wolf-shaped beast howling in agony. Raditz was thoroughly enjoying himself, silently cursing his gratitude towards Soya's entire lineage. If it weren't for you, my combat power wouldn't have increased so dramatically. Soya, you truly are a fine fellow. Raditz couldn't resist casting a glance towards Soya's direction. And right at that moment, Soya unleashed a solar flare. 1,000 curses rushed through Raditz's mind. Why must I be so dreadfully unlucky? How could this fellow deploy such a shameless technique again? Raditz's vision turned completely white, blind to everything. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped beast's eyes brightened. It opened its massive maw and swallowed Raditz whole. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 999. Soya, must the negative emotion value always be this immense? Soya immediately turned to look toward Raditz, only to find him gone. Where had he disappeared to? In just a moment's distraction, he was gone. A few seconds later, boom, the wolf-shaped beast's body exploded outward. Raditz burst free from within, delivering a furious barrage of kicks to the beast's remaining head. You dare eat me? I'll kick you to death. Raditz cursed profusely between kicks. Soya paid him no mind, continuing to hunt the remaining monsters. But these beasts had grown cunning. Witnessing Soya's tactics, they refused direct confrontation and scattered in every direction at once. After Soya had harvested 2,000 negative emotion points, the monsters vanished without a trace. Soya was utterly speechless. Don't run away. If you flee, how will you provide me with negative emotion value? Fortunately, even as they fled, the monsters continued to sporadically supply Soya with negative emotion values, somewhat alleviating his frustration. They've all run. Raditz scanned the surroundings, marveling. He couldn't help but give Soya a thumbs up. As expected of you, Soya. I feel those monsters are terrified of you. Soya chuckled. Soya, look at focus coordinates 367. 124. Over 1,000 monsters have gathered there. And it's not too far from our position. Raditz examined the area with his detector, speaking excitedly to Soya. Soya's eyes instantly brightened. The two raced toward the location. How about I handle those 3 monsters with combat power around 1,000, and you take the rest? Raditz proposed. Agreed. Soya nodded. He had to admit Raditz knew how to play his part well. The two soon arrived at the area where the 1,000+ monsters congregated. Energy wave. Solar flare. Through his signature maneuvers, Soya once again harvested 3,000 negative emotion points. Raditz fought with increasing ferocity, grabbing a bat-like monster and repeatedly slamming its body against the ground in all directions. The bat monster let out continuous wails of agony. Before long, an hour had passed. While Raditz was pummeling the bat monster mercilessly, his pupils suddenly contracted. He felt as though his strength had been instantly drained from his body. Splat! Raditz's body went limp, collapsing directly onto the ground and crushed beneath the bat monster's massive form. The bat monster was utterly bewildered. What's the meaning of this? Weren't you beating me relentlessly just moments ago? What happened? Did your energy truly run dry, or are you putting on an act? The bat monster cautiously glanced at Soya, who was merely watching the spectacle, then surveyed the surroundings, its mouth curling into a grin. Where had my companions gone? Why have they all disappeared? This scion has no honor favoring flash bombs. And those explosions hurt like hell. I'd best make a quick escape. The bat monster beat its wings vigorously, launching itself skyward in a desperate bid to flee this place of peril. Swish! Soya appeared in a flash, intercepting the bat monster's path. The creature trembled in terror. Can you speak? Soya asked with a smile. I can a little. The bat monster replied in a trembling, halting voice. Well, you actually can talk. Soya exclaimed in surprise. However, he had long noticed that the monsters in this area were highly intelligent life forms. Being able to speak human language was hardly surprising. Very well, speak well, and I'll spare you. Otherwise your death will be quite rhythmic. Soya flexed his fist and grinned. The bat monster nodded vigorously. Repeat after me. Black fertilizer volatilizes. Gray fertilizer does not volatilize. Soya said. Gray, 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 gray. Fa, 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 fa. The bat monster hastily mimicked Soya. Negative emotion value from the bat monster, 999. What was that? Say it again. Soya's expression turned stern. Gray, fa, fa, gray, gray, fa, 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 gray. Fa, gray, fa, 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 fa. The bat monster's despair was absolute. Even if you spoke poorly, that would be forgivable. But why add extra characters? Soya's voice turned cold. The bat monster. Negative emotion value from the bat monster, 999. This fellow is absolutely a demon. Were those extra words meant to be added by me? They slipped out because I stumbled over my tongue. This is psychological torture. Go back and practice properly. Next time I see you, and you still cannot say it, I will not be so merciful. Soya threatened. The bat monster's eyes immediately lit up, feeling as though happiness had arrived too suddenly. You want me to go back and practice? Practice my foot. How could you possibly find me again? After I return, I'll never come out. Do you see this detector on my eyes? Soya pointed to the device. The bat monster nodded frantically. Do you know what this thing does? Soya asked with a smile. The bat monster shook its head in confusion. This detector can track your location, so no matter where you hide, I will always find you. Soya said with a grin. After you return, you must practice. Black fertilizer volatilizes, gray fertilizer does not volatilize diligently. If you fail to master it, I will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe. The bat monster's expression instantly darkened. Its tiny eyes darted back and forth, occasionally glancing at the detector on Soya's face. Negative emotion value from the bat monster, 999. Should I destroy this device? If I destroy it, he won't be able to find me, right? What? Do you intend to destroy this? Suaya smiled faintly, removed the detector, and placed it before the bat monster. The bat monster trembled with fright, swallowed hard, and immediately shook its head vigorously. If I destroy this thing now, I will truly be beaten to death. Isn't it just about practicing this sentence? I will practice it. The bat monster nodded in understanding and resolved to go back and practice diligently. Go on, go on. Suaya waved his hand dismissively. The bat monster spread its wings and fled at great speed. Good luck, I believe in you. Suaya shouted loudly from behind. Negative emotion points from Zhamuza telling cuticle 1 cucle plus 999. What kind of cheer is this? Can you stop being so malicious? Suaya felt thoroughly gratified inside. This was an absolute machine for farming negative emotion points. Weren't all of these simply combat power? It was simply too satisfying. Suaya swept the area with the detector and discovered that there were no monsters remaining within 100 kilometers. If only he could master the energy sensing ability found on Earth. He wondered whether the system would grant such an ability. Could he rely on this detector forever? There was no time to worry about such matters now. 1 hour had already passed. Let us see what the side effects were for Raditz. Suaya quickly landed beside Raditz. Suaya, what exactly is going on? I feel as though my body has been utterly hollowed out. Raditz gazed weakly at Soya and labored to his feet. Suaya checked Raditz's combat power through the detector. The combat power had dropped to only 175. Could the side effect of the combat divine water be a reduction in combat power after use? What connection existed between 175 and the previous 700? 4 times 175 equaled 700. 4 times 700 equaled 2,800. Could it be that the combat power had increased fourfold earlier, and the side effect after 1 hour was to reduce it by fourfold? If that were truly the case, it would be quite reasonable actually. However, if I could increase my combat power by 100-fold, and then it directly decreased by 100-fold, this damn thing, would the combat power simply become 0? Suaya's face paled, and he shuddered. At present, Suaya was still unclear whether this side effect was permanent or would recover after a certain period of time. If it could not recover in the end, this would be rather tragic. Suaya could not help but look at Raditz with sympathy. Wait a moment. Why has my combat power dropped to 175? Raditz suddenly came to his senses and immediately checked his own combat power through the detector. When he saw his combat power had fallen to 175, Raditz felt as though he wished for death itself. Why has this happened? Raditz sniffled, tears welling in his eyes. Perhaps this thing has side effects, Suaya pondered. Perhaps. Raditz's expression stiffened and he asked anxiously, didn't you drink it yourself? I did not drink it. Suaya shook his head. Raditz. Negative emotion points from Raditz plus 555. Wait. You didn't drink it. Yet you made me drink it. Raditz was on the verge of tears. How could you be so cruel? Look, didn't your combat power increase fourfold just now? Now it has decreased fourfold. Is that not reasonable? Suaya asked with a smile. Gains and losses always accompany each other. An increase inevitably leads to a decrease. This is entirely normal. Raditz. Negative emotion points from Raditz plus 666. What you say makes perfect sense. So will the fourfold decrease in combat power also last for 1 hour? Raditz inquired. I'm not certain about that. Since you are the first one to drink it, the answer must be found in you. You absolutely must not die. Stay close to me, and do not fall behind. Suaya decided to protect Raditz properly. If the combat power decrease has no time limit, then it would truly be a tragedy. Raditz's face turned pale, and he nearly fainted. 10,000 horses galloped through Raditz's mind. Negative emotion points from Raditz plus 999. Rest assured I will protect you, and ensure you leave this planet unharmed. Suaya patted Raditz on the shoulder. Raditz's face turned as dark as coal. This treacherous wretch. What would happen if my combat power could never recover? I had worked so hard to raise it to 700. Drinking that large barrel of water from you was indeed thrilling. The problem is this drop in combat power is rather absurd, isn't it? Time passed little by little. Under Suaya's protection, Raditz remained unharmed. However, each time Raditz felt his own weakness, he would occasionally provide negative emotion points to Suya. At times, Raditz gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he were not afraid of being unable to defeat Suya, he would have wanted to launch a sneak attack. It was so detestable. Another 3 hours passed. Any monsters on this planet possessing significant combat power had basically been eliminated by Vegeta and the others. By this point, Suaya had already obtained 900 negative emotion points. Soon he could perform 100 consecutive pulls. Suaya calculated silently. Based on the average calculation, each time he could obtain an average of 50 combat power points. By this calculation, there would be at least 500 combat power points, right? Does this mean my combat power will grow to 8000? Wonderful. Let us save them first and perform 100 consecutive pulls when we reach 1 million negative emotion points. At least this planet is already very safe now. Before Suaya could reunite with Vegeta and the others, he encountered that same bat monster again. The bat monster felt 10,000 horses galloping through its mind. Why am I so unlucky? I actually ran into him here. Come say it again. Suaya looked at the bat monster with a grin. Black fertilizer volatilizes, gray fertilizer does not volatilize. The bat monster spoke every word distinctly. Upon hearing the bat monster actually speak, Raditz's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This fellow Suaya is simply a demon. He actually made a monster speak. I remember that these monsters cannot speak, can they? Excellent, excellent. Suaya nodded satisfactorily, praising endlessly, and even gave the bat monster a thumbs up. The bat monster grinned broadly, feeling that being praised was truly wonderful. Continue, listen carefully. Gray fertilizer volatilizes and turns black. Black fertilizer volatilizes and turns gray, scattering blossoms. Gray fertilizer turns gray and volatilizes to scatter flowers. Suaya nearly bit his own tongue while saying these words. Who came up with this tongue twister? It is simply deadly. Fortunately, I practiced it slightly in my past life. Otherwise, I would not have been able to say it so clearly. Your turn. Suaya chuckled. The bat monster volatilizes. Volatilizes. Flowers. 10,000 horses galloped through the bat monster's mind. This rhythm is trying to kill people. Raditz burst out laughing immediately. You fool. Can't even pronounce such words. Watch me. Raditz expressed deep disdain, then imitated Suya and recited the tongue twister from earlier. Volatilizes. Volatilizes. Flowers. Ouch. Bit my tongue. Negative emotion points from Raditz plus 999. Is that even human speech? The bat monster. I remember this long-haired lad. He beat me terribly. But are you an idiot? Why must you imitate this? I did it better than you did. Go back and train properly. Next time I see you, who knows, I might beat you to death. Suaya shook his fist. The bat monster nodded vigorously. You should be thanking me. Look at my companion. He's already wrecked this planet. I'm the good guy here. I haven't killed a single monster. Suaya chuckled. The bat monster fell silent. Just kill me instead. He thought to himself. I get the feeling that task is well beyond your ability. Go on, scram. Suaya waved his hand, dismissing the bat monster. The creature let out a long breath of relief, flapped its wings furiously, and sped away. As it departed, the bat monster cast a lingering, resentful glance at Raditz. It was all this kid's fault for reducing him to such a wretched state. Wait. Doesn't this kid look rather weak now? Should I take the opportunity to ambush him and crush him? No, the demon beside him is too terrifying. I'll have to wait for another chance. The bat monster ultimately did not ambush Raditz. Hey Suaya, are you really just letting him go? Raditz raised his arm, aiming at the fleeing creature. What do you think you're doing? With your pitiful combat power, your attack wouldn't even tickle him, Suaya remarked. Raditz was rendered speechless. He almost wished for death. My combat power has dropped to this level. Who's responsible? If not for you, would I still have any strength left? Negative emotional energy from Raditz 999. But then again, it's been 3 hours already, so why hasn't my combat power recovered yet? Raditz's tears welled up. He just wanted to wail in frustration. Wait a little longer, Suaya mused. How much longer? Raditz sniffled. A day, Suaya replied. Will it recover after a day, eh? Raditz asked eagerly. If it doesn't recover in a day, there's probably no hope. You'll need to cultivate on your own. Suaya sighed. Raditz's eyes rolled back, his body went weak, and he nearly fainted. Could that possibly be human language? Negative emotional energy from Raditz 999. Suaya felt delighted inside. This was pure combat power. Let the negative emotions come harder. In another area, Vegeta and Kurili had already cleared out most of the monsters in their vicinity. Thank you, Prince Vegeta. Kurili kept expressing his gratitude. I'm so sorry, but I don't think I've been much of any real help. Humph. Vegeta snorted and ignored him. Hey, what's that? Kurili turned his head and suddenly spotted a meteor streaking across the distant horizon. Vegeta glanced in that direction. Is that a spaceship? Kurili was taken aback. Isn't that our Scion spaceship? Who's arrived? Likely Frisia's men. Vegeta set his brows, furrowing slightly. Kurili quickly pressed the button on his scouter. Upon seeing the opponent's combat power reading, Kurili couldn't help but but draw in a sharp breath, his face draining of color. What is it? Vegeta asked. That guy's combat power is 17000. Kurili was trembling all over. Vegeta's expression grew grave, and he quickly checked the scouter reading as well. After checking, Vegeta indeed confirmed that the opponent's combat power had reached the height of 17000. Who on earth was this person? And what were they doing here? Boom. The spherical mini-spaceship crashed heavily onto the nearby ground, leaving a colossal crater from the impact. The entire Earth shuddered violently. Whoosh! Chio-E flew out of the spaceship and hovered high above, immediately scanning Vegeta and the others with his scouter. A confident smile played on his lips. Lord Frieza had ordered me to wipe out all Scions except for Vegeta, Nappa, and Soya. But since I've already arrived, I'll deal with that fellow Vegeta first. Wasn't that kid hailed as the most talented warrior among the Scions? I want to see just how strong he truly is. Whoosh! Chio-E became a streak of light in the air, hurtling toward Vegeta and Kurili at tremendous speed. In barely over 10 seconds, Chio-E appeared hovering above Vegeta, looking down at him, and Kurili from above. Who are you? Vegeta looked up and asked warily. Did Frieza send you? No. Chio-E smiled faintly, descending from the sky to land opposite Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. This guy wasn't sent by Frieza. Then what was going on? I happened to be passing by. Through my scouter, I detected a powerful combat energy here, so I came to investigate. Chio-E wore a smile, having long prepared this excuse. Lord Frieza had tasked me with quietly eliminating all Scions except Vegeta, Nappa, and Soya. So I cannot say that Lord Frieza sent me, because Lord Frieza has greater plans in motion. If I were to disrupt his scheme, Lord Frieza would kill me. Really just passing by. Vegeta's face darkened. Your excuse is rather far-fetched. I'm increasingly convinced you were sent by Frieza. You must be Vegeta, the Scion Prince, right? Hailed as the most talented warrior among the Scions. Am I correct? Chio-E did not pursue the previous topic, but instead studied Vegeta with keen interest. What exactly do you want to say? Vegeta sneered, his expression cold though his hands were sweating. This guy's combat power exceeds mine by 200. If we actually fight, I must catch him off guard. There's plenty I'd like to say. Chio-E chuckled softly. I've heard the Scions are a warrior race, and you're their most talented warrior. How about we test each other? I'd be happy to oblige. Vegeta showed no fear whatsoever. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to transform into a great ape. It's just a pity this planet has no moon. It seems I'll have to find a way to condense an artificial full moon. By the way, I am the Prince of Chio-E planet, and I am also the genius warrior of my race, named after my home planet. Chio-E smiled, hands on his hips, wearing a teasing expression. Oh, is that so? Vegeta huffed. But what does that have to do with me, eh? Then let the two of us princes have a proper contest. Chio-E's smile grew increasingly smug as he pointed to his scouter. However, your combat power lags 200 behind mine, so you'd best be careful. I won't hold back. Of course you needn't worry. I won't kill you. Nearby, Kurili was trembling with terror. What should he do? What should he do? Should he slip away right now? Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Vegeta immediately erupted with all his power. Vast energy radiated wildly outward from him in every direction. Vegeta became a brilliant streak of light and shot toward Chio-E at an astonishing speed. Wham! His uppercut landed squarely on Chio-E's stomach. Chio-E's body instantly curled into a shrimp-like shape. Immediately after, Vegeta delivered a crushing kick that sent him soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta reappeared directly above Chio-E and struck him again with an upside-down hook kick. Instantly, Chio-E plummeted from the sky like a cannonball. Kurili fled in terror. Rumble! With a deafening crash, Chio-E's body slammed into the ground below, leaving a massive crater behind. Vegeta dove down from the sky and delivered another devastating blow with both fists clenched. Humph! Spitting to the side, he crossed his arms with a cold expression as his crimson cape fluttered behind him. It's over. As expected of Prince Vegeta. Kurili cheered excitedly, clapping his hands. Nothing special. Vegeta grunted, though a hint of pride lingered in his heart. Good thing I struck fast. It's that Toad's own fault for letting his guard down. By the time he realized it was already too late. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. However, just as Vegeta was feeling a bit smug, Chio-E let out a long groan and climbed out of the massive crater. What? Vegeta's pupils slightly contracted, his youthful face paling. What kind of joke is this? Couldn't my full power attack even hurt this guy? Not bad, Vegeta. Your strikes had good rhythm. A smile spread across Chio-E's face as he rubbed his lips and spat a mouthful of blood to the side. Vegeta's expression darkened. Looks like there's no other way. A battle power gap of 2,000 really isn't something that can be overcome so easily. Damn it. I was too naive. I'll have no choice but to use the artificial full moon to defeat this guy. My turn to attack now then. Chio-E rubbed his fists and smiled even more brilliantly. Kurili, watching from the side, had turned green with fear. That frog is absolutely terrifying. Can Prince Vegeta's ferocious attacks not even seriously wound him? Chioi cast a glance at Corley, his lips curling slightly as a flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. Corley couldn't help but shiver, a terrible premonition rising in his chest. Swoosh! Chioi launched his attack, rushing straight toward Vegeta and landing a heavy palm strike to his chest. That palm strike was far too fast for Vegeta to react in time. He was hit and sent flying backward. Corley's pupils contracted, his face draining of color, because he clearly saw that Vegeta was careening directly toward his position. If I get hit by Prince Vegeta, will I die on the spot? But Corley had no time to dodge. Wham! Vegeta's body slammed into Corley with tremendous force. Wawa! A desperate scream tore from Corley's throat as his entire body felt as though it were breaking apart, his mind going completely blank. Splat! Vegeta carried Corley backward through the air, traveling over a kilometer before they crashed heavily onto the ground. Bang! 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 Their bodies bounced several times across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Poor Corley was crushed to death right there by Vegeta. Chioi chuckled inwardly. See, I've completed 1/3 of Lord Frieza's mission without breaking a sweat. 2 Scions remain. I'll find an opportunity and wipe them out later. Wait, that's wrong. According to the scouter readings, only 1 person remains. Did the other one die when we arrived on this planet? That's quite possible. The monsters on this planet have considerable battle power. Those 3 Scions with battle power around 500 dying on this planet is completely normal. So if I eliminate just 1 more person, I'll have completed Lord Frieza's mission. For now, let me properly beat up this little Scion Prince first. This guy is surprisingly fragile. Vegeta struggled to his feet, spitting a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly wrecked. Is this what a 2,000 battle power gap feels like? Snap! Chioi appeared from a distance in a blur and landed opposite Vegeta, smiling at him. Sorry about that, Vegeta. I may have hit a bit too hard. Vegeta snorted, his youthful face filled with unwillingness. Also, your companion is dead, and that's not my fault. You're the one who smashed him to death. Chioi pointed to Corley lying motionless beside Vegeta, completely shifting the blame. Vegeta didn't even bother glancing back. In his eyes, his companion's death meant nothing at all. Right now, Vegeta only wanted to pin that frog to the ground and crush him. The Scion Crown Prince hailed as the most talented warrior. Well, you're nothing special. You've thoroughly disappointed me. Chioi mocked. Vegeta trembled with rage. Still want to continue, Vegeta? Chioi asked with a grin, his eyes dripping with contempt. You're celebrating too early. Vegeta let out a cold snort and gently raised his right hand, forming a gleaming sphere between his palms. What's that supposed to be? Chioi blinked in slight surprise and muttered to himself. What is that guy doing? That thing must have consumed at least half his energy. His battle power is down to 7,000 now. Unless... That's... Chioi suddenly seemed to realize something, his brow furrowing tightly. Vegeta sneered and violently hurled the sphere into the sky. Instantly, the glowing ball shot upward at incredible speed. No good. Chioi's expression shifted dramatically. An artificial full moon. This guy wants to transform into a great ape. You think I'll let you succeed? Chioi smirked and raised his right hand high, aiming at the ascending sphere. Vegeta's face darkened, knowing that frog intended to shatter the artificial full moon. At the critical moment, he grit his teeth and charged toward Chioi, desperate to stop him from destroying the moon before it fully formed. Wham! Chioi met the charging Vegeta with a vicious knee strike to the kidneys. Tui! Vegeta spewed another torrent of blood and felt dizzy. Want to transform into a great ape to fight me? Do you really think I'd give you that chance? Chioi sneered. Swoosh! An energy blast shot from Chioi's hand headed straight for the ascending, glowing sphere. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens above. The glowing orb, just moments away from condensing into an artificial full moon, suddenly detonated mid-air, scattering into golden motes of light that rained down upon the earth. Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, staring blankly at the shattered artificial full moon, his spirit utterly crushed. The great ape transformation was formidable. It could multiply one's power tenfold, yet it harbored far too many vulnerabilities. Any opponent familiar with Scion weaknesses could easily force the transformation back to its base form. This was a dire predicament indeed. What a narrow escape. Chioi exhaled with relief, then strode forward and seized Vegeta by the hair, hoisting him high into the air. Vegeta grimaced in agony, yet a profound weakness coursed through his body. He was utterly drained of strength. You were about to transform into a great ape, weren't you? Chioi sneered. What a pity. One careless moment, and your artificial full moon was destroyed. You'll hardly have the chance to transform now. Vegeta clenched his teeth in silence. But then again, your Scion transformations are pitifully weak. Simply shatter the moon, or sever that tail of yours, and you're easily neutralized. Am I right, Prince Vegeta? Chioi delivered 2 more vicious slaps to Vegeta's face. Several of his teeth were knocked loose, and the darkness in the young prince's heart continued to spread. Pathetic. And they call themselves a warrior race. Absolutely laughable. Chiyo-E tossed Vegeta onto the ground. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta struggled to his feet, swaying unsteadily. Still able to stand. Chiyo-E chuckled. Shall we continue? Vegeta remained speechless. Continue. If he did, he would be beaten to death. Curse him. The power gap of 2,000. How could the difference be so vast? Chiyo-E shook his head contemptuously, harboring no intention to kill Vegeta. After all, Lord Frieza had explicitly ordered him not to harm the prince, saying there would be uses for him later. Chiyo-E found this perplexing. What possible use could such a weakling serve? I'll slip over and eliminate the other Scion instead. First, I must complete the mission Lord Frieza entrusted to me. Chiyo-E pressed the button on his scouter to locate Kamaji's position. This guy's power level is plummeting rapidly. Is he about to die? How tedious. After all that effort to track him down, I only managed to kill one person. No, I should go verify it myself. Vegeta, you're worthless. Chiyo-E approached, patting Vegeta's cheek with a mocking grin. Vegeta trembled with rage, his youthful face etched with unyielding resentment. Let's move. With those words, Chiyo-E shot skyward at tremendous speed. Watching Chiyo-E's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, his expression darkening to its limits. In another region, Kamaji lay on the ground, a bloody hole piercing his chest, his body convulsing uncontrollably, as though on the brink of death. Help! Help me! Nappa! Kamaji looked at Nappa with desperate eyes. Yet Nappa merely watched him coldly, showing not an ounce of compassion. Help me! Kamaji crawled laboriously toward Nappa, grabbing hold of his leg. Trash! Nappa sneered with disgust. You were killed by a monster with a power level of only 600. Help! Please help me quickly. Kamaji pleaded, his eyes brimming with the will to live. Slap! Nappa seized Kamaji's hand, a faint smirk curling his lips. Thank you. Thank you. Nappa. Kamaji breathed a sigh of relief. He figured that if he were taken to the healing pod on the space pod, he might survive. But hope is fleeting and reality is often unforgiving. Whoosh! Nappa flung his arm with immense force, hurling Kamaji high into the sky. Wah! Nappa, what are you doing? Kamaji screamed from midair. I have no need for scions who cannot fight. I'm sure Prince Vegeta would do the same. Nappa sneered and raised his hand toward the falling Kamaji. Dying slowly would be tormenting. Let me grant you a swift end. Nappa, you bastard. Kamaji cursed furiously. Whoosh! A beam of energy erupted from Nappa's palm, striking Kamaji squarely in the chest. Boom! Kamaji was blasted apart, dying instantly. Chiyo-E, arriving just then, witnessed the entire scene with an expressionless face. Whether one belonged to Chiyo-E's clan, or was a scion killing one's own kind, was nothing remarkable. It was simply normal. Good, I don't need to lift a finger. Chiyo-E muttered, casting a downward glance toward Nappa. The scouter on Nappa's visor soon emitted an alarm signal. Upon seeing Chiyo-E's power level reading, Nappa's legs went weak, his face draining of color. Who is this person? When did he arrive on this planet? He's wearing a battle suit of Frieza's army. Could he be an ally summoned by Prince Vegeta? That possibility seemed plausible. Something was deeply wrong. Why had Prince Vegeta's power level dropped to merely 5,000? What had transpired? Had this person wounded the prince? Nappa's lip twitched, genuinely terrified. In the face of absolute strength, Nappa understood clearly that no matter how hard he struggled, he would never be this frog-like opponent's match. Garbage. Chiyo-E sneered contemptuously, casting Nappa a perfunctory glance before dismissing him entirely. Whoosh! Chiyo-E altered his trajectory and sped away in another direction. There's one more with a mere power level of 175. I'll check that one last. Perhaps it's that medium-tier fighter. Chiyo-E instinctively assumed the one with a power level of 175 was Bulba. For now, he would confirm first. That way he could complete the task Lord Frieza had assigned him. This trip had been incredibly exhilarating. The prince of the Scion warrior race, nothing more than this. He had expected greater prowess. Was Lord Frieza overthinking things? Was there truly any need to destroy their planet? What Super Scion? It was nothing but a ridiculous hero's legend. Whoosh! Chiyo-E soared towards Seo and Raditz location at breakneck speed. Seo detected the approaching powerhouse through his scouter almost immediately. Seo's expression darkened. Damn it. This guy's power level had reached 17,000. Who on earth was this strong? Who's coming? Power level 17,000. Raditz's face turned green with terror as he stammered. Seo gritted his teeth. He was so close to collecting 1 million negative emotion points. He would use them all for a wish draw, 100 consecutive wishes. But even then, even with the luck of a lifetime drawing maximum power each time, 100 draws would yield less than 10,000 power points. By that calculation, his total power level would only reach around 13,000. Oh no, Prince Vegeta's battle power has dropped to only 4,500. Raditz shuddered violently, his expression growing increasingly grim. Soa's brows furrowed slightly as he too noticed Vegeta's battle power had fallen to 4,500 and it continued to plummet. It seemed he had suffered serious injuries. In just a short, while Vegeta's battle power had dropped to 4,000. He must have been injured by that guy with a battle power of 17,000. Soa speculated that this person was likely sent by Frieza. Was the goal to eliminate all Scions except Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Soa checked Carnegie and the others' positions through his scouter. As expected, both Carnegie and Curry's battle power readings had vanished. They were dead. There was no other option left. They would have to use the Battle God Water. Raditz himself had managed to quadruple his battle power with it. If I could multiply my battle power 5 or 6 times over, I'd definitely be able to defeat this guy. No, the side effects are too severe. I should observe the situation first, and try to gather some negative emotion points. Then I'll figure out a countermeasure. Smack. Chio-E transformed into a brilliant streak of light rapidly appearing about 50 meters above Soa and Raditz. Dispersing his luminous aura, he looked down upon them from a commanding height. According to the data display, these two are named Soa and Raditz. Chio-E muttered to himself from the sky, then fixed his gaze on Raditz. This Raditz fellow, wasn't his battle power 700? Now it's down to only 175. It seems he went through a fierce battle and severely depleted his energy. After saying that, Chio-E suddenly felt something was off. Strange. The records stated Soa's battle power was only 600. When did it jump to 3,400? Chio-E couldn't help but voice his astonishment, finding it utterly incomprehensible. Whoosh! Chio-E decided to investigate, immediately diving from the sky and landing heavily opposite Soa, the impact causing the entire ground to shudder violently. Raditz was thrown off balance by the shockwave and crashed to the ground. Soa immediately recognized who this was. Wasn't this Chio-E? That guy who would later be destroyed by Vegeta on Namek. It was indeed Frieza who sent him. Soa immediately heightened his vigilance and prepared to unleash the solar flare. Chio-E hadn't attacked directly, which meant he had something to say. Most likely he had sensed something was wrong with my battle power and wanted to ask about it. When the fight actually broke out, I'd first unleash the solar flare, then immediately draw a lottery to boost my battle power. With 1 million negative emotion points, I should be able to gain between 1,000 to 900 battle power at minimum. Even if I took the average, I'd still have around 5,000 battle power. That would put my total at roughly 700 to 800. Then I'd drink some Battle God water. If my battle power could quadruple, taking down this guy would be like playing around. Even if it only tripled, my battle power would approach 20,000, right? That's the plan. Right now I shouldn't worry about the side effects. Staying alive is what matters most. Oh my, isn't this Lord Chio-E? I've heard so much about you. Soa grinned broadly and offered a friendly greeting. Oh, you know me. Chio-E showed a hint of surprise, sizing up Soa from head to toe. I've long heard of your illustrious reputation, Lord Chio-E. Your name echoes through the heavens like rolling rivers, endless and surging like the Milky Way in flood, unstoppable. Soa chuckled, openly flattering Chio-E. I just know villains love hearing flattery. Let me see if I can butter him up first. Excellent. Excellent. You have good judgment. Chio-E was indeed overjoyed, feeling even better than when praised by Frieza. According to Lord Frieza, he wanted to capture this scion named Soa and take him back to entertain him with jokes. Indeed, this guy was quite interesting. You must be Soa, correct? Chio-E asked with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Soa nodded repeatedly and added another flattering remark. It's truly an honor that Lord Chio-E recognizes me. I'm so thankful to your whole family. Chio-E. That sounds strange. What the hell does thank your whole family even mean? This isn't an insult, is it? Negative emotion points from Chio-E 111. Chio-E thought carefully for a moment. Seeing Soa's obsequious expression, he didn't think it was an insult. Besides, how would this kid with such low battle power dare insult me? Let me ask you, what's going on with your battle power? When did it reach 3,400? Chio-E asked the question he had been wanting to ask. Well, Soa looked troubled. Speak quickly. Chio-E grew impatient. It's this thing. As Soa spoke, he immediately pulled out a large bucket of Battle God water from his system space. Chio-E stood stunned for 2 seconds. How did you manage to hide such a large bucket of water on you? What? Do you have equipment like storage space? Chio-E asked. Found it somewhere else, Soa replied. What's the purpose of this large bucket of water? Chio-E wasn't particularly interested in spatial equipment. What fascinated him most was how his battle power had increased. Could it be related to this large bucket of water? As expected of Lord Chio, Soa nodded vigorously. This is Battle God water I accidentally obtained from a certain planet. There's only one such bucket. 1 sip doubles your battle power. 2 sips quadruple it, 3 sips quintuple it. And so on. The exact multiplier depends on one's physical condition. Oh, is that really the case? Chio-E's eyes widened with delight, almost wanting to snatch that large bucket of water immediately. Raditz, watching from the side, grinned to himself. Was Soa planning to scam this toad? First, boost your battle power. Then an hour later you're in trouble. Raditz knew when to keep quiet, and certainly wouldn't expose Soa's scheme at this moment. Because Raditz had noticed that 2 of his teammates were dead and Vegeta was severely injured. It was most likely this toad's doing. He hoped Soa could scam this bastard to death. Give it a try, it's free anyway. Rest assured it's not poisoned. Soa grinned broadly, found a bamboo cylinder, poured a cup into it, and handed it to Chio-e with both hands. You drink first. Chio-e hesitated, genuinely afraid Soa might have poisoned it. Soa, this guy is quite cautious. Didn't you say it's not poisoned? Let me take a sip. There shouldn't be any side effects from just one sip, right? It should be fine. After all, one sip didn't double the battle power. Soa immediately took a sip and smiled. See, nothing happened. Why hasn't your battle power increased? Chio-e asked, narrowing his eyes. I've already reached my limit. After all, I'm a low-class warrior. Soa smiled faintly, then pointed to Raditz beside him. Raditz is a high-class warrior. He just drank 8 sips, and his battle power multiplied 8-fold. It reached 5,600 in one go. Isn't it, Latuz? Suya asked with a smile. Ha ha ha. Yes, indeed. Latuz nodded vigorously. Why did you still bother to ask? I pride myself on honesty. I never wished to deceive. Yet now I find myself speaking against my conscience. Negative emotions from Latuz 666. Keep deceiving him, keep lying. I sense this fellow named Chio-e is destined for misfortune. Even Prince Vegeta could not defeat him. Could he be crushed beneath Suya's feet? Upon hearing Latuz's combat power had increased 8-fold, Chio-e's thoughts began to stir. I will give it a try, Chio-e said, thoughtfully nodding. Suya gleefully handed him the bamboo vessel. Chio-e took the bamboo vessel and was about to drink when he suddenly paused, turning to Latuz. Wasn't your combat power 5,600? Why does it now read only 175? Well, I encountered an area dense with monsters and carelessly expended too much energy. Latuz offered a strained smile, his answer tinged with guilt. Chio-e pondered carefully. Yes, exactly as he had suspected. Perhaps the young man had boosted his combat power 8-fold, all at once grown boastful, and failed to control his energy output. No longer hesitating, Chio-e took a small sip of the combat divine water. He silently sensed within himself, only to find no change in his energy whatsoever, and could not help but furrow his brow. What is going on? Chio-e squinted at Suya. One sip doubles your combat power. Yours is 17,000. What is double 17,000? Suya retorted. Double 17,000 is 34,000. Chio-e answered without hesitation. Then what is twice 17,000? Suya asked again. Chio-e. Negative emotions from Chio-e 777. What he said actually sounded quite reasonable. Does one sip not double it? Then let me try another. Yet something still felt off. So Chio-e took another sip. This time he clearly felt his inner energy surge wildly. Astonishment filled his heart. Could this actually be true? This combat divine water could genuinely double his combat power. Chio-e immediately pressed the detector button to check his combat power value. Combat power, 34,000. Chio-e was overjoyed, ecstatic beyond measure. See, I told you I would not deceive you. Suya chuckled. Drink again. With no hesitation remaining, Chio-e drained the cup in one gulp, then immediately checked his combat power once more. Bang! Upon checking, his detector exploded on the spot, startling him greatly. But soon his mouth stretched ear to ear. The detector had maxed out. This meant his combat power had doubled again. It was simply exhilarating. Though he did not know his exact combat power, he could feel the intensity of energy within his body. It was certainly above 40,000. In other words, it had tripled. Converted to true combat power, the value should be 41,000. Pour again. Chio-e thrust the cup toward Suya. Suya poured another serving of combat divine water for Chio-e. Just as Chio-e was about to tilt his head and swallow it in one gulp, Suya stopped him. Sip slowly. This is calculated by the number of sips, not the volume, Suya said, his heart aching. At this rate, it would be finished in 1,000 sips at most. Chio-e shot Suya a glare, annoyed at his needless commentary, but complied and took a small sip. His combat power doubled once more. Drink on. Chio-e drank sip by sip a full 10 times. The surging energy within him was simply heaven-defying. What on earth? How could such a wonderful thing exist? His combat power had reached at least 170,000. Yes, 10 sips meant 10 times the original combat power. So his current combat power was 170,000. Flawless. Latuz beside him stood dumbfounded. This monster. My combat power only quadrupled, yet this toad can multiply it tenfold. Simply overwhelming. It is maddening to compare oneself to others. But, after 1 hour, won't your combat power drop to merely 1,700? Waka kaka. Latuz secretly rejoiced, pinching his thigh hard to suppress his laughter. This Suya fellow was too cunning. Are you going to scam him down to 1,700 combat power? When that time came, not only would Suya and Prince Vegeta be unable to help, but even Nappa could crush this fellow with ease. Again, Chio-e drained the last remaining combat divine water from the bamboo vessel, anticipating another surge of energy. But this time no miracle occurred. After multiplying tenfold, Chio-e's combat power had reached its absolute limit. Has it already hit the limit? A faint dissatisfaction stirred within him. That is excellent. Suya quickly gave a thumbs up. This is a tenfold increase in combat power, just like our scions transforming into giant apes. Let me try one more sip. Chio-E remained unwilling to give up. Suya poured 2 more sips. Chio-E shot him a rolling eye glance. Look at how miserly you are. Only giving me this trivial amount. But wait and see. Once I leave this planet, I shall take this entire barrel of combat divine water with me. I will present it to Lord Frisia, and Lord Frisia will surely reward me handsomely. Wait a moment. Why should we offer this to Lord Frisia? My combat power has already reached 170,000. Should I not be able to defeat Lord Frisia? Why must I call him Lord Frisia? From now on I will simply call him Frisia. This universe shall be ruled by me, Chio-E. I am the most powerful being in this universe. At that moment Chio-E's ambitions awakened. In the past he would never have entertained thoughts of rebellion against Frisia. But now everything had changed. As his combat power surged wildly, Chio-E transformed, like a pauper suddenly enriched, and the cunning mask of a petty schemer revealed itself. With a trembling heart, he drank another sip of combat divine water. Yet once again no miracle occurred. Chio-E's combat power ultimately locked at its base tenfold multiplier. Still he was deeply satisfied. 170000 in combat power. Was this not a heaven-defying existence? What Chio-E failed to realize was how terrifying Frisia's true combat power truly was. But Suya knew. Frisia's first form possessed a combat power of only 530,000, yet his final form could reach 120 million. Still unwilling to yield, Chio-E drank the final remaining combat divine water until the vessel was empty. Still no response. Chio-E crushed the bamboo vessel in his hand and turned a mocking smile towards Suya, pondering how best to handle him. Should he kill him here to silence him forever? In that case, this entire barrel of combat divine water would be his. Then he could rebel against Frisia. Suya, however, remained completely unflinching. After all, Suya still possessed his ultimate trump card, rebirth. As for why Soya made Chio-E drink the combat divine water, he was gambling that the other party would not kill him. If he truly intended to eliminate me, there would be no need for so much needless chatter. One energy blast from the air would have sufficed. Yet this fellow actually descended and dragged on with trivial nonsense. After much deliberation, Soya concluded that triggering the side effects of the combat divine water was the best method to dispose of him. It is far better this way than if I consumed it myself. I have no idea how long the side effects might last. What if they are permanent? That would be nothing short of a tragedy. Soya had long since decided that it was best not to drink such substances until the test subject results were in. Soya, not bad. This combat divine water is a fine thing. Chio-E cast another glance at the vial in Soya's hand, his eyes gleaming with greed. What do you mean? Chio-E paused slightly. It's a gift for you. Soya laughed heartily. Oh, are you certain? Chio-E suddenly felt that this kid was quite perceptive. If this lad became my follower, it would actually be a rather good choice. With my low-grade warrior aptitude, I fear I will have to bid farewell to such divine water in the future. It would be better to give it to one who can truly appreciate it. Soya chuckled with exaggerated bravado. You have good sense. Chio-E nodded in satisfaction, taking the large vessel with a casual motion. Excellent. From this day forward you shall serve as my subordinate. As long as you perform well enough, I will grant you free reign on any planet across this universe. I am most grateful. Soya grinned broadly and pointed at the large container of combat divine water in Chio-E's hands, proposing, let me carry this for you. Surely our leader should not be burdened with such things personally. Call upon me whenever you need, and I will present it immediately. Chio-E gave Soya a profound look, feeling that this young man was indeed a very qualified follower. He was right. How would it look if I carried it myself? Would it not be better to have him personally serve me when needed? Besides, I find that drinking it further no longer has any effect. From now on, this substance can only be used to reward subordinates. You take it then. Chio-E agreed readily, yet could not resist asking, can it truly not be increased further? If your physical conditioning improves, the effect should increase as well. Soya pondered, then immediately wore an obsequious expression. Tell me, are you hungry? I will prepare something delicious to replenish your strength. Let us rest for an hour, then try again. By the way, my combat power increased slightly after resting for an hour, then drinking 4 sips. The increase was not substantial. Not as high a multiple as before, but it at least doubled. So you mean the second dose yields only half the doubling effect? Chio-E understood. Yes. Soya nodded vigorously. Raditz struggled to contain his laughter beside him. Another hour before drinking again. He feared that by then his combat power would have plummeted to 1700. What a pitiful frog. Then it is cheerfully decided. Chio-E nodded with delight and ordered Soya to prepare the food. Soya chuckled softly. Fortunately, there was a recently slain boar-type beast nearby, and he began the cleanup. I will help you. Soya. Radwitz hurriedly spoke up, then followed to assist. The two of them busied themselves for quite some time, each one more delightedly mischievous than the other. Soya and Raditz both understood each other perfectly. Their guiding principle was simple: delay as long as possible. Chiyo-Yi's emotions surged with excitement and did not trouble Soya or Raditz. With his combat power skyrocketing, Chiyo-Yi's heart grew wild. Now he was already fantasizing about what he would do once he became emperor of the universe. In a certain mountainous area, Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his face paling in waves as he sat heavily on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Just moments ago, when Chiyo-Yi's combat power had doubled, Vegeta's scouter had immediately issued a warning. Vegeta clearly saw Chiyo-Yi's combat power leap from 17000 to 34000 in an instant. What kind of joke is this? Vegeta's speech became stuttered. How is this possible? Why did his combat power increase so dramatically? Bang! Before Vegeta could recover from his shock, his scouter exploded on the spot. Vegeta was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. The scouter had blown apart. This model could only withstand a maximum combat level of 2000. What on earth was going on with that guy Chiyo-Yi? Had his combat power already exceeded 2000? What was happening over there? Based on the recent fluctuation in Chiyo-Yi's combat power, he must have gone to Soya's location. There was another person near Soya with a combat level of 175. Was that Raditz? Vegeta decided to go and investigate. What exactly was happening? Since my scouter had exploded, Chiyo-Yi should have blown as well. Therefore he would not merely know that I was secretly approaching. Vegeta steeled his resolve and quietly moved toward where Soya and the others were located. Meanwhile, on another stretch of vast grassland, Nappa also observed the changes in Chiyo-Yi's combat power through his scouter at the same time. Unable to withstand the massive energy surge, the device exploded on the spot. Over there. What on earth is happening over there? Nappa was stunned, turning his head to look toward the location of Soya and the others from afar. Though he could see nothing, the shock in his eyes was unmistakable. Nappa's heart wavered with uncertainty. Without the scouter, he had completely lost contact with his comrades. Should I go wait at the spaceship, or should I go check it out? Too dangerous. I will not go. I will wait at the spaceship. Nappa made up his mind and sped toward the spaceship. A wild boar beast was quickly cleaned by Soya and Raditz. Simply processing the boar, removing the entrails, and skinning it would take at least half an hour. During this period, both Soya and Raditz removed their scouter devices. After all, Chiyo-Yi's combat power was now capable of overflowing the meter. Wearing one carelessly and accidentally detecting his true power would destroy the device. You go add some seasoning to this meat and marinate it. Soya exchanged a look with Raditz. What do you mean? Raditz did not quite understand. Soya leaned close to Raditz's ear and whispered something quietly. Raditz's lip twitched. Can you not be so ruthless about this? But I rather enjoy it. Raditz stealthily glanced at Chiyo-Yi and discovered that the fellow was still spacing out over there. By the way, what is he doing over there? Raditz asked curiously. Your combat power just spiked so dramatically. You're probably imagining all the ways to show off, just like me. Soya smiled. Raditz. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. Never mind, I'll go. Keep an eye out, and don't let him notice. Raditz whispered. Go ahead with confidence. Soya nodded. Raditz grabbed a pig leg and jogged to a dense thicket where he relieved himself onto the meat. Humming a tune, he returned with a satisfied smirk. Soya silently gave Raditz a thumbs up. Chiyo-Yi had not noticed their little antics. It was mainly because Chiyo-Yi held little interest in the two of them. What fun could there be in watching them deal with monsters? Chiyo-Yi's mind was already filled with countless plans, considering how to implement them. Before dealing with Frieza, should he eliminate the Jinyu Force first? Or crush the Jinyu Force into submission and put them to work for him? After much deliberation, Chiyo-Yi felt this was a good idea. If he could recruit the Jinyu Force, his chances against Frieza would undoubtedly increase. With his current combat power, dealing with Jinyu and the rest would be a breeze. Just as Chiyo-Yi was delighting in his thoughts, the aroma of roasting meat drifted over from nearby. Chiyo-Yi sniffed the air and glanced towards Soa. This scion named Soa was quite decent. I'll make him my personal subordinate from now on. Those who perform well will be rewarded with Battle God water to boost their combat power. We'll use smaller cups, no more than 3 sips per person. Granting them a 3-fold increase in combat power was already an act of mercy. Caught by the meat aroma, Chiyo-Yi felt a sudden hunger and could not stop swallowing. Lord Chiyo-Yi, please wait a moment. The roast will be ready soon. Raditz grinned from afar. Chiyo-Yi gave a silent nod. This scion named Raditz also showed good judgment. I'll keep him too and put him to work for me. But that scion Prince Vegeta. I find him deeply irritating. Before leaving this planet, I must eliminate him. Soon a roasted pig leg was ready, cooked by Soa and Raditz. Soa kicked Raditz, signaling him to deliver the meat to Chiyo-Yi. Raditz. Negative emotional energy from Raditz, 999. You want me to deliver the leg soaked in urine? If he tastes it, I'll be beaten to death. How much longer? Raditz asked quietly. 6 more minutes. Soa pondered. I've already been waiting almost 5 hours. Why hasn't it recovered yet? Raditz's eyes filled with tears. Will I never recover again? Didn't I tell you to wait a full day? What's the rush? We're nowhere near done. Soa chuckled. Raditz wanted to cry. Negative emotional energy from Raditz 999. Soa secretly rejoiced. The negative emotional energy just provided by Raditz combined with previous accumulations had finally reached 1 million points. Excellent. No one should be wearing a scouter now, right? Time to draw. Soa acted without hesitation. 100 consecutive draws begin. Congratulations. You have obtained combat power 66. Congratulations. You have obtained combat power 55. Congratulations. You have obtained combat power 88. Soa's combat power surged wildly. Congratulations. You have obtained the legendary Super Scion Trial card. Congratulations. You have obtained combat power 11. Soa was momentarily stunned. The legendary Super Scion Trial card. What exactly was this thing? Immediately after Soa noticed a card glowing green appearing on the system's shelf. Soa let his combat power continue rising and locked his gaze onto the legendary Super Scion Trial card. Legendary Super Scion Trial card experienced the transformation into a legendary Super Scion for 1 hour. Upon transformation, combat power increases by 3000 times. Apply the card to your forehead to activate. Soa carefully read the card description once more. No parentheses afterward. Does this thing have no side effects? A 3000-fold increase in combat power. What was his current combat power again? Congratulations. You have obtained combat power 22. The draws continued. Congratulations. You have obtained the legendary Super Scion Trial card. Soa froze again. Another legendary Super Scion Trial card. System, are you trying to make me a legendary Super Scion? The 100 draws concluded swiftly. In the end, Soa had obtained 3 legendary Super Scion Trial cards in total. He checked his combat power again. Although the scouter was gone, the system still displayed Soa's combat power. Combat power 10000. This round of draws granted Soa a total of 6600 combat power. Added to his previous 3400, Soa's combat power had now reached exactly 10000. It felt absolutely exhilarating. However, Soa genuinely felt this was still far from enough. He wanted even more intense negative emotional energy. After serious consideration, Soa decided he should head to a crowded place to farm negative emotional energy. Earth seemed like a promising choice. With so many people there, it would be far more convenient. Especially during the martial arts tournament. The moment all the audience's attention focused on him. One solar flare and he would harvest an enormous amount of negative emotional energy. And if broadcast live viewers at home would also feel irritated by the blinding light. Once matters here were settled, he would pay a visit to Earth. At that moment, Soa savored the realization that the more people around, the more satisfying the negative emotional energy farm. On planet Vegeta and Namek, with so few people, it took tremendous effort to accumulate substantial negative emotional energy. Yet here on this planet of 10,000 beasts, after only a morning, Soa had already reaped abundantly. Soa secretly rejoiced. Now that he possessed the legendary Super Scion Trial card, Chio no longer intimidated him. If he experienced it, his combat power would surge to 30 million. Crushing this toad would be as easy as playing. Not to mention him. Even Raditz, upon using the legendary Super Scion Trial card, would reach a combat power of 500. However, such cards were far too rare. Only 3 appeared from 100 draws. Soa certainly would not waste them recklessly. He would keep them for the right moment. Since there was a legendary Super Scion Trial card, would there also be a Super Scion God Trial card? And if so, would there be an Ultra Instinct Trial card? Soa's mind raced with countless thoughts. Soa's combat power had risen dramatically, but Raditz and Chio were none the wiser. Without a scouter, neither Raditz nor Chio could sense Soa's changes. By then, Raditz had already presented the pork leg to Chio with both hands. Chio was quite pleased with Raditz's respectful demeanor. Lord Frisia had once remarked that Scions were an obstinate and unyielding race, inherently arrogant. Looking at it now, Scions were nothing special. When it came to bowing down, they submitted faster than anyone else. Chio immediately took a bite of the pork leg and began to savor it. Raditz was extremely nervous, watching with a guilty conscience as Chio ate the pork leg. There was my urine on it. You can't possibly taste it. You can't possibly taste it. The taste is rather strange. Chio smacked his lips, pondering silently and savoring carefully. Oh, is that so? Raditz's heart skipped a beat. A bit salty. Chio mused. Raditz. Of course it's salty. There was urine on it. I've marinated it thoroughly. This? Raditz didn't know how to answer. But it's quite delicious. Chio nodded in satisfaction. Raditz had tossed all his prepared retorts aside. How was he supposed to respond to that? You're Raditz, aren't you? Chio regarded Raditz with a smile. Raditz nodded vigorously. Good, you're perceptive enough. Follow me from now on. Chio was very pleased with Raditz's attitude. Yes, Lord Chio. Raditz agreed. You haven't eaten yet. Here, have a piece. Chio tore off a piece of meat and handed it to Raditz. Raditz. Negative emotional energy from Raditz 888. Soya, you miserable fool. You made me use urine to marinate meat for this guy. And now he wants me to eat this meat. Do I have to drink my own urine? Raditz' expression showed struggle and hesitation. If he refused, he'd certainly be suspected. Raditz hurriedly and tremblingly took the meat and put it into his mouth with tears in his eyes. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Chiyo-e was taken aback. Nothing. No one has ever been this kind to me. In our family, the meat goes to my younger brother. I eat last. Raditz was weeping freely. Poor child. Chiyo-e sighed, somewhat puzzled. But aren't you a high-class warrior? Your ration should be considerable, correct? It was considerable, but my parents took it all away. Raditz spoke utter nonsense. Soya was laughing uncontrollably nearby. This Raditz truly was a character. What a monumental lie. Simply unbelievable. Ugh. Raditz took 2 bites and simply could not swallow. The urine stench was overwhelming. He held for far too long. All spilled onto this piece of meat. And now he wanted him to eat it. Raditz vomited outright. What's wrong with you? Chiyo-e furrowed his brow. Raditz was at a loss. How to cover this lie? Nothing. Soya approached with a clean piece of meat, savoring it deliciously. Soya, freshly grilled meat should be offered to me first. Chiyo-e frowned and unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Oh, that's not the point. Soya chuckled. The point is, do you know why Raditz vomited? Why? Chiyo-e was startled. Not far away. Vegeta hid behind a patch of bushes watching Soya and Raditz roast meat, his teeth gnashed in hatred. Especially seeing Raditz respectfully present that enormous pork leg to Chiyo-e, Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, with fury, wanting nothing more than to annihilate those 2 traitors on the spot. Those 2 bastards. Do you still consider yourselves scions? We scions are a race with spine. Just you wait. I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Vegeta's teeth ground audibly. Then Vegeta saw Soya take a piece of meat and walk to Chiyo-e's side, devouring it greedily with grease running down his chin. Vegeta grew even angrier. You're feasting here, while I suffer beatings over there. I'm still starving. Negative emotional energy from Vegeta 999. Seeing this message from the system, Soya was momentarily stunned. Why was Vegeta feeding him negative emotional energy? Why did this fellow generate so much resentment? Never mind him for now. Besides, Vegeta's combat power had already plummeted to 3000. At present, he posed absolutely no threat to him. Do you know why Raditz vomited after eating the meat? Soya asked with a smile. Raditz immediately winked at Soya, his eyes clearly asking, has the time come? Soya grinned broadly. Raditz no longer hesitated in the slightest, immediately spitting out every morsel of meat. Ha ha, Chiyo-e, you've been duped. Raditz laughed uproariously. Chiyo-e. Chiyo-e was somewhat bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Was this fellow's mind deranged? Vegeta also displayed a face full of confusion. What was wrong with Raditz? What is it? What exactly do you intend to say? Chiyo-e frowned, his gaze turning icy as he fixed his eyes on Raditz. Ha ha, there was my urine in the meat you ate. Now you understand why it tasted so salty, don't you? Raditz was extraordinarily smug, though he quickly retreated behind Soya, wagging a finger as he spoke boastfully. That was urine I'd held for several hours, very yellow indeed. Don't you find the flavor rather distinctive? Chiyo-e had been heartily enjoying his grilled meat, finding each bite more exquisite than the last. However, upon hearing Raditz's words, Chiyo-e's face instantly darkened. Could Chiyo-e possibly continue eating? He immediately crushed the pork leg in his hand, spat out the meat he had consumed, and retched violently. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Raditz laughed maniacally. Vegeta was utterly stunned from afar. So Soya and Raditz had been fawning over Chiyo-e to make him eat meat laced with urine. Truly scions. With backbone. Vegeta's resentment completely vanished. But doing this, you'll be killed by him. Those 2 fools. I cannot even save you. Save yourselves. You're provoking that toad beyond redemption. You dare to mock me. Chiyo-e's eyes bulged with fury, his face cold as he wiped the remnants from his lips, his entire body trembling with rage. Boom. An immense energy erupted from Chiyo-e's body, an overwhelming aura surging wildly, causing the entire planet to shake violently. At that very moment, due to Chiyo-e's excessively massive combat power, a small impact crater was formed on the ground. Raditz's face turned deathly pale, nearly urinating himself from fright. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his expression growing extremely grim. What exactly was this toad's combat power? Why was it so terrifying? Hey, hasn't the time come yet? Raditz was panicking internally. I miscalculated. Soya scratched his head. Raditz. Negative emotional energy from Raditz 666. You miserable fool. How could you miscalculate something like this? You're leading us straight to our deaths. We're going to die horribly. That's a misunderstanding, Lord Chiyo-e. I was just joking. Latizu panicked genuinely and hastily waved his hands, making excuses. I just felt the atmosphere was a bit tense, so I made a joke to lighten the mood. Ha ha ha, I hope you don't mind. My combat power is only 175. This guy's combat power has increased tenfold to 17000. I'd be easily killed. Latiza, don't talk nonsense. Soya scolded over his shoulder. Who said this was a joke? It's completely serious. Latizu. Negative emotion value from Latizu, 888. Has it been time yet? Latizu asked hopefully. Just a few seconds left, Soya pondered. Latizu wanted to die of frustration. Can't you wait until he's weakened before talking? We can't withstand an attack from 17000 combat power. Chio-E is that pork leg with urine delicious. Soya grinned mischievously. Vegeta nearby was utterly stunned. You two are too brave. Facing such a powerful opponent, you dare to tease him. Very good, you two have thoroughly angered me. Chio-Yi's entire body trembled violently, with rage, his aura surging. I was thinking of taking you two as my subordinates. Now, I'll make you two die rhythmically. Negative emotion value from Chio-E 999. Chio-E was truly furious. No wonder Lord Frieza wants to eliminate all Scions. These Scions are indeed difficult to conquer. I foolishly thought they would genuinely follow me. After all this trouble, it was just to make me eat a pork leg with urine. Why hasn't it been time yet? Latizu was completely panicked. How is this guy's aura not decreasing? Don't worry, Soya smiled awkwardly. Can you not be so unreliable? Latizu wanted to cry. All the harsh words were already spoken, but why isn't Chio-Yi's combat power decreasing? With you like this, how are we supposed to play? Prepare to die. Chio-Yi stepped towards Soya. Latizu hid tightly behind Soya, his face pale with fear. Soya showed no panic at all, standing calmly and pointing at his nose with his index finger, mocking arrogantly. Come on, I'll just stand here and let you hit me. With you as a mere toad, do you think you can defeat us Scions? Chio-Yi was truly bewildered. Is this guy's brain broken? Your courage is commendable. Boy, haven't you mistaken something. Chio-Yi's face turned cold, drawing closer to Soya, speaking in a frigid tone. Don't you know? My combat power has reached 17000. How could your combat power possibly be a match for mine? Vegeta was stunned, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Combat power 17000. Must be a joke. When did this toad raise his combat power to 17000? He really knows how to brag. I can. Soya crossed his arms and nodded slightly. Is that so? Confidence is good, but too much confidence becomes arrogance. By the way, let me tell you something. Your Prince Vegeta has been beaten by me so badly, he can't tell east from west. Chio-E sneered. You dare to tease me? I'll make you two die rhythmically. Latizu was already terrified. Why are you still acting so confident? The problem is this guy's aura isn't decreasing at all. Has it been time or not? At this moment, Latizu felt time was passing so slowly. Die. Chio-E sneered and threw a punch towards Soya's chest. However, at that moment, Chio-Yi's entire body trembled violently. The enormous energy radiating from him instantly dissipated, his whole body went soft, and he collapsed to the ground. Latizu's eyes sparkled with excitement, rubbing his hands continuously. Finally, it's time. Soya's courage is truly admirable. Did you specifically calculate the timing to become weak at the moment he strikes? Latizu quickly sprinted forward, picked up the detector from the ground, and rapidly placed it over his eyes. Then Latizu pressed the button on the detector. Waka waka waka. Latizu burst out laughing immediately. How much? Soya turned his head to ask. Latizu first removed the detector and tossed it aside, then happily declared, Soya, your guess was correct. His combat power has dropped to only 1700. The reason Latizu removed the detector was because Soya had told him, while roasting meat, that Frieza might be monitoring what was happening here. In the future, try not to wear the detector when speaking. What? What did you say? Chio-Yi's eyes widened, his face changing repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. Soya chuckled happily. Bang! Soya showed no mercy and delivered a powerful kick directly at Chio-Yi. Chio-Yi, with only 1700 combat power remaining, stood no chance against Soya and could offer zero resistance. Whoosh! Chio-Yi was kicked high into the sky by Soya, soaring above the clouds into a tiny black dot. Vegeta was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. I'm not seeing this wrong, am I? That guy Chio-Yi actually got kicked away by Soya with one strike. Wasn't his combat power 1700? Could Soya's combat power be even higher than 1700? No. Vegeta quickly regained his senses. Just now Latizu said Chio-Yi's combat power had dropped to only 1700. What on earth was happening? Why did it drop from 17000 to 1700? Vegeta was truly baffled. The next moment, no longer hesitating in the slightest, Vegeta stepped out from his hiding place. Ah, Prince Vegeta. Latizu quickly greeted enthusiastically. What on earth is going on? Vegeta asked, his face filled with suspicion. Prince Vegeta, when did you arrive? Latizu asked. I've been watching here for a long time, Vegeta grunted. Well, it's like this. Ha. Latizu didn't hold back anything, recounting everything about the combat divine water to Vegeta in full detail. After hearing this, Vegeta was somewhat dazed. Combat divine water. It can significantly increase combat power multiplier, but only usable for 1 hour. After 1 hour, side effects will appear. The side effect is that whatever multiplier it increased by, it will decrease by the same amount. So Qiu Yi's combat power increased tenfold to 17000, and after dropping tenfold became 1700. Whoosh! At that moment Qiu Yi was already plummeting rapidly from the sky. Bang! Soya stepped forward and kicked Qiu Yi once more with tremendous force, sending him tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Negative emotion value from Qiu Yi 1000. Negative emotion value from Qiu Yi 1000. Qiu Yi's negative emotion value kept updating. At this moment Qiu Yi couldn't have been more certain. He had been thoroughly played by Soya. That so-called combat divine water was problematic. It only temporarily boosted combat power. But afterward the combat power would plummet dramatically. Apparently it decreased by the same multiple it had increased. Qiu Yi felt his mind was remarkably clear now. Why had he lost his head before? He felt as though his entire body had been pulled apart, racked with excruciating pain. That negative emotion value flowed in like it was worthless, relentlessly ticking upward. Suaya was practically giddy with delight. In just a short while Qiu Yi had already gifted him 1000 negative emotion points. If this were converted to combat power it would amount to several hundred. Qiu Yi, you truly are a blessing. As His Highness Vegeta can plainly see, Lai Zhou said with a smirk, Soya and I went through great lengths to prepare this roast pork as a means of buying time, waiting for the opportune moment when his strength wanes before dealing with him properly. Lai Zhou chuckled darkly. Vegeta fell silent, his gaze fixed upon Soya, and in that moment he began to sense that this man named Soya possessed a decidedly treacherous nature. You dangled the promise of 1700 combat power before Qiu Yi only to watch it wither to 1700 within a single hour. The sheer tragedy of this man's circumstances was almost incomprehensible. What duration will this paltry 1700 combat power sustain? Vegeta pressed. Has it remained at this level consistently? Lai Zhou offered no response, merely sniffing back tears. Your Highness Vegeta, are you unaware that my combat power has deteriorated to 170? Lai Zhou groaned, clutching his head in despair. Nearly 6 hours have elapsed, yet there's been no recovery whatsoever. You consumed it as well. Vegeta stared in disbelief. Indeed. I drank it too, Lai Zhou affirmed with a nod. Negative emotion value from Lai Zhou 666. I suspect I fell victim to Suaya's deception as well. Who could resist the promise of a divine elixir that amplifies combat power? Suaya, have you consumed it? Vegeta inquired of Suya. Suaya nodded hesitantly, clearly uneasy. Why has your combat power not diminished? Vegeta asked, genuinely perplexed. Though Vegeta's scouter was absent the mere fact that he could propel Qiu Yi, whose combat power numbered only 1700, to such an extraordinary altitude with a single kick suggested that Suya's own power still exceeded 300. Perhaps my constitution is distinctly unusual, Suya mused, rendering me immune to the effects of the combat divine water. Lai Zhou, had those been his earlier words? Pour me some. Vegeta commanded through gritted teeth, addressing Suya. Your Highness, exercise caution. Should your combat power fail to recover, the consequences would be dire. Lai Zhou urged urgently. Vegeta hesitated. Indeed, if the combat power enhancement proved irreversible, what purpose would consuming such liquid serve? Yet why should Suaya alone possess such an anomalous constitution? I am the scion of scions, the prodigy among them. Suaya amounts to naught but a low-class warrior. If a base fighter sustains no adverse effects from the combat divine water, how could I of all beings suffer any detriment? After considerable deliberation, Vegeta remained reluctant to partake. Should adverse reactions materialize and his combat power plummet to 150, the implications would be truly catastrophic. Your Highness, partake in sustenance first. With a full stomach your strength shall regenerate, Lai Zhou proposed. Vegeta cast a glance at the roasted pig, scowling persistently. You wish me to consume meat steeped in urine? The remainder bears no such contamination. Only that particular haunch possesses it, Lai Zhou hastily clarified. Vegeta exhaled faintly, then approached to savor the roasted flesh. This swine beast towered at no less than 10 meters in height. A truly massive creature. Suaya and his two companions found the beast more than adequate for their needs. Suaya swiftly seized a portion, savoring each generous mouthful. He then launched skyward with sudden velocity, delivering a formidable kick to the descending Qiu Yi, propelling him once more into the heavens above 10,000 meters. Though Qiu Yi had nearly lost consciousness from the agony during his descent, Suaya's kick jolted him back to awareness through sheer torment. Upon reaching 10,000 meters, Qiu Yi succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yet even in this state his suffering continued to yield negative emotion values for Suaya in ceaseless succession. Within mere minutes Qiu Yi had already accrued nearly 300 negative emotion points, a sum that filled Suaya with boundless elation, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Must it be this overwhelmingly satisfying? This is an absolute engine for generating negative emotions. This creature outpaces even the bat in yielding such rewards. I shall extract 1 million negative emotion points from Qiu Yi today. And so Suaya balanced his meal while delivering devastating kicks to Chiyoyi's fallen form. Vegeta. Negative emotion value from Vegeta 666. Truly unparalleled. One consuming roasted flesh while pummeling a toad. This toad suffers extraordinarily ill fortune. Lijo. Negative emotion value from Lijo 666. One shouldn't revel in such conduct. It's not enjoyable, because I desire to partake as well. Upon Chiyo-e bestowing 5 negative emotion points upon Suo-e, Vegeta's patience finally shattered. Whoosh! Vegeta extended his finger toward Chiyo-e from a distance. Boom! His form disintegrated into a crimson mist, perishing instantly. Suaya. His brow furrowed in frustration. Where could one locate such an effective source of negative emotion points now? That upstart Vegeta had meddled improperly. That suffices. My rage has long since dissipated, Vegeta grunted. There's no need to sustain such indignation on my behalf. Suaya felt utterly speechless. What entitled him to assume I harbored grievances for another's sake? Did he imagine acquiring such a valuable asset came easily? I possessed no desire to end Chiyoyi's life. I calculated he could yield 1 million negative emotion points before his demise. Instead he perished thus. Produce that combat divine water for my inspection, Vegeta commanded Suaya. Suaya hesitated not. He extracted a substantial barrel from his system storage and inquired with a smile, shall you consume it? Or perhaps test it? Vegeta. Negative emotion value from Vegeta 111. I requested examination only, not consumption, should his power prove irrecoverable. Vegeta spoke, not instead scrutinizing the vessel's contents. The barrel's liquid bore little distinction from ordinary water. What manner of flavor does it possess? Vegeta queried. Identical to pure water, colorless and tasteless, Lijo responded promptly. Understood, Vegeta acknowledged with a nod, though courage eluded him to partake. He would observe Lijo's condition first, then determine the timeline for recovery. Suaya, do you believe Lijo's combat power will recover? Vegeta inquired again of Suaya. We shall wait 1 day and observe. Suaya responded. Will recovery occur within a day? Vegeta paused. No. Should it fail to return by that measure, it shall never restore itself. Suaya affirmed. Vegeta. Negative emotion value from Vegeta 666. Negative emotion value from Lijo 777. Raditz wanted to cry. The combat power I had worked so hard to cultivate. I had actually reached 700, and now it was down to only 175. Just thinking about it felt tragic. Hey, Suaya, I suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Raditz's eyes lit up, and he said with growing excitement. What idea? Suaya paused. Tell me what would happen if I drank 4 more mouthfuls of battle divine water. Raditz was extremely excited, his anticipation growing. Would my combat power be restored? We could try it, Suaya said after thoughtful consideration. Raditz was such a good guy. This test subject would be a waste to pass up. Suaya, of course, was not stingy. He found a hollowed-out stone and poured just a small amount of battle divine water for Raditz. More than enough for 4 mouthfuls. But Suaya figured. The chances of Raditz recovering his combat power were slim. Still, since he wanted to be a guinea pig, Suaya would oblige him. Raditz quickly took a sip, even smacking his lips to savor the taste. The flavor tastes a bit strange. Raditz scratched his head, slightly puzzled. I remember this water had no taste before. Don't worry about the details, just drink it. Suaya urged. Raditz didn't overthink it, and took another sip. Then Raditz silently sensed his own energy. Nothing seemed to have happened. Raditz hesitated no longer, and continued drinking 3 more mouthfuls in succession. He had consumed 5 mouthfuls of battle divine water in total. As a result, Raditz's combat power did not recover, nor did it change in the slightest. In the nearby jungle, a canine beast stared blankly at Raditz. These people were terrifying. Not only had they beaten the creatures of this planet into submission, but they had even taken my night flask and drunk it like wine. You aren't even human. The canine beast grew ever more convinced of how terrifying these humans were, and quietly slunk away. It seems it still won't work. Raditz shook his head in disappointment. I'm actually wondering about something. Normally your combat power recovers in a day, but after drinking all of that, could it be permanently gone? Suaya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Raditz's eyes widened, his expression shifting through countless changes. Negative emotion value from Raditz 999. Wait, are you actually serious? Raditz was on the verge of wanting to die. I'm just speculating, you don't need to take it to heart. Suaya chuckled. Perhaps Suaya is right. Vegeta suddenly chimed in with a casual remark. Why didn't any of you say something sooner? Raditz felt like crying. I just remembered it now, Suaya replied. Raditz sniffled and burst into tears. This wasn't fair. Were they out to scam one person relentlessly? Soon after, a large wild boar was devoured clean by Suaya and the others. After finishing the wild boar, Vegeta's physical strength had fully recovered, and his wounds were healing nicely. Scions possessed remarkably robust physiques. Although Vegeta had been gravely injured earlier, his self-healing ability was still formidable. Especially after eating, wounds could heal even faster. Prince Vegeta, this planet is more or less under our control. Should we head back to planet Vegeta now? Raditz asked. Let's clear this planet first. Vegeta pondered for a moment before stating his thoughts. Understood. Raditz nodded. Hand me your detector. Vegeta ordered Raditz. However, Raditz dared not disobey. He picked up the detector from the ground and handed it over with both hands. Vegeta took the detector and was about to put it on. By the way, Prince Vegeta Soya mentioned earlier that Frieza might be monitoring us, so perhaps we shouldn't speak while wearing the detector. Raditz hesitated before finally reminding Vegeta. If I already knew that. Vegeta snorted, shot Raditz a glare, and still placed the detector over his eye, pressing a button as he mused. There are still quite a few powerful beasts on this planet. Let's go clean them up. But we only have 2 detectors left. It'll be hard to locate them. Raditz pouted and replied, besides, my combat power is so low now. I'd be instantly annihilated. You'll stay with Soya, and I'll team up with Nappa. Vegeta laid out the plan. Say, where's Nappa? Raditz paused. He's not dead, is he? He's at the spaceship. Vegeta had already located Nappa's position through the detector. Did everyone else like King Kakia die too? Raditz asked again. Vegeta fell silent, but the meaning in his eyes was already clear. What a pity. I guess the game of eat, sleep, and hit Daodu can't be played anymore. Raditz secretly rejoiced. Finally, he wouldn't have to be doubted getting hit anymore. Soon Vegeta suddenly noticed with surprise that a terrifying combat power value was nearby. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. Combat power 10000. Vegeta whispered. What? Who? Raditz was momentarily stunned. Does this planet still have a beast with a combat power of 10000? It's not a beast. It's... Vegeta's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Soya. Judging by the value displayed on the detector, Soya's combat power had actually reached the height of 1000. How had he achieved this? It's... Raditz also suddenly realized something, opened his mouth and pointed at Soya. Vegeta yanked the detector off his eye, pressed the power off button, and then scrutinized Soya from top to bottom. What's going on with your combat power? Vegeta asked curiously. Of course I drank the battle divine water to boost it. Soya chuckled. How many times did your combat power increase? Raditz asked in astonishment. My physique is rather special. After drinking it, it doesn't seem to increase by multiples, but randomly. Soya grinned. Raditz forced a bitter smile. Why did his combat power stay boosted while mine is down to 175? That's unfair. Vegeta fell silent. Was Soya's combat power really increased by the battle divine water? I have a feeling. This guy's combat power might catch up to mine. No way. He's just a low-class warrior. How could his combat power ever surpass mine? Besides, I'm only 5 years old. He's already 16. In terms of age, I hold a huge advantage. But none of that is the point. I'm pondering something very important. Soya stroked his chin deep in thought. What's so important? Raditz asked anxiously. Hey, what if we gave the combat divine water to Frieza to drink? What would happen? Sora suddenly had a wild idea, grinning from ear to ear. Raditz. Vegeta. The two fell instantly speechless. You dare to scam just about anyone. You finished scotching that toad, and now you're planning to scam Frieza. Obviously that guy Frieza has no good intentions, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Shoei over. Vegeta sneered coldly, then clenched his fists tightly, trembling with rage. That Frieza sent Shoei over to humiliate us. So should we go prank Frieza? Sora chuckled. Given Frieza's physique, how many swallows could he handle? Raditz looked up at the sky and silently speculated. Let me calculate. Sora began computing and muttered softly. If Frieza could drink 100 swallows, how much would his combat power drop? Frieza's true combat power was 120 million. After drinking 100 swallows, the side effects 1 hour later would still leave him with 2 million combat power. Drink 10 swallows and the side effect would be 12 million combat power. Even if he could only drink 10 swallows and be reduced to 12 million combat power, I could activate the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. My combat power would reach 30 million. Wouldn't this allow me to effortlessly dominate Frieza? Or, depending on Vegeta's performance, give Vegeta a chance to defeat Frieza? Seems feasible. 100 swallows. Are you kidding me? Raditz was genuinely at a loss for words. If he really drank that much, Frieza's combat power should drop to 0, right? Sora glanced at Raditz, but said nothing. But then again, Prince Vegeta, what do you think Frieza's combat power is? Raditz asked Vegeta. How much could it possibly be? At most 20000. Vegeta huffed. With 20000 combat power, reducing it tenfold would leave only 2000. Raditz shook his head. Unless Prince Vegeta transforms into an Oozaru, you still can't beat him. Vegeta's face darkened, and he fell silent, feeling a sting of embarrassment. Even with my current combat power reducing 2000 tenfold, I still can't beat him. How humiliating. Never mind that for now. Nappa's scouter is probably gone. Let's head to the spaceship. After finishing speaking, Vegeta immediately took to the sky, soaring upward. Sora and Raditz followed behind. Not long after, the three landed near Nappa and the spaceship. Prince Vegeta, Raditz, Sora. Great, you're all alive. Nappa's eyes flickered, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. Where's Kaneki? Raditz asked. That poor worthless guy got ambushed by a monster with barely 600 combat power. One claw pierced straight through his chest. Nappa shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. I saw he was suffering, so I put him out of his misery myself. Raditz pursed his lips and said nothing. Sora was not particularly surprised. This was the nature of Psiots. At times of necessity, they would ruthlessly kill their own comrades without hesitation. However, after seeing Raditz's expression, Sora felt a small sense of sympathy. This kid truly was the son of Bardock and Jin, the older brother of Son Goku. Raditz was only 5 years old this year. At this age, running around with Vegeta and Nappa since childhood naturally bred into him the brutal habits of a scion. But looking at it now, if properly guided, he might be redeemable in the future. Though whether he could actually be redeemed was not important to Sora. All Sora could see now were negative emotion values. Once a person died, they could no longer provide negative emotion values. Then who would provide combat power for me? This kid Raditz still occasionally fed Sora negative emotion values. It was probably because his combat power had dropped to only 175, making him feel bitter about it. Upon hearing that Nappa killed Kaneki, Vegeta merely sneered and did not blame Nappa. Prince Vegeta wouldn't blame me, right? We shouldn't need scions who can't fight anymore, right? Nappa gave a dry laugh and asked nervously. That may be true, but now we're short-handed. Vegeta's brows furrowed slightly. He really couldn't move anymore. I needed to use the healing chamber just to barely save him. Nappa was somewhat panicked and hurriedly explained. Cut the nonsense. Vegeta grew impatient. You and I will team up. Let's go clean up the other monsters on this planet. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa breathed a sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally settled. The two immediately took to the sky and flew rapidly into the distance. Prince Vegeta, earlier I saw a member of Frieza's army with a combat power of 1700. Later, for some unknown reason, his combat power suddenly skyrocketed. My scouter exploded because it couldn't handle the reading. Nappa asked curiously, where did that person go? Has he already left this planet? Vegeta did not answer this question, but instead suddenly increased his speed. Hey, wait for me, Prince Vegeta. Nappa hurriedly chased after him. Sora meanwhile led Raditz toward a different area. The vast starry sky, the boundless cosmos. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza sat in his hoverchair floating by the window, silently gazing at the nearby blue planet Vegeta. It is worth noting that in the early theatrical releases, planet Vegeta was red. But in the new Broly theatrical film, planet Vegeta turned blue again. This version follows the Dragon Ball Super Broly iteration. Lord Frieza. Shoei has lost contact. Baraburu bowed and reported behind Frieza. Oh, what happened? Frieza was taken aback and asked without turning his head. As for what specifically happened, we are not very clear. Baraburu sighed bitterly and said with a wry smile, Planet Beast has a rather special magnetic field. The signals we receive are intermittent, and even when spliced together they remain incomplete. Frieza did not take it too seriously and slowly turned his body. Perhaps Chioi's scouter broke, Baraburu speculated. Or possibly he let his guard down and was ambushed and killed by Vegeta, Frieza said with a light smile. Is that so? Baraburu paused slightly. Should we send someone else over? Never mind them. They're just a few little monkeys, Frieza sneered and slowly shook his head. How many scions have returned? Over these past 8 days, almost all of the scions have returned. Baraburu answered. That's good. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his smile growing ever brighter. By the way, Lord Frieza, we received intelligence from planet Manju that there is a way to double one's combat power. Currently, that is the only signal we have picked up. We are still monitoring to determine the cause. Beldobi continued remarks. Double combat power. Frieza paused, taken aback. It could also be nothing more than their baseless speculation. Beldobi scratched his head. Go ahead and send a message to Vegeta and the others ordering them to return to planet Vegeta immediately. After a moment's thought, Frieza issued his command to Beldobi. Lord Frieza, are you planning to eliminate them all in one stroke? Beldobi asked with a smile. I do not know why, but a lingering sense of unease has suddenly gripped me. Frieza frowned slightly and murmured to himself. I have a feeling that a scion is growing stronger by the day. I wonder who it could be. Do you mean that guy Vegeta? Beldobi was startled and quickly responded. I will send the message right away and order them to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Whoosh! A small spacecraft streaked across the sky, leaving a brilliant trail in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Seated aboard the spacecraft were Bardock and his teammate Rico. Are you saying that Frieza has recalled all scions to planet Vegeta? Bardock frowned, a bad feeling stirring within him. Yes, that bastard Frieza gave the order. I have never encountered anything like this before. Rico cursed grumblingly. Take off your scouter before you start cursing. Be careful not to let anyone hear. Bardock glanced at Rico. Rico's expression changed, cold sweat trickling down his face as he quickly removed the scouter. We are almost at planet Vegeta. It has been a long time since I last visited. Rico sighed emotionally. At that moment the two of them could already see the pale blue planet far off in the starry expanse. Indeed, Bardock nodded. Last time after we destroyed planet Syll we should have returned to planet Vegeta. Rico sighed softly. But instead we went to that planet just now, letting Soya and the others have the advantage. It is nothing. Bardock smiled faintly. Look, that is Frisia's spacecraft. Rico suddenly glanced sideways and spotted Frisia's spacecraft hovering near planet Vegeta. It is real. Why is it stopping here? Bardock frowned, his ill omen growing stronger. Whoosh! The spacecraft sliced through the atmosphere and descended toward the surface of planet Vegeta. Could that bastard Frisia be plotting something? Bardock spoke in a low tone. How could that be? Ha ha. Rico laughed heartily, paying it no mind. The spacecraft hatch opened. Bardock and Rico stepped out of the spacecraft and entered the town. Hey Bardock, long time no see. You are still alive. A scion greeted him with a smile. Hey, do you know why we were summoned back? Bardock asked. Who knows? I heard they discovered a massive planet that requires many people to conquer. The scion guessed and added, by the way, there is something else. I heard Frisia's army has been asking around about the legendary Super Scion. The legendary Super Scion. Bardock froze. Do you mean that legendary Super Scion? Yes. The scion nodded. Bardock said no more and headed straight for his home. The vast planet Vegeta now had fewer than 10,000 scions, numbering only a few thousand. Since scions were a battle-hungry race and frequently went out to conquer, casualties were inevitable. Thus the scion population had dropped significantly over the years. Jine, I am back. Bardock returned home. Bardock. Jine was overjoyed. The couple embraced warmly. The streets are quite lively. Bardock remarked. Yes, everyone has come back. Jine smiled sweetly. Where is Raditz? Bardock asked. He has become a soldier and is paired with Prince Vegeta, exploring other planets. Jine replied. He has been gone for about 7 or 8 days. He should return once they finish dealing with that planet. Prince Vegeta. Bardock was momentarily stunned and gave a dry smile. You mean he is paired with that troublesome guy? Raditz said that fighting alongside a talented warrior is the best way to increase combat power. Jine smiled. By the way, I heard that fighter named Soya is also in that team. Didn't he used to team up with you before? Soya. That guy. Always acts recklessly. I just hope Raditz's team does not run into any trouble. Bardock's lip twitched slightly. Is he really that reckless? Jine was surprised. What about Kakarot? Is he still in the nursery pod? Bardock did not pursue the topic of Soya further. Yes, he has been in there for 3 years now. It is time to let him out. Would you like to go see him? Jine pointed toward the inner room. They entered the room. Inside was a container filled with strange liquid. Kakarot, only 3 years old, floated peacefully inside, sound asleep. He has grown so big. Bardock sighed. Yes, he looks exactly like you, especially with that unique hairstyle. Jine gazed tenderly at Kakarot in the container. After dark, I will fetch a spherical spacecraft and send this child away to another planet. Bardock pondered aloud. Why do we have to do that? And make him risk his life as an exiled child? Jine was utterly bewildered. It is for Kakarot's own good. Bardock's voice was low. What do you mean? Jine was even more puzzled. I do not know what Frisia is plotting, but I have a terrible premonition. Bardock clenched his teeth, his mood growing heavier and heavier. Cold sweat dripped down Ginna's delicate face. That night Bardock carried a miniature spherical spacecraft and placed Kakarot inside, flying through the night sky with him. Jine followed closely beside him. After reaching an open area, Bardock set the spacecraft down on the ground. Come to think of it, the fact that you would worry about your own child is quite unscion-like. Jine felt a touch of emotion. Perhaps I have been infected by your naivety. Bardock replied. Inside the spacecraft, Kakarot seemed to sense something and began crying incessantly, his small hands constantly patting the walls of the capsule. Kakarot stopped fussing. Bardock said, Bardock, let's run away together. Jine suggested, stepping forward and gently tapping the spacecraft before making a funny face at Kakarot. Kakarot grinned foolishly. It's useless. The scouter will locate us soon enough. Bardock shook his head. Fortunately, Kakarot's battle power is only 2. Frisia likely won't notice him. Jine agreed with Bardock's assessment and no longer hesitated. She stepped forward to program the spaceship's coordinates, setting the course for a distant planet called Earth. Jine replied, that planet has abundant food supplies, but its people and resources are virtually worthless. It's an inconspicuous and suitable world. If your worries are unfounded, we will come pick you up soon. Remember, do not stare at the full moon for extended periods. Bardock added to Kakarot, I will also tell Raditz about this. Jine acknowledged. You must survive. Bardock waved at Kakarot inside the spaceship, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. Goodbye. Jine's eyes were red-rimmed as she fought back her tears. Kakarot widened his eyes, his chubby face filled with confusion. Mom, Dad, are you abandoning me? Click. Jine pressed the spaceship's launch button, 2 streams of hot tears rolling down her cheeks. Whoosh. The spaceship shot skyward, piercing through the atmosphere in an instant and soaring into the vast cosmos. Inside Frisia's spaceship, Lord Frisia, we have just detected a spaceship launching from planet Vegeta. Belmont immediately stepped forward to report. Oh, two veins bulged on Frisia's forehead. According to the data, their 3-year-old scion boy on the spaceship with a battle power of 2, named Kakarot, Belmont informed Frisia. This name and battle power sound strangely familiar. Frisia paused slightly. He is the one Zoa mentioned, the individual who may one day become a super scion. He is Raditz' younger brother, Belmont said with a smile. Frisia was momentarily stunned, his triangular eyes widening with a meaningful gleam. It is said he was just released from the developmental tank today. His battle power has not increased at all over 3 years. He was likely deemed useless and exiled. Belmont suppressed his laughter, his face turning red. Can such a person truly become a super scion? Laugh if you wish, but absolutely no flatulence. Frisia glanced at Belmont. Ha ha ha. Belmont burst into laughter, struggling to hold back his gas. However, Belmont's laughter was too unrestrained, and he ultimately could not resist releasing a long fart. Frisia's brows knitted tightly as he quickly covered his nose. Lord Frisia, should we shoot it down? Belmont asked awkwardly. After all, he might become a super scion in the future. Frisia, after your display, am I still supposed to take him down? Planet Beast. After a full day of clearing, the monsters on Planet Beast had been virtually eliminated. It's been a day. My battle power still hasn't recovered. Could it truly be beyond recovery? Raditz felt like giving up on life and sighed desperately to the heavens. Zoa, give me back my battle power. Negative emotion points from Raditz, 888. No rush. We still have 1 minute before a full day passes. Zoa checked the time on his scouter and smiled at Raditz. Raditz, do I really need to wait that extra minute? Negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. Await the arrival of fate. Zoa patted Raditz's shoulder. Actually, you need not worry. If it does not recover in 1 day, you can wait 2 more. Let us check after 3 days to see if it returns. Raditz wanted to cry. Do you have any idea how I spent this entire day? And you want me to wait 2 more days? I refuse to wait any longer. Negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. Stop tormenting me like this. 1 minute later, Raditz joyfully felt his energy surging wildly. In just a few short seconds, Raditz's battle power returned to 700. Overcome with excitement, he executed a backflip and danced with unrestrained joy. Wow, wow, wow. I feel my battle power has recovered. Raditz, feeling that happiness had come too suddenly, hurriedly asked, Zoa, quickly check my battle power. Not bad, 700. Zoa nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the side effects of this combat, divine water, truly lasted exactly 1 day. A full day, not a single second off. Of course, this day refers to 1 rotation of planet Vegeta. This time span was nearly identical to a day on Earth. Now that Zoa knew the duration of the combat divine water side effects, he could make proper use of it. Whoosh. Whoosh. Vegeta arrived at high speed from a distance, with Nappa landing beside Zoa and Raditz. Immediately, Vegeta scrutinized Raditz from head to toe. Earlier, Vegeta had also detected Raditz's battle power changes through his scouter and flew over at once. I never expected the monsters on this planet could actually speak. I had no idea beforehand, Nappa said with a smile. What did it say, eh? Raditz blinked in surprise. It kept babbling something about flowers, while biting its own tongue. It was a bat-like monster. Nappa scratched his bald head. I felt it was cursing me, so I killed it. Raditz. Raditz glanced at Zoa and gave a dry smile. All the monsters you painstakingly cultivated are gone like that. Zoa, how hard is it for me to raise a single negative emotion farm? And you destroyed it like that. I need to find an opportunity to raise another one. That bat monster provided at least 300 negative emotion points. At this point, Zoa's accumulated negative emotion points were approaching the 1 million mark once again. Soon he could perform another 100 pull draw. Zoa was filled with anticipation in his heart. How much battle power would he obtain this time? Would he even pull the legendary Super Saiyan trial card? It seems the side effects of that divine water truly last 1 day. Vegeta removed his scouter and looked at Zoa. Yes, indeed. Zoa nodded and also took off his scouter. How long can the battle power enhancement last? Vegeta asked again. 1 hour. Raditz answered on Zoa's behalf. Vegeta fell into deep thought. Battle power can be enhanced for 1 hour. Should he try drinking some? He wanted to see exactly how much his battle power would increase. The monsters on the current planet had been mostly cleared, so there should be no danger in theory. However, if the side effects truly kicked in, what if Nappa turned hostile toward him? Vegeta became hesitant once more. What divine water? Nappa looked completely bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. By the way, what happened to that Frisia Force soldier from before? Nappa asked again. I have a feeling you're all hiding something from me. He's dead. Raditz grinned broadly. Dead? With such high combat power, how could he die? Nappa was stunned. He was tricked to death. Raditz smiled, even wider. Nappa was even more confused. What on earth are you saying? Why can't I understand a single word? How could he be tricked to death? At that moment, text messages simultaneously appeared on Suya and Vegeta's scouter devices. Suya glanced down. The message was from the Frisia Force. The content was simple. It ordered Suya's team to immediately return to planet Vegeta. Huh? Are they telling us to return to planet Vegeta? Raditz leaned in to look slightly startled and immediately asked Vegeta. Your Highness Vegeta, this planet is basically cleared out. Should we go back? Suya, what do you think? Vegeta sought Suya's opinion. Your Highness Vegeta, do you want to eliminate Frieza? Suya asked with a smile. You wouldn't actually give Frieza the divine water, would you? Vegeta's expression stiffened. This is a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. It all depends on your decision. Suya grinned. Then let's pay a visit. Vegeta gritted his teeth and sneered. I won't keep being ordered around by that guy Frieza. How about we go to Frieza's spaceship? Suya smiled brilliantly. Vegeta took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly, his heart surging with excitement. This Suya fellow really dares to do anything. But I like it. If we can eliminate Frieza through this opportunity, it would be an excellent choice. Strange, why did the Frieza Force send us a text message? Is the signal on this planet too poor? Raditz scratched his head in confusion. Very likely. Vegeta nodded, a smile spreading across his face. If that's the case, that's wonderful. He has no idea about our plans here. Wait a minute. What were you just saying? You want to eliminate Frieza? Naba was dumbfounded, his lips twitching constantly, his face turning pale. Eliminate Frieza? I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Are all three of you serious? What? Are you going to warn Frieza? Vegeta sneered, casting a sideways glance at Naba. No way. I've also been fed up with Frieza for a long time. Naba waved his hands frantically. Good. A hint of killing intent surfaced in Vegeta's eyes as he hesitated whether to eliminate Naba. The fewer people who knew about the plan to eliminate Frieza, the better. If they accidentally exposed it, things would be terrible. Fortunately, Naba had no idea about the combat divine water. How about this? To prevent any mishaps, we leave Naba alone on this planet to continue clearing the battlefield. Suya voiced his thoughts. In Suya's view, if they were really going to eliminate Frieza, he and Vegeta alone were more than enough. There was absolutely no need to bring Naba along. If Naba showed anything unusual, Frieza would surely suspect something. As for Raditz, Suya thought this kid had performed reasonably well. At least during the Chioi incident, he had cooperated with him seamlessly without dropping the ball. So Suya planned to bring Raditz along. In his free time, he could still gain negative emotional value from him. You? What are you saying? Are you leaving me alone on this planet? Naba exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Why should I be left here? Negative emotional value from Naba 999. Suya, you're not human. If I weren't outmatched, do you think I wouldn't beat you to a pulp right now? Save your breath, it's settled. Vegeta sneered. Your Highness Vegeta. I want to go too, Naba said with suppressed tears. Vegeta immediately stared coldly at Naba, a hint of killing intent surfacing in his eyes. Naba shivered in fear, waving his hands frantically, then looked around warmly. I suddenly feel this planet is quite nice. There's food and drink. I'll wait here for your triumphant return alongside Raditz. Yeah, good luck. Raditz nodded vigorously. Raditz, you're coming too, Suya ordered. Raditz. Negative emotional value from Raditz 888. You want me to go with you to eliminate Frieza? Don't be ridiculous. With my combat power, I'd be killed easily. Vegeta also looked at Suya, somewhat surprised, not understanding why he wanted to bring Raditz along. CAI. Can I skip this? Raditz panicked inwardly. Why are you bringing me along? That's Frieza. Combat power 2000000. I think you're quite clever and react quickly in certain situations. Suya chuckled. Raditz wanted to cry. Negative emotional value from Raditz 555. By the way, come pick me up early. Naba hurriedly said. Without a spaceship, I can't go anywhere. How about this? I'll leave you an assignment, and I'll check it when I return. Suya had a brilliant idea and said to Naba, what assignment? Naba paused, somewhat bewildered. Say this: Hiwafe Fahue Huawafi Fea. Hiwafe Fahue, Hui Fabu Huawafi Fahue Hui Fea. Hiwafe Fahue Fahue, Hui Huafe Huawafi Fahue Fea Hui Fewa. Suya said. Raditz quietly wiped sweat beside him. Here we go again. This time feels even harder than before. Naba was going to have a rough time. Naba. After I return if you can't say it properly. Suya said, directly tossing the scouter in his hand to Naba. Naba instinctively caught the scouter, completely bewildered. What exactly do you want to do? Check my combat power value and you'll understand everything. Suya smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Naba immediately checked Suya's combat power value through the scouter. Upon seeing it, Naba's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This. Combat power 10000. Naba looked stunned, utterly disbelieving. What kind of joke is this? When did you increase your combat power? Vegeta frowned and yanked off the scouter Naba was wearing. Leaving this fool on this planet was indeed the right choice after all. You're wearing a scouter and still yelling nonsense. Vegeta sneered, looking disgusted. This is all so confusing. How did your combat power rise so fast? Naba was truly dumbfounded, finding it increasingly unbelievable. It doesn't matter. If you can't recite what I just said properly, I won't mind giving you a beating when we come to pick you up. Suya clenched his fist. I'm also looking forward to you finishing Suya's words properly. Vegeta grunted. Naba. Negative emotional value from Naba 999. Would you say that again? It's too long. I didn't catch it. Nappa shuddered violently and hurriedly said. Soya had no choice but to repeat it once more. Nappa claimed he had it this time, then quietly recited it to himself, nearly biting his tongue. Negative emotion value from Nappa 666. Why did you make me say this? How did you manage to say it so clearly? Soya laughed inwardly. Who told you to destroy my brushing machine? Now you'll be the brushing machine. Let's go. Vegeta immediately soared into the air, flying toward the spaceship. Soya followed behind. Raditz trailed along leisurely, feeling rather disgruntled. Nappa, you're going without me, yet you bring Raditz, whose combat power is only 700. What are you two thinking? And what exactly is this divine water you mentioned? Strange. Why is Lord Vegeta listening to Soya all of a sudden? Is it because his combat power increased so quickly? 10 minutes later. Whoosh! Their spaceship shot into the sky, leaving Beast Star and entering the vast starry expanse. Once they left the region of Beast Star, the scouter signal improved. Soya, Vegeta, and Raditz discussed together how to deceive Frieza. After 3 hours of meticulous discussion, they finally arrived at a rough plan. Immediately, Raditz put on his scouter and established contact with Frieza's side. Hello, this is the Scion Combat Team Vegeta unit. I am the warrior Raditz. Raditz reported to the Frieza Force operator. We have successfully completed the mission on Beast Star. We are now returning to planet Vegeta. Understood, the operator quickly replied. By the way, there is a very important matter I need to report to Lord Frieza. Can you patch me through? Raditz continued. Please hold. The operator answered, then contacted Berry Blue and relayed everything Raditz had reported. Berry Blue sought Frieza's opinion. Oh, something important. Frieza was taken aback, then nodded. Patch it through. As it happens, I have a few things to ask him as well. The call was soon connected to Frieza. Lord Frieza, this is Raditz, an elite warrior from the Scion Combat Team Vegeta unit. Raditz said with utmost deference. You said you had something important to report. Go on, let's hear it. Frieza asked with a sly smile. While conquering Beast Star, we discovered a miraculous item called Combat Divine Water, Raditz said with a grin. Drink it, and your combat power will double. As for how many times it multiplies, that depends on one's physical constitution. Oh, combat power doubles. Frieza fell into thought. Is there truly such marvelous water? Moreover, Frieza recalled that Berry Blue had indeed intercepted a fragment of conversation in which Vegeta and the others mentioned combat power doubling, and had specifically brought it up. Have any of you drunk it? Frieza asked with a smile. Only Soya has. Lord Vegeta and I have not, Raditz answered. Soya's combat power has already reached 1000. Soya, that low-class warrior Soya. Combat power 1000. Frieza was genuinely a little surprised. Yes, Raditz confirmed. So, Frieza asked with a laugh. Open a video call so I can see what this thing looks like, Frieza ordered. Yes, Lord Frieza, Raditz replied with utmost respect. The video conference was quickly connected. Through the screen in front of him, Soya saw Frieza sitting in his hover chair with Berry Blue at his side. At the same time, a bottle resembling a mineral water container appeared in Soya's hand. It was a little over half, full roughly 200 milliliters. Lord Frieza, this is it. Soya gave the small bottle in his hand a shake and held it up to the camera for Frieza to inspect closely. Isn't this just ordinary water? It looks a bit yellow. Frieza squinted at it and mused. Lord Frieza, I see. You shouldn't judge by appearances. Though it looks like an ordinary glass of colored water, 1 sip doubles your combat power from before, 2 sips quadruples it, 3 sips octuples it, and so on. Soya smoothly took over the conversation and gave a detailed explanation. The exact multiplier depends on the individual's physical constitution. So how many times did you multiply? Frieza squinted at Soya. My base combat power was only 600, and it increased by a total of 18 times. Soya answered. My current combat power is a bit over 1000. 18 times. Frieza was slightly shocked. If even a Scion's physique can boost combat power 18 times, I should be able to boost it 180 times. You said earlier. 1 sip doubles it, right? Frieza looked at the little bottle in Soya's hand and frowned. Such a tiny bottle. How many sips can it give? At most 20 or 30, then it's gone. It's not quite like that. It seems to count by the number of drinks. A single small sip counts as 1, Soya said with a smile. Oh ho ho. Are you planning to give this combat divine water to me? Frieza let out a strange cackle and asked. Yet just as those words left his mouth, he suddenly received a signal. Who's there? Frieza inquired. His question abruptly cut off what Raditz had been about to say next. It's cooler. What do you want? Frieza snorted coldly, his brow furrowing slightly. You say you're coming over? What for? You're not welcome here. Don't say that, Frieza. I'm simply coming to see you. After all, you are my little brother. Cooler's voice came from across the vast reaches of space into Soya's spaceship. Soya's heart tightened. Frisia's older brother Cooler is heading to Frisia's place. This doesn't bode well. If you go there, how can we carry out our plan to eliminate Frisia? Even if Frisia suffers side effects after drinking the combat divine water, he'd still have Cooler by his side. Even if I used that legendary Super Scion transformation experience card, I'm nowhere near a match for that guy. Soya knew very well that Cooler's combat power was even more terrifying than Frisia's. Apparently Cooler's combat power had reached a height of 470 million. In the future, when Son Goku becomes a Super Saiyan on Namek, his combat power would only be 150 million. Soya silently prayed that Frisia would not let Cooler come to his place. Have it your way. If you want to come, then come. Frisia snorted, then asked, how long will it take you to get here? It would take at least a week to fly past me, Gula said with a smile. Then take your time flying, Frisia replied, having lost interest in Gula, and immediately ended the conversation. Suya, let's calculate the timing. We should cross paths with Gula. What's the point of going then? We'd be throwing our lives away. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Frisia shifted his gaze to Suya and the others, watching them with keen interest and a smile. That combat divine water. Were you planning to offer it to me, Frisia? No, I merely intended to show off. That's all. Farewell. After saying this, Suya ended the call immediately. Frisia? His triangular eyes widened as he stared at the darkened screen. 3 veins bulged on his forehead, his face turning an alarming shade of green. Negative emotion points from Frisia, 999. Negative emotion points from Frisia, 999. From Frisia continuously supplied Suya with negative emotion points. Frisia had never been this enraged before. He had obtained such a fine item that could double his combat power, yet Suya claimed he had merely come to show off. Who were you trying to anger to death? Frisia trembled with fury, his expression growing increasingly sinister, killing intent flickering constantly in his eyes. Bolibula dared not utter a single word. These Scions truly have enormous courage. They actually claimed that item was merely for showing off. Were you seeking death? Inside Suya's spacecraft, Vegeta and Raditz fell into immediate silence. Weren't we supposed to destroy Frisia together? Were you trying to completely provoke him? You're playing with fire. Suya? What? What do you mean? Raditz's mouth twitched, his face paling. Is there anyone so treacherous? You'll be the death of me. Negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. What exactly do you intend? Vegeta was equally furious. This wasn't how we had discussed it. We had rehearsed our lines for 3 hours and only just managed to connect with Frisia. Yet you don't follow the plan at all. Your behavior makes even me want to punch you. Negative emotion points from Vegeta, 888. The plan has changed. Suya shook his head with a sigh. What do you mean? Raditz looked bewildered. Is it because of Frisia's elder brother Gula? Vegeta reacted more swiftly, raising an eyebrow. Correct. Suya nodded. Doesn't that just work in our favor? Vegeta snorted, rolling his eyes at Suya. We can eliminate both of them at once. That would save considerable trouble. Suya was genuinely at a loss for words. Your courage is truly commendable. You want to eliminate both of them. You wouldn't even know how you died. Tell me your thoughts. Let's see if there's any way to salvage this, Suya asked with interest. How can we salvage this? Frisia is nearly furious to death by now, right? Raditz shivered slightly. I feel like Frisia will hunt us down. Just say it was a joke earlier, apologize to him, and perhaps he will forgive us, Suya replied with a smile. Raditz did not wish to speak further. Do you think Frisia is foolish? Negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. That said, if Frisia's elder brother truly arrives, one of them might not drink the combat divine water. Raditz speculated. If that proves to be the case, would it not be difficult to handle? Simple. Vegeta snorted coldly. Wait until Frisia or Gula has consumed the combat divine water for about an hour, then I will drink it. Their combat power will diminish while mine increases several times over. With this opportunity, I can eliminate both of them. Given my physical condition, multiplying my combat power by 30 would raise it to 4500, completely sufficient to destroy both Frisia and Gula. Suya, you must be daydreaming. With only 4500 combat power, you wish to eliminate Gula, who possesses 470 million. Unless you could obtain a legendary Super Saiyan experience card. Actually, that might be an excellent solution. If Vegeta's combat power could increase tenfold, reaching 15000, and then you gave him a legendary Super Saiyan experience card. By calculation, Vegeta's combat power would equal Gula's. If Vegeta's combat power increased 11-fold, he could easily defeat Gula with a single strike. However, Suya felt this approach lacked sufficient reliability. The legendary Super Saiyan experience cards are one used less one. Wouldn't it be better to keep them for myself? I actually urinated quite a bit into this bottle of combat divine water. Should we just waste it like this? Raditz shook the bottle in his hand, feeling it was a tremendous waste. Let me think carefully. Wait a moment. Suya waved his hand and said. He said this because Suya intended to conduct a new round of lottery draws. Just moments ago, the negative emotion points Suya had collected had once again reached 1 million. Continue with another 100 draw pull. Let's see if he could obtain the legendary Super Saiyan experience card this time. Currently, only 3 existed. If he could obtain a few more legendary Super Saiyan experience cards this time, he could give one to Vegeta. If unable to obtain more, he would keep them for himself. Suya began the lottery draw. Congratulations. You obtained 22 combat power. Congratulations. You obtained 33 combat power. Congratulations. You obtained 66 combat power. Suya's combat power continued to surge upward. However, Suya waited for a long time without seeing the legendary Super Saiyan experience card appear. Could it be gone? You only gave 3. Are they enough? Even an ordinary Super Saiyan experience card would suffice. Congratulations. You obtained autonomous Ultra Instinct fragments. Congratulations. You obtained 99 combat power. Congratulations. You obtained autonomous Ultra Instinct fragments. Congratulations. Suya's heart trembled. Autonomous Ultra Instinct fragments. What exactly was this? Suya allowed his combat power to continue surging rapidly, his gaze scanning toward a fragment of a card shimmering with brilliant radiance in the system shop, and read the description. Autonomous Ultra Instinct fragment. Collect 100 fragments to comprehend Autonomous Ultra Instinct. Good heavens. Could such a wonderful thing really exist? If I collect 100 Autonomous Ultra Instinct fragments, I can comprehend Autonomous Ultra Instinct on my own. Moreover, judging by the absence of parentheses after the fragment description, it indicated no side effects existed. In other words, if he truly comprehended Autonomous Ultra Instinct, he would indeed possess it. This lottery draw had produced 2 fragments at once. After a few more attempts, perhaps he could truly gather 100 fragments. At this moment, Suya's state of mind underwent a dramatic transformation. Damn it, forget about destroying Frieza. Shouldn't I focus on gathering negative emotion points? As long as I gather enough negative emotion points, I can quickly assemble the Autonomous Ultra Instinct fragments. Once I have comprehended Autonomous Ultra Instinct, I can go out and roam freely. The 100 consecutive draws ended quickly. In the end, aside from 2 fragments of Zazai Ge, the rest were all battle power. He did not obtain the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. It seemed the drop rate for this item was very low. If the drop rate for Zazai Ge fragments was also that low in the future, that would be quite troublesome. Suya immediately looked at his own battle power value. Just do as I say. Vegeta snorted. We'll go find Frieza. Isn't Cooler heading there too? Perfect chance to eliminate them both in one fell swoop. First, give them both the Battle Divine water to drink. When there's about an hour left, I'll drink it. Let's do this. First, let's see how many times your battle power can multiply. Suya said, handing the bottle of Battle Divine water containing urine to Vegeta. Vegeta. 3 veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead as he trembled with rage. Negative emotion value from Vegeta, 999. You want me to drink Battle Divine water with urine? Suya was overjoyed. See, the negative emotion value came right away. This was all solid battle power. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. There was no reason not to earn negative emotion value. It's fine, there's nothing disgusting about your own urine, Suya said with a smile. Vegeta's face darkened even further. Raditz silently raised his small hand, the corner of his mouth twitching. Suya glanced at Raditz. That's my urine. Raditz answered immediately, afraid that if he delayed, Vegeta would annihilate him. I'm not taking the blame for this. You drink it. Suya chuckled. Raditz. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 555. You two with battle power over 10,000, please don't bully a weakling like me whose battle power hasn't even reached 1,000. Suya took out the Battle Divine water, found a new bottle, and poured it for Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth and took a small sip. No reaction. Vegeta was slightly stunned, then came to his senses and took another sip. Battle power doubled. He continued drinking, and it doubled again. After drinking the Battle Divine water 20 times in a row, Vegeta's battle power skyrocketed like a rocket. Vegeta was so pleased that his mouth stretched to the back of his ears. Although the scouter could no longer detect the battle power data, Vegeta could clearly feel the wild surging of energy within his body. Indeed, each sip doubled it. 20 times the battle power. His battle power had reached the height of 300. It was absolutely exhilarating. Vegeta had never felt this good before. I am indeed a genius warrior. Raditz, an elite warrior, only multiplied by 4. And that toad named Chui only managed 10 times. I, Vegeta, actually multiplied my battle power by 20. The 21st sip. Vegeta gritted his teeth and drank the 21st sip of Battle Divine water. Then his feverish heart gradually calmed. It wasn't increasing anymore. Was 20 sips the limit? I don't believe it. Vegeta took another sip of Battle Divine water. Still no increase. It seemed that was indeed the limit. How many times? Suya asked excitedly, looking at Vegeta as if he were a lab rat. 20. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Far from enough. I thought it would multiply by 50, but it was only 20. As expected of the prince, the most talented scion in history. Suaya gave Vegeta a thumbs up, praising him endlessly. TCH, it's nothing. Vegeta showed a smile, thinking that Suaya's words were quite pleasant to hear. Raditz, aren't you an elite warrior? Why did you only multiply by 4? That's quite a gap, isn't it? Suaya shook his head and sighed. Raditz felt a stab of pain then. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 999. Can't you stop telling the truth? Why was the gap so huge? That's perfectly normal. There's already a 20-fold difference in our battle power. Vegeta snorted, wearing a cold expression. This doesn't seem to be calculated by battle power, does it? Raditz scratched his head, looking up at the ceiling of the spaceship. Chui's battle power was 1700, yet he only multiplied by 10, right? If we had used this thing earlier, what would that toad Chui have been? Vegeta expressed deep disdain. So are we going to challenge Frieza now? Raditz asked. Yes, of course we're going. My battle power has already reached 3000. That bastard Frieza's battle power is only a little over 2000, and his brother Cooler is at most 2500. It saves us the trouble of finding them separately. Wouldn't it be more convenient to destroy them together? Vegeta was brimming with fighting spirit, his eyes gleaming, already sensing the dawn of victory. Excellent. After destroying Frieza and Cooler, I'll find a place to rest for a day. Then I'll drink the battle divine water again. Once my battle power rises back to 300, I'll go destroy Frieza's father, King Cold. Then I, Vegeta, will become the emperor of the universe. The entire universe will be under my control. Wait. But I wonder if drinking the battle divine water again will double the battle power. Vegeta immediately glanced at Raditz. Raditz was slightly startled. Drink the battle divine water again, and see if your battle power still increases. Vegeta commanded Raditz. I have to drink again. Raditz wiped his sweat. Vegeta didn't speak, but the meaning in his eyes was clear. Alright, I'll drink. Raditz gritted his teeth and agreed. Suaya wasn't stingy. These were all perfect lab rats. Coincidentally, Suaya also wanted to know if drinking the battle divine water a second time would work. And would the multiplication factor be the same? Raditz began to drink the battle divine water. In the end, his battle power increased by 5 times, which was 1 more time than the first. Hey, 5 times. It increased. Raditz was pleasantly surprised. It should be due to the improvement in physical fitness, Suaya analyzed. Does that mean next time I drink it I can add another fold? Raditz was ecstatic. That depends on how your physical fitness is. Suaya shook his head, not entirely sure. As long as the battle power multiplier doesn't decrease the second time, that's good enough. Vegeta wore a confident smile, already fantasizing in his mind about the scene of pinning Frieza to the ground and grinding him mercilessly. He ordered loudly, now do as I say. After defeating Frieza, once I become King Vegeta, I'll appoint you both as left and right commanders. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Raditz immediately bowed. Agreed. Suaya nodded in consent. It was better not to provoke Vegeta at this moment. This guy's battle power had already reached 300. If he said something wrong and got attacked, it would be troublesome. He couldn't waste a legendary Super Saiyan experience card on someone like Vegeta, so Suaya decided to go along with Vegeta for now. Set forth. Destroy Frieza. Vegeta waved his hand with boundless zeal, his cape billowing dramatically behind him as if enchanted by the wind. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Vegeta and Raditz sat slumped on the ground like wilted eggplants, drenched in cold sweat, utterly drained. Vegeta's battle power had plummeted to 750. Raditz had dropped to a mere 140. The two gazed at each other, acutely feeling the creeping wave of weakness. Raditz. This all too familiar sensation of being completely hollowed out. This damn side effect. Vegeta seethed inwardly. If only he could maintain 300 battle power continuously. So even if Frieza doesn't drink the combat god water, as long as I Vegeta consume it, I can absolutely crush him beneath my feet. Vegeta's smile grew ever broader as he barked orders loudly. It will take nearly 7 days to reach Frieza's spaceship from here. We have more than enough time. Soya remained completely silent, walking instead to the control console of the spaceship. His fingers flew across the keyboard like lightning. Click. Soya pressed down on a key resembling an enter button. Whoosh. The spaceship shifted its trajectory in the cosmic void, hurtling forward in another direction. Soya felt that he had truly lost his mind. Why on earth would he challenge Frieza? Shouldn't his primary objective have been to farm negative emotion points? What are you doing, Soya? Raditz noticed the ship's course had changed and turned to ask. Vegeta also raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Soya's intentions. Are you going back to fetch Berta? Raditz was taken aback as the spaceship veered toward planet Banju. I'm done going after Frieza. You two fend for yourselves. Soya shook his head. Huh. Why? Raditz was bewildered. You were the one who proposed eliminating Frieza in the first place. Why the sudden change of heart? If it were merely Frieza alone, I would indeed have confidence in defeating him. But now Gula has joined as well, and our chances of victory are quite slim. Soya sighed softly. Your Highness Vegeta has already reached 3000 battle power. Frisia's is only a bit over 2000, and his brother at most 25000. You must have confidence in your Highness. Raditz pleaded urgently. What? Soya, do you think I cannot defeat that coward Frisia? Vegeta huffed, his face paling with indignation. Do you even know what Frisia's true battle power is? Soya asked. How much could it possibly be? Didn't I make it perfectly clear just now? At most a bit over 2000. Vegeta grumbled. From my knowledge, Frisia's battle power is 5300. Soya drew a deep breath and revealed the number. What did you say? 530000. Are you joking? Vegeta was dumbfounded, his voice shooting up an octave as he couldn't help but exclaim. You were the one joking around claiming Frisia's battle power was only 2000. Soya rolled his eyes and shot back. Vegeta. Negative emotion points from Vegeta 666. Is it really true? Is Frisia truly that terrifying? Raditz's expression shifted dramatically. Battle power of 5300. How monstrous could that possibly be? If that were truly the case, they would have absolutely no hope of victory. That's impossible. Vegeta expressed his deep skepticism. And that's not all. Frisia can also transform, with each transformation dramatically boosting his battle power. Soya said gravely. Frisia's second form has a battle power of over 1 million. His third form reaches 2 million, and his fourth form hits 3 million. Vegeta was utterly stunned, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Raditz was trembling all over with fear. 3 million battle power. Are you kidding me? How could such a powerful being exist? Don't rush to be shocked yet. I haven't finished speaking. Soya continued. Raditz. Vegeta. The two were dumbfounded once again. Why, you mean to say? His true battle power is far greater than 3 million. Raditz's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Frisia's true battle power. Never mind, I won't say it. Soya let the words hang halfway before swallowing them back. Negative emotion points from Vegeta 999. Negative emotion points from Raditz 666. Both Vegeta and Raditz were genuinely at a loss for words. You had us hooked, and then you just refused to continue. Why won't you say it? Raditz asked curiously. I'm afraid telling you would literally scare you to death. Your current battle power is far too low. It wouldn't take much for you to literally perish from shock. Soya sighed deeply. Negative emotion points from Vegeta 999. Negative emotion points from Raditz 777. Then just say it. We can handle it. Raditz gritted his teeth. Regardless of what you say, I simply refuse to believe it. Vegeta huffed. Then I won't say it if you don't believe me. Soya grinned wickedly. Vegeta was so furious his teeth grated. Negative emotion points from Vegeta 999. That wretched fellow. Boldly taking advantage of my weakened state. When my battle power was higher than his, he never dared speak a single word. How shameless. In short, Frisia's battle power far exceeds your imagination. He's stronger than you by 100 million times. I advise you not to throw your lives away. Soya sighed heavily, his tone earnest. Stronger by 100 million times. That's hardly a small difference. If his battle power truly is 3 million, how could that be called just a little bit stronger? Raditz shook his head, seriously correcting him. Your description is quite inaccurate. 100 million. The one from 10,000,000, 10,000, 100 million. That 100 million. Soya replied. Raditz was rendered speechless. What did you say? Vegeta cried out in disbelief. You mean? Frisia's battle power has exceeded 100 million. Vegeta's expression froze, and he quickly grasped the meaning. Correct. Soya nodded. Stop joking. This isn't funny at all. Vegeta huffed, deeply skeptical. I knew you wouldn't believe me. So if you still wish to challenge Frisia, go ahead. I have my own matters to attend to. Soya decided to part ways with Vegeta and Raditz. Hey Soya, where are you going? I'll go with you. Raditz panicked and hurriedly addressed Soya. He had no desire to follow Vegeta to confront Frisia. Regardless of Frisia's battle power, even if it were merely 200, his current strength was laughably inadequate. It would be far better to follow Soya, who might still hold some surprise. Perhaps there would be a pleasant surprise after all. Do as you please. Soya cast a deep gaze at Raditz, but raised no objection. With this kid by his side, he would be a perfect guinea pig. Excellent. Raditz was overjoyed, yet glanced at Vegeta with some embarrassment. Your Highness Vegeta, I'm truly sorry. I cannot accompany you on this mission. My battle power is far too low. Two cowards. Vegeta gnashed his teeth in frustration. Do as you wish. But Your Highness Vegeta, might we put aside the matter of Frisia for now, eh? Raditz once again urged earnestly. I won't stop you from leaving, but you'll need to give me more battle god water. Vegeta spoke his mind. Of course, no problem at all. Soya nodded with a smile, and fetched another mineral water bottle, pouring a full one for Vegeta. About this. What should we do? Raditz shook the bottle of battle god water. Bring it over here. Vegeta reached out his hand, and took the contaminated bottle with visible disgust. So, Your Highness Vegeta, what are your plans? Are you really going to defeat Frisia? Raditz pressed curiously. None of your business. I have my own plans. Vegeta sniffed and rolled his eyes. On another matter, Soa, why didn't you mention Frisia's battle power earlier? Raditz asked with a peculiar expression. Your Highness, Vegeta's battle power is 3-0, Soa replied. Raditz. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. You are far too clever. When your Highness Vegeta's battle power was 3-0, you dared not say a word. Only now, seeing him falter, do you dare voice your thoughts. Frisia's spaceship. Seated in his baby carriage, Frisia trembled with rage, continuously feeding negative emotion values to Soa. In all my life, I, Frisia, have never been this furious. Soa, was it? I specifically spared your life, yet you dared to mock me. Dodoria. Frisia called out loudly. Dodoria quickly entered from outside. Seeing Frisia's enraged expression, he was startled and immediately knelt to pay respects. Dodoria, depart immediately and bring me that scion named Soa. Frisia commanded with a dark expression. Soa. A scion. Dodoria was somewhat bewildered. Lord Dodoria, here is Soa's file. Beelzebub swiftly handed over the relevant materials. Dodoria examined Soa's file and grew confused. Soa Scion, low-class warrior, battle power of 5 at birth, currently 16 years old, battle power 600. Dodoria couldn't quite make sense of it. Such a weakling. Did he really need Lord Dodoria himself to handle it? Lord Dodoria, there is classified information here. Beelzebub handed over another document. Dodoria was speechless. There was classified information. He carefully studied the hidden document and was utterly shocked. This guy's battle power actually grew from 600 to 100, having consumed something called Battle God Water. Also bring back the Battle God Water. Beelzebub added. Understood, mission accomplished. Dodoria nodded solemnly. Remember, I want him alive. Frisia sneered. I have noted it. Dodoria patted his chest. 5 minutes later, Dodoria boarded a spherical miniature spaceship and sped toward planet Banzhou. Whooshed. 4 hours later, Soa's spaceship returned to planet Banzhou. Nappa was still on this planet attempting the tongue twister about Soa's black-gray fertilizer. Suddenly Nappa looked up and saw a spaceship descending from the distant sky. They've only been gone for less than 8 hours, and they're back to pick me up. They must have a conscience after all. Nappa flew excitedly toward the spaceship. Soa's spaceship landed near Qiu Yi's vessel. Raditz immediately flew over and dragged carrying Qiu Yi's spaceship back. Soa also retrieved a spherical miniature spaceship from within the smaller craft. Your Highness Vegeta, we're off. Take care of yourself. Raditz waved at Vegeta. Vegeta huffed and ignored him. Your Highness Vegeta, remember to maintain a positive mindset and a peaceful heart. That is the foundation for becoming a Super Saiyan in the future. Soa offered this advice earnestly. Having said what needed to be said, whether Vegeta listened was his own concern. Baseless nonsense. Vegeta snorted, glancing sideways at Soa. Soa shook his head and stopped persuading. Then Soa and Raditz each stepped onto a spherical spaceship. Whoosh, whoosh. The spaceships shot skyward, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast starry expanse, speeding toward Earth. Shouldn't I go to Earth to farm negative emotion values? Since Vegeta didn't want to follow, let it be. Vegeta also boarded his spaceship and was just about to take off when he saw Nappa rushing toward them from afar. Wait for me. Just a moment. Nappa shouted loudly. Vegeta hesitated for 3 seconds, but ultimately opened the spaceship hatch and let Nappa board. Great, Your Highness Vegeta. Thank you so much. Nappa breathed a sigh of relief, then asked curiously, where are Soa and Raditz? What happened to them? Don't worry about them. Vegeta tossed those words and immediately pressed the spaceship's launch button. Whooshed. Vegeta's spaceship shot skyward, entered the vast starry expanse, and headed toward planet Vegeta. Wonderful. I thought you were really going to abandon me on this planet. Nappa sighed with deep emotion. Vegeta calmly picked up the cup of Battle God water mixed with urine that Soa had left behind and poured a small cup for Nappa. Drink it, Vegeta ordered. Thank you. Your Highness Vegeta, how can I impose on you to pour water for me yourself? Nappa was thoroughly flattered, his hands trembling with excitement. He couldn't help but ask, is this tea? Drink in small sips. Divide this 1 cup into at least 20 portions. Vegeta snorted coldly, his expression cool. Nappa was slightly puzzled, but dared not ask why, so he took a small sip of the Battle God water. The quality of this water is quite good. Nappa smacked his lips. It's a bit salty though. I told you to drink in small sips. Why are you gulping it down like that? Vegeta frowned. I still need to drink in small sips. Nappa scratched his bald head, nodded vigorously, and took another small sip. He had a strange feeling about the taste. After swallowing the second sip of Battle God water, Nappa's expression suddenly turned bizarre, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. At that moment, Nappa clearly felt the energy within his body surging wildly. Vegeta put on the scouter and pressed the button. Beep beep. Battle power 4000. Indeed, it had doubled. Continue drinking, Vegeta commanded. Yes. Nappa's eyes brightened as if he had unlocked a whole new realm. This substance was miraculous. He drank several more mouthfuls. Ultimately, Nappa's combat power multiplied eightfold and then stagnated. Worthless. Vegeta glanced at Nappa with profound contempt. Only an eightfold increase. Even the scouter hadn't maxed out. If he wasn't a waste, then what was? Prince Vegeta, I feel my energy surging wildly. What on earth is happening? Nappa asked in astonishment. Your combat power has reached 1600 now, Vegeta said coolly. You? What did you say? My combat power is 16000. Nappa was both shocked and elated, hardly able to believe it. This is called the divine battle water. The more you drink, the greater the multiplier. Vegeta explained succinctly. There exists such a marvelous item. Nappa was dumbfounded, then suddenly recalled something. Does that mean that fellow Soya's combat power increase was due to the divine battle water? Or what did you think? Vegeta remarked, yet inwardly he felt a pang of discomfort. Why did a low-class warrior like Soya suffer no side effects from the divine battle water, while he, a prodigy, experienced them? It was utterly unfair. Negative emotion value from Vegeta, 999. So, Prince Vegeta drank it too. Nappa asked eagerly. What is your current combat power? Vegeta was just about to mention that his combat power had dropped to below 1000. However, Vegeta worried that Nappa might suddenly attempt an ambush. Although the probability was low, it was prudent to stay vigilant. I'm multiplied by 20. 20 times. That means your combat power is 3000, Prince Vegeta. Nappa shuddered, utterly astonished. Humph. Vegeta snorted and tore off his scouter. Nappa's lips twitched uncontrollably, his face cycling through hues of shock. Prince Vegeta's combat power was terrifying. 3000. Was this a being who defied the heavens themselves? So, are we going to eliminate Frieza now? Nappa asked with anticipation. That's precisely my intention. Vegeta said, his expression growing solemn. 1 hour later. Nappa lay listlessly on the seat, feeling as though his very essence had been hollowed out. What was occurring? I feel so weakened. Negative emotion value from Nappa, 999. Prince Vegeta, what is my combat power now? Nappa asked hastily. 250. Vegeta didn't bother checking the scouter. He directly stated Nappa's combat power figure. Nappa. Prince Vegeta, why are you insulting me? I haven't provoked you, have I? No way. Is my combat power truly only 250 now? Nappa was completely dumbfounded. After consuming the divine battle water, combat power doubles according to individual physique for 1 hour. After that, the side effects manifest. Whatever multiplier gained is reduced by an equal amount, lasting a full day. Vegeta sniffed and explained briefly. Nappa was at a loss for words. Isn't this pointlessly cruel? Are you merely mocking me? Why didn't Soya's combat power decrease? Nappa queried curiously. Vegeta felt a sharp sting at that remark. Can you cease mentioning that wretched Soya? He is an exception, Vegeta said with a grimace. Nappa offered a wry smile, momentarily speechless. What do you think about using this method to eliminate Frieza? Vegeta regarded Nappa with a sly smile and voiced his prior idea. Nappa rubbed his bald scalp, pondered deeply, found the plan feasible, and then nodded vigorously. A brief silence. But Frieza's combat power seems to be merely over 200, correct? Nappa mused. If Prince Vegeta consumes the divine battle water and raises his combat power to 300, he should be able to effortlessly defeat Frieza. There is no need to make Frieza drink it, is there? That fellow Soya claimed Frieza's true combat power is 300. Vegeta grunted. As for Soya's assertion that Frieza's combat power reached hundreds of millions, Vegeta truly could not believe it. No one would. A combat power exceeding 100 million. How is that possible? After all, the captain of the Ginyu Force possessed only 120 combat power. Vegeta considered it highly probable that Frieza's true combat power stood at 300. Thus Vegeta resolved to attempt at first force Frieza to drink the divine battle water. See if they could devise a means to eradicate him. That coward Soya. I, Vegeta, shall certainly eliminate Frieza to prove my prowess. Was it merely adding Gula, Frieza's elder brother? You? What did you say? Frieza's true combat power is 300. Nappa exclaimed, his face cycling through various shades. If this were true and his combat power could be diminished 20-fold, we would genuinely have a chance to prevail. Naturally. Vegeta smiled faintly. Then he detailed his plan to Nappa. Nappa listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. 3 hours elapsed. Vegeta reattached the scouter. Just as he prepared to contact Frieza, the tyrant's chilling voice immediately transmitted. Soya, was it? I, Frieza, will make your death rhythmically painful. Frieza intoned, coldly, brimming with malice. Soya is already dead. Vegeta stated indifferently. You? What did you say? Frieza paused, his brows knitting slightly. Negative emotion value from Frieza, 999. What the devil? How could he have died? I intended to capture him alive for further torment. He attempted to flee with the divine battle water, so I killed him. Vegeta snorted. Frieza? A fleeting silence. And your point? Frieza inquired with a smile. The divine battle water is mine. Vegeta boasted triumphantly. My combat power has increased 20-fold, reaching 3000. Frieza was taken aback. Frieza was not fearful of Vegeta's combat power figure. Rather, he found the magnitude of increase wildly implausible. Vegeta had actually achieved a 20-fold combat power enhancement. If he spoke truth, that divine battle water was extraordinarily phenomenal. If I, Frieza, obtained it, how many times would my combat power multiply? Even a feeble Saiyan prince like Vegeta could boost his power 20-fold. Wouldn't I, Frieza, experience a 100-fold increase? My combat power is 120 million. If I could multiply it 100 times, would that not propel my power to 10 billion? In that event, I might even dare to challenge Lord Beerus. Frieza's interest intensified exponentially. This divine battle water was undoubtedly an exceptional treasure. I must seize it. Oh ho ho. Frieza let out a series of eerie cackles. Little Prince Vegeta, you truly amaze me. Vegeta grunted. However, do you know my battle power? Frieza chuckled lightly. At most 2000. Vegeta snorted. Let me tell you the truth. My battle power is 53000. Frieza said with a smile. Vegeta fell silent. Soya had also mentioned this battle power value. Could Frieza's true battle power really be 3 million? Enough, Vegeta. I'm tired of wasting words on you. If you're smart, hand over the battle elixir quickly. With your mere 3000 battle power, do you really think you can challenge me, Frieza? Frieza sneered disdainfully. Vegeta remained silent. What? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you're tempted to keep the battle elixir for yourself, I won't hesitate to destroy you right now. Frieza's eyes turned menacing as he threatened. Understood. Vegeta gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. I hope you won't disappoint me. Frieza sneered and asked again, by the way, is Soya really dead? Believe what you want. Vegeta grunted. That's all. Frieza ended the call and immediately contacted Dodoria. My Lord Frieza, I'm still on my way. Dodoria replied. Vegeta just claimed he killed Soya. Go investigate and verify whether it's true. Frieza sniffed derisively and issued his orders. Furthermore, you should cross paths with Vegeta in your direction. When you see him, bring him to me. Relay that I said so. Yes. Dodoria replied at once. The communication ended. Frieza narrowed his triangular eyes, lost in thought, while secretly rejoicing within. If the battle elixir truly works this well, it would be absolutely marvelous. I must obtain it to further boost my battle power. Lord Frieza, was Soya really killed by Vegeta? Bellabura seemed half convinced, sensing something off about the report of Soya's death. Send Dodoria to investigate. Right now our priority is securing the battle elixir. Upon learning the battle elixir was with Vegeta, Frieza's hatred towards Soya somewhat lessened. Yet Frieza still accumulated some negative emotional energy from Soya, but not as much as before. Within Vegeta's spaceship, Prince Vegeta, when we reach Frieza's vessel, he'll likely test your battle power, correct? Nappa suddenly raised a grave concern. Your current battle power is in a weakened state, isn't it? Even if it recovers in a day, it would only reach 15000 at most. Nowhere near the 3000 you claimed. What then, Vegeta? That was a miscalculation. How could I have overlooked such a crucial issue? What should I do? Vegeta found himself in a difficult spot. This is quite awkward. Frieza will probably check your battle power, right? Nappa asked with a wry smile. Vegeta was utterly speechless, recognizing Nappa's point had merit. I acted rashly just now. I shouldn't have revealed that I'd already consumed the battle elixir. Damn it. With Soya not here, I can't even devise such a basic countermeasure. Vegeta pondered seriously, realizing that if Frieza were to detect his actual battle power, things would become quite troublesome. After considering carefully for about a minute, Vegeta donned the scouter once more and re-established his connection with Frieza. What is it? Do you have something else to say, Vegeta? Frieza asked coldly. Let's do a video call, Frieza. I need to speak with you. Vegeta grunted. The video connection was quickly established. Vegeta held up the bottle high, revealing the battle elixir mixed with urine inside. Frieza, I won't let you succeed. Even if I hurl this bottle of battle elixir into the void of space, I'll never hand it over to you. A smug grin spread across Vegeta's lips. What did you say? Frieza's forehead veins bulged as he trembled with rage. Vegeta will now cast this battle elixir into the cosmos. Find it yourself if you can. Ha ha ha. Vegeta erupted in laughter, opened the launch bay, pressed the button, and sent the bottle flying into space. Instantly, he severed the communication channel. Frieza seethed with fury, his body shaking violently. Have all Saiyans become this detestable? I will not forgive you, you filthy monkey. I'll make sure your deaths come in rhythm. Frieza harbored intense hatred for Vegeta. Meanwhile, Frieza accumulated additional negative emotional energy from Soya. After several deep breaths, Frieza finally composed himself. Send Dodoria to the location where Vegeta was just situated. Retrieve the battle elixir. Frieza issued the command with a stern expression. Then, should Dodoria still pursue Vegeta? Bellabura asked. Vegeta has openly rebelled against me. Moreover, if his battle power truly reaches 3000, Dodoria stands no chance against him. Frieza shook his head. Indeed. Bellabura nodded. Which direction is Vegeta heading? Frieza inquired. Based on his trajectory, he appears to be heading back to planet Vegeta, Bellabura responded. I hope he returns to planet Vegeta. Frieza's expression darkened. When that happens, I'll personally capture and torment him. The vast starry sky stretched across the boundless cosmos. Soya and Raditz each piloted a spherical miniature spacecraft hurtling toward Earth at high speed. Notably, Soya had disabled the spacecraft's navigation and communication systems, ensuring the Frieza Force could no longer trace Earth's location. I'll accumulate negative emotional energy on Earth first. Once my battle power grows sufficiently, I'll venture into the cosmos. The journey to Earth takes at least 10 days from here. Negative emotional energy from Frieza, 999. Negative emotional energy from Nappa, 888. Negative emotional energy from Vegeta, 666. Soya's grin stretched impossibly wide. We're separated by countless light years, yet you somehow still managed to generate negative emotional energy for me. In just moments, Soya accumulated nearly 1,000,000 points of negative emotional energy. But this remains insufficient. Earth's vast population should prove more fruitful for gathering such energy. My objective is to gather 10 million negative emotional energy points first, then perform a 1,000 pull draw. Surely across 1,000 attempts I'll obtain several Ultra Instinct fragments. Even without Ultra Instinct fragments, a few legendary Super Saiyan trial cards would suffice. Days went by. Vegeta's spaceship took a turn through the starry sky and headed for another planet. Rumble. Explosions rocked the planet one after another. Meanwhile, Dodoria had finally lived up to Frieza's expectations, locating the bottle of Battle God water that Vegeta had discarded in the vastness of space. Dodoria immediately brought the Battle God water back to the spaceship and established a video call with Frieza. Your Majesty Frieza, I have successfully found the Battle God water. Dodoria swayed the bottle in his hand and flashed a groveling smile. You've done well. Frieza nodded with satisfaction. Soa has been completely cut off, most likely dead, and the same goes for that Raditz. Dodoria shared all his investigative findings with Frieza. Never mind them. Soa was just lucky. Frieza felt a twinge of discontent deep within. To die like this. What a pity. Your Majesty Frieza, should I go capture Vegeta now? Dodoria asked. According to Vegeta's spaceship positioning, I'm not too far from him. If what you say about the Battle God water is true, Vegeta's combat power must have reached at least 3,000. Frieza spoke coldly. 3,000. Are you joking? Can just this one bottle of Battle God water really boost combat power to that extent? Dodoria was stunned, staring in disbelief at the bottle in his hand. Then with your current combat power, you stand no chance against him. Frieza snorted. Dodoria fell silent. Drink the Battle God water and see how much your combat power increases, Frieza said with a smile. May I drink it? Dodoria asked eagerly. Of course. Frieza's smile grew even more radiant. With such a loyal little lab rat willing to test the Battle God water, why would he refuse? Yes, Your Majesty Frieza. Dodoria immediately responded with respect, his heart surging with excitement. If Vegeta's combat power had truly reached 3,000, just how many times could his own power increase? Drink it now and report your combat power value to me. Frieza's interest was instantly piqued. Yes. Dodoria, with a pounding heart, carefully twisted open the bottle cap. A pungent urine-like stench immediately assaulted his nose. Dodoria furrowed his brows. Is this really the Battle God water? Why does it smell so overpowering? What's wrong? Frieza asked, narrowing his eyes. Nothing. It's just that the smell feels a bit strong. Dodoria grimaced slightly. Since it's the Battle God water, a strong odor is only natural. Frieza nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll drink it, Your Majesty Frieza. Dodoria replied. Take small sips, don't finish it all at once. Frieza warned repeatedly. It seems the effects are calculated by each sip. Just a small taste will do. Yes, I understand. After speaking, Dodoria took a tiny sip of the Battle God water and smacked his lips, tasting it carefully. Well, has your combat power increased? Frieza asked with some expectation. Nothing's happening. Could it be fake? Dodoria shook his head and pressed the button on his eye-mounted scanner to check his combat power value, then replied, Your Majesty Frieza, my combat power is still at 2,000. No change. One sip won't do anything. It takes 2 sips to double. Frieza mused. Shouldn't 1 sip equal 1 times the increase? Dodoria looked puzzled. Your combat power is 2,000. What is 2,000 multiplied by 1? Frieza asked, narrowing his eyes. 4,000. Dodoria paused before answering. Then what is twice 2,000? Frieza smiled. Dodoria. I understand, Your Majesty Frieza. Let me try another sip. Dodoria took another sip, smacking his lips, and muttered quietly. It tastes a bit salty and bitter too, kind of astringent. That's not important. Quickly check your combat power. Frieza frowned. Why would he care about the taste? Right now he only cared whether Dodoria's combat power had doubled. After swallowing that sip, Dodoria clearly felt energy surging wildly within his body. He immediately pressed the button on his scanner and checked his combat power value. Combat power 40000. Dodoria was stunned, then overjoyed. It really did double. Keep drinking. A smile appeared on Frisia's face. Dodoria immediately took another sip, then checked his combat power value through the scanner once more. I was negligent. I'm truly sorry, Your Majesty Frisia. Dodoria scratched his head awkwardly, then asked curiously, but then how did Vegeta know his combat power reached 0? Scanners can't detect values that high. Idiot. He calculated it by counting the number of sips. Frisia was exasperated. Is your intelligence lower than that of a 5-year-old scion? Your Majesty Frisia is right. I understand what to do. Dodoria gave a bitter smile and hurriedly asked, shall I continue drinking, Your Majesty Frisia? Go ahead. Frisia did not object. Dodoria drank a total of 16 sips of Battle God water. By the 17th sip, the energy in his body showed no further change. Drink the last sip and see. Frisia was thrilled within. The Battle God water was truly an excellent substance. Even Dodoria could increase his combat power 17-fold. This meant, perhaps Frisia could achieve a 100-fold increase in combat power. Dodoria took the final sip, constantly smacking his lips. He suddenly felt that the more he drank, the better it tasted. You know what, Your Majesty Frisia, at first I wasn't used to the taste, but the more I drank, the more I appreciated its unique flavor. Dodoria praised it endlessly. Is your combat power still increasing? Frisia asked. No more. There's nothing happening inside my body. Dodoria shook his head. Excellent, so your combat power has increased 16-fold. Frisia was quite satisfied with Dodoria's performance. That means my current combat power has reached 32000. Dodoria was exhilarated. Go capture Vegeta now. With a 2000 advantage in combat power over him, there shouldn't be any major problems. Frisia's smile grew even more radiant. Yes, Your Majesty Frisia. Dodoria nodded firmly. Remember, don't be careless. Frisia warned repeatedly. I have 2000 more combat power than him. Even if he ambushes me, he won't be my match. Dodoria's confidence surged dramatically. Enough, go now, Frisia commanded. Whoosh! Dodoria piloted the spacecraft, rapidly pursuing toward Vegeta's direction. After 50 minutes, Dodoria's spacecraft landed on the planet where Vegeta and Nappa were located. Whoosh! Dodoria flew out of the spacecraft, swiftly ascending into the high sky, scanning all around for Vegeta's whereabouts. Rumble! Suddenly, a colossal explosion erupted from the distant Earth, sending a massive mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Found you. Dodoria's eyes lit up, and he immediately dashed toward Vegeta and Nappa's location. Dodoria pushed his speed to the absolute limit, and in mere heartbeats he appeared above Vegeta and Nappa, surveying them from the heights below. I have to admit, with my battle power multiplied 16-fold, my speed has also increased tremendously. Dodoria felt increasingly thrilled and excited. Now my combat strength has reached 32000. Let me see how I'll deal with you, little Scion Prince. Found you. Dodoria quickly locked his gaze onto Vegeta, descending from the sky to land opposite him. Watching Dodoria suddenly appear, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly grim. When did this guy get here? This is terrible. Without a scouter, I can't detect his presence. This is bad. But fortunately, I still have the battle water. The side effects for Nappa and me have already passed. As long as I drink the battle water again, defeating Dodoria should be no problem. Well, if it isn't the little Scion Prince Vegeta. Dodoria looked at Vegeta with great interest, his face brimming with endless amusement. Dodoria, what are you doing here? Vegeta sneered. Nappa beside him was trembling with fear, fully aware that Dodoria's combat power was around 200. Of course I'm here to capture you and deliver you to Lord Frisia for his personal judgment, Dodoria smiled. Do you even know what my current combat power is? Vegeta's heart trembled inwardly, but on the surface he maintained his composure and asked, isn't it just 300 combat power? Dodoria chuckled lightly. Vegeta didn't know how to respond. 300 combat power. When had that become so insignificant? As if your combat power has somehow surpassed 300. Vegeta rolled his eyes at Dodoria. Dodoria calmly produced the battle water and waved it before Vegeta and Nappa's eyes. The urine had been steeping for days, the foam thick and frothy. Vegeta's pupils contracted, yet a faint smile touched his lips. Everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Vegeta then glanced at Nappa, locking his gaze on him with anger. Nappa was bewildered. Wait. Prince Vegeta, why are you glaring at me? I haven't said anything, and I certainly haven't given anything away. You fool. This is all your fault. I told you to destroy the battle water, but you insisted on throwing it into space where they'd never find it. Vegeta roared at Nappa. Nappa, you never said such a thing. Oh, I get it now. You're deliberately putting on a show for Dodoria. Has Dodoria's combat power exceeded 3000? That means he drank the battle water. We need to buy time and wait for the side effects to kick in. I'm terribly sorry, Prince Vegeta. It was my negligence, Nappa replied with an apologetic expression. So how many times has your combat power increased? Not much, just 16 times, Dodoria grinned. But my base combat power is 2000, so can you figure out what my current combat power is? 3200. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Correct, well done. Dodoria's smile grew even broader as he waved the battle water in his hand again. Though I must say this battle water tastes surprisingly good. The flavor is quite unique. If they ever develop a similar beverage for regular consumption, it would be a rather decent choice. Vegeta nearly retched. Is something wrong with your sense of taste? Nappa struggled to suppress his own nausea beside him. That liquid was mixed with Raditz urine and you didn't detect it at all. Alright, I'm done with the chatter. I'll beat you senseless now and deliver you to Lord Frieza, who will deal with you properly. Dodoria rubbed his fists and stepped toward Vegeta. Wait, I'll go with you. Vegeta suddenly said. Dodoria paused, narrowing his eyes at Vegeta. I know my combat power is 2000 less than yours. I stand no chance against you. Vegeta spoke heavily, his young face etched with unwillingness, every emotion laid bare. What? Already backing down before we've even fought? That's not your style, Scion Prince. How am I supposed to fight with a 2000 combat power difference? Vegeta grumbled. If we were only 2000 apart, and both above 3000, I'd have a chance against you. Seems you're quite perceptive, Dodoria chuckled, rubbing his fist again with a more arrogant grin. But I've decided I'll still give you a thorough beating. I simply don't take to your kind. With that, Dodoria threw a devastating punch toward Vegeta's position. But Vegeta had anticipated this, and swiftly leaped backward, evading the blow. Damn it. Vegeta's eyes widened in fury, chagrin to his core. This guy's combat power reaches 3000. My own stands at a mere 15000. One strike from him could easily kill me. Swish. Just as Vegeta's vigilance sharpened, something felt distinctly wrong. An icy killing intent had silently materialized behind him. Vegeta mechanically turned his head, sweeping his gaze backward. Your evasion was reasonably quick just now, though still far short of my pace, Dodoria sneered. Is this the speed and might befitting 3000 combat power? No, this is bad. Vegeta's face drained of color in alarm. Bang! Dodoria's fist collided with Vegeta's back with crushing force. Spew. Vegeta coughed up a torrent of blood, nearly crushed by that single blow. Fortunately, Dodoria sensed something amiss and abruptly restrained his power. Even so, Vegeta plummeted like a cannonball from the sky, crashing into the earth below and carving a massive crater. Dodoria descended slowly from the air, landing at the crater's edge. He raised his right fist to examine it closely, brows furrowing in puzzlement. Then Dodoria thrust out his massive hand, yanking Vegeta from the pit. Vegeta grimaced in pain, waves of weakness washing over him. I nearly died from that. 3000 combat power. Truly formidable. Something's wrong. Your combat power is absolutely not 3000. Dodoria frowned, staring at Vegeta with deep suspicion. That's right, my combat power hasn't increased. I didn't drink the battle divine water. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied calmly. Dodoria. Boy, you dare deceive Lord Frieza? You're as good as dead. Dodoria gritted his teeth and roared angrily. I'll report this to Lord Frieza right now. There's no need to take you back alive. I'll deal with you here and now. Wait a moment first. I have something very important to tell you. Vegeta quickly said, it's about the battle divine water. Go ahead. Dodoria snorted. What could possibly be wrong with the battle divine water? It's about how to use it properly. If used correctly, your combat power can double again on top of your current level. Vegeta switched into full bluffing mode. In other words, your combat power will multiply by 32 times. What did you say? Combat power multiplied by 32 times. Dodoria was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim. If my combat power increases 32 times, what would that reach? 64000. Wouldn't that surpass Lord Frieza's first form? Can this be so overpowered? Really? Dodoria was half convinced, his eyes darting back and forth. Let me go and I'll tell you how to operate it, Vegeta hummed. Dodoria hesitated for 2 seconds, then slowly released Vegeta. By the way, how long have you been drinking this battle divine water? Has it been an hour? Vegeta asked casually, pretending it was no big deal. About that, nearly there, Dodoria replied. That's perfect. As long as you drink another dose of the battle divine water after an hour, your combat power will double again from its current level. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and explained to Dodoria. Oh, is that really possible? Dodoria's joy showed plainly on his face, his anticipation growing. My battle divine water will reach the 1 hour mark soon. If I drink another dose after an hour, will my combat power continue to double from its current level? No. I feel like something's off. Why haven't you drunk it? Dodoria looked at Vegeta, strangely, his brows furrowing. What are you suspecting? Vegeta snorted and asked with a calm expression. Don't you want to increase your combat power? Dodoria felt increasingly uneasy. With such a great opportunity, why wouldn't you take it? Or maybe. The more Dodoria pondered, the more abnormal everything seemed. Vaguely, he sensed that some kind of conspiracy might be waiting for him and Lord Frisia. But as for what this conspiracy was, Dodoria couldn't quite grasp it at the moment. Just as Dodoria was about to piece something together. Smack! Dodoria suddenly felt his combat power dissipate like a breached dam in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Dodoria felt as though his body had been completely drained, barely keeping himself from collapsing to the ground. The side effects had kicked in. Dodoria's combat power plummeted directly from 3200 to 1250. The massive gap left Dodoria momentarily speechless, frozen in place. But soon Dodoria slapped his forehead. The suspicious feeling finally made sense to him. This battle divine water was problematic. It only provided a temporary combat power boost. After an hour passed, the combat power would drop sharply. What the hell? So this was all a trap. The side effects finally appeared. Vegeta grinned. Your combat power has dropped to a little over 1200 now, hasn't it? How? How did you calculate that? Dodoria's voice was low. Whatever multiplier you gain, you'll lose the same amount in return. Vegeta chuckled lightly. What did you say? Dodoria panicked and couldn't help but take several steps backward. You beat me brutally just now. Now it's my turn to teach you a lesson, right? Kill intent flashed in Vegeta's eyes. You? Don't do anything reckless. Don't come near me. Dodoria kept retreating, continuously trembling in fear. Bang! Vegeta showed no mercy at all, striking swiftly. An elbow slammed directly into Dodoria's chest. Dodoria vomited a spray of blood. Bang! Vegeta followed up with a powerful kick, sending Dodoria soaring into the sky. The next moment, Vegeta let Dodoria fall freely from the sky. Just as Dodoria was about to hit the ground, Vegeta quickly rushed forward and delivered another mighty kick, sending him crashing back into the heavens. TSK. Soya's playstyle is truly satisfying. That's exactly how Soya played with Chioe back then. Now it's my turn to toy with Dodoria. That was close. Nappa, still shaken, kept wiping away sweat. Get me some food now. Vegeta shot Nappa a sideways glance. Why, yes. I got it. Nappa nodded repeatedly. During the earlier battle, although Vegeta had taken heavy blows from Dodoria, thankfully none had hit vital spots. His injuries were serious, but localized. Scion physiology was quite special. Injuries like these could roughly recover after eating something to replenish stamina. Watching Dodoria plummet rapidly, Vegeta shot straight up into the sky, appearing directly opposite him and descending alongside him. Dodoria, where's your scouter? Vegeta asked with a smile. Because my combat power increased, the scouter exceeded its detection range and exploded, Dodoria replied through gritted teeth. That's wonderful. Vegeta's smile grew even broader. You? Just let me go already, Vegeta. Dodoria said sternly. I can let you go, but I need you to cooperate with me on one thing. A smile appeared on Vegeta's face. Go ahead. Dodoria was taken aback. Fly a bit longer, and I'll tell you then. Vegeta smiled faintly. Back then Soya kicked Chioe just like this. I hadn't felt particularly satisfied until now. Kicking you has made me realize how playful that Soya fellow truly was. What are you talking about? Dodoria was utterly bewildered. Soya kicked Chioe like this. Could it be that Chioe was tricked to death? Bang! Vegeta delivered another powerful kick to Dodoria, sending him soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Dodoria suddenly understood many things. No wonder Chioe had disappeared mysteriously. It turned out Vegeta and Soya had eliminated Chioe by exploiting the side effects of the battle divine water. Negative emotional value from Dodoria, 999. Negative emotional value from Dodoria. For a moment, Dodoria's negative emotional value was on the verge of maxing out. Soya could never have imagined that after just one word from Bastion, Dodoria would hand over all the negative emotional energy to him. Seeing this continuous stream of negative emotional energy value, Soya was genuinely bewildered. Why would Dodoria be providing me with negative emotional energy values? Ever since I transmigrated here, I haven't even seen him yet. How strange. The spaceship is too slow. It'll still take several days to reach Earth. But this was already considered fast. Soya remembered that when Bastion and Naba traveled from a distant galaxy to Earth, it had taken nearly a year. If Soya had to stay inside a spaceship for an entire year, he'd probably die of boredom. System, can't you develop something like instant transmission? Time is money, understand? Bastion had thoroughly tormented Dodoria before crouching beside him, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched him. Dodoria had been thoroughly beaten into submission, too cowardly to even breathe a word. Let me go, Bastion. I was just following orders. I never intended to oppose you. Dodoria hastily pleaded, his will to survive evident. I said I could let you go, but you need to do as I say. Bastion chuckled softly. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Dodoria asked. What are Fuja's plans? Confess everything. Bastion grunted. He ordered me to capture you and bring you back, that's all. Duoduolia answered honestly. So did you contact him aboard the spaceship? Bastian inquired. Yes. Duoduolia nodded. Good. When we reach the spaceship you simply tell them that you've captured me and are preparing to escort me back. A faint smile curved Bastian's lips. What do you intend? Duoduolia was taken aback. You don't need to know. Just do as I say and you'll live. Bastian grunted. Duoduolia nodded readily. At this moment didn't Duoduolia understand Bastian's intention clearly. He was planning to deceive Lord Fuja through this method. You're trying to trick Lord Fuja this way. You're incredibly bold. Shouldn't you find a way to warn Lord Fuja? No. If I said anything Bastian would kill me without hesitation. What's the duration of the combat divine water's side effects? Duoduolia asked cautiously. 3 days, Bastian replied. I certainly won't admit the side effect only lasts 1 day. Duoduolia, don't think about recovering your combat power to defeat me. During these 3 days you'd better behave yourself. Bastian sneered. So you plan to kill me after 3 days? Duoduolia shuddered violently. I said if you behave well I can let you go. Bastian smiled. Duoduolia carefully weighed the situation for a moment and decided that following Bastian's instructions for now was a reasonable choice. After all, there were still 3 days. Many variables could arise during this time. If he seized the opportunity, he might escape Bastian's control. By the way, can Fuja transform? Bastian suddenly asked. Chioi told you. Duoduolia paused and replied, that's right. Lord Fuja can indeed transform, and he has 4 forms. You stand no chance against Lord Fuja. Bastian's expression darkened slightly. Naba's face also turned grim. Was Soya telling the truth? Fuja truly had 4 transformation forms. Then does Fuja's combat power exceed 100 million? Bastian gritted his teeth and pressed further. 100 million. Duoduolia's expression stiffened, and he huffed, what are you talking about? Impossible. That's what I thought. Bastian breathed a sigh of relief. If Fuja's combat power was only 3 million, he might have been able to use the combat divine water to sabotage him. Soya, you bastard. How could you claim Fuja's combat power reached 100 million? You were clearly trying to scare me. Negative emotional energy value from Bastian 666. I knew it. No one's combat power could possibly reach such heights. Let's go to your spaceship now. Bastian grunted, grabbing Duoduolia and flying toward the spaceship. Naba followed behind. Soon Bastian arrived at his spaceship with Duoduolia. Duoduolia skillfully activated the communication system and contacted Fuja. Bastian pretended to be severely injured and extremely weak, kneeling on the ground with a defiant expression. Bastian had already made up his mind if Duoduolia tried to warn Fuja, he would kill him right there and then and flee immediately. That Soya fellow and Razzie seem to have gone to a planet called Earth. I should go to Earth too. But if everything goes smoothly, I might actually be able to eliminate Fuja at this opportunity. The video call connected quickly. Fuja's cold, sinister face appeared on the screen. At the same time, Fuja immediately noticed Bastian kneeling on the ground and Duoduolia, whose face was bruised and swollen. Lord Fuja, I have not failed you. I have captured Bastian. Duoduolia hastily replied. Duoduolia, you seem badly injured. Fuja smiled coldly at Duoduolia. What happened? Your combat power is 20,000 higher than his, yet he beat you into this state. I apologize, Lord Fuja. It was my carelessness. Duoduolia forced a dry smile and tried to signal Fuja, but noticed Bastian constantly glaring at him, so he gave up the idea. If Bastian really figured it out, he would kill me without hesitation and then run away. I'll have to remind Lord Fuja properly when I see him. Fool, didn't I tell you not to be careless? Fuja scolded. But it's nothing short of a success. He's been defeated and is now very obedient. Duoduolia hastily replied. Bastian, you have quite the nerve openly rebelling against me. Fuja narrowed his eyes and glared coldly at Bastian. Damn it, Bastian growled. Bring him back to me. Fuja ordered. I want to crush him with my own hands. Yes, Lord Fuja. Duoduolia immediately agreed. By the way, is the combat divine water still here? Fuja asked again. It's right here. Duoduolia took out the combat divine water and shook it. It should be about 3 days, correct? Fuja inquired. Yes. Duoduolia nodded. Hurry up and depart. Fuja commanded. Yes. Duoduolia replied respectfully. Just as they were about to end the call, Fuja suddenly remembered something and casually asked, what about that other scion named Naba? Did you kill him? Not yet, but he can't move anymore. I'll kill him before I leave, Dodoria replied somewhat guiltily. Do it. Frisia waved his hand, ending the call. Dodoria breathed a slight sigh of relief. Vegeta's smile grew even brighter. Prince Vegeta, look. I've done as you instructed, Dodoria said with a flattering expression toward Vegeta. Good work. Vegeta gave a slight smile. What do we do next? Dodoria asked. You've outlived your usefulness. A murderous intent emerged in Vegeta's eyes. What? What did you say? Dodoria's face changed repeatedly. Vegeta. You broke your word. Bang. Vegeta kicked him fiercely, delivering a heavy blow straight to Dodoria's chest. Instantly Dodoria's chest caved in deeply. His body was launched backward, piercing straight through the spacecraft's hull and crashing onto the ground outside. Dodoria slid for hundreds of meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Vegeta flew after him and drove his knee directly into Dodoria's neck. Crunch. Dodoria's neck twisted unnaturally, killing him on the spot. Vegeta retrieved the battle water from Dodoria's body and unleashed an energy blast, reducing him to nothing but ashes. After completing this, Vegeta slowly returned to Dodoria's spacecraft. Prince Vegeta. There was no need to destroy his spacecraft. Nappa looked at Vegeta with confusion. If I did it on purpose. Vegeta grunted. On purpose? Nappa was completely bewildered. Vegeta calmly stashed the battle water in the storage cabinet and quickly began operating the computer. Target planet Vegeta. Launch. Vegeta pressed the button to launch the spacecraft and left the ship. Whoosh. The spacecraft shot into the sky, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast expanse of space, flying toward planet Vegeta on autopilot. Vegeta smiled faintly and said casually, Dodoria obtained the battle water. When Frieza video called him, he must have made him drink it and learned that his combat power had multiplied 16 times over. I still don't quite understand. Nappa looked completely confused. You idiot. Vegeta scolded, explaining coldly. Originally, Frieza was skeptical about the battle water doubling effect, but with Dodoria as his loyal subordinate acting as a test subject, Frieza would believe in the battle water. However, neither Frieza nor Dodoria knew about the side effects of the battle water. I understand now. Nappa suddenly realized. You deliberately threw the battle water into space, guessing that Dodoria would find it and drink it, right? Humph. A slight smile curved Vegeta's lips. As expected of Prince Vegeta, this strategy is simply brilliant. Nappa expressed his admiration, then asked curiously, but why leave a hole in the spacecraft? This spacecraft will eventually be recovered by Frieza. When they board it and find both Vegeta and Dodoria missing, along with an extra hole in the ship indicating a fight took place inside. Let Frieza fill in the rest himself. Vegeta chuckled lightly, but I think those details don't matter much to Frieza. When his people find the battle water, Frieza will drink it without hesitation. So that's how it is. Nappa gave Vegeta a thumbs up. We destroyed the spacecraft's communication system, then quietly followed behind them. Vegeta's smile appeared. Frieza has a one-day weakness period. At that time, as long as I drink the battle water, I can destroy Frieza. But how do we know Frieza drank the battle water? Nappa scratched his head and asked. No need to confirm. I'm certain he will drink it. Vegeta sneered. The battle water can boost combat power, and no one wouldn't want to improve their combat power. Yumi Raditz, and even cooler. Who among us hasn't drunk it? Nappa suddenly felt Vegeta was absolutely right. And I've already calculated that when we return to planet Vegeta, it will be a full moon. Vegeta's face showed extreme confidence. In that case, as long as I drink the battle water and transform into an Oozaru, my combat power will be at least 3 million. Even if Frieza's fourth form is 3 million, I'm not afraid. Nappa's eyes shone brightly. Prince Vegeta's words made perfect sense. Before departing, Vegeta and Nappa found and destroyed the spacecraft's positioning and communication systems. 3 days later. Near planet Vegeta, aboard Frieza's spacecraft. Frieza sat in his stroller, gazing at the cosmic starry sky through the window, eagerly anticipating the return of the battle water. With that thing, perhaps Frieza could surpass Lord Beerus. Perhaps he could replace him and become the new god of destruction. Frieza at this stage still had relatively naive thoughts. Frieza naively believed that 10 billion combat power could definitely defeat Beerus. It wasn't until Frieza died in the future, was imprisoned and hellbound in a cocoon hanging from a great tree and tormented day and night by little spirits with their singing, that Frieza's state of mind was truly tempered. And after Frieza's resurrection through years of mental cultivation in hell, he was able to unlock his golden form in just 6 months. Only after Frieza achieved his golden form did he finally realize how vast the gap was between himself and Lord Beerus. Frieza at this time was still young and looked down on everything. With 10 billion combat power, how could he lose to a god of destruction? It was the same logic as Vegeta naively believing that 3 million combat power could crush Frieza. Lord Frieza, we've just detected Dodoria's ship approaching. Belmod bowed behind Frieza. Our people are intercepting that ship. Oh, this guy's been out of contact for 3 days. Frieza frowned. Why has he lost contact? Belmod seemed puzzled. It must be that Dodoria was careless and let Vegeta ambush him. They may have killed each other. Frieza was unsurprised, though somewhat tense inside. It doesn't matter if they died. What I'm most concerned about now is, where is the battle water? Our operatives have sent word. There's a breach in the spacecraft, and not a single soul remains aboard. Bulma immediately synced the intel. Your Excellency Frieza is right. Based on the situation, Vegeta carried Dodoria and escaped the spacecraft. Neither could survive in the vacuum of space, so they perished together. That fool Dodoria told him not to let his guard down, but he wouldn't listen. Frieza's face turned ice cold. Our people are now searching the spacecraft for the fighting god water. Bulma replied. Huh? What? It's already been found. Excellent. Frieza's pupils tightened slightly, an overwhelming surge of delight flashing across his eyes. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza sprang from his stroller and sped toward the spacecraft at full velocity. In no time at all, Frieza appeared aboard Dodoria's spacecraft. His subordinate Sorbet knelt and bowed, presenting the fighting god water to Frieza with both hands. Oh, you found the fighting god water. Frieza took the vial with a broad smile. Why, yes, Your Excellency Frieza. Sorbet nodded respectfully. And what is your name? Frieza asked with a warm smile. I am Sorbet, Your Excellency. Sorbet replied. Well done. I hereby promote you to Chief of Staff. Report to the Northern Army. Frieza, in a rare display of generosity, patted Sorbet on the shoulder. Sorbet's heart leaped with joy. Such staggering fortune had arrived, all too suddenly. He had merely been stationed here to monitor passing spacecraft. When Dodoria's ship happened to return, he had climbed aboard to search, and stumbled upon the legendary fighting god water. And now Frieza was making him Chief of Staff. Thank you, Your Excellency Frieza. Sorbet was overcome with emotion. I will give my all. Frieza paid him no further mind and swiftly returned to his own spacecraft with the fighting god water. Your Excellency Frieza, you have returned. Bulma stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Frieza ignored her entirely, swept past her, and settled into a comfortable seat before unscrewing the cap of the vial. A pungent foul odor instantly assaulted his nostrils. Frieza's brow furrowed slightly. Why was it so overpowering? Right. Dodoria had once mentioned that the fighting god water had a rather distinctive aroma. Never mind. Whatever it took to boost his combat power, Frieza wouldn't so much as flinch. With a delighted expression, he took a small sip. The taste. Frieza nearly gagged. Bitter, astringent, and dreadfully salty. What the hell? Never mind. The first sip wouldn't double anything. Keep drinking. Swallowing his second gulp of the fighting god water with a pounding heart, Frieza excitedly discovered that his inner energy was churning furiously. His combat power had risen to well over 1 million. Wait. He was still in his first form with a base combat power of only 53000. So, did the fighting god water enhance his first form combat power? How awkward. Let me try transforming and see if it boosts further. Frieza immediately launched himself from his stroller, his body rapidly expanding and muscles swelling as he entered his second form. He promptly gauged the change in his energy. Not bad. He felt his energy intensity had absolutely doubled. That meant his second form combat power had reached 2 million. What about the third form? Frieza shifted again. His combat power surged further, skyrocketing to 4 million. Still uneasy, Frieza activated his ultimate fourth form. As expected, his combat power climbed to 6 million. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately unleashed every ounce of his strength. Combat power 240 million. Frieza's hands trembled with exhilaration. Keep drinking. What was there to hesitate about? Frieza took another sip. Combat power 360 million. Keep going. He sipped delicately, consuming a full 10 mouthfuls. By then, Frieza's combat power had skyrocketed to 1200 million. He was absolutely overjoyed. Could this feel any better? Vegeta had managed to multiply his combat power 20-fold. As for him, Frieza, he would certainly achieve a 100-fold increase at the very least. He continued drinking the fighting god water. Strange enough, the more he drank, the more he grew accustomed to the taste. At first it had made him nauseous, but with combat power multiplying so dramatically, Frieza genuinely found it less bitter, less astringent. It was almost sweet. Your Excellency Frieza. Might I interject? Bulma raised her hand. Speak. Frieza was in excellent spirits, thoroughly pleased with himself. Lord Jinyu has arrived. Bulma reported. Jinyu. He's finally come. Frieza snorted. A cunning plan struck him. Bring him here. How fortuitous. An opportunity had arrived. Perfect. He would serve as the ideal test subject for whether his combat power had truly increased. Jinyu's combat power had always exceeded his own. Now his power had multiplied tenfold to 1200 million. He should be able to crush him without effort. He wanted to see just how many times his combat power could multiply. Frieza continued drinking the fighting god water. It was barely half a bottle, and it had been diluted with urine. Nappa had drunk from it after Dodoria, and now Frieza was drinking what remained. Very little of the fighting god water was left. Frieza had to sip it slowly. If he finished it while his power was still multiplying, but had none left to consume, what a tragedy that would be. Frieza had quickly consumed 20 mouthfuls. On the 21st, his combat power continued to climb. 21 times. Combat power 2. 5 billion. Ho 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 ho. Frieza couldn't help but let out a string of maniacal laughter. At that moment, Zarbin arrived personally, escorting Jinyu into the main hall. Jinyu was Frisia's elder brother, sharing a similar appearance, yet his combat power had reached 470 million, far surpassing Frisia's. Frisia, what are you doing over there? Jinyu snorted. Seeing Frisia grinning so obnoxiously, he felt an urge to thrash him himself. Jinyu, you're here. Frisia's grin grew even more insufferable, and he waved at Zarbin and Bulma, signaling them to leave. Zarbin and Bulma offered a respectful bow and silently withdrew. Father sent me to check on you, Jinyu said, rolling his eyes, and to urge you to complete Lord Beerus's mission as soon as possible. I'm well aware, but there's no rush. Once the Scions have mostly returned, we'll destroy this planet. As he spoke, Frisia took another small sip of the fighting god water. After swallowing, Frisia smacked his lips, growing ever more convinced that the taste was truly extraordinary. What are you drinking? Gulag asked curiously. Nothing. Don't concern yourself with such trivialities. Frisia replied, taking another small sip. 23 times. Still not at the limit. I want to see just how many times Frisia can multiply my combat power. You sure are in a relaxed mood, aren't you? Gulag didn't mind and asked again. By the way, how many Scions have returned to planet Vegeta now? At least another 20+ days before most of them arrive. Frisia answered, taking another sip of the divine combat water. During their idle chatter, Frisia had unknowingly consumed 40 sips of the divine combat water. The combat power had risen 40-fold. By now, Frisia's combat power had reached an astounding 4,800,000,000. Sensing the surging mighty energy within his body, Frisia was overjoyed. You won't stop, will you? Gulag's brows knitted tightly together. This Frisia fellow truly lacked manners. Taking a sip of his drink with every sentence he spoke. How long would that tiny bottle last him? Seeing Frisia prepare to continue drinking, Gulag could no longer contain himself. With a flick of his wrist, a beam of energy shot from his fingertip. Whoosh! The energy beam shot toward the divine combat water in Frisia's hand at breakneck speed. Boom! The energy beam struck the divine combat water in Frisia's hand right on the spot. Everything had happened far too suddenly. So suddenly that Frisia hadn't even had time to react. The bottle of divine combat water exploded at once. Frisia was completely stunned. The bottle burst open, spilling the divine combat water all over the floor, with some of it evaporating into the air. Panicked Frisia roared angrily, Gulag, what are you doing? Ouch! Before he could finish his words, Frisia immediately dropped to the ground and lapped up a mouthful of the divine combat water from the floor. Then he sensed the surging energy within himself. Thankfully, it had not failed to double merely because it had fallen to the ground. Frisia dared not be careless and quickly licked another 10 mouthfuls of the divine combat water from the floor. By now, Frisia's combat power had already multiplied 50-fold. Seeing Frisia licking up the spilled drink from the ground like a dog, Gulag's eyes widened in utter astonishment. What was he trying to do? Had his mind gone bad? Frisia, what on earth are you doing? Gulag frowned deeply, his face darkening as he asked. Frisia licked at the floor one more time, leaving only water stains. But to his misfortune, he discovered that his combat power was not increasing at all. At this point, Frisia couldn't tell whether he had reached his personal limit of 50 times, or whether it was simply because there was no more divine combat water. All gone. Frisia trembled with rage from head to toe, leaping up from the ground and glaring at Gulag. That energy beam Gulag had fired had naturally evaporated quite a bit of the divine combat water. You bastard. Frisia was truly furious. Originally, there hadn't been much of this bottle of divine combat water left, and Frisia had been thinking that if he drank it in small sips, taking 100 sips wouldn't be a problem. But now Gulag had ruined it by knocking some away. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Gulag asked curiously. No matter how good the drink tastes, there's no need to lap it up from the floor. What do you know? You ruined everything for me. I won't forgive you. Frisia trembled with rage. Frisia, don't you seem to have forgotten something rather important? Gulag gave a disdainful smile, watching Frisia with interest. You'd best remember clearly that my combat power far surpasses yours. Oh, is that so? Frisia immediately showed interest. What? Do you think your combat power can surpass your older brother? Gulag sneered coldly. Let's go outside and have a match. Frisia's face darkened, both excited and frustrated. He was excited because Frisia felt his combat power had reached the height of 6 billion. The frustrating part was, he felt his multiplier hadn't yet reached its limit, but the divine combat water was gone. Oh, are you being serious? Gulag narrowed his eyes slightly. Whoosh! Frisia didn't hesitate at all, immediately opening the spaceship's hatch and darting straight into the void of space. Gulag wore a strange expression, feeling that Frisia was truly acting differently today. Nevertheless, Gulag followed suit and burst out, appearing opposite Frisia with a confident look on his face. Frisia, are you really planning to challenge your older brother? Gulag chuckled lightly. Gulag, I won't even take advantage of you. I'll just stand here and let you hit me. Frisia waved his hand at Gulag, his expression full of provocation. Gulag, when had Frisia become so confident? He must have gone stupid. Then I won't hold back. Don't blame me for not going easy on you if it hurts. Gulag smiled lightly. Without any hesitation, Gulag transformed into his fifth form and rushed toward Frisia at great speed, throwing a punch straight at his face. I've never seen such a request in all my days. Standing there and inviting me to strike him. However, just as Gulag's fist was about to reach Frisia, Frisia slowly extended a single finger and caught his fist with it. The moment Gulag's fist made contact with Frisia's finger, he clearly sensed the tremendous power erupting from the other party. Gulag was dumbfounded at that moment, displaying utter astonishment. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed this fact. Although I haven't unleashed my full strength, the fact that Frisia could block this punch with a single finger shows that his combat power has surged to a very high level. Gulag, have you not eaten? Put some force into it. Frisia sneered. This is your own doing. Gulag gritted his teeth, increasing the force of his attacks and launching a fierce assault on Frisia. Frisia didn't even attempt to fight back, allowing Gulag's fists to land on his body. In fact, Frisia felt it wasn't enough, and with a graceful turn he faced away from Gulag. Bang bang crash. Gulag's fists hammered furiously against Frisia's back. Frisia moaned comfortably, sounding utterly satisfied. Harder, harder. Frisia groaned. Gulag was thoroughly stunned and hastily leaped backward, putting distance between them. Swish. Frisia, however, flashed forward with terrifying speed, appearing behind Gulag in an instant. The speed was so fast that Gulag couldn't even react in time. Gulag mechanically turned his head, looking at the Frisia who had appeared behind him with an expression of utter disbelief. What kind of joke is this? How is this possible? Gulag's speech became stuttered, his face changing repeatedly as he exclaimed, when did you raise your combat power to this level? Let me tell you, Gulag. Frisia smiled triumphantly and rubbed his nose. My combat power has now reached the height of 6 billion. You? What did you say? Gulag froze. Yes, you heard that correctly. My current combat power is 6 billion. Frisia smiled all the wider. How? How is this possible? Guldo was utterly dumbfounded, unable to accept this reality. Such is the truth. Frisia said, and with another flash appeared directly in front of Guldo. Guldo broke out in a cold sweat. This guy was far too fast. Frisia chuckled softly, curled his fingers, and flicked Guldo on the forehead. Bang! With a dull thud, Guldo's head snapped backward as he was sent hurtling through the air. Shoo! Frisia flashed once more, instantly appearing behind Guldo, and casually raised his hand to stop him in mid-flight. Oh ho ho! Frisia's smile widened even further, stretching all the way to his ears. Guldo was completely petrified. How could this be? Had Frisia's combat power truly reached 6 billion? Guldo, you're useless. Frisia sneered. From now on, the Eastern Galaxy falls under my jurisdiction. Go home and retire while you still can. Guldo. What? What is going on? How did you increase your combat power? Guldo's face was a picture of bewilderment. You damn bastard, Guldo. I could have multiplied my combat power by 100-fold. You ruined everything for me. Frisia's mind raced back to the earlier scene, anger welling up inside him. What exactly do you mean? Guldo was even more confused. 100-fold. What I consumed just now was battle god water, something I obtained with great difficulty. Frisia trembled with fury. There was only a tiny amount left. 1 sip doubles your combat power, and I drank 50 sips, multiplying my strength 50 times over. What are you talking about? Does such an amazing thing even exist? Guldo was dumbstruck. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The facts speak for themselves. Frisia gritted his teeth. Believe it or not, I could kill you right now. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had told me earlier, I never would have destroyed your battle god water. Guldo hurried to explain. Damn it, you bastard. Frisia desperately wanted to swat Guldo to death, but after much hesitation, he ultimately decided to spare him. After all, if he killed Guldo now, who would be there to watch him dominate Beerus in the future? But the mere thought made Frisia's heart sink. My combat power could have reached 10 billion. Now it's only at 6 billion. And the battle god water is gone. I have a strange feeling that I haven't reached my limit yet. It's all because of that damn Guldo. Bang! Frisia sharply swung his tail, sending Guldo flying once again. This time he struck with greater force, leaving a long, deep gash across Guldo's body. As Guldo was sent hurtling backward, he promptly passed out. Consider yourself lucky I didn't kill you. Frisia bared his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. After casting one final glance in Guldo's direction, Frisia returned to his spacecraft. Belma, gather everyone, and head to Beast Planet immediately. I want you to find more battle god water at all costs. Frisia issued the order without hesitation. In his view, a combat power of 6 billion still felt somewhat challenging when facing Beerus. At least he needed to reach 10 billion combat power to defeat Beerus, right? That damn Guldo had ruined everything for him. 30 minutes later, Frisia's spacecraft launched and headed toward Beast Planet. As for Guldo, Frisia had simply abandoned him, drifting in outer space, showing no intention of paying him any mind. By now 40 minutes had passed since Frisia drank the last sip of battle god water, and his combat power surged 50-fold. Since Frisia's spacecraft was traveling toward Beast Planet, while King Vegeta's spacecraft was heading in the opposite direction back to planet Vegeta, the two ships happened to pass each other in the vast expanse of space. Earlier, Frisia's side had been unable to detect King Vegeta's spacecraft because its positioning and communication systems had been destroyed. However, with both ships now in open space and drawing closer, Frisia's ship quickly picked up signals from King Vegeta's vessel. Is that Frisia's spacecraft? Nappa's lips twitched, his face draining of all color. King Vegeta. A flood of curses stormed through King Vegeta's mind. How could they possibly run into Frisia's ship right here? This was an absurd stroke of terrible luck. Did Frisia come here specifically looking for us? Nappa's voice was grave, his body trembling with fear. Judging by the direction he's heading, he's probably making for Beast Planet, King Vegeta grunted. Why would he go to that planet? Nappa asked in confusion. Is he planning to personally deal with the Baruta people, eh? It's possible he's heading to Beast Planet to search for Battle God Water. King Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, teeth gritted. Damn it, what a miscalculation. I should have poured more Battle God Water for him. For King Vegeta, the higher Frisia's combat power multiplier, the more advantageous it would be for himself. I've been pondering something, Prince Vegeta. Nappa rubbed his bald head, a puzzled expression on his face. King Vegeta shot him a sidelong glance. Prince Vegeta, I just don't understand. The Battle God Water you mixed with urine, why did it work just as effectively as the real thing? Nappa looked thoroughly bewildered. Shouldn't diluting it with urine weaken the effect? The doubling power should have been significantly reduced. King Vegeta. His face darkened, and he said nothing. At a time like this, does asking such questions even make sense? By my calculations, from the moment Frisia obtained the Battle God Water to when he drank it, no more than 40 minutes have passed, King Vegeta huffed. We still have at least 20 minutes before he enters his weakened state. 20 minutes. Nappa's expression shifted and he asked, but speaking of which, when exactly does this 1 hour doubling period begin counting from? King Vegeta. He suppressed the urge to swat Nappa dead with his bare hands. Didn't you drink Battle God Water yourself? King Vegeta asked coldly. Do you really need me to answer such a simple question? I didn't check the time back then, Nappa said, sheepishly scratching his head. King Vegeta didn't want to speak anymore, nor did he want to acknowledge Nappa. Didn't you know that this 1 hour period starts counting from the moment you swallow the very last drop of Battle God Water that boosts your combat power? Bad news. Frisia's ship is sending us a warning signal ordering us to stop immediately. Nappa's face pale, he urgently spoke to King Vegeta. What should we do? Should we stop? Bad news. Frisia's ship is sending us a warning signal ordering us to stop immediately. Nappa's face changed color, and he quickly said to King Vegeta, what should we do? Are we stopping? Stop for now, Vegeta commanded. Yes. Nappa nodded, stepped forward, switched the spaceship's autopilot to manual mode, and brought the vessel to a halt in the void of space. Several underlings emerged from Frisia's spaceship, with Zamasu leading the group. Having discovered Vegeta and his companion spaceship here, they naturally intended to conduct a thorough inspection. Lord Frisia, their combat powers are 15,000 and 2,000 respectively. Based on the values, it must be Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta is still alive. Parabelu glanced toward the opposing spaceship and asked with some puzzlement. Alive is fine. This means we can learn the whereabouts of the combat divine water. Frisia's lips curled upwards slightly, forming a faint smile, feeling that fortune had come a bit too suddenly. After all, only Vegeta and his companions could know the origin of the combat divine water. The monsters on Beast Star should have been nearly wiped out by them, right? Still, something feels off. Has Vegeta's combat power not increased? Or perhaps he did not drink the combat divine water. But that doesn't make sense either. If Vegeta had not consumed the combat divine water, how could Chio have lost to him? How strange. Or perhaps the combat divine water's enhancement to combat power is only temporary. Let's go up there. Zamasu saw the enemy spaceship stopping obediently and immediately gave orders to his subordinates. The subordinates prepared to board the ship. Now, activate immediately. Vegeta ordered Nappa. Yes. Nappa responded and promptly pressed the spaceship's startup button. Zamasu and his group, caught completely off guard, were thrown off balance by the sudden acceleration, stumbling about in the void of space. By the time Zamasu and the others recovered, Vegeta's spaceship had already fled. Damn it. Zamasu ground his teeth in frustration and immediately returned to Frisia's spaceship. Lord Frisia, shall we pursue? Parabelu asked. Pursue. Frisia decided without hesitation. How dare they mock me, Frisia? I will make them wish they were dead. Whoosh. The spaceship of Frisia pursued rapidly. Trouble. Our spaceship's speed is no match for his. Nappa glanced at the radar system on the ship, his expression shifting again and again. Find a planet with a moon to land on. Vegeta ordered. If we're shot down in the void of space, we'll die here. Understood. Nappa nodded, located a suitable planet, and flew toward it at high speed. The vast starry sky, the boundless cosmos. Suaya's spaceship was drawing ever closer to Earth. Estimated arrival at Earth in 3 minutes. Estimated arrival at Earth in 3 minutes. The spaceship issued an alert sound. Suwaya slowly opened his eyes, his gaze bright and clear. Having slept inside the spaceship for several days, Suwaya still felt remarkably refreshed. The first thing Suwaya did upon waking was instinctively check the total negative emotion value on the system panel. Quite satisfactory. At present, Suwaya's accumulated negative emotion value had reached 500,000. Suwaya and Radit's spaceships descended like meteors, crashing into a barren mountainous region and leaving 2 enormous impact craters on the ground. Suwaya and Raditz flew out of their spaceship. So this is Earth. The environment actually seems quite nice, Raditz said, glancing around and grinning. Suwaya also scanned the surroundings. This was a mountainous area surrounded by dense forests with the air filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. Finally arrived on Earth. Let's go. Suwaya shot skyward, flying rapidly toward the distance. Why did we come to this planet? Raditz hurried to catch up, asking curiously. Is there something special about this planet? According to my research, Suwaya remarked, if you simply live on Earth for a period of time and integrate into its environment, your state of mind will gradually become more peaceful, and the S cells within your body will increase steadily, laying a solid foundation for becoming a super scion. Super scion. Raditz's eyes lit up. How about it? Would you like to become a super scion? Suwaya grinned. Raditz shivered. Why do I feel like you're trying to trick me? The last time you said that you were asking whether I wanted to increase my combat power, and then my combat power did indeed increase. But it only lasted for 1 hour, followed by a full day of weakness. Now you're asking like this again. No way. Raditz shook his head firmly. Raditz, that kind of response makes conversation rather dull. You said, his expression darkening. Well, Raditz gave an embarrassed smile and quickly amended, of course I want to. Who wouldn't want to become a super scion? That was just a joke. Follow my instructions, and there should be no problem, Suwaya said with a smile. Really? Raditz exclaimed, overjoyed. Moreover, Suwaya's expression turned serious. Moreover what? Raditz swallowed hard, asking somewhat nervously. Moreover, once you transform into a super scion, you'll directly reach level 3. Suwaya remarked. Raditz looked utterly bewildered. What level 3? What on earth does he mean by that? How am I supposed to understand this? Negative emotion value gained from Raditz, 111. The reference to Raditz becoming a super scion level 3 is an in-joke that only true Dragon Ball fans would understand. Non-Dragon Ball fans, please leave your comments in this section. First of all, let me say a few words. Suwaya explained to Raditz as he flew through the air. Raditz nodded obediently. On this planet, do not kill indiscriminately. Cultivate a peaceful state of mind, for only then can you lay the foundation for becoming a super scion in the future. Suwaya repeatedly stressed, his expression grave. You know what will happen if you disobey. Yes. I understand. Raditz dared not be careless in the slightest. Suwaya's combat power had seemingly reached over 10,000 while his own was merely 700. I could be defeated in a single strike. I might as well just obey and keep quiet. In order to become a super scion more quickly in the future, the very first requirement is. Suwaya paused briefly here. Raditz perked up his ears, his expression full of excitement. Although I have no idea how you know the secret of transforming into a super scion, there's no harm in listening. Perhaps I really can become a super scion after all. First, you must be able to fluently recite. Black fertilizer turns gray, gray fertilizer turns black. Black fertilizer volatilizes and turns gray, gray fertilizer volatilizes and turns black. When black fertilizer volatilizes, gray material scatters. When gray fertilizer volatilizes, black particles fly. Suwaya spoke with complete seriousness, albeit utter nonsense. Raditz. Negative emotion value gained from Raditz, 666. Negative emotion value gained from Raditz, 666. Alright, I'll give it a try. Raditz gritted his teeth. For the sake of becoming a super scion, he would go all out. It was just a tongue twister after all. Black fertilizer. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Raditz could only manage a few words before an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over him. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 888. Could reciting this truly transform him into a super scion? Had he been deceived? About 20 minutes later. Soa had long since left Raditz far behind. Finally spotting living beings in a town, he descended first from the sky, landing before a beautiful young woman. The young lady had long golden hair, cascading over her shoulders, wearing a flowing one-piece dress that drew all attention. Did you fly here? Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Soa. Robbery, Soa said with a stern expression. Negative emotion value from Tai C 555. Tai C wanted to cry. Why was her luck so terrible? Soa was slightly stunned. Tai C. The name seemed oddly familiar. Could she be Bulma's older sister? Soa examined Tai Si from head to toe and indeed noticed a striking resemblance to Bulma. Here's the money. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my money. Tai Si hastily emptied all her cash. I am the clothing hero, a specialist in robbing clothes. Hand over all the garments on your body. Soa grinned wickedly. Tai Si. Negative emotion value from Tai Si 666. What kind of ridiculous clothing hero was this? Robbing people of their clothes. He was clearly just coveting her body. But then again, this young man was rather handsome. Perhaps she wasn't losing out after all. No, she was not that kind of easy girl. She needed to stall him and find a way to call the police. All right then, but wouldn't it be more convenient elsewhere? Tai Si pointed toward a hotel nearby. There's a hotel over there. Let's go there. Soa. Never mind. Let's do it next time. My aunt visited today. Soa shook his head. Tai Si's eyes bulged with utter disbelief. Your aunt visited. Do men have periods? I went to college. Don't try to fool me. Do men really have periods? Tai Si regarded Soa with deep suspicion. Absolutely. I'm not lying. We boys exchange our eggs every so often. Soa sighed lightly. Being a man is truly exhausting. Tai Si. As if I believe that nonsense. Negative emotion value from Tai Si 666. Where is the World Martial Arts Tournament being held? Soa asked. Huh. Are you going to enter the tournament? Tai Si was slightly taken aback. Yes, that's right. Soa nodded. What a coincidence. I was also planning to visit the tournament as a spectator. Tai Si said excitedly. Has it already begun? Soa inquired. The preliminary round is tomorrow, Tai Si replied. Tomorrow, huh? Soa fell into quiet contemplation, already envisioning himself deploying the solar flare at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Just by unleashing that solar flare technique, how much negative emotion value could he harvest? The audience at the tournament numbered at least tens of thousands. 10,000 people. Even if each provided the minimum 100 negative emotion points, that would total 1 million. 1 million negative emotion values equated to approximately 5,000 combat power. How incredible! Soa remembered that Bulma's older sister Tai Si did not originally appear in the Dragon Ball manga, but rather in a comic called Galaxy Patrol. This comic was also drawn by Master Bird and recounted the story of Galaxy Patrol Officer Gak on Earth. The final chapter was titled Dragon Ball Negative. The storyline of Dragon Ball Negative involved Bardock returning to planet Vegeta and sending Kakarot to Earth. This narrative element also appeared in the Dragon Ball Super Broly arc. Tai Si appeared in this location, which meant Galaxy Patrol Gak should also be nearby. According to the original story, Tai Si was harassed by petty thieves at night and subsequently rescued by Galaxy Patrol Gak. Gak came to Earth with the purpose of eliminating the Scions who had arrived. However, the clumsy Gak had terrible luck. His spaceship broke down shortly after landing on Earth. How long does it take to reach the World Martial Arts Tournament venue from here? Soa asked. It's on that small island over there. Just an hour by boat. Tai Si said, pointing toward a distant island. Soa slowly ascended into the sky and surveyed the direction of the island. The architectural style of that island indeed bore the characteristics of the World Martial Arts Tournament grounds. Soa descended again, appearing beside Tai Si. You can really fly. Tai Si exclaimed in amazement. Not bad, huh? Soa grinned. Just then Raditz came speeding through the distance and landed beside Soa. Soa, you fly so fast. I nearly lost track of you. Raditz panted heavily. Another one just flew in. Who is this kid? Tai Si stared blankly at Raditz. My companion, Soa introduced simply. That day Tai Si arranged accommodations for Soa and Raditz, booking a room right next to her own. I haven't taken a bath in ages. Earth's lifestyle isn't bad, Raditz said after finishing his shower, feeling thoroughly refreshed. Stepping out, he discovered Soa was not in the room. Huh, where had Soa gone? Next door. Tai Si was genuinely at a loss for words, because Soa had actually gone into her room to bathe. Tai Si, come scrub my back, Soa called from the bathroom. Tai Si, if you want me, a young lady, to scrub your back, do you think that's appropriate? Tai Si was furious. Ask your companion to do it. Negative emotion value from Tai Si 666. He's too short to reach, Soa chuckled. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I merely want to obtain some negative emotion value from you. In the end, Tai Si refused to scrub Soa's back. After finishing his bath, Soa donned a bathrobe and flopped onto the large bed. A unique feminine fragrance lingering from Tai Si wafted from the bed. This feeling was simply unmatched. This bed is truly comfortable. Soa sighed contentedly. Tai Si. Negative emotion value from Tai Si 666. I'm really done with you. Tai Si bit her lower lip, trembling with anger. This is my bed. Didn't I arrange a room for you and your companion? That bed is too small and uncomfortable. I prefer sleeping on the large bed. Soa grinned widely, his expression thoroughly shameless. Shall I upgrade you to a room with a larger bed? Tai Si suggested. You just don't understand. I enjoy sleeping beside beautiful girls. Suaya shook his head and decisively refused. Actually, it doesn't matter whether it's a large bed or a small one. The real key is the beautiful girl. Tai Si. The negative emotion value from Ta EC plus 666. With the way you're conversing, I don't even know how to respond. Rest assured my aunt's husband has come. I won't be able to do anything anyway, Soya said with a smile. Ta EC took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Stop repeating your aunt's husband. Ta EC shouted angrily. The negative emotion value from Ta EC plus 777. By the way, are there any good food places in this small town? Suaya changed the subject. There, would you like to go out and look around? Ta EC nodded gently, but her gaze was fixed on a fluffy tail on the bed, and she reached forward to grab it. Huh, what is this thing? It's fluffy and quite cute. Feels so nice to touch. Suaya. Suaya shivered, getting goosebumps all over. You touching my tail like this? Isn't that a bit rude? What are you talking about? Turn over quickly, don't press on it. Ta EC flipped Suaya over. Then Ta EC looked carefully and saw that the tail was attached to Suaya's buttocks. Pat, pat. Suaya directly controlled his tail and gently stroked Ta EC's face a few times. Oh. Ta EC let out a scream. You're overreacting. Suaya rolled his eyes. You? Why do you have a tail? Why didn't I see it just now? Ta EC looked at Suaya as if he were a monster. Don't say that all men have tails, they're just hidden, Suaya chuckled. Ta EC. Why do I feel like you're tricking me? The negative emotion value from Ta EC plus 666. Somewhere on a planet. After a long pursuit, Frieza's spaceship finally intercepted Vegeta's spaceship on this planet. This planet was completely blackened with a harsh environment. Hovering above the planet was a massive satellite several times larger than Earth's moon. After this period of pursuit, it had already been 55 minutes since Frieza's combat power doubled. There were still 5 minutes remaining before the combat elixir would show side effects and Frieza would enter a weakened state. Whoosh! Light flashed from Frieza's fingertips and a beam of light directly pierced through Vegeta's spaceship, destroying its propulsion system. Frieza's subordinates also surrounded Vegeta's spaceship. Vegeta, come out quickly. Zarbin shouted loudly with a cold expression. It was heard that Vegeta's combat power had reached 3000. Now looking at the data from the detector, it was only 15000. I almost got scared by you. Creak. The spaceship door slowly opened. Vegeta and Nappa stepped out of the spaceship, moving extremely slowly. Let's stall for time first. It's best to stall until the combat elixir shows side effects. It's really Vegeta and Nappa. Berta was slightly surprised. Frieza also narrowed his eyes, looking coldly at Vegeta. Oh, isn't this Lord Frieza? Vegeta greeted with a smile. What are you doing intercepting my spaceship? Vegeta, when you called before, you were very arrogant. Frieza rubbed his chin and smiled lightly. Oomph. Vegeta huffed and didn't answer. What about Dodoria? Did you kill him? Frieza asked. I didn't kill him. His combat power increased too much, he didn't control the force properly and accidentally pierced through the spaceship and died in space. Vegeta said without hesitation. Anyway, it was just bluffing. Let's see if he could fool Frieza. Why are you fine? Frieza asked with half belief and half doubt. I naturally activated the spaceship's protection system immediately, otherwise I would have been sucked into space. Vegeta answered. Then I returned to my own spaceship, that's how it happened. Frieza narrowed his eyes and felt that Vegeta's words seemed to have no major issues. After all, that fool Dodoria was always careless in his actions. Combat power suddenly increased so much, accidentally crashing through the spaceship was also very normal. So the second question. Frieza sneered. Didn't you say your combat power had reached 3000? Why is it only 15000 now? That was lying to you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his youthful face full of unwillingness, gritting his teeth and trembling, and said deeply, damn it. I'm not resigned. What do you mean? Frieza was stunned. Damn it. The combat elixir. I drank it, but it doesn't work. Vegeta's expression became increasingly ugly. If Suaya were here and saw Vegeta's performance, he would definitely award him an Oscar. Vegeta displayed the expressions of unwillingness, of anger, frustration, and helplessness vividly. Frieza widened his eyes at that moment, looking at Vegeta in disbelief. Vegeta drank the combat elixir, but it didn't work. So that 3000 combat power was just your daydream. Frieza smiled slightly. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the truth. Vegeta's expression became increasingly desolate, shouting loudly, why? Even someone like Raditz, his combat power increased 4 times. Why doesn't it work for me, Vegeta? I am the most talented warrior of the Saiyans. Oh ho ho. Frieza laughed even more brilliantly. Damn it. Vegeta trembled violently again. Last question, do you still have combat elixir? Frieza asked with a smile. Vegeta was silent. If you have it, take it out quickly. While I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life, Frieza sneered. Vegeta no longer hesitated and immediately took out a bottle of combat elixir mixed with urine and threw it directly to Frieza. While on the spaceship, Vegeta took another bottle, urinated in it, and mixed some combat elixir into it. Snap! Frieza caught the combat elixir, unscrewed the bottle, and smelled it. Feeling. This time the combat elixir tastes fresher. Frieza muttered softly. Vegeta. How could it not be fresh? I just peed it. The previous bottle had been sitting for several days. Good, you're quite sensible. Frieza nodded satisfied and asked again, I've been drinking for almost an hour. If I drink another sip now, will it continue to double or start from scratch? I don't know. Haven't tried it. Vegeta shook his head and couldn't help but ask, how many sips did you drink from the previous bottle? Has it been finished? Not bad, finished at all. Frieza smiled gently and held up 5 fingers. I drank a total of 50 sips, and my battle power has multiplied 50-fold. What? 50 times? Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his expression turning increasingly grim. This time it wasn't an act. Why could this fellow multiply his battle power by 50? While I only achieved 20 times. So what is this guy's current battle power? 150 million. I need to be careful. Before Frieza enters his weakened state, it would be better to appear somewhat timid. A battle power of 150 million. He could kill me with a mere fart. You mean to say? You've already finished drinking the battle god water, and your battle power is still multiplying. Vegeta suddenly realized something, his expression shifting repeatedly as he hurriedly asked. That's exactly what I mean. I feel my battle power can multiply at least 100-fold. Frieza hummed, deciding to keep drinking. He wondered if it would continue accumulating. Previously it was 50 times. If he drank another sip, it would be 51 times, right? Frieza had nothing to hesitate about. He gently took a small sip, and even smacked his lips relishingly. After swallowing that sip, Frieza once again felt his energy surging wildly within him. His battle power had increased again. 51 times. Not bad, it's real. It's multiplied again. And this taste is even better than before. Does this stuff have an expiration date? Frieza was overjoyed in his heart, and praised it to Vegeta. Vegeta was utterly stunned. The reason for his astonishment was that Frieza had already multiplied his battle power 50-fold almost an hour earlier. Now it had been nearly an hour and he had just taken another sip. Even with such a long interval, his battle power continued to double. Is such a thing even possible? Prince Vegeta, didn't you say earlier that the time for battle power multiplication is calculated from the last sip? Nappa's heart tightened, and he quickly whispered, so, does Frieza's battle power multiplication time start over again? Vegeta's mouth twitched violently, his expression growing increasingly dreadful. If the time was recalculated, this would be a complete disaster. Frieza drank another 3 sips. His battle power continued to multiply. Frieza was almost dancing with joy. This battle power multiplication felt absolutely incredible. Unknowingly, Frieza had already accumulated 60 sips, and he hadn't reached his limit yet. Ho 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 ho. 60 times. Frieza laughed so hard that bubbles formed from his nostrils. Vegeta felt his heart ache at that moment. His battle power had multiplied 60-fold. Could he be this monstrous? Frieza, how long has it been since you started drinking the battle god water? Vegeta could no longer contain himself and asked. Over an hour. Is there a problem? Frieza shot Vegeta a disdainful glance. Vegeta fell silent. This damn thing. It had been over an hour, yet why hadn't any side effects appeared? Could it be that this multiplication truly is calculated starting from the time of the last battle power increase? Because Frieza's previous battle power hadn't reached its limit, so drinking within an hour resets the timer. Earth. In the snack street of a town, Suya had changed into a set of earthling clothing and was accompanying Taisai as they strolled, enjoying various street foods and delicacies. Since Suya had washed his battle suit and left it in the hotel to dry, Raditz had also changed into earthling clothing, his mouth completely greasy as he savored the food, marveling continuously. That's ice cream. I haven't had ice cream in so long. Do you want some? Taisai's beautiful eyes sparkled as she spotted a shop selling ice cream ahead. Sure, Suya nodded. What about you, kid? Oi? Taisai asked with a smile to Raditz. I'm not a kid. Raditz's expression darkened. But what is this ice cream you mentioned? Does it taste good? Wait here, I'll go buy it. Taisai jogged off to purchase the ice cream. I never expected Earth's food to be so delicious. Suddenly, I feel that the food on our planet Vegeta compared to Earth tastes like damn shit. Raditz took a bite of the skewer and found it even more delicious. Have you actually eaten it? Suya asked. Raditz. I was just making an analogy, don't twist my words, alright. Raditz was left speechless. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. Suya, this method of yours is truly brilliant. Raditz was overcome with both delight and surprise. He took another bite of skewer and another sip of Battle God water. Before the side effects of the Battle God water appeared, drinking it again not only doubles battle power, but also extends the duration. Excellent, excellent. Suya nodded satisfactorily. On the way to Earth, Suya had suddenly had an inspiration. The effective duration of the Battle God water is calculated from the moment of the last multiplication. For example, if you can multiply your battle power 10-fold, the countdown begins when you drink the 10th sip of Battle God water, and within 1 hour your battle power increases 10 times. It does not start counting from the first sip. Therefore, you could first drink 2 sips of Battle God water to multiply your battle power twice, and then take another sip just before the 1 hour mark. The battle power would continue to double and the duration would restart. By repeating this process, the duration of the battle power multiplication could be continuously extended. Immediately after arriving on Earth, Suya grabbed Raditz, this little lab rat, and made him the test subject. Indeed, this method worked. Now Raditz had already drunk 4 sips of battle god water, and his battle power multiplication had lasted for nearly 4 hours. Raditz could ultimately increase his battle power 5-fold through the battle god water, so he could still drink 1 more sip. This way Raditz's battle power would remain multiplied for 5 hours straight. The reason Suya hadn't personally tried it was because he feared even more severe side effects. When given such a wonderful bug to exploit, Suya always felt a bit uneasy. What if the side effects were far worse? Fortunately, there was Raditz, this lab rat. It was simply too convenient. I'm currently considering one matter. Suya pondered. What matter? Raditz was startled. Tell me, could there be a possibility that the battle power multiplication lasting several hours? The final side effect will also accumulate, Suya speculated. For example, if 1 hour of side effect is 1 day, then 4 hours would be 4 days. Raditz. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. Are you just going to exploit me mercilessly? But fortunately, if it's 5 times battle power, then during my weekend period, I still have a battle power of 140. Raditz breathed a slight sigh of relief. The battle power levels of the humans on this planet are all quite ordinary. A battle power of 140 is completely no problem. MHM. Suya nodded. Hey, what are you doing? My boyfriend is very powerful. At that moment, Suya suddenly heard Taisai's voice ringing out nearby. Suya frowned and stepped forward toward the source of the commotion. Miss, come play with us. That's right, let us have our fun with you. You're so pretty, we'll have to study you in detail. Several thugs surrounded Taisai, their drool almost flowing down. Soya walked forward with a cold expression. However, the moment Soya had just stepped forward, a man in a coat executed a backflip and appeared near Taisai, shouting loudly, "Let that girl go." Soya glanced at the speaker and burst into laughter. Wasn't this Gak from the Galaxy Patrol? He really ran into him here. Hey, you're a girl, right? Gak asked, looking at Taisai. Taisai, I'm so pretty. If I'm not a girl, could I possibly be a boy? Why, yes. Taisai nodded gently, then suddenly caught sight of Soya. Immediately she dashed toward him and threw herself into his arms. The thugs immediately glared at Soya. After finally finding such a beautiful girl, it turned out she was already taken, and her boyfriend appeared rather frail. Negative emotion value from Carter, 888. From. In that moment, those 6 thugs provided Soya with quite a bit of negative emotion. Gak. He had intended to be the hero saving the beauty, yet she ended up in another man's arms. What a mess he's made of this. Negative emotion value from Gak, 555. Nevertheless, as a guardian of justice, Galaxy Patrol Officer Gak decided to properly teach these thugs a lesson. You still want to lay hands on girls? I won't forgive you, Gak declared righteously. With that, Gak removed his coat and neatly folded it on the ground. The 6 thugs fell speechless, unsure who they should target. The girl's boyfriend already looked annoying enough. Who asked you to be so handsome? Then this oddly looking guy pops up and starts trouble. Where did this guy come from? He looks insane. Let's kill him. The thugs chattered among themselves, completely disregarding Gak. I am the elite who maintains galactic peace, Galaxy Patrol Gak. Today I'll teach you a proper lesson. Gak struck a pose he considered cool. What is this guy talking about? Galaxy Patrol. Taisai was puzzled. Let him fight first. Soya smiled. Taisai nodded obediently. Get lost, you little dwarf. A long-haired youth kicked toward Gak. Bang! Gak struck hard, punching the long-haired youth in the stomach. The youth let out a blood-curdling scream. Gak grabbed the youth by the collar, his face dark with anger. Is this the mouth that called me a dwarf? I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Gak continued speaking while relentlessly pummeling the youth's face. The youth's mouth was completely destroyed. Bang! Gak delivered another kick that sent the youth flying through the air. The youth arced through the sky before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood and passing out on the spot. The remaining henchmen were all frozen in shock, staring at Gak with stunned expressions. I've already held back, so he should still be alive. Gak huffed with his hands on his hips. You should also reflect on your lack of manners and apologize to that girl immediately. You bastard. Don't think you're so great. The thugs grew enraged, brandishing their weapons and charging at Gak. Foolish humans. Gak unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against the charging thugs. Soon the henchmen lay battered and bruised on the ground. One thug lay on the ground, refusing to accept defeat, and pulled out a pistol to fire at Gak. Smack! Gak caught the bullet midair with an open palm. The thug was utterly terrified. Gak walked over, tossed the bullet aside, and delivered a punch that knocked the gunman unconscious. Gak then struck another pose he found impressive. Clap, clap, clap. The onlookers began applauding enthusiastically. Even Taisai joined in the applause. Soya, this masked person is incredibly powerful. Taisai turned to Soya. And I saw him catch a bullet. Is he also going to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament? Perhaps. Soya smiled slightly and corrected her, but what if? He's not wearing a mask at all, and that's just how his face naturally looks. Huh, really? His face looks like that? That's quite strange. Taisai seemed puzzled. Hey, what's going on here? Raditz approached with a bottle of drink, asking curiously. Nothing much, Soya chuckled. Raditz. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. How could this be called nothing? So many people were lying on the ground. Beautiful girl, no need to thank me. Gak said with a smile to Taisai. This is what I should do. I haven't even said thank you yet. Taisai covered her face. This guy looks really strange. Raditz scratched his head. He doesn't seem like an earthling. Gak. My identity exposed so quickly. Huh, not an earthling. Taisai was startled. Could he be an alien? That's right, earthlings can't strike such flamboyant poses. Gak was speechless. Wasn't that pose cool? After saying that, Taisai leaned in to examine Gak's face more closely. So it's not a mask after all. Is that just how your face naturally looks? Taisai asked in surprise. Of course, isn't it handsome? Gak grinned. Taisai didn't want to speak anymore. A brief silence fell. The handsome one is Soya, obviously. Taisai pointed to Soya beside her. Gak silently looked over. Negative emotion value from Gak 666. Apparently that face really is more handsome than mine. Can handsomeness feed you? Gak huffed, striking another pose he deemed cool. Let me tell you, I'm not some ordinary alien. I'm a super elite chosen to maintain galactic peace. Galaxy Patrol Gak. Anyway, thank you for coming to our rescue. I'll treat you to something delicious. Taisai invited with a smile. That's more like it. Gak nodded contentedly, then glanced at Soya and Raditz before asking, what are your names? Soya and Raditz each introduced themselves. While making their way to the food stalls, Raditz suddenly recalled something, scratched his head, and lowered his voice to Soya. Galaxy Patrol. I've heard of that organization. They seem to maintain peace across the universe and stand opposed to us. Should we kill him? Redefines, what did I tell you before? Do not kill lightly, maintain a peaceful heart. Soya reminded. Find this guy is lucky. Redefines agreed readily. The four of them went to another stall and ordered some snacks. Where's the ice cream? Soya suddenly asked. Oh, I forgot. I was stopped by those bullies on the way. Taisai slapped her forehead. I'll go buy it now. No rush, we can eat it later. Soya waved his hand. Okay. Taisai nodded obediently, then asked curiously, by the way, Gaku, did you come to Earth to conquer this world? Wasn't that clear enough? Gaku's face darkened, crossing his arms and humming. I am an elite galactic patrol officer maintaining peace in the galaxy. How could I come to conquer the world? Then why did you come to Earth? Redefines asked, looking up. Child, when adults are speaking, children should not interrupt. Gaku glared. Redefines. Redefines trembled with anger, wanting nothing more than to slap Gaku to death. My spaceship accidentally malfunctioned and landed on this planet. Repairing the spaceship requires a lot of money. I'm figuring out how to get it. Spaceship. Can I play with it? Taisai's eye sparkled. Gaku wiped his sweat. Is a spaceship something to play with? I want to become a science fiction writer to write exciting and cool sci-fi adventure novels. So I ran away from home to gather material, wandering around. I never expected to meet aliens here, Taisai said with a smile. What she didn't expect was that all three she met were aliens. Redefines chuckled, whispering into Soya's ear. You talk too much. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Soya reprimanded. Redefines. Why so fierce? I was just telling the truth. Negative emotion value from Redefines, 555. You dare to complain? Soya's eyes widened. Redefines shivered. How did he know I was complaining inside? No, how would I dare? Redefines waved his hands frantically, his face changing colors repeatedly. This guy's combat power is 10000. I can't mess with him. One slap could turn me into meat pancake. What Redefines didn't know was that Soya's combat power had long been raised to nearly 15000. Negative emotion value from Redefines, 666. From Redefines. For a moment, Redefines' negative emotion values kept updating. Soya secretly rejoiced in his heart. Bringing this kid along really was a good choice. Actually, forget it, never mind. You're so boring. Can you finish what you're saying? Speak quickly. Taisai pouted angrily, glaring fiercely at Gaku. I hate people who only say half of things the most. Hey, I'm your savior. Saying that is going too far. What are you talking about? Even if you hadn't come, Soya would have saved me. Taisai knew Soya was very capable. People can fly in the sky, now can't he handle those few bullies? Just this pretty boy. Gaku turned his head and looked seriously at Soya. By the way, it's worth mentioning that because Soya and Redefines had already changed into casual clothes, Gaku did not recognize the two of them. After all, from the outside, Soya and Redefines didn't look much different from ordinary earthlings. Additionally, their tails were wrapped around their waists, giving the impression of a furry belt. Hearing Gaku's words, Redefines shivered violently. This galactic patrol officer named Gaku is in for a tragedy. You actually call Soya a pretty boy. Don't you know he's a demon? He dares to tease Frisia. Soya just smiled faintly and did not respond. However, Gaku suddenly felt that this guy's smile was so mean. Who are you calling a pretty boy? Don't bring faces into this, you're wearing a mask yourself. Taisai was the first to be unhappy, huffing. Gaku. Negative emotion value from Gaku 666. Soya was slightly stunned. Taisai is scolding you. How are you providing negative emotion value to me? I didn't say a word. I understand you must be jealous that I'm handsome, Soya sighed. You? What did you say? Am I that kind of person? Gaku's heart was hit by Soya's words, and he glared angrily. Negative emotion value from Gaku 666. Soya couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I was right after all. Is being handsome now also a sin? Something like that. It seems future Bulma also said similar words. Probably this is fate. Gaku, hurry up and finish what you were saying. Taisai urged. You really want to hear it? Gaku rolled his eyes. That's because you asked me to say it. As if it's something terrible, Taisai huffed. It is indeed a very terrifying thing. Gaku's tone became heavy and he lowered his voice, whispering to Soya and others present, don't spread this around to avoid panic. Stop beating around the bush. What is it? Taisai asked impatiently. Why so much nonsense? Alright, I'll say it. Gaku nodded. A very scary alien will descend upon Earth and kill all Earthlings. So while you're still alive, eat more delicious food and cherish the remaining time. What? Taisai shook her head and huffed, not taking it to heart. Isn't this a common trope in science fiction novels? Gaku. Not science fiction, this is the truth. Gaku emphasized heavily. Let me tell you, the one coming to Earth will be a special race called Scions. Reitais looked excited and pointed at his own nose. I am a Scion. Are you talking about me and Soya? Soya, and I don't plan to kill all Earthlings. If a brat wants to pick his nose, pick it yourself. Do you want me to do it for you? I'm a galactic patrol officer, not your nanny. Gaku reprimanded resentfully. Reitais. Soya, can I beat him to death? Reitais was very angry. How much is your combat power? Soya asked. It was 5 times just now, almost an hour. If I drink another sip, maybe it will increase again. Reitais hesitated slightly, then hurriedly took out the battle spirit water and drank a sip. Soya looked at Reitais, this little white mouse, with expectation. Reitais scratched his head. Why do I feel like you're looking at me like a cat looking at a mouse? Your gaze is scary. Negative emotion value from Reitais 555. It won't grow any further. Raditz grumbled in frustration. Is 5x my limit? Don't worry, it'll get better in the future, Soya comforted him. You mean? My multiplier can still be increased in the future. Raditz was thrilled. In the future you'll get used to a 5x increase in combat power. Soya patted Raditz on the shoulder. Tears streamed down Raditz's face. Negative emotion points from Raditz 555. You're such a bully. Let me tell you, Scions are an extremely fearsome warrior race. Jocko said with an air of mystery, the real reason I came here is to stop the Scions from destroying Earth. But I think thanks to my arrival the Scions have already been scared off. Huh, really? Tights took a bite of pudding and answered nonchalantly. What do you mean? I'm not lying to you. That perfunctory attitude of yours. Isn't it rather rude? Jocko huffed, then added, let me tell you. I'm not afraid to scare you. If the Scions who came here are strong, you'd better fend for yourselves. Raditz, let me borrow your tail for a moment. Soya casually grabbed Raditz's tail. Raditz, don't you have a tail yourself? Why do you need to borrow mine? Negative emotion points from Raditz 666. Jocko, look at this. Soya smiled and pointed at Raditz's tail. What is it? Jocko was taken aback. Isn't that just a tail? What's there to see? That said, Jocko still instinctively grabbed Raditz's tail and gave it a few gentle squeezes. Thump. Raditz's eyes rolled back and he collapsed limply to the ground. Negative emotion points from Raditz 888. Soya, you're too much. You handed my weakness straight to the Galactic Patrolman. Are you trying to get me killed? By the way, Jocko, the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held tomorrow on that small island over there. Do you want to join? Soya asked with a smile. Jocko couldn't quite process it. Weren't you just talking about the tail? And this kid has already collapsed. Aren't you even going to check on him? The World Martial Arts Tournament. Jocko was stunned. It's a martial arts tournament to see who is #1 in the world. Tights explained on Soya's behalf, then suggested, Jocko, you're so impressive. You might actually win the championship. And if you win, you'll get a nice cash prize. A cash prize? That's wonderful. Alright, let's go check it out. Jocko nodded thoughtfully. Raditz, you people are too much. That Jocko guy is still gripping my tail in his hand. I feel weak all over. Even worse than the side effects after drinking Battle God water. The key issue is, this Galactic Patrolman is utterly outrageous. One moment he squeezes my tail, the next he lets go. It's making me incredibly uncomfortable. Raditz felt his energy fluctuating wildly, as if he were on a roller coaster, dizzy and dazed. Raditz had already resolved to find a way to kill him later. Soya told me to maintain a peaceful heart, but I can't take it anymore. Hey, why haven't you gotten up yet? Jocko asked with concern. Are you alright, little guy? Let go. Raditz said, his face dark and his voice weak. Huh? Let go of what? What's wrong? Why is your face so dark? Jocko was baffled. I'm talking about my tail. You're holding my tail? Raditz snapped. You actually have a tail? Jocko looked down at the tail he was holding. He had been squeezing and releasing it, thoroughly enjoying himself. Then instinctively he let go of Raditz's tail. Raditz's combat power instantly recovered and soared all the way to 3500. Galactic Patrolman. You sure had fun just now. Raditz glared at Jocko, fuming. Wait. Why do you have a tail? Let me sort this out. Jocko slapped his forehead, feeling that something was off. Who's waiting for you? Why didn't you wait when you were grabbing my tail earlier? Raditz flew into a rage and charged at Jocko with fury. Soya pressed a hand onto Raditz's head. Raditz flailed his arms and legs in place like a 3-year-old trying to pick a fight. Raditz was almost in tears. Soya, you've gone too far. Negative emotion points from Raditz, 555. Why you are. Jocko suddenly realized something and immediately leapt back, putting a safe distance between himself and Soya and Raditz. That's right, we're the scions you mentioned. Soya smiled, the tail coiled around his waist stirred, and a section of it rose straight up before dropping straight back down. To Jocko it felt exactly like Soya had stuck up his thumb, then turned it downward in contempt. Raditz stared wide-eyed from the side, utterly dumbfounded. Can your tail fold at a 90-degree angle like that? Why can't mine? Raditz immediately tried to control his own tail, but no matter what he couldn't make it bend 90 degrees without using his hands. Negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. Jocko meanwhile wore a look of utter horror. Negative emotion points from Jocko, 777. These two are scions. Can it really be such a coincidence? I actually ran into scions here. Huh. You. Soya. Are you aliens too? Tights suddenly realized, staring at Soya in astonishment. You idiot. Tights, get over here now. They're dangerous. They're the terrifying scions I told you about. Jocko waved frantically at Tights. What are you talking about? Tights had no intention of going over. Instead, she looked Soya up and down and murmured, I don't think Soya is a bad guy at all. What do you know? Jocko grew frantic. Do bad guys have those 2 words written on their faces? What a headache. Soya sighed. Originally Raditz and I just came here as tourists. We have no other intentions toward this planet. But since the Galactic Patrolman already knows the only option is wahaha, then let's wipe out all the humans on this planet. Raditz was ecstatic and burst into laughter. Soya, you jerk, you wouldn't let me kill anyone. I've been dying for hours. Now you've finally come to your senses. As he spoke, Raditz was just about to unleash a massive attack and level the entire area. I've got a combat power of 3500 now. After all the trouble I went through to raise my combat power, wouldn't it be a shame not to unleash a big move? Hold it back. Did I tell you to act? Soya's face darkened. Raditz. Raditz wanted to cry. Can you understand what it feels like to be told to hold it in mid-P? Negative emotion points from Raditz, 999. Why go to all that trouble? Soya said with a smile. Just kill the Galactic Patrolman who knows about it. Why you have a point. Raditz nodded seriously. Jocko fled in tears. Very well, Galaxy Patrolman, tell me. How do you plan to die? Raditz clenched his fists, rage surging in his eyes. Honestly, you showed absolutely no respect for me earlier. I've wanted to thrash you for quite some time. If I said anything that angered you just now, I offer my sincere apologies. Please don't hold it against me. Jack decisively bowed his head in submission. If it were merely this brat, I feel I could still manage him. But there is also an adult scion here. He looks like quite the formidable opponent. No wonder Tai said that Suya could help her defeat those thugs. You are a scion, aren't you? Handling a few street bullies should be child's play for you. I'm sorry, Suya. I was wrong. Jack bowed deeply to Suya once more. First swallow my pride. Then quickly repair the spacecraft and make contact with headquarters. Isn't the infamous Mel's considered the foremost figure of the Galaxy Patrol? Let Mel's come and arrest this scion named Suya. Given your rather commendable attitude of admitting your mistakes, I shall give you a thorough beating. Suya mused, then called out to Raditz, go easy on him. Don't beat him to death. Jack, is that any way to speak? And here he is threatening to beat me senseless. Negative emotion points from Jack, 999. Easy enough. Raditz cheerfully charged forward. Just a heads up, don't hit my face, Jack pleaded, clutching his head, as if resigning himself to whatever torment lay ahead. Raditz showed no restraint, unleashing a brutal barrage of blows upon Jack. Go easy, Suya kept reiterating from the sidelines. Jack, I should thank you, I suppose. You're the one ordering me to be beaten, yet telling him to hold back. What on earth is going through your mind? Negative emotion points from Jack, 999. Just as Raditz was thoroughly enjoying himself, his body shuddered violently, as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. The side effects of the battle divine water were officially kicking in. Raditz. Negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. Why does the side effect have to appear right now? I was in the middle of beating someone up. Jack clutched his head, feeling each of Raditz's fists land heavily upon him. Yet in the next instant, Jack suddenly realized that the force behind those blows had decreased by an unimaginable magnitude. Has this kid suddenly developed a conscience? Hit harder. Are you even fed? Suya reprimanded sharply. Raditz. Negative emotion points from Raditz, 666. Jack was in tears. You plainly told him to go easy on me just now. And now you're saying to hit harder? How can you be so fickle? Negative emotion points from Jack, 999. Still, it had to be admitted. The boy's punches were becoming increasingly tolerable. It felt more like tickling than anything else. You must have finally grown a conscience. Suya? You. Is everything Jack said truly accurate? Tai's asked, fear evident in her gaze as she looked at Suya. I was merely teasing him. There's no need to worry, Suya whispered, flashing a sly grin. Goodness, you scared me. Tai's pressed a hand to her chest and let out a long, relieved sigh. All right, that's sufficient. Suya gestured to Raditz. Raditz weakly clapped his hands and climbed off Jack, his steps unsteady as though walking on air. These dreadful side effects. Absolutely insufferable. Galaxy Patrolman, would you like me to give you a new name? Suya asked with a smile, turning toward Jack. What name, Jack hastily inquired with feigned respect, though resentment simmered beneath the surface. I am a distinguished member of the Galaxy Patrol, yet I'm being bullied like this. You will all pay for this. Once I reach headquarters, I will summon reinforcements and return the favor. From this day forward, your name is Dodo, Suya cackled. Dodo? Why that name? Tai's asked curiously. Raditz, from today onward you have a new mission. Suya turned to address Raditz once more. Suya continued speaking to Raditz. Black fertilizer turns gray. Raditz blurted out instinctively. Splendid. Well said. Suya nodded approvingly and added, beyond reciting that phrase, your mission is to eat, sleep, and beat Dodo. So that's what it is. You should have said so earlier. I have plenty of experience with this kind of mission. Raditz's eyes sparkled with delight, overjoyed. Jack. Negative emotion points from Jack 999. That shameless wretch. Dodo have Raditz teach you that tongue twister. You won't receive a single beating once you've mastered it, Suya instructed Jack. Which tongue twister? Jack paused in confusion. Raditz, recite it for him, Suya commanded. Black fertilizer turns gray, gray fertilizer turns black. Black fertilizer turning gray will volatilize, gray fertilizer volatilizing will turn black. Black fertilizer volatilizing and turning gray will cause flowers to fly. Gray fertilizer volatilizing and turning black will cause flying flowers. Raditz labored painstakingly, finally managing to recite the entire passage. Jack's face turned green with disbelief. Could anyone actually speak like this? Negative emotion points from Jack. For a brief moment, Jack's negative emotion bar seemed ready to overflow completely. Suya chuckled silently to himself. These were all guaranteed combat power. Tomorrow at the World Martial Arts Tournament, if he unleashed the solar flare technique, who knew just how much negative emotion he could harvest? By the way, should I open a company on Earth? One with many employees. Every day, just before closing time, I'd announce mandatory overtime. Then I could shamelessly withhold their wages. Wouldn't that generate an endless stream of negative emotion? Heh, isn't that rather despicable? Such a despicable act. I don't think I could bring myself to do it. Why should I open a company on Earth anyway? Wouldn't it be better to open one somewhere in the universe? What if I took over the Frisia force and exploited them using the ruthless capitalist tactics of Earth? This matter requires further deliberation. For now, I still cannot defeat Frisia. I wonder how that brat Vegeta is doing. Has he really gone to challenge Frisia? If you were to die, how would I even enjoy the Dragon Ball's world without you? On some distant planet, Frisia continued consuming the battle divine water laced with his own urine. Unbeknownst to him, Frisia had already consumed 70 mouthfuls of the battle divine water, and his combat power continued to double exponentially. Vegeta, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. Nappa was so terrified that he nearly wet himself. This fellow Frisia was terrifying beyond measure. His combat power had increased 70-fold, and he still had not reached his limit. Must you be so monstrous? However, at that time your combat power will drop by 70 times. Unfortunately, an hour must still pass before that occurs. Frisia felt that at this very moment, he had truly reached the pinnacle of his existence. Moreover, the more he drank, the better the battle divine water tasted. Bella, pour me a sample of this battle divine water and take it for analysis. Let us see what exactly is in it. After swallowing another mouthful, Frisia suddenly had an inspiration and issued the command to Belu. Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. If you take it for testing, they will undoubtedly discover its true composition. At that point, I will surely be beaten to death by your hand. There is no way I can defeat Frisia with 70 times his original combat power. What should I do? What should I do? Yes, my lord Frisia. Berter immediately bowed deeply and asked, do you wish for us to examine this divine water and attempt to replicate it? Correct. Frisia nodded. Additionally, brew some similar beverages. This battle-enhancing elixir grows more invigorating with each sip. Understood, my lord Frisia. Berter acknowledged with a nod. Vegeta's lip twitched. Nappa's face drained of color entirely. Could he truly drink that battle-enhancing water and find it palatable? I could prepare something similar. Simply add a touch of urine to purified water, wouldn't it? How long until you can complete the research? Frisia inquired. We lack the necessary equipment aboard our vessel. Transporting this to the nearest planet for analysis would require at least several hours. Berter replied. Acceptable. Frisia carried sufficient reserves and felt no urgency. Berter then produced a test tube. Frisia poured a small portion of the battle elixir into the test tube. Vegeta's anxieties finally eased. Thank goodness. They were sending it for research, a matter of hours before results would arrive. By then he would have entered his vulnerable period. Frisia, laugh while you can. Tears will come soon enough. Ultimately, Frisia's combat power multiplied 80-fold before he ceased. Frisia took 2 more swigs, sensing no further effect, then squinted at Vegeta. Those 2 drinks produced no result. Has the enhancement plateaued? Frisia asked. Vegeta swallowed hard, his youthful face etched with frustration. Why could Frisia achieve an 80-fold multiplier? I, Vegeta, only reached 20 times my base power. Why such a vast disparity? Forget it. You gain no benefit from the elixir anyway. Asking you is pointless. Frisia shook his head, then shifted his gaze toward Nappa. You speak. Why, yes, my lord Frisia. Nappa hastily responded with utmost respect. 80 times combat power multiplication. Frisia's base power must have been 3 million, right? By that calculation, his strength had surpassed 100 million. Truly terrifying. 80 times. Have I reached my limit? Frisia felt both elation and a trace of disappointment. By that reckoning, my power should reach 96 billion. Challenging Beerus seems quite feasible, doesn't it? Vegeta, you performed admirably. Well done. Frisia floated forward with a smile and patted Vegeta's head. Vegeta's face turned pale, nearly fainting from fright. As for your rebellious deeds. Frisia's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. Vegeta's expression cycled through shades of green and red, genuinely terrified. Given your discernment, and considering my favorable mood today, I shall spare your life. Frisia thoroughly enjoyed the sight of Vegeta's fear-induced trembling. For Frisia, now crushing Vegeta was as effortless as squashing an ant. No, even without the power multiplication, Frisia could easily obliterate Vegeta. In this moment, Frisia felt that the legendary Super Saiyan was utterly insignificant. Even if a Super Saiyan were born among the Saiyans, could they possibly defeat me, Frisia? My combat power approaches 10 billion. Just tell me, do you fear me? My ultimate goal is to defeat Beerus. What is a Super Saiyan compared to that? Berta, this planet's environment must be rather harsh, correct? Frisia turned to glance at Berta. My lord Frisia, this is planet Vampa. The environment is indeed extremely harsh. There is not even basic freshwater. Berta nodded. The planet is perpetually shrouded in sandstorms, and food supplies are severely scarce. Then Vegeta and Nappa, you two shall remain on this planet and reflect upon your actions. Frisia offered a gentle smile and stepped onto the spaceship first. It is worth noting that during the pursuit of Vegeta, Frisia had reverted to his first form. Frisia worried that using his 4th form, his true appearance, would waste unnecessary energy. After all, the battle elixir enhanced the combat power of his final form. Whoosh! Frisia's spaceship shot upward, piercing the atmosphere in an instant and entering the vast starry expanse. Watching the departing vessel, Vegeta exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground. Nappa was drenched in cold sweat, still unable to process what had transpired. But fortunately, Frisia had finally left. The 2 men lay on the ground for nearly an hour before gradually calming down. We've escaped with our lives. Nappa sighed heavily. Damned bastard, Frisia actually multiplied his combat power by 80 times. Vegeta fumed inwardly, his entire body trembling with rage. That works in our favor. As soon as an hour passes, his power will drop 80-fold. Nappa smiled. Then we must strike after the hour has passed, locate him within 1 day, and eliminate him. Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression gaining a measure of excitement. His weakened combat power will be merely 37,000. Nappa calculated, with a stone on the ground providing the figure. Only that much. As expected, the higher one climbs, the harder the fall. Vegeta sneered, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he scanned the surroundings. First, we must find a way to leave this planet as quickly as possible. Let's see if we can repair the spaceship first. Nappa nodded. The 2 made their way to the spaceship and inspected its power systems. Although the power system isn't completely destroyed, the air generation equipment has been damaged. Nappa said gravely. Even if we can launch, we cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Besides, they took the scouters with them. Damn it. Vegeta felt deeply frustrated and glanced around. Yellow sand swirled across the planet, fierce winds sweeping in. Let's explore this planet first. Perhaps we can find something useful. Vegeta suggested. We'll split up and regroup here in 30 minutes. Without scouters, it'll be easy to get lost. Nappa said wryly. As long as we use our heads to remember, we should manage. Vegeta huffed. The 2 no longer hesitated, flying off in opposite directions to explore the planet. Earth. At another street food stall. Exactly. Why can't we all just get along and share a meal without all this fighting? Tai said while eating, addressing Soa and Raditz. Gak nodded vigorously beside her, agreeing that Tai spoke entirely correctly. Mainly because I can't defeat any of you. If I could, I wouldn't think this way. By the way, Gak, are you planning to participate in the Tenkaichi Budokai tomorrow? Tai asked with a smile. So, are you participating? Gak's chopsticks paused midair as he cautiously glanced at Soya. I'll go. Soya nodded. Then I won't participate. Gak declined decisively. You weren't saying that just now. Taisher secretly wiped her forehead. He was bragging so fiercely, yet got spooked like this just from seeing Scions. But then again, why did Raditz suddenly fall to the ground just now, eh? Taisher asked curiously. Raditz? Raditz narrowed his eyes. What kind of way is that to phrase things? Who do you think you're talking to? Nothing. Our tails are Scion's weakness. Apply enough pressure, and we'll go completely limp. Soya explained with a smile. Raditz nearly wept inwardly. Hey, come on. Soya, can you not casually spill our weaknesses? Negative emotion value from Raditz, 888. Hearing Soya's words, Gak's eyes lit up instantly, practically sparkling. Scion tails are a weakness. I think I've heard that before. If that's the case, if I just grab both of their tails, I can subdue these two Scions, right? Then I'll turn them into the galactic prison. His Highness the Galactic King will surely reward me handsomely. Wah! Gak was beside himself with joy. Ha ha ha, this idiot Soya. Actually handing over his weakness so easily. Wait, could he be setting me up? Would he really be this generous with information? The tail is your weakness. Back at the hotel, I remember grabbing your tail, and you didn't react at all. Taisher rubbed her head, genuinely puzzled. Who said I didn't react? Soya rolled his eyes. Taisher, your reaction. You're not talking about something strange, are you? Something feels off about you. Since the tail is our weakness, why not just overcome it? Soya grinned broadly. Meaning even if I pinch your tail, you wouldn't go weak anymore. Taisher understood, stepping forward and grabbing Soya's tail, kneading it in her hand. Soya finally understood why the tail is the Scion's weakness. Being gripped by the tail. He genuinely felt himself going weak. Especially when it's a girl doing it. This sensation, can it not be so bizarre? Soya, have you already overcome the tail weakness? Raditz paused, asking with a stunned expression. Of course. Soya nodded. Wasn't that clear enough just now? Since it's a weakness, why not overcome it sooner? When did you overcome it? Raditz opened his mouth, inquiring. I'd already overcome it back on planet Vegeta. Soya spoke honestly. Overcoming the tail weakness was something Soya had done even before his system activated. If his combat power couldn't be enhanced, then eliminating his weaknesses was the next best thing, right? He couldn't just sit idle. Even if he couldn't boost his power, he couldn't ignore his vulnerabilities either. Actually, this trip to Earth served two purposes for Soya. One was to farm negative emotion values, and the other was to learn energy sensing from Master Rashi or Master Karen. Being able to sense an opponent's power level without a scouter. This ability, while seemingly straightforward, simply required the right technique to master. Soya recalled that in the original storyline, Vegeta merely watched from the sidelines and had already learned this skill by the time they left Earth. To Soya, it felt like a combination lock. Once you figured out the code, it became quite easy to grasp. I'm full. Time for a walk. Soya rose, patting his stomach, then glanced up at the sky and muttered quietly, where should I go? Seeing Soya prepare to leave, Gak silently prayed nearby. Please just go already. I'm terrified with you here. Taisher recommends some fun places for me. Soya turned and asked. Fun places? Taisher bowed her head in thought, then couldn't help but ask, what kind of things do you enjoy? As a Scion, a warrior race, I enjoy challenging powerful opponents. Soya smiled. Do you know who the strongest fighter on this planet is? The strongest fighter. Let me think about this. Taisher wiped her sweaty brow, falling into deep thought. Soya didn't rush her. Let her take her time. She'd remember eventually. As expected, after a moment of contemplation, Taisher's beautiful eyes lit up. I remember. I've heard of a martial artist known as the martial god Rashi. He must be very strong. Taisher's eyes sparkled, snapping her fingers. Do you know where he is? Soya's eyes gleamed brightly. Taisher, why are you so excited? I think he's on a small island in the south, but I'm not entirely sure of the exact location. Taisher shook her head gently. Gak rolled his eyes. Taisher, you hopeless woman. Are you trying to get the strongest person on this planet killed? That Master Rashi doesn't stand a chance against this Scion. Let's go find him. Soya thought for a moment, deciding to venture out and locate Master Rashi. Soya, should we grab a scouter? With that, finding him should be much easier, Raditz asked. No need. If we activated our location, we'll be exposed and Frieza might attack. Soya shook his head. Yeah, you're right. I wonder how His Highness Vegeta is doing. Did he really go challenge Lord Frieza? Raditz looked up at the sky, gazing at the stars. The longer he stared, the weaker his body felt, as though completely hollowed out. So pitiful. His combat power seemed to have dropped to just 140. But surely 140 should be fine. The power levels on this planet are mediocre at best. Even in my weakened state, I still feel like I can fight. Let's go. Soya spoke and prepared to lift off into the air. Take me with you. Taisher grew anxious. You can't just leave like that. Bring me along. I want to join in the fun too. Negative emotion value from Taisher, 555. Soya stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Taisher's waist, and carried her up into the sky. Wah! Taisher shrieked repeatedly, her delicate frame, trembling, beads of sweat seeping from her skin. I have something to do. Goodbye. Gak was ecstatic inside, hastily waving farewell. Just go already. You two devils. Just you wait. I'll contact headquarters and bring troops over to beat you up. Treating me like a bean soldier, are you? When the time comes, I'll make you too experience being treated like beans. Negative emotion value from GAX 777. Latitz, bring him along, Soya commanded Latitz. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Latitz swiftly approached, grabbed Gak, and flew into the sky. Gak. Negative emotional value from Gak, plus 666. I really shouldn't have spoken up. Why did I waste time waving goodbye to them? Wouldn't it have been better to just slip away quietly? The vast starry sky, the boundless universe. Frisia's mouth was split from ear to ear with joy. Beerus, I have come to challenge you. I now possess a battle power nearing 1 billion. Scared yet? Find me. A person who looks like a cat. Frisia had an artist sketch Beerus's portrait using a computer, then distributed the image to all his soldiers throughout the empire, ordering them to scour the universe for Beerus's whereabouts. Within 10 minutes, a soldier from the 3rd Fleet reported in saying he had spotted the person Frisia was looking for on a planet known for its cuisine. Frisia felt as though happiness had descended upon him too suddenly. Found so quickly. However, Lord Frisia, the cat-like being you seek, appears to differ somewhat from the portrait. The soldier's voice carried through the communicator to Frisia's position. Oh, explain yourself. Frisia was slightly taken aback. I will send a photograph right away, the soldier replied. The image arrived shortly afterward. In the photograph, Beerus was devouring meat with evident relish. Beside him sat a blue-skinned girl, also eating heartily with grease smeared around her mouth, clearly savoring the meal. Frisia gazed intently at the image and felt momentarily bewildered. Beerus in the photo had grown considerably chubbier, sporting a prominent belly. Is this truly Lord Beerus? Belmont muttered quizzically. I suppose so. Frisia was no longer entirely certain. Why had he suddenly grown so fat? The Beerus I recall doesn't seem to have been this portly, Belmont pondered. After consuming so much food, isn't gaining weight perfectly normal? Frisia snorted. That glutton. When he visited me years ago, I even prepared numerous delicacies for him. The thing is, I remember this person. Was clearly male. Belmont pointed toward the woman beside Beerus, speaking with uncertainty. How has she turned into a woman now? She is merely Beerus's servant, irrelevant. Frisia glanced at the blue-skinned woman in the photograph with disdain. You make a valid point, Lord Frisia. This individual always had an androgynous appearance. Could it be that overeating has simply made his figure more pronounced? Belmont mused. That is conceivable. Frisia nodded thoughtfully, then asked, how long would it take to reach that culinary planet from here? Not too bad. The distance isn't excessive. We can arrive in under an hour. Belmont checked the navigation system and responded immediately. Excellent. Let's move out. Frisia commanded. Whoosh. Frisia's spacecraft shot toward the culinary planet at tremendous speed. Frisia was filled with barely contained excitement. 1 billion. Truly 1 billion. With such overwhelming battle power, he would surely crush Beerus beneath his heel. From this day forward, Frisia would finally reign supreme in this universe without constraint. Approximately 50 minutes later, Frisia's spacecraft emerged into the sector surrounding the culinary planet. Whoosh! Frisia launched from his spacecraft in a hovering cradle, his triangular eyes gleaming with delight as he fixed his gaze upon the nearby culinary planet. Pop! Frisia transformed directly into his final form. Immense energy erupted wildly from his body. Battle power 960 million. Scared yet? I, Frisia, am about to become the true emperor of the universe. From now on, no one shall ever control me again. Immediately after, Frisia hovered menacingly in the planet's outer atmosphere, one hand on his hip, the other pointing toward the world, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Beerus, come forth. I, Frisia, have come to challenge you. Yet barely had he finished shouting when his body convulsed violently. A wave of weakness surged through him as though his very essence had been drained away. He staggered, nearly plummeting from the sky. The side effects had appeared. Frisia froze, his expression rigid, completely bewildered. What was happening? Frisia immediately steadied himself, sensing that his internal energy had plummeted by 7 or 8 times within moments. Why was this occurring? At that moment, Frisia's mind raced with terrifying clarity. This damn situation. He had been deceived. There was undoubtedly something wrong with that battle-enhancing elixir. Could it be that the power boost was only temporary? Fortunately, he still carried reserves of the battle elixir. He would continue drinking. Without hesitation, Frisia produced the elixir and took another gulp. No effect. Frisia drank again. Still nothing. Growing anxious, Frisia consumed several more swigs in rapid succession. His battle power remained stubbornly unchanged. Frisia's pupils contracted sharply. Lord Frisia, your voice carries insufficient power. Allow us to join in. Belmont offered a smile, gesturing toward the 100+ soldiers behind him. These are men with particularly commanding voices. I carefully selected each one. Frisia looked bewildered, still struggling to process the side effects of the battle elixir. Ready. 1, 2, 3, start. Belmont instructed the 100 soldiers. Beerus, Lord Frisia has come to challenge you. Come out this instant. The 100 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking heaven and earth, piercing through the clouds. Frisia, what are you even shouting for? I feel completely duped. This is humiliating. He had barely declared his intent to challenge Beerus before collapsing into weakness. Negative emotional value from Frisia, plus 1,000. Leave. Frisia growled through clenched teeth, turning on his heel, without hesitation, and flying back toward his spacecraft. Belmod wore an expression of utter confusion. What had gone wrong? Why had Lord Frisia fled? Hadn't he come to challenge Lord Beerus? Was this merely some grand announcement? They had traveled all this distance just to issue a proclamation. Lord Frisia's tactics were truly baffling. Nevertheless, Belmod dared not ask further and led his soldiers back aboard the spacecraft. Whoosh! The spacecraft launched, leaving a white streak across the sky as it rapidly departed from the culinary planet. Frisia ground his teeth in fury. At that moment, Frisia understood precisely what had transpired. He had been thoroughly duped by Soya and Vegeta. The questions he had previously overlooked now became crystal clear in his mind. No wonder Chio-E had perished. No wonder Dodoria had been killed in battle. The battle elixir only provided a temporary surge in power, followed inevitably by a period of weakness. Soya and Vegeta must have exploited this vulnerable window to eliminate Chio-E and Dodoria. Frisia's face darkened like coal veins bulging upon his forehead, his entire body trembling with uncontrollable rage. Negative emotional value from Frisia 1,000. Negative emotional value from Frisia 1,000. Frisia's negative emotional value was nearly maxed out. In merely a few seconds, he had already provided Soya with 1,000 points of negative emotional value. Since the Battle Divine Water had been acquired by Soya, the negative emotional value naturally belonged to Soya. Of course, had Vegeta also been eligible to receive negative emotional value, the amount would likely have been comparable. Having suddenly received so much negative emotional value from Frisia, Soya felt rather bewildered. Frisia, why are you being so generous? Why would you provide me with so much negative emotional value? Could it be that Vegeta has truly challenged Frisia? You certainly possess remarkable courage. Soya was eager to know just how many times Frisia's combat power had increased. Unfortunately, it was not an opportune moment to employ a scouter. They would have to address this later. Smash! Frisia crushed the Battle Divine Water bottle into fragments with a single squeeze. The liquid spilled across the ground. However, owing to the resilience of the mineral water bottle, a small portion remained trapped inside. Belmod stood utterly dumbfounded. Why would one shatter such a precious substance? What an extravagant waste. Should he perhaps crawl over and lick a few drops? Belmod, check my current combat power. Frisia's sense of foreboding intensified, and he transformed back into his first form. Lord Frisia, your combat power is far too elevated. Even in your first form, it reaches 530,000. The current scouter cannot withstand such a tremendous energy reading. Belmod replied with due reverence. I told you to check it. No need for excuses. Frisia reprimanded loudly. Yes. Belmod pressed the button on his scouter. Upon observing Frisia's combat power reading, Belmod was completely stunned. What a... Frisia demanded, his expression dark. 6625. Belmod's mouth twitched. How had Lord Frisia's combat power plummeted to such a value? What on earth was happening? He understood now. It was the Battle Divine Water that was flawed. Had Lord Frisia been deceived by that Vegeta? 6,625 multiplied by 80 equals 53000. Verify the calculation. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling with fury. Belmod hastily retrieved a calculator, performed the computation, and nodded emphatically. It really is as I suspected. Frisia's countenance grew ever more dire, his wrath surging from within. Does Lord Frisia imply that the combat power increase is reduced by the identical factor? Belmod's comprehension proved rather capable. Proceed to the planet where Vegeta resides immediately. I shall personally slay him. A murderous intent flashed wildly within Frisia's eyes. I wonder whether Lord Beerus happened to hear Lord Frisia's challenge just now, Belmod muttered under his breath. Frisia's face drained of color, his body shuddering violently. He almost wished for death. Could things be more unfortunate? He had just resolved to challenge Beerus, and now his combat power had vanished. Witnessing Frisia's expression, Belmod hastily covered his mouth, daring not utter another word. What wretched misfortune! Lord Frisia's predicament was truly pitiful. This was dire. Should Lord Beerus discover this, Lord Frisia would surely perish in a rather rhythmic fashion. Gazing at the remnants of Battle Divine Water, Frisia suddenly conceived a plan. Gather the spilled Battle Divine Water and transfer it into a new container, Frisia instructed Belmod. Belmod's eyes widened in astonishment. Was Lord Frisia intending to use this Battle Divine Water to deceive Lord Beerus? If Beerus comes in pursuit, you understand how to cooperate, do you not? Frisia asked with a sly smile. Belmod nodded vigorously, indicating his comprehension. They had no knowledge of the duration of the weakness period induced by the Battle Divine Water. They would simply have to interrogate that monkey Vegeta thoroughly. Frisia gritted his teeth, his gums itching with fury. Proceed immediately to planet Vampa. Whooshed. Frisia's spaceship sped toward planet Vampa. Silence pervaded the vessel. However, Lord Frisia, we have already traveled far from planet Vegeta, according to the agreed-upon timeline of 1 month to return and annihilate that planet. Will it still be feasible? Belmod consulted his schedule and ventured the question with trepidation. This was a duty incumbent upon a loyal subordinate of Frisia. Certain matters must be voiced. Otherwise, should the schedule fall behind and Frisia exact retribution, the consequences would prove most unwelcome. Capture Vegeta first. Postponing the destruction of planet Vegeta by 1 or 2 months is of no consequence, Frisia stated with a grim countenance. It appears Vegeta had previously consumed the battle divine water, which indeed elevated his combat power to 3-0, Belmod speculated. Could it be that Mr. Chioe drank it, and by chance experienced the weakness period, thereby falling to his demise? That little monkey. I will certainly not spare him, Frisia proclaimed in irrepressible fury. Although Lord Frisia's combat power has decreased by a factor of 80, the actual power level remains at 1.5 million, which is more than adequate to deal with Vegeta, Belmod offered with a reassuring grin. Frisia's expression was extraordinarily chilling. 120 million combat power reduced to merely 1.5 million. What wretched fortune. He only hoped the weakness period would not persist for too long. For precautionary measures, Frisia immediately transformed into his final form. After all, his first form's combat power was far too meager. He could not even prevail against Zarbon. Should he be instantly defeated? Frisia dared not entertain such reckless prospects. Planet Gourmet. In the 6th universe, the destroyer god Champa and the angel Whis were savoring exquisite cuisine upon this planet, with Beerus fast asleep indulging in gourmet delicacies within his own universe. What a magnificent sensation. Champa beamed radiantly, devouring substantial portions of meat as she spoke. Oh my, who could disagree? It feels rather like freeloading, Whis chuckled cheerfully, as enchanting as a blue rose. The two were thoroughly relishing the local cuisine when suddenly a voice pierced through the atmosphere, drifting intermittently from the distant reaches of the starry cosmos. Beerus, Lord Frisia has come to challenge you. Get out here this instant. Champa paused in mild surprise. Whis immediately raised his gaze toward the heavens. They exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered. Did I perceive someone calling for Beerus? Did you hear it, Whis? Champa inquired. Indeed. It seems someone is seeking Lord Beerus. As Whis spoke, he pointed his staff toward a Frisia Force soldier nearby. That individual was surreptitiously photographing us. Champa turned to glance in the direction of the soldier and beckoned him forward. Is this feline humanoid the very person Lord Frisia seeks? Lord Frisia himself intends to punish him. The voice has already descended. This meant Lord Frisia had arrived. Do you require something? The soldier asked haughtily, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. Is there something you need? You were secretly taking photos of us just now, weren't you? Peza glared at Frisia's subordinate. So what if I did? Is there a problem with that? The subordinate sneered contemptuously. Who told you to do this? Peza narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid has quite the nerve daring to speak to me like that. His lordship Frisia ordered me to do this. Do you have a problem with that? The subordinate huffed proudly. Frisia? Who is that? Peza turned to ask Bubbles. Bubbles immediately investigated information about Frisia through the crystal ball on her staff. In just about 10 seconds, she had nearly uncovered all the details about Frisia. Frisia is known as the Universe Emperor in Universe 7. Before Lord Beerus went to sleep, he asked Frisia to help destroy planets. Just now it was Frisia who was shouting outside this planet's atmosphere that he wanted to challenge Lord Beerus. It seemed as though he was afraid we wouldn't hear him, and he even had 100 subordinates shout along with him. Bubbles said with a smile. However, for some reason he ran away after shouting. Wait. Hold on. Isn't Lord Beerus sleeping? What is he shouting at me for? Peza was a bit confused. Oh my, Frisia probably mistook Lord Peza for Lord Beerus. After all, you two are brothers. Bubbles chuckled mischievously. Perhaps from Frisia's perspective, Lord Beerus has gained weight due to his gluttony. Peza remained speechless. His feline face instantly darkened. This guy named Frisia actually took me for Beerus. Could I possibly tolerate this? I'm so handsome. Why should I be associated with that lumbering oaf Beerus? Peza grumbled, his temper rising. Actually, if Lord Peza were to lose some weight, he'd probably look quite similar to Lord Beerus. Bubbles replied with a grin. Bubbles, stop laughing. Peza put his hands on his hips and shouted in anger. The subordinate beside them was stunned into silence. According to the records, shouldn't these two be called Beerus and Whis? Why aren't their names matching? How come I keep hearing them call each other by different names? One is Peza and the other is Bubbles. Eat a bit more first, and then go deal with that Frisia guy? How dare he mistake me for Beerus? Peza said indignantly. Yes, Lord Peza. Bubbles nodded slightly. Hey, you two. Do you even know what you're saying? How ridiculous. You say you're going to go after Lord Frisia. Don't you know who you're talking to? The subordinate was so amused he could barely contain himself, rolling his eyes repeatedly at Peza. Destruction. Peza waved his hand lightly, and a wave of destructive energy instantly enveloped Frisia's subordinate. The subordinate was reduced to nothingness beyond death itself. Actually, more precisely, this subordinate had completely ceased to exist. Those destroyed by a destroyer god aren't even granted passage to the underworld. Their souls vanish instantaneously. In the Dragon Ball world, when a person dies, their soul reports to the underworld. But if destroyed by a destroyer god, the soul has no time to escape, making it a true and permanent death. Even Shinron cannot resurrect someone who has died this way. Not even angels can restore those without souls unless they resort to manipulating the cycle of time. Only the cosmic dragon possesses the power to bring back humans who have lost their souls. Keep eating. Peza instructed Bubbles. Let that guy's spaceship fly for a while first. Some guests nearby eating were trembling in fear. This big fat cat is so terrifying. Earth. Soya and others were flying toward the islands in the southern region. At this moment, beneath them lay an endless expanse of ocean. You fly so fast. We've almost caught up to the sun. It's already daytime over here. Tais exclaimed. Raditz and Gak have already been left far behind. Should we continue flying south? Soya asked Tais. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely clear either. Tais shook her head gently. Let's find someone to ask. Soya suggested. But this is the ocean. I don't see anyone. Tais was speechless. You want to ask someone, but there needs to be someone to ask. Over there someone is swimming. Let's go check it out. Soya pointed toward the distant horizon. Huh, really? Your eyesight is amazing. How come I can't see anything? Tais paused for a moment, squinting to get a better view. Behind them, Raditz was dragging Gak along at great speed. You're a galactic patrolman, can't you fly? Raditz muttered irritably as he dragged Gak along, feeling increasingly frustrated that they were falling further behind Soya. Don't leave me behind. I'm too weak right now. Why do I get the sense that this patrolman is somehow stronger than me? I have a flight device under my feet. I can only fly for a short time. Gak's gaze kept wavering, and he even considered counterattacking Raditz. Should I take advantage of Soya's absence to teach this guy Raditz a lesson, then find somewhere to hide immediately? No. My spaceship isn't repaired yet, and my communication equipment is broken. From what I've heard, they have scouters on them. They should be able to quickly locate me through the scouter right. I'll hold off on dealing with this scion named Raditz for now. Better to keep a low profile. So far, these two scions haven't killed anyone. Maybe they really are just here for tourism. Gak's mind raced with thoughts. Soya wrapped his arm around Tais's slender waist and quickly appeared above the beautiful girl who was swimming. The pretty girl widened her lovely eyes in astonishment, watching Soya and Tais hover in the air. Hello, beautiful lady, are you swimming here? Soya greeted with a smile. Soya, did she have a shipwreck? Tais lowered her voice, making a guess. Didn't you see her swimming quite happily? How could she have encountered a shipwreck? Soya shook his head. Yes, she does look quite happy. Tais nodded thoughtfully, then frowned slightly while glancing around, but there aren't even any islands in this area. Could she be in danger? Hello, is there something you need? The beautiful girl spoke, her voice pleasant and gentle. Do you know where Master Matato's island is? Soya asked. It seems to be in that direction. The girl pointed to a certain direction. Thank you. Soya thanked her. You're welcome. The girl smiled gracefully, her beautiful fish tail, swaying from the seawater, gave Soya a flirtatious wink, and dove into the ocean, disappearing as she swam away with her tail. A mermaid. Tacy was stunned, her mouth agape, struggling to process the sight before her. I have never seen such a beautiful mermaid. Soya clicked his tongue in amazement. Do you think she would taste good? Steamed or braised? Tacy stared blankly. Is that even appropriate? Such a beautiful mermaid, and you want to eat her? Are you a demon? I have decided I am going to catch her. Soya grinned broadly. She winked at me just before she left. She must want to play hide and seek with me. Please don't. Mermaids cannot be eaten. Tacy forced a dry smile. That mermaid winked at you not to invite you to play hide and seek. Your comprehension is truly unmatched. We will only know if she is edible by trying. Soya smiled even brighter and said to Tacy, you go wait over there for a moment, alright? As he spoke, Soya pointed toward the sky. Tacy was momentarily confused and could not quite understand. What did he mean by waiting over there? Or do you want me to dive into the sea with you to catch the mermaid? Soya asked again. I will just wait over there, Tacy replied. Alright, I will be back soon. Soya said, then directly tossed Tacy high into the air. Splash. In the next instant, Soya dove straight into the ocean below. Tacy stared blankly. You call throwing me into the sky waiting over there? Tacy began screaming in terror without stop. Negative emotion points from Tacy plus 666. Negative emotion points from Tacy. For a moment, Tacy negative emotion points were about to max out. Do not leave me behind. I am indeed flying upward right now. What will happen when I fall? Although there is the sea below, from this height, I would be killed on impact. Soya, I hate you. Soya dived deep into the sea, quickly caught up with the mermaid, and grabbed her fish tail in one motion. The mermaid turned to look and was startled. How did this flying person catch up? Negative emotion points from Pow Pow plus 666. I caught you now, it is your turn to catch me. Soa greeted with a smile. Mermaid Pow Pow stared blankly. Soa wasted no time in politeness and immediately wrapped his arms around the mermaid waist, lifting her from the sea surface and soaring into the sky. Then Soa calmly caught Tacy, who was about to fall. Tacy's body went limp with fright, cold sweat pouring down. That was truly terrifying. It really is a mermaid. Tacy examined Mermaid Pow Pow closely, constantly marveling. You, let me go? You are hurting me. Pow Pow cried out in a delicate voice. I have never seen a mermaid before. Once I have thoroughly studied your body, I will let you go. Soa grinned mischievously. Pow Pow stared blankly. Negative emotion points from Pow Pow plus 777. You still want to study my body? You are so shameless. I am not like your humans. We cannot reproduce together. Pow Pow's face flushed red as she hastily replied. When she says reproduce, she probably means the most primal form of connection between man and woman, Tacy explained earnestly from the side. Soa stared blankly. Can you stop talking? Now I do not know how to respond. Soa immediately looked toward the mermaid tail. Indeed, the connection point between the tail and body was completely different from a normal woman, very smooth. Do mermaids not have buttocks? Soa asked curiously. Tacy covered her face. You really can ask any question. Then how do you urinate? Soa was immediately interested. Soa, can you not ask such direct questions? Tacy truly did not know what to say. After all, that is a beautiful mermaid. She is a girl at the very least. Asking like this. Do you not think it is inappropriate? Pow Pow's face turned even darker, speechless. This human is too shameless. I even showed you the way. Is this how you repay me? I will not tell you. Pow Pow said, pouting. Negative emotion points from Pow Pow plus 555. Do you poop? Soa asked again. They say pretty girls cannot. I wonder if it is true. While speaking, Soa glanced at Tacy once more. Tacy stared blankly. Negative emotion points from Tacy plus 666. What you are saying is even more direct than before. Can you not be so excessive? Wait. Why are you looking at me? I do not. Tacy's face darkened. Soa looked at the mermaid again. I do not. Pow Pow was speechless. Please do not ask such questions, okay? Negative emotion points from Pow Pow plus 666. As expected, she does not. Soa nodded joyfully. Tacy and the mermaid exchanged glances. You did not really believe that, did you? By the way, open your mouth. Soa said to the mermaid again. Pow Pow looked thoroughly bewildered. No. The mermaid pouted and huffed. You are definitely up to no good. I watched a short video. Someone caught a fish, and when it opened its mouth, they spit in it. So shameless. Tacy glared at Soa and huffed. Do not do such a shameless thing, Soa. Soa stared blankly. Pow Pow stared blankly. Pow Pow's eyes widened in horror, her face turning pale. Is this something a person would do? Spitting in a fish mouth. Soa, did you make me open my mouth just to do this? Can you not be so shameless? Negative emotion points from Pow Pow plus 999. Soa's face turned dark. Am I that kind of person? Besides, are not mermaids fish? Tacy mused. Actually, they should be classified as humans, right? Yes, I am human, not fish. Please do not do such extreme things to me. Pow Pow anxiously replied. See, she is still a girl. Tacy continued. Oh my. Just as Tacy was about to continue speaking, Soa let go. Tacy let out a scream and fell at free-fall speed toward the ground below. Help! Tacy cried out loudly. This height was at least 300 meters above sea level. Even falling into the sea would kill her. Whoosh. Soa descended rapidly and caught Tacy again. Sorry, my hand slipped. Soa chuckled. Tacy stared blankly. You clearly did that on purpose. Can I not tell? Is it just because I said a few more words? Tacy looked sulky. Negative emotion points from Tacy plus 666. Negative emotion. For a moment, Tacy negative emotion points kept updating. When I first met you, I thought you were quite handsome and genuinely nice. I never expected you to be so shameless. Open your mouth, Soya instructed the mermaid once more. Bubbles' fair face paled with fright, and she shook her head vigorously, biting her lower lip tightly, while her body trembled continuously. Rest assured, I won't spit in your mouth. Soya was at a loss for words. The atmosphere had been completely derailed by Taisai. I really should throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Really? The mermaid remained unconvinced, her bright eyes flashing with a pitiful expression. Really? Soya nodded. Taisai was about to speak when Soya briefly loosened his grip, only to catch her immediately. Taisai was genuinely frightened and didn't dare say another word. No wonder Jaka said your scions aren't good people. I even treated you to delicious food. Can you be less heartless? Negative emotion value from Taisai 555. The mermaid finally obediently opened her mouth, looking at Soya with wariness. Soya leaned close to the mermaid's mouth and examined it carefully. Bubble. You wouldn't actually want to do that, would you? Just as Bubble was thinking this, Soya grabbed the mermaid's tongue with his hand. The mermaid cried out instinctively, pulling her tongue back. Soya examined it closely, scratched his head and muttered, I heard mermaids have barbs on their tongues, but I don't feel any. Bubble. Bubble was speechless. So you made me open my mouth just to check if I have barbs on my tongue. What kind of peculiar interest is that? You could have just asked me, and I would have told you the answer. Taisai secretly wiped her sweat. Suaya the mermaid has her mouth open, and you're just checking her tongue with your hand. Does the alien not find women attractive? Or is this alien male in appearance, but not actually male? That's quite possible. Taisai's gaze slowly drifted downward, and with sudden courage, she grabbed tightly. Suaya's face instantly darkened. Bulma's older sister, what are you doing? Taisai hurriedly let go, her face flushed with embarrassment. This is normal. But what was that move just now? The mermaid had her mouth open after all. Taisai, if you keep causing trouble, do you think I won't throw you here to feed the fish? Suaya said with a dark face. I don't eat people. Bubble hurriedly waved her hands. Suaya. Taisai, after all this talking, you're still a fish, not a human. Taisai wiped her sweat. Suddenly I'm craving fish. Suaya smacked his lips. I am a human, not a fish. Bubble panicked and quickly corrected herself. I don't taste good. Not tasty at all. Negative emotion value from Bubble 555. Suaya, why did you need to check her tongue? Taisai suddenly remembered the previous scene and couldn't help but ask. And nothing. Suaya looked guilty, his face reddening with embarrassment. Taisai silently studied Suaya. I have a feeling you're thinking something strange. Look, there's a small island ahead. Is this where Master Mateto resides? Suaya quickly changed the subject, pointing to a small island appearing ahead. Yes. Bubble nodded. Suaya accelerated, bringing Taisai and Bubble down swiftly onto Turtle Hermit's small island. As soon as they landed, Suaya saw a giant sea turtle crawling toward them, looking like it wanted to say something, but held back. Sea turtle? What a huge sea turtle. Taisai was amazed. Go. Suaya grabbed the sea turtle's shell with one hand, gave it a light toss, and sent it flying. 10,000 curse words raced through the sea turtle's mind. Who is this kid? Did I offend you? Are you treating me like a dart? Negative emotion value from the sea turtle, 999. From the sea turtle. Suaya secretly rejoiced. These are all combat power. Tomorrow I must accumulate 10 million negative emotion points no matter what. At that point, performing 1,000 consecutive draws would be incredibly satisfying. Suaya looked toward the room. Immediately strange sounds emanated from the girl in the room. Suaya. Taisai's delicate face turned crimson. Bubble looked curious and couldn't help asking, what's happening inside? The girl is screaming so miserably. Don't speak first. Taisai hurriedly covered Bubble's mouth. Suaya felt 1,000 emotions in his heart. As expected of the turtle hermit, what is he watching at home in broad daylight? Hey, come out from inside. Suaya shouted loudly. After his words fell, there was no movement from the room, but the strange sounds from the girl became even more intense. Suaya was truly at a loss for words. Did you obtain several terabytes of videos? Watching so intently in broad daylight. Just as Suaya was about to go in and drag the turtle hermit out, whoosh! Raditz pulled Jaka coming from afar at high speed, landing swiftly on the turtle hermit's small island. So, you fly too fast, can you wait for me? Raditz said breathlessly. After finishing speaking, Raditz finally noticed someone had appeared beside Suya. A very beautiful girl. A mermaid. Raditz was startled. I've never seen such a strange creature before. Bubble. Who are you calling a creature? I'm a mermaid. Jaka also looked over silently, but said nothing. Raditz, you're just in time. Go in and grab that old man. Suaya issued orders to Raditz. Easy. Raditz nodded readily, rubbing his fists as he asked, what if he doesn't come out? Can I beat him up? After coming to Earth, my hands have been itching. Beating Jaka the bean shoot isn't satisfying at all. Jaka, are you even polite? Go ahead, go ahead. Suaya nodded in agreement. Raditz was overjoyed and happily rushed into the room. After entering the room, Raditz immediately spotted a white-bearded old man watching television. There was a turtle shell on the old man's back. The program on the television appeared somewhat bizarre. Raditz curiously leaned forward to watch more closely. Why is this woman screaming so miserably? Raditz scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. That man looks like he's working so hard. Shut up. The turtle hermit drooled and shouted in a low voice. Raditz, what's there to watch? Raditz widened his eyes, stepped forward, and patted the turtle hermit's head. Hey, Suaya wants you to come out. Hurry up, otherwise I'll beat you up. I'm not going out. The turtle hermit refused firmly. This is the first time I've stumbled upon such an interesting TV program. Should I go out just because you tell me to? No. Are you really not going out? Raditz was overjoyed. My hands have been itching exactly now. Stop it. Master Roshi's face darkened as he quickly glanced at Raditz, then immediately turned his gaze back to the television. As for what Raditz looked like, it was instantly dismissed by Master Roshi. Which pretty girl is more delightful? Especially this voice, absolutely enchanting. I even want to go up and experience it myself. Since you said it, if you don't leave I'll beat you up. Raditz was beside himself with joy. He grabbed Master Roshi's shell and executed a powerful back throw. Ayo! Master Roshi cried out in agony, nearly spraining his old waist. Bang! Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Suwaya stood outside, then heard a series of crashing sounds from within the room. A minute later, Raditz and Master Rashi emerged, their faces bruised and swollen. Raditz's current combat power was 170. Master Rashi's combat power was 169. The difference between them was minimal, yet Master Rashi's battle techniques far surpassed Raditz by countless measures. By all accounts, Master Rashi should have easily dominated Raditz. But unfortunately his mind had been filled with strange images just now, so he wasn't in proper condition for battle. Otherwise he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Raditz. Boy, who are you? Master Rashi's face was as black as coal, glaring at Raditz, yet he was deeply shaken inside. How could this child be so powerful? Actually matching me. Damn it. Raditz grimaced in pain. What a tragedy. If I were at my peak, I could beat you within an inch of your life. I'm currently in a weakened state. That's why I can't defeat you. Little one, you're quite skilled. Truly remarkable. Master Rashi rubbed his aching waist, and as he reached the doorway his aged eyes immediately fixed on Tai Si and the mermaid going straight. Where did these two stunning beauties come from? Master Rashi immediately took interest and rushed forward, offering a polite greeting. Hello, two lovely ladies, welcome to my island. Don't speak, this old man isn't right. Tai Si hurriedly pulled Pow Pow behind Soya. Pow Pow wore an expression of utter confusion. This old man isn't right. Are you Master Mateto? Suwaya asked with a smile. Who are you? Only upon hearing the voice did Master Rashi notice Suwaya looking up in bewilderment. I've heard you're the strongest being on this planet. I've come to seek your. Suwaya wore a smug, provocative grin. Raditz swallowed hard, a wave of excitement and anticipation coursing through him. I feel this old man's combat power is no more than around 170. You, a scion with combat power exceeding 10,000, are coming to challenge this old man. Tsk tisk, this old man is in for a tragedy. Master Rashi also perked his ears watching Soya. Yes, I came to learn from you. Soya smiled. Raditz, can you not speak with such long pauses? From Raditz's negative emotion value plus 666. So are these two your gift to me upon my arrival? Master Rashi rubbed his hands together for quite a while, so excited that snot bubbles formed. I was just watching some bizarre television program, and someone comes along offering me gifts. Today truly is a good day. This damn thing. It hurts, it hurts. Whose brat is this? His strikes are truly ruthless. My waist. I wonder if I can still move it. These two. Suwaya was slightly startled, and looked back at the angry Tai Si and the bewildered mermaid Pow Pow. Aha. Master Rashi nodded like an electric motor. You truly understand me. You must be dreaming. Suwaya's face darkened, and he rolled his eyes at Master Rashi. Master Rashi. From Master Rashi's negative emotion value, plus 777. They're not meant for me after all. Then why bring them here? To show off to me. This kid is too shameless. Master Rashi reluctantly looked toward Tai Si and Pow Pow, feeling restless within, then fixed his gaze upon the mermaid Pow Pow. Huh, isn't that a mermaid? You could just give me the mermaid instead. You still dare to look? Suwaya glared and rushed forward, landing two punches directly to Master Rashi's eyes. Aowo. Master Rashi's eyes instantly turned into panda eyes. Stealing my woman is one thing, but you also want to steal my fish to eat. Suwaya seized Master Rashi's shell and hurled him into the air with all his might. Whoosh! Master Rashi shot straight up through the clouds, reaching nearly 10,000 meters in altitude in an instant. From Master Rashi's negative emotion value plus 999. From Master Rashi. At this moment Master Rashi's negative emotion values continued to update without stop. I must not have recovered from my strange state yet. Did I get up too quickly? How can such a powerful person exist in this world? Tai Si, stealing your woman is one thing, but you also want to steal your fish to eat. Why does what you're saying sound so wrong? So your woman isn't even as important as your fish. From Tai Si's negative emotion value plus 666. Pow Pow's delicate body shivered slightly. You ultimately still want to eat me. From Pow Pow's negative emotion value plus 555. What should I do? What should I do? Can you please not eat me? I'm not tasty. Suwaya secretly rejoiced within. Jaka's face turned dark, trembling with fear as he gazed at Soya, as though viewing a demon. So ferocious. I must absolutely not look at those two women. Otherwise I too will be thrown to 10,000 meters by him. That old man just now nearly flew out of the atmosphere. How terrifying. Raditz chuckled endlessly, displaying an expression of matter-of-factness. With your combat power so high, throwing this old man that high is not a normal phenomenon. After waiting a full minute, Master Rashi finally fell from the great height. Suwaya gently raised his hand to catch the descending Master Rashi. Bang! Master Rashi crashed heavily onto the small island, leaving a human-shaped crater on the ground. The entire small island shuddered violently, nearly sinking. Oh dear! I miscalculated by one step and didn't catch him. Suwaya scratched his head embarrassingly, wearing an apologetic expression. Jaka trembled with fear nearby. How was that a calculation error? You clearly didn't intend to catch him at all. Poor old man. Tai Si and Pow Pow also froze with expressions turning pale, speechless for a moment. This must hurt terribly. Master Rashi crawled out of the large crater in disarray, feeling as though his whole body was ruined. From Master Rashi's negative emotion value plus 999. Let's go. After speaking, Suaya immediately wrapped his arms around Tai Si and Pow Pow and rose into the air. Raditz. Jia, Ko. Everyone present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Wait. Did you specifically come over to beat up this old man? What grudge? What resentment? Running all this distance just to beat him up, and then leaving. Whooshed. Suaya departed immediately, soon flying beyond sight. Raditz. Raditz hurriedly grabbed Jia Ku and followed. Wait. Are you actually leaving? What is he here for? Jake was utterly puzzled and had to ask Raditz in bewilderment. He probably thinks this old man is too weak, so he intends to challenge someone stronger. Raditz scratched his head, chin raised in speculation. Are you kidding me? How could anyone on this planet be a match for him? Jake's lips twitched, his expression shifting repeatedly. As if your galactic patrol has any capable fighters. Raditz scoffed with disdain. Of course we do. Let me go and I'll bring them back for you. Jake's heart stirred, suddenly thinking he could manipulate this little brat. You're dreaming. Raditz snorted, mimicking Suaya's earlier words. Jake clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in silence. I must find a way to contact headquarters as soon as possible. Have Meruz bring his people over to teach you a lesson. Suaya led the way with Thais on his left, and the mermaid Pow Pow on his right. He had initially planned to learn how to sense energy from Master Wutian, but this old man wasn't in good shape, so it was better to find someone else. The immortal Jolin should also know this technique. Besides, he has plenty of senza beans. Wouldn't it be great to just take all of Jolin's senza beans? And then Suaya suddenly remembered something very important. Raditz had already drunk the battle god water and was in a weakened state. What would happen if he ate a senza bean? Would it restore the doubled effect of the battle god water or bring him back to normal? Suaya was filled with anticipation. If the senza bean could restore him to normal, that would be a good option. At least there would be no period of weakness. Thais, do you prefer steamed or braised? Fish. Suaya deliberately emphasized the word fish. Pow Pow trembled in fear, her face turning pale. You really want to eat me? I'm not tasty. She pouted, looking pitiful. Negative emotion points from Pow Pow 555. That's not right. She looks human. Though I do kind of want to eat fish. Thais scrutinized Pow Pow from head to toe, her gaze lingering on the mermaid's tail for a few seconds, lost in thought. Pow Pow, are you serious? Why are you staring at my tail? Answer one last question, and I might consider letting you return to the sea. Suaya smiled. You want to ask if there are stronger people in this world, right? Pow Pow spoke quickly, her survival instinct making her instantly understand Suaya's intention. Suaya sighed with emotion. Truly human potential is limitless. Look, fear has made her learn to answer before the question is asked. That Master Wutian just now is indeed a strong person in this world, but I heard there's someone stronger on a tower to the east called the Jolin Tower. On the Jolin Tower lives a celestial cat known as the Immortal. Pow Pow immediately revealed the Immortal Jolin and his location. Immortal Jolin. Thank you very much. Negative emotion points from Immortal Jolin 555. Suaya was stunned. So the Immortal Jolin heard that. Your ears are really sharp. Ears that catch the wind, eyes that see 1,000 miles. Go on, be careful next time, and don't get caught by me again. I'm kind-hearted, as someone else would definitely have eaten you. Suaya gently stroked Pow Pow's fishtail, reluctance evident on his face. Pow Pow, what do you mean? Still want to eat my tail? Suaya finally released Pow Pow back into the sea with reluctance. Pow Pow darted away, swiftly diving straight into the depths of the ocean. During the hour after returning to the sea, Pow Pow's negative emotion points kept refreshing. Suaya was overjoyed. Can you imagine how satisfying it is to harvest negative emotion points from a fish? No, she's a person. Although her lower half is a fish, her upper half is a stunning beauty. Decided I'll bring some mint and chili peppers for her when I come back. Let's cultivate her well. Planet Vampa. Vegeta and Nappa were exploring the planet separately, trying to find a way to leave. Though the hope was slim, they couldn't just sit still, could they? What if Frieza came knocking in a day? And what annoyed Vegeta most was that this planet was shrouded in yellow sand, dim and gloomy with extremely low visibility. Even if he created an artificial full moon, would he be able to transform into a great ape? Could his tail absorb enough blood's waves? If not, he wouldn't be able to transform. So to defeat Frieza, it was best to leave this planet and fight elsewhere. Nappa was patrolling the sky. As he flew, he suddenly noticed a figure vaguely appearing ahead. This person wore a Frieza Force battle suit, appearing burly and imposing against the dim sky, clearly not someone with good intentions. Is he one of Frieza's men? Are they here to assassinate me and Prince Vegeta? Yes, it must be. Die. Nappa didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately forming an energy sphere and hurling it at the figure. Paragus, what's going on? I feel like someone's ambushing me. Boom. Paragus swung his palm and slapped the incoming energy sphere away. The energy sphere grazed Nappa's chest, and soared into the sky. Kaboom! The sphere exploded high above, casting a brilliant display of colors. Nappa was stunned. Is this guy that strong? Both were curious and slowly approached each other, finally making out each other's faces. A scion? They asked in unison. The next moment Nappa and Paragus both nodded in confirmation. But then Paragus's face darkened. That King Vegeta. He's really sent people to kill my son. I won't let him succeed. You want to kill me? Humph. The one who should die is you. Paragus roared, charging at Nappa and landing a heavy kick. Bang! Nappa was sent flying backward, falling from the sky and crashing into the ground below, leaving a crater in the earth. Paragus had a battle power of 420 and was in his prime. Nappa, though young, 15 years old, had a battle power of only 220, no match for Paragus. Slap. Paragus slowly landed before Nappa grabbed him by the collar and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. Nappa was completely dazed. Tell me, how many men did the king send? Paragus demanded coldly. Nappa looked bewildered. Nappa. 1,000 alpacas stampeded through Nappa's mind. What do you mean by not telling the truth? What the hell are you getting at? Wait. Are you misunderstanding something? Nappa panicked and asked in confusion. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're trying to stall here waiting for your companion to come, aren't you? Paragus snorted, then threw an uppercut that sent Nappa flying into the air. Paragus flickered and swiftly appeared directly above Nappa, launching another inverted heel drop. Nappa plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the earth below, and once again leaving a massive impact crater. Let's just kill him now, Paragus declared from high above, a scornful smile playing on his lips. Nappa felt waves of sorrow wash over him. Is this scion insane? What did I ever do to you? You catch me and beat me senseless. However, you really shouldn't have picked a fight with me. Do you think I would lose to you? Nappa gritted his teeth and pulled out a small vial of battle upgrading water. It was the ration Vegeta had allotted him, and it was barely enough. But 8 sips would be more than sufficient. After all, Nappa's limit was 8 sips of battle water. This was kept in reserve by Vegeta specifically for emergencies. It wasn't that Vegeta possessed any compassion, rather he figured that since the environment of this planet was so harsh, Nappa's death would leave him lonely. Battle water came with side effects, but it boosted combat power regardless. Once the power was elevated and the enemy defeated, one simply needed to find a safe place to hide. What? Taking a few sips to moisten your throat before you die? Paragus chuckled when he saw Nappa pull out half a bottle of water, though he did not take it seriously. Nappa quickly drank 3 sips, sending his combat power soaring to 6,000. He felt vastly improved. You arrogant bastard. You were so cocky just now. Though he lacked a scouter, Nappa estimated the man's combat power to be approximately 4,000. And his fighting style lacked real force, somewhat frail. Perhaps he hadn't eaten in days. Whoosh! Nappa shot straight upward at blistering speed, appearing directly opposite Paragus. Paragus's pupils contracted, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why did he sense his combat power suddenly skyrocket? How could this be? Boom! Nappa wasted no politeness and delivered a devastating palm strike, sending Paragus crashing back down from the sky. Paragus slammed heavily into the earth, leaving a massive crater behind. Nappa waved his hand and tossed an energy blast toward the hole. The energy blast detonated deep within the crater with an earth-shattering roar. Such intense combat easily drew the attention of Vegeta. Is that Nappa? Who is he fighting? Vegeta frowned and turned toward the battle, though he could see nothing. From another direction, Broly also turned to gaze at the combat zone, scratching his head in confusion. A brief pause. Broly and Vegeta simultaneously flew toward the battlefield. They encountered each other midway. Vegeta. Broly. They locked gazes, both displaying bewildered expressions. It was worth noting that Broly and Vegeta were the same age, both 5 years old. Scion. Vegeta paused quickly, noticing the tail behind Broly. Broly scratched his head. I never imagined another Scion would exist in such a wretched place. Vegeta said, somewhat surprised. He looked at Broly. Hey kid, what's your name? Broly struggled to speak. Is he mute? Vegeta sneered. Broly remained silent. Vegeta. Fine, mute it is. Vegeta dismissed it and immediately accelerated toward Nappa's battle. Broly followed behind. Vegeta grew annoyed and executed a graceful mid-air turn, stopping abruptly. What do you think you're doing following me around? Vegeta barked angrily. Broly had been flying steadily and did not expect the sudden stop. Thud. Broly crashed squarely into Vegeta's chest. Caught off guard, Vegeta was hit and felt a wave of dizziness. Vegeta's expression darkened, completely stunned. This kid's combat power is substantial. That collision actually made me feel pain. His combat power must be between 7 and 8,000. How could such a powerful Scion exist? Shouldn't a warrior this strong be nurtured on planet Vegeta? How did he end up in this forsaken place? Vegeta had no idea that Broly was exiled precisely because his combat power was too excessive. Damn it, boy, you dare bump into me. Vegeta, furious, struck hard at Broly's abdomen. Broly vomited and was sent flying backward, crashing into the earth and tumbling several times. Vegeta calmly flew over and landed before Broly, stepping on his chest. Kid, don't you know who I am? Vegeta sneered, gradually increasing his pressure. Broly screamed in agony. Approximately 50 kilometers away in a wasteland, Nappa continued pummeling Paragus. With his combat power reaching 6,000, Paragus had no chance against him. Beaten to the point of helplessness. Within a minute, Paragus was nearly dead from Nappa's assault. Why? Why did your combat power suddenly increase so much? Paragus's face twisted in despair as he bellowed hoarsely, Broly, come quickly. I'm about to be killed. Broly. Who? Your ally. Nappa paused, nervously scanning the surroundings. But there was no one there. Broly, hurry up. Your old man is about to die. Paragus cried out again. Is that your son? Nappa understood. So what if your son arrives? Just wait. When my son arrives, you'll die horribly. Paragus glared at Nappa with venomous hatred. I'm afraid you won't live long enough to see that. Nappa sneered, grabbing Paragus's battle armor and hurling him high into the sky. Paragus screamed, his eyes filled with despair. Die. Nappa laughed loudly and unleashed an energy blast. Boom. Enormous energy rapidly engulfed Paragus's body. By the time the smoke cleared, Paragus had been obliterated into fragments by Nappa's blast, completely destroyed. Nappa spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, straightened his head, and wore an expression of utter disdain. Fortunately, his reaction had been quick enough to consume the battle water just in time to avoid danger. Otherwise, that brute would have truly beaten him to death. Not bad at all. The battle water provided by Soya was genuinely excellent, saving his life at a critical moment. Otherwise, he would never have stood a chance against that guy. But who exactly is that person? What does he mean by how many people the king sent? I have no idea what you're talking about. Damn it. I should have asked more questions before finishing him off. Never mind, he struck first with deadly intent. Although I launched the surprise attack first, I had no idea you were a scion. Yet you knew I was a scion, and still you tried to beat me to death. That's simply unacceptable on your part. Boom. Just as the fight ended, Nappa heard a tremendous explosion from afar. Nappa paused momentarily, then immediately scanned the direction of the sound. Could it be His Highness Vegeta engaging that fellow named Broly in battle? Nappa scratched his bald head. Then he took a deep breath, steeled his spirits, and immediately shot off toward that location at full speed. Trapped beneath Vegeta's foot, Broly let out pained wails. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he lunged forward, grabbing Vegeta's ankle and slamming him violently into the ground. Bang! Vegeta was smashed onto the ground by Broly's sudden strike. Before Vegeta could recover, Broly quickly closed and pinned his head and rubbed it forcefully against the ground. Vegeta felt waves of sorrow as though his very face had been ruined. This kid. Why do I feel his combat power has risen again? How could this be? Vegeta cried out in agony and struck Broly with all his might. Broly's body trembled slightly, yet he carried on as if nothing had happened, continuing to grind Vegeta's head against the earth. Bang! Broly delivered a crushing punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta vomited bile in torrents. Seizing the opportunity, Broly grabbed Vegeta's wrist, dragged his body, and relentlessly slammed him in every direction. Vegeta cried out a few times, and then fell silent, unable to make another sound. Bang! 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 Broly continued his relentless assault. Vegeta was utterly powerless to resist, reduced to nothing but taking blows. In this moment, he deeply felt that the anguish piercing his soul was far more devastating than any physical pain. I am the prince of all scions. At merely 5 years old, my combat power already surpassed my father's, making me the strongest scion. It would not be an exaggeration to call me the most talented warrior among scions. Even someone like Soya at 16 years old still trails behind my combat power. Now here I am on some godforsaken planet, encountering a scion of the same age whose combat power exceeds even mine. Who am I supposed to appeal to? Bang! Broly finally ceased his beating and tossed Vegeta onto the ground. Vegeta gritted his teeth and pulled himself up, glaring at Broly with fury coursing through his entire body. Immediately, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, shooting rapidly into the high sky. Veins bulged upon his forehead as he spread his arms wide. Broly. Damned fool. I am the most brilliant scion. Vegeta erupted in fury, gathering a sphere of energy between his palms and raising it high above his head. Go to hell. Whoosh. The energy blast shot downward toward Broly at blistering speed. Watching the rapidly descending projectile, Broly swiftly ascended into the sky and unleashed a savage barrage upon the energy sphere. Bang, 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 boom. The energy blast detonated in midair, triggering a massive explosion. Vegeta was completely stunned. That guy must be a complete idiot. Is there any way to fight like that? Whoosh. The moment the energy blast exploded, Broly drifted unsteadily down to the distant ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. What an idiot. Vegeta flew toward him rapidly. But the moment Vegeta approached, Broly leaped up from the ground and seized his head once more. Vegeta, what in the world was happening? Hadn't he been injured just now? Bang! Broly drove Vegeta's head forcefully into the earth, beginning another round of grueling abrasion. Then Broly grabbed Vegeta's wrist and continued hurling his body around in every direction. Vegeta felt waves of desolation washing over him. How did we return to the exact same scene? Just then Nappa finally arrived from the distance and widened his eyes in shock at the astonishing sight before him. Nappa's jaw nearly dropped. How is it that the moment I arrive, I see someone beating up His Highness Vegeta? That really is His Highness Vegeta, isn't it? Who is that brat? Could it be Broly, the son of that person from earlier? Judging by the age, it seems so. I get the feeling His Highness Vegeta is being utterly trounced. How could this be? Isn't His Highness Vegeta the most brilliant scion? At this moment, Vegeta had been beaten to the point of being powerless to resist, feeling waves of sorrow and helplessness. No, if I keep getting beaten like this, he'll kill me alive. I must hurry and drink the battle water to boost my combat power. Stop right there. Nappa roared loudly. Broly paused, slightly glanced toward Nappa's direction, and then tossed Vegeta aside like garbage. Whoosh! Broly hurtled toward the direction where Nappa stood. Nappa was startled, filled with endless regret. Hey, I told you to stop, not to come after me. This is making me extremely nervous. Even His Highness Vegeta couldn't defeat you, so I certainly stand no chance. My combat power is only 6,000 right now. Before Nappa could react, Broly grabbed his head and began rubbing it forcefully against the ground. Nappa let out pained wails. Bang! Broly drove a punch downward, striking Nappa's abdomen squarely. Nappa's limbs jerked upward. Broly glanced over, then seized two of Nappa's fingers, dragging his body by them and hurling him around in every direction. Nappa wept bitterly, his cries of anguish echoing endlessly. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta pulled himself up from the ground and immediately produced the battle water, preparing to take a few swallows. Whoosh! However, at that very moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as though something enormous had blocked it out. Both Vegeta and Broly, along with Nappa, looked up toward the heavens. A massive spaceship appeared in the sky. Vegeta's brows furrowed slightly. Isn't that Frieza's spaceship? That guy still dares to come causing trouble for me. Your combat power has dropped to 37,000 by now, hasn't it? This is wonderful. I'll eliminate Frieza right now. Eyes filled with determination, Vegeta began consuming the battle water frantically. 1 gulp, 2 gulps, 3 gulps. His combat power multiplied repeatedly. My base combat power is 15,000. Although I was injured earlier, the doubling effect of the battle water is still active. From observing how Frieza consumed the battle water, it appears the substance calculates its duration based on the combat power achieved at the final swallow. As long as I don't drink to the limit, my combat power should maintain its doubled state. My combat power can multiply 20-fold. I'll drink 10 gulps first and raise my combat power to 150,000 before worrying about anything else. Vegeta quickly downed 10 gulps of battle water and promptly stuffed the mineral water bottle into his chest armor. Frieza, come on then. Vegeta's lips curled into a faint smirk, a smug look of triumph on his face. Hey, hold on, stop fighting for a second. Frieza's here. Nappa immediately shouted a warning to Broly. Broly paused, glanced at Nappa, and temporarily ceased his thrashing. He stared blankly for 3 full seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Broly slammed Nappa into the ground 3 more times, then casually tossed him far into the distance. Nappa! Vegeta's face darkened, and he swiftly appeared beside Broly. Boom! Broly threw a punch that nailed Vegeta square in the cheek. Vegeta didn't even try to dodge. He let Broly's fist land on his face, as if it were nothing at all. After all, Vegeta's battle power had already skyrocketed to 150000. Broly's attacks naturally couldn't break through Vegeta's defenses. I'll deal with you later. You'd better behave yourself. With that, Vegeta swung a single slap that drove Broly deep into the earth, leaving only his head sticking out. Broly. Frieza, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Why didn't you find some secluded place to quietly hide during your weakened state? Vegeta was absolutely overjoyed, feeling as if happiness had arrived all too suddenly. I was just about to come looking for you, and yet you went and delivered yourself right to my doorstep. The spaceship slowly descended. Creak. The hatch opened. Frieza flew out of the spacecraft alongside Berry Blue, landing directly across from Vegeta. As for the other underlings, they stood neatly behind Frieza, not daring to make a single sound. At the sight of Frieza, both Vegeta and Nappa were momentarily stunned, unable to react for a brief moment. Because the Frieza before them was in his 4th form, his true appearance. Neither Vegeta nor Nappa had ever seen Frieza in this form before. Are you really Frieza? Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly, and he asked in bewilderment, so you really can transform? Vegeta, you've got some nerve? How dare you toy with me, Frieza? Frisia's eyes blazed with murderous intent, as if he wished to tear Vegeta to shreds on the spot. But Frisia felt that would be far too unsatisfying. Killing you so easily would be letting you off far too lightly. You're in your weakened state now, aren't you? Vegeta let out a soft chuckle. Let me ask you first, how long does this weakened state last? Frisia narrowed his eyes and inquired. One day, Vegeta answered truthfully. Even if he didn't say it, Frisia would figure it out anyway. Moreover, Vegeta believed Frisia would never have the chance to recover. Because you'll be killed by me during your weakened state. One day, is it? Frisia let out a slight sigh of relief. Good. It's only one day of weakness. After that day passes, will my battle power return to normal? Frisia suppressed the rage within him and asked again. That's right. Vegeta nodded. You're the one who wiped out Shui and Dodoria while they were weakened, aren't you? Frisia sneered. Exactly. Vegeta said with a grin. Very well. You've thoroughly provoked me now. I've decided that right before your eyes I'll slaughter every last scion one by one and make you suffer unimaginable agony. Frisia's face turned grim, growing darker and darker, while a vengeful gleam surfaced in his eyes. Frisia, have you gotten one thing wrong? Vegeta burst out laughing on the spot, unable to contain his mirth. What? Frisia blinked in surprise. In your weakened state your battle power is only 37000, now isn't it? Vegeta's lips curled upward, his grin growing ever more arrogant as he jabbed a thumb at his own nose. And me? I've already drunk 10 gulps of the sacred battle water. Even though I'm a bit injured and can't reach the full 15000, I've still got at least 100. Oh, is that so? Frisia rubbed his nose, smiling brilliantly. What are you laughing at? Vegeta, seeing Frisia so utterly composed, suddenly felt a premonition of doom. How exactly did you calculate that my battle power was only 37000? Frisia asked with keen interest. I heard your first form has a battle power of 5300, your second form 100, your third form 200, and your fourth form 300. Vegeta hastily said. That's right, it is. Frisia nodded with a smile. Those are indeed my base battle power numbers. You? What do you mean by that? The ominous feeling in Vegeta's heart grew ever stronger. Frisia said nothing, merely casting a glance at Berry Blue beside him. Ahem. You probably don't know yet, but Lord Frisia's true battle power is 1200. Berry Blue said with a smile, casually revealing Frisia's power level. Vegeta's pupils violently contracted, and his expression turned ashen in an instant. Nappa was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with terror. Only Broly looked utterly bewildered, as if he couldn't understand a word they were saying. Vegeta was completely stunned. Was Frisia's battle power really 100? So that guy Soya had been telling the truth. So how much power do you think I have left now, eh? Frisia rubbed his nose and flashed a contemptuous smile. A little monkey still thinks he can defeat me, Lord Frisia, with such a boring trick. Lord Frisia's current battle power is still 15000. Even in his weakened state, that's not something you scions can contend with. Berry Blue answered with a smile. Ooh-ho-ho. What a pity. Frisia raised his head to glance at the dim, gloomy sky, letting out a series of eerie laughs. The environment here is so harsh. Even if you conjure up an artificial full moon, I doubt you could transform into a great ape, could you? Vegeta looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with boundless despair. Then he shot a vicious glare at Nappa. This is all your fault. Why did you choose such a trashy planet? Nappa, why are you glaring at me? Didn't you pick this planet at random? Besides, the conditions for you scions to transform into great apes are far too demanding. Even if you managed to create an artificial full moon, do you honestly think I couldn't just shatter the moon with my current strength? Frisia sneered relentlessly. Transforming into a great ape. Those who don't understand you scions might actually be scared by it. But to be frank, it's nothing at all. I don't believe it. After the surge of overwhelming terror, what came over Vegeta was explosive rage, and he immediately unleashed all the battle energy within him. I don't believe your battle power is really that high. Voila! Vegeta charged at Frisia at tremendous speed, launching a ferocious assault upon him. Boom, boom, boom. Frisia raised his hand, effortlessly blocking every punch, and kicked Vegeta through. Boom. Vegeta threw another heavy punch. Frisia extended a single finger and stopped Vegeta's attack cold. Vegeta was utterly dumbfounded, hovering in midair, unable to snap out of it for a long while. This guy wasn't bluffing. His true battle power really was as high as 100. My battle power has already reached 15000, and yet he blocked every single one of my attacks with just one finger. This is really bad now. Clatter, clatter, clatter. What? Feeling utterly hopeless. Frisia's expression was dark and chilling. But rest assured, I won't let you die so easily. Daring to mock me, Frisia? I'll make your life worse than death. Vegeta was hopeless. Truly hopeless. At this moment, Vegeta felt the shadow of despair expanding within his heart. I was so naive. Frisia's combat power has reached 120 million. No wonder Suyo ran away. Negative emotion points from Vegeta 666. At the same time, endless regret awaited Vegeta. Suya had said that Frisia's combat power was in the hundreds of millions. I didn't believe it. Now it's too late to believe. How could this be so absurd? Your combat power is over 100 million. How am I supposed to fight? Wait. Let me sort this out. At first Suya really did plan to use the battle divine water to trap Frisia. But then he saw Frisia's older brother arrive, so he fled. The question is, if Frisia's combat power has reached over 100 million, how do you set a trap? His current combat power is still at 1.5 million. Can you somehow raise your combat power above 1.5 million? Vegeta was momentarily at a loss. Now I'll take you back to planet Vegeta, kill all the Scions right before your eyes, and then torture you to death. Frisia's face was grim, already plotting how to torment Vegeta. Lord Frisia, what about those two? Belbulla pointed at Nappa and Broly. Nappa also participated in this scheme, didn't he? Frisia asked with a sharp, narrowed gaze. Yes. Belbulla nodded. But who is that child? No records of him. Probably an indigenous of this planet. Never mind him. Start tormenting Nappa first, Frisia said, pointing at Nappa from afar. Nappa felt 10,000 horses galloping through his mind. Why start with me? I'm just a bystander. Before Nappa could react, his body was already propelled uncontrollably into the sky. Prince Vegeta. Nappa let out a desperate scream. Let's start by removing one of your arms, Frisia said, preparing to tear off Nappa's arm. However, at that very moment, bang! Broly, who was buried deep in the ground, suddenly leaped up and rushed toward Vegeta. Frisia paused and immediately noticed the tail behind Broly. A Scion. Belbulla was slightly startled. Frisia was also somewhat surprised. How did another Scion appear? And there's no data on this Scion. What? Trying to run. You think you can escape? Frisia sneered and extended his finger from a distance, attempting to eliminate Broly. Nappa. I thank you, Broly. I don't have to die first. However, Broly's next move truly surprised Frisia. Broly rushed forward, swiftly grabbed Vegeta's head, and smashed it forcefully into the ground. Then Broly kept pressing Vegeta's head against the ground, rubbing it with such force that sparks seemed ready to fly. Vegeta felt endless despair and didn't even want to fight back anymore. Better to die at the hands of my own kind than be tortured to death by Frisia. Bang! Broly delivered a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's limbs extended upward. Broly seized Vegeta's wrists, grabbed his body, and slammed him repeatedly in all directions. Frisia was thoroughly bewildered. This move. Even I don't know how to continue. What's going on with you two? It seems this young Scion wants to pledge allegiance to Lord Frisia, Belbulla guessed. That's possible. Frisia nodded with satisfaction, suddenly finding this little monkey rather amusing. He actually pinned their prince to the ground and rubbed him mercilessly. But who is this little monkey? Do we have any data on him? Frisia asked again. None. My Lord Frisia. Belbulla searched carefully, but still found no records of Broly. Forget it, let's watch and see. Frisia decided to sit back and watch the show. Nappa remained stunned for a long time, not knowing whether to descend from the sky. You left me up here, at least say something. Now Nappa could only silently pray that Frisia and the others would simply ignore him. You can't see me, you can't see me. Broly continued relentlessly pummeling Vegeta. At first Vegeta let Broly beat him, thinking it would be better to die early. But after Broly fought for a while, Vegeta realized he was actually fine. I suddenly remember. I drank the battle divine water. My combat power far exceeds this kid's now. It would be a miracle if he could kill me. See ya, you jerk. If not for you, would I have gone to ambush Frisia? Negative emotion points from Vegeta 666. You came up with the plan, yet you ran away halfway through. Can you not be so shameless? Have you had enough? Vegeta growled in rage and slapped Broly aside with a backhand. Oh ho ho ho. How interesting. Frisia let out a sinister cackle, laughing uncontrollably. In the vast starry cosmos, whooshed, a streak of light as brilliant as a star shot toward them from the distance. It was Kampa and Vados. Kampa, having finished eating and drinking at the gourmet planet, intended to come and teach Frisia a lesson. You actually mistook me for Beerus and provoked me. Let me show you how I'll deal with you. While flying, Kampa suddenly caught a glimpse of Cooler, who had just awakened in deep space. Frisia, you bastard. Cooler ground his teeth in fury. I won't forgive you. Who is that guy? Kampa casually asked Vados. Vados immediately investigated Cooler through her staff and provided an answer. Oh my, his name is Cooler. He is Lord Frisia's older brother. Oh. Kampa grinned and changed course, flying toward Cooler. Vados followed closely behind. They soon appeared directly opposite Cooler. Cooler paused briefly, momentarily bewildered. Isn't this Lord Beerus? Why has he gotten so fat? Is it because he ate too much? Also, I always thought Beerus's servant was androgynous. Couldn't tell if male or female. Looking closely today, she's actually a woman. Is it because he ate too much and developed better? Bye. I greet you, Lord Beerus. Cooler quickly reacted and knelt in the cosmic void to pay respect. Kampa's face turned black instantly. Someone else mistook me for Beerus. Do I look that much like Beerus? Smack. Zappu swung his hand and delivered a fierce slap. Poor Gulu hadn't even processed what was happening before he was knocked unconscious by the blow. That bastard Beerus. Why does everyone here think I resemble him? Zappu clenched his fists tightly, teeth grinding with frustration. Oh my. Because we are currently in the 7th universe. Vados giggled. Zappu. His expression stiffened, suddenly feeling quite awkward. You make a fair point. It's precisely because we're in the 7th universe that everyone here assumes I look like Beerus. While that may be true, it doesn't mean I won't deal with that fellow Frisia. He dares to provoke me and had 100 subordinates yelling at the top of their lungs. Even though it wasn't me, I'm still extremely irritated. Zappa huffed, his expression thoroughly displeased, and ordered, let's move out. We're heading to Planet Whip to deal with that Frisia. Yes, Lord Zappu. Vados gave a slight nod. The two transformed into a brilliant streak of light akin to the stars themselves, hurtling swiftly toward Planet Whip. Planet Whip. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of combo attacks on Broly, overwhelming him until he could barely fight back. Frisia watched from the sidelines, his smile brilliant. Ha ha ha. Frisia let out a series of cackles. Bili, isn't it entertaining to watch little monkeys fight? Bili nodded vigorously. Your Excellency, Frisia speaks so wisely. A fight between little monkeys ranks only second to a fight between women in terms of spectacle. Pausing for a moment. Your Excellency, Frisia, that kid's combat power. 25000. Bili read the figure from his scouter and couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Oh, is that so? Frisia showed a hint of surprise before realization dawned. They must have consumed that battle power water. There may have been some conflict between them beforehand. I see. Bili nodded. But a combat power of only 25000 falls far short compared to Vegeta's. Frisia offered a faint smile. Shall we intervene and help him? Bili asked. No need to rush, Frisia chuckled lightly. Let's wait until Vegeta is about to kill him, then we'll save him. That will make Vegeta feel absolute despair. Strange. Something's off. Bili hesitated for a moment before pressing the button on his scouter again. What is it? Frisia glanced sideways at Bili. Why has that kid's combat power jumped to 32000? Bili felt something was peculiar. Did he drink the battle power water again during the fight? Frisia frowned slightly and muttered to himself, or does the battle power water have a delayed effect? THTH this. Bili was struck with shock, once more his eyes wide and his expression dazed. Frisia cast a sideways glance at him. The combat power has increased again. It's at 5000 now. Bili genuinely found this bizarre, patting his forehead as he said incredulously, and it's not increasing by any predictable multiple. There's absolutely no pattern. Frisia's expression stiffened as he silently calculated the recent increments in combat power. Indeed, there appeared to be no discernible pattern. Under normal circumstances, the battle power water increases combat power by doubling along a certain baseline. This scion little monkey, however, defies all conventional patterns. Combat power of 5000. Frisia was not particularly concerned, his eyes narrowing slightly. This scouter of mine can detect combat power up to 2000. Bili muttered to himself. Vegeta is currently at 14000, likely dropped slightly from previous injuries. I just wonder what the upper limit of this little monkey's combat power could reach. Frisia remained silent. It is worth mentioning that a scouter's maximum detection capacity is not necessarily determined by how new it is. Rather, it depends on the combat power levels of you and your companions. Take Vegeta and Soiga's small squad, for example. Back then, their highest combat power was only 15000. So equipping them with scouters rated for a maximum of 2000 was perfectly adequate. For some combat squads, with even lower power levels, a scouter capable of detecting just over 1000 would suffice. However, for those around Frisia, such as the Ginyu Force Zarbon and Dodoria, whose combat power all started at a minimum of 3000, if their scouters were rated too low, attempting to measure one's own power would cause immediate detonation. But given the current technological level of Frisia's forces, a scouter capable of detecting 2000 combat power was basically at the limit. It was not until the Namek saga that scouters could detect power levels above 1 million. And by the time of Dragon Ball Super, when Broly appeared, scouters would no longer detonate. If the power exceeded their capacity, they would simply fail to display a reading. Probably because they added overload transformers. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Broly's battle continued. Vegeta delivered a powerful palm strike that sent Broly crashing to the ground. But almost immediately, Broly pushed himself back up with a dramatic leap and charged recklessly toward Vegeta. At this moment, Broly was like a child. When a fight goes badly, the only thing on his mind is getting even. In truth, the current Broly was nothing more than a child, nearly 5 years old. Even if he couldn't win, he had to keep fighting. Otherwise, he would suffer an unacceptable loss. Something's wrong. Vegeta's brows furrowed slightly, his youthful face etched with astonishment. This kid is off. Why does his combat power keep rising? Did Nappa give him the battle power water? Otherwise, how could his combat power continue to grow? It felt as though the water had a delayed growth effect. Bang! Vegeta kicked him hard, sending Broly flying backward. Broly soared directly toward Frieza's position. Watching Broly fly toward him, Frieza's smile grew even broader as his tail swept forcefully behind him. Smack! Frieza's tail struck Broly squarely, sending him hurtling backward once more. Broly crashed straight toward Vegeta. Vegeta hesitated for just a moment before dodging to the side. Boom! Broly plunged headfirst into a swamp behind Vegeta. Roar! A beast within the swamp let out a roar at sound carrying an undertone of lament. Nappa, did you give that guy the battle power water? Vegeta looked up and asked Nappa. No. I've never seen him, Prince Vegeta. Nappa answered hastily, seething with resentment within. Prince Vegeta, why are you speaking to me? I'm over here, trying to remain invisible. With you mentioning me now, Frieza might take notice of me again. This is truly a terrible situation. Get down here. Do you plan to relieve yourself in the skies? Frieza asked with a smile, looking at Nappa hovering in the air. Nappa. Nappa forced a strained smile onto his face and quickly descended from the sky. Mr. Nappa, it's worth mentioning that you were wise enough to cooperate. If you had tried to escape just now, you would have died a terrible death. Bulibulu spoke with a smile on behalf of Frieza. Yes. Nappa grumbled inwardly. What should he do? What should he do? This was a hopeless situation. Was there any way to turn it around? Lord Frieza's combat power was still at 1.5 million, so Soya's words had been true. How could this be so absurd? Your combat power has reached over 100 million. Wait. You never gave him the battle god water, did you? Vegeta pointed at Nappa, utterly incredulous. A scion child who had never consumed the battle god water possessed such outrageous combat power. It was simply unbelievable. No. Nappa shook his head. Then how did you know his name? Vegeta asked with a cold expression. I ran into his father halfway through, and his father mentioned he had a son named Broly. I assumed that must be him. Nappa answered honestly. Frieza, what's his combat power? Vegeta gritted his teeth and summoned his courage to ask. I'm not telling you. Bulibulu pouted. Tell him. Frieza's expression darkened as he glanced back at Bulibulu. Without explanation, Bulibulu immediately pressed the button on her scouter to measure Broly's combat power. 85000. Bulibulu's lips twitched. What did you say? Vegeta was stunned, his fists clenched tightly as his body trembled uncontrollably. Oh ho ho. Frieza laughed even more heartily. Nothing could wound Vegeta more deeply than this. He considered himself the most talented scion of them all. Yet here he was on some desolate planet encountering a peer even more gifted than himself. This little monkey's situation was truly tragic. Your scouter must be malfunctioning. Vegeta shouted indignantly, pointing at Bulibulu. That's unlikely. Nappa's reading remains the same, and the other's combat powers are unchanged. Bulibulu surveyed the area and confirmed her assessment. Vegeta remained silent. He was truly crushed. More than anything, Vegeta couldn't stand the thought that another scion his age might possess greater combat power than he did, even surpassing his goal of destroying Frieza. The crucial issue was that this kid had never even consumed the battle god water. How could this be so absurd? Roar! Another guttural roar echoed from deep within the swamp. Boom! Broly burst from the swamp, sending fragments of the slain beast flying and charged straight toward Frieza's position. Frieza remained silent. The brat certainly held grudges. Was he seeking revenge because Frieza had swatted him away with his tail just moments ago? You can't defeat me. That tail-wearing kid is your real opponent. Frieza scoffed and kicked Broly directly toward Vegeta. Broly hesitated briefly before unleashing another ferocious barrage against Vegeta. After several exchanges, bang, clap, boom. With a powerful punch kick and another final burst cannon, Vegeta pinned Broly to the ground, carving a massive crater beneath him. Kid, this should be over now. Vegeta sneered, landing two sharp slaps on Broly's face. My combat power dwarfs yours by tens of thousands. You have no chance against me. High above, Kampa and Vados had arrived over planet Vampa, observing the scene below from their elevated vantage point. This is quite entertaining. Kampa's interest was piqued. Let's hold off on dealing with that Frieza fellow for now and watch these children fight first. Indeed, indeed. Vados tapped her forehead, clearly enjoying the spectacle. These two children aren't particularly skilled. They don't compare to our sixth universe. Kampa shook his head with a smug smile. They both appear to be scions, Vados noted, glancing at the crystal orb on her staff to identify Vegeta and Broly. Scions. Then they're even more ordinary. Our universe's scions are stronger than these two, right? Kampa mused. Yes, far stronger, Vados confirmed with a nod. Is it over? That scion named Broly appears to have lost, Kampa observed, turning his gaze toward Broly's location. My. I sense Broly possesses an enormous reservoir of energy that remains largely untapped, Vados remarked, studying the crystal orb on her staff with mild surprise. Kampa glanced at Vados, but remained silent. Crack! Broly defiantly rose to his feet, once more his body crackling with wild energy. Vegeta was frozen in shock. He had struck with full force. This kid was still able to get back up. Was something wrong? Even Frisia showed a flicker of surprise. This young scion, named Broly, seemed virtually indestructible, repeatedly rising from the depths of defeat. Bang! Suddenly the scouter on Belibulu's face shattered with an explosive sound. The noise drew everyone's attention to her instantly. Vegeta's mouth fell open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He had heard that this particular scouter could measure up to 200. Now the device had overloaded completely. What did this mean? Had Broly's combat power exceeded 200? Vegeta's expression shifted repeatedly. What kind of joke was this? Without even consuming the battle god water, Broly's power had somehow reached 200. How was that possible? Vegeta felt truly crushed. Why of all places must he encounter a scion more gifted than himself on some forsaken rock? Who exactly are you? Vegeta clenched his teeth, trembling with rage. But immediately afterward he no longer hesitated, producing the battle god water and rapidly consuming several swallows. Simultaneously Vegeta's combat power surged wildly. After consuming a total of 18 portions of battle god water, his power reached 25000. The reason it was 25000 rather than 27000 was that Vegeta had expended energy during the recent battle, causing his combat power to naturally decline. Frisia's triangular eyes narrowed slightly, immediately noticing that the battle god water Vegeta consumed looked different. Wasn't battle god water supposed to be yellow? Why did his bottle look like ordinary water? Bang! Seeing Broly charging toward him, Vegeta launched a devastating uppercut that sent him soaring into the sky. Final burst cannon. Vegeta waved his hand and hurled another final burst cannon, striking Broly in midair. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out in the sky. Broly tumbled and crashed into the distant earth, seemingly motionless. After all, even if someone had a scouter now, it would be difficult to take a reading. It would likely overload. It would easily max out. This is over. Though Vegeta had emerged victorious, he felt deeply dissatisfied within himself. I only won by drinking the battle divine water. This truly infuriates me. Oh ho ho. Frisia rubbed his nose, looking at Vegeta with a sly smile. Not bad, Vegeta. Congratulations on becoming the strongest scion. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his gaze locked onto Frisia, determined to go all out. It's only 5 million in battle power. I must find a way to transform under the artificial full moon. Once I summon the artificial full moon and push my battle power beyond 2 million, I can annihilate Frisia instantly. I cannot simply sit idle and wait for death. Otherwise I'll never have another chance to kill Frisia. Let me calculate. His battle power stands at 120 million. My base battle power is merely 15000. Only a 10,000-fold increase could overwhelm him. 10,000 times. Even if theoretically possible, there isn't enough battle divine water for me to drink. Vegeta, why is your battle divine water transparent? Frisia narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing something, his expression growing cold. Vegeta. This is terrible. Has he figured it out? I should have mixed some tea into my battle divine water from the start. Vegeta refused to answer that question. You tell, Frisia said calmly, turning his gaze toward Nappa with a smile. Nappa. Nappa's heart pounded with panic. If I say I mixed my urine into it, I'll surely meet a gruesome end. Nappa didn't know how to speak. This was truly an awful situation. Is it because the battle divine water in your hands has fewer side effects? Frisia's eyes flickered with insight as he asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Nappa was overjoyed. Lord Frisia, you are remarkably clever. Think carefully about your answers before speaking. The battle divine water is quite rare. Only Lord Vegeta possesses a bottle. Therefore the one we gave Lord Frisia was diluted. To enhance the taste. Yes, to make it more palatable. We specifically mixed in beverages. That's right, beverages. Nappa's lips twitched as he hastily offered his panicked explanation. I suppose that makes sense. Frisia showed no suspicion, finding this entirely consistent with Vegeta's character, and gave a slight nod. That said, that beverage does have a rather distinctive flavor. Where did you obtain it? Well, Nappa quietly wiped away his sweat, his forced smile, more painful than tears. Was that beverage really that delicious? Should I prepare some for you right now? Perhaps Lord Frisia truly enjoyed drinking urine. We also found it on Planet Wansho, Nappa lied shamelessly. Planet Wansho, what a wonderful place. Frisia rubbed his nose, his eyes narrowing as he asked again, let me ask you, does diluting the battle divine water reduce its battle power doubling effect? We initially believed that diluting the battle divine water would diminish its power doubling effect, but that's not the case at all. Nappa replied with a guilty expression, hurriedly telling the truth. Lord Vegeta and I have tested it ourselves. At most, a 1:1 dilution ratio works. If diluted too much, it has no effect whatsoever. Is that really so? Frisia snorted coldly. It's true. I wouldn't dare deceive you. Nappa answered nervously, continuing his fabrications. Actually, Lord Vegeta's bottle of battle divine water has purified water added to it. Frisia had intended to take the battle divine water that Vegeta had drunk and taste it. But suddenly Frieza felt that drinking water that a monkey had already consumed directly against his mouth was rather disgusting. Frieza, I will not lose to you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, preparing for battle and deciding to unleash the artificial full moon in a desperate final stand. Fortunately, when I was fighting Broly earlier, I discreetly used energy to scatter the nearby dust. Perhaps the artificial full moon will have some effect. If I truly cannot transform, so be it. Oh. Frieza smirked, disdainfully glancing up at the gradually brightening sky. What's wrong? Planning to summon the artificial full moon and transform into a great ape. Vegeta's expression stiffened, his face shifting through multiple changes. Did I give myself away that obviously? Aside from this method, you've exhausted all your options to defeat me, haven't you? Frieza sneered. As they spoke, Broly suddenly let out a series of piercing screams from the distance. Everyone present stared in shock toward that direction. What's happening? Is that kid still alive? Could he be immortal? Even Frieza gazed at the distant Broly with utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Whoosh! Broly's eyes turned white, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling toward Vegeta at incredible speed. Vegeta's pupils contracted in surprise as he discovered Broly's body seemed to have suddenly expanded. His body had become significantly more massive. What was going on? Before Vegeta could react, Broly lunged forward, seized his head, and slammed it violently into the ground. Vegeta let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling completely broken, his head spinning dizzily. What struck Vegeta most painfully was, my battle power has already increased 18-fold, reaching 25000. How am I still being pinned to the ground by him? Can this guy's battle power continue to rise? Thud, thud, thud. Broly seized Vegeta's ankle, dragging his body and relentlessly smashing him against the ground from every direction. Oh ho ho. Frieza laughed sadistically, so delighted that snot bubbles formed from his nose. In less than 10 seconds, Vegeta was beaten into submission by Broly, who then grabbed his ankle and hoisted him high into the air. Vegeta felt waves of despair. How is this possible? What exactly is this kid's battle power? And why has his body expanded? Oh ho ho. Vegeta never expected this, did you? The so-called most talented Saiyan warrior reduced to being beaten so brutally by your own comrade. Frieza laughed incessantly, rolling with delight and excitement. So it turns out the most talented Saiyan warrior isn't you after all. Vegeta could no longer speak, his body trembling violently, his face contorted with anguish. Broly seemed to hear those piercing, mocking laughs, immediately turning his head to glare ferociously toward Frieza, his eyes blazing white with no trace of emotion. What? Are you challenging me, Frieza? You're no match for me. Frieza sneered contemptuously, provokingly beckoning him forward. Come at me if you dare. Broly slowly released Vegeta and bolted toward Frieza in a single stride. If you're asking for death. Frieza was nearly moved to laughter by the audacity, yet still crossed his arms and sneered coldly. To deal with a little ape like you, I won't even need both hands. I'll have you begging on the ground. By then Broly had already charged forth. Frieza raised his knee, attempting to block Broly's assault. Yet Broly simply reached out with his hand toward Frieza's head. Smack! Broly's hand pressed directly onto Frieza's head and slammed him violently into the ground. Awoof! Frieza let out a shriek of agony, his face contorted in torment. Broly continued to press Frieza's head against the ground, grinding it mercilessly. Frieza's numerous subordinates were rendered speechless, with terror scattering in every direction. There is no need to worry. Do you truly believe Lord Frieza would be defeated by this mere thug? Bilibulu spoke with a composed expression, standing calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, and let out a dismissive sniff at the fleeing subordinates. The subordinates reasoned that it must be true. Just moments ago, Lord Frieza himself had declared that his battle power was still over 1.5 million. How high could the battle power of this brash Saiyan boy possibly be? 500,000 or 600,000 at most, and that was already pushing the estimate upward. However, the scene that unfolded next utterly shattered the convictions of Bilibulu and all his subordinates. Broly seized Frieza by the tail and relentlessly tossed his body back and forth in all directions. Frieza had absolutely no ability to counterattack, crying out in pain with every strike. Those screams were truly more excruciating than slaughtering a pig. The subordinates stood dumbfounded, their jaws hit the floor. Several subordinates happened to glance toward Bilibulu's position, only to discover that he had long since vanished without a trace. The subordinates exchanged bewildered looks, silently cursing Bilibulu under their breath. Didn't you just say not to panic? And yet you ran off. You should have given us a heads up before running. The subordinates were thoroughly frightened and scattered in all directions. Vegeta himself was completely stunned. Propped up by Nappa, he rose swiftly and stared in utter astonishment at the astonishing spectacle unfolding before him. Frieza had been reduced to having no means of fighting back by this kid Broly. Could I really be seeing this with my own eyes? Could it be? Nappa suddenly realized something, his eyes wide with shock as he stammered. Could he possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan that Suya spoke of? What did you just say? Vegeta's pupils contracted, his expression shifting rapidly. Didn't Suya say? Super Saions come in two types, the legendary Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan is born with innate power, emerging once every 1,000 years. This guy Broly might genuinely be the legendary Super Saiyan. Nappa spoke as though he had discovered an entirely new world, his eyes brimming with sheer terror. Vegeta felt his heart sink once more. Did the legendary Super Saiyan truly exist? And even if he did, why couldn't it be me, Vegeta? Thinking about it now, why did Broly and his father appear on this planet? Nappa felt his mind racing, suddenly connecting many previously unclear details. I finally understand the reason. It is precisely because Broly's strength is too formidable that the king dispatched him to such a remote place. When I first encountered Broly's father, I assumed the king had sent someone to eliminate both him and Broly. Vegeta cast a sidelong glare at Nappa, remaining utterly silent. That truly is my father's style. But to speak it so openly to my face. Is it only because I am severely wounded and unable to kill you? Speaking of which, Broly's body has expanded considerably. What kind of transformation is this? Nappa muttered in confusion. Also, his pupils have turned white. He seems to have lost all reason. It's the great ape. Vegeta furrowed his brows, suddenly snapping back to clarity. The great ape. He hasn't transformed into a great ape. Nappa shook his head. He directly tapped into the power of the great ape. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. This kid is absolutely a combat genius. He can directly wield the power of the great ape. If that is indeed the case, then his current battle power. At least above 2 million. Vegeta declared in a grave tone. So, Frieza stands no chance against him, correct? Nappa reacted with incredible speed. We must leave immediately. Seize the opportunity to steal Frieza's spaceship and get off this planet. Vegeta made a decisive command. That's an excellent plan. Nappa's eyes lit up, and he then asked in a hushed voice, Prince Vegeta, approximately how much battle power do you currently have? Though injured, I still possess at least 30 to 50,000 in battle power. Vegeta sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Nappa before asking coldly, why? Do you intend to usurp my position? Nappa froze, then immediately waved his hands in frantic denial. How could that be, Prince Vegeta? I am thoroughly loyal. Move out, Vegeta whispered. The two of them quickly and quietly made their way toward the spaceship. Soon Vegeta and Nappa boarded the spaceship. As a precaution, Nappa swiftly consumed several doses of special A-grade Senzu Bean, boosting his battle power to a height of 16,000. Bang, bang, bang. Without any effort from Vegeta, Nappa effortlessly eliminated several of Frieza's subordinates aboard the ship. Snap. Nappa's large hand pressed down on the ship's activation button. Whoosh! The spaceship shot skyward, breaking through the atmosphere in an instant and soaring into the vast expanse of the starry cosmos, passing near where Rampa and Vados were located. Kampa and Vados each cast a quick glance into the spaceship, making eye contact with Vegeta and Nappa within. Is that Beerus? Nappa was slightly stunned and could not help but exclaim. I heard that Frieza has his entire army searching for him everywhere. Perhaps he incurred Frieza's wrath. Vegeta remained silent. Because roughly a month ago Vegeta had encountered Beerus within the royal palace. At that time Suya had coincidentally been away on a mission to planet Cilia with Bardock's battle squad. So Suya quite by chance had missed the encounter with Whis and Beerus entirely. Vegeta remembered it vividly. Beerus had placed his foot upon his father's head. His father didn't even dare make a sound. Rumor had it that Beerus demanded his father find the most comfortable pillow in the entire universe. His father found the pillow, kept it for himself, and presented Beerus with the second, most comfortable one instead. Upon learning of this, Beerus flew into a towering rage. And that was precisely how the scene of Beerus stepping on his father's head came to be. Just as the spaceship prepared to journey further into the starry expanse, Kampa flickered into existence, suddenly appearing directly in front of the ship. With a casual gesture of his hand, he intercepted the spaceship. You? Get down. Kampa pointed a finger at Nappa. Nappa. Your Highness Vegeta, did you hear that? He ordered me down. Nappa grinned, the corners of his mouth curling upward as confidence surged within him. My combat power is at 16000 now. What do I have to fear? As long as it isn't Frieza or Broly, hardly any of Frieza's subordinates can hold a candle to me. Fortunately, Dodoria has been eliminated and Sorbet is not present here. The Ginyu Force is also carrying out missions in a different star system. In other words, with a combat power of 160, Nappa could now roam freely throughout the army with the exception of Frieza, Broly, and Vegeta. Vegeta, how can you be so confident? Though, I seem to recall Beerus wasn't this rotund. Has he been eating too much? And the one by Beerus's side, I distinctly remember being a man. How did he turn into a woman? Vegeta was thoroughly bewildered. Don't get arrogant. That fellow is not someone to provoke. Vegeta snorted, rolling his eyes at Nappa. You don't mean? Nappa spoke with half belief. Could he be stronger than Frieza? It is not impossible, Vegeta replied, nodding thoughtfully. Through this battle, Vegeta had come to understand many things. I finally know why Frieza went searching for Beerus. He intends to defeat Beerus by drinking the divine battle water. It seems Frieza is already experiencing the water's side effects before even confronting Beerus. That's why he came back to question me. Could it be that even if Frieza drank the divine battle water and boosted his combat power to 10 billion, he still wouldn't stand a chance against Beerus? It's just like how I, having boosted my combat power to 300, naively believed I could annihilate Frieza. In that instant, Vegeta truly comprehended many things. What should we do? Shall we go down? Nappa had entirely lost his composure. Stop making him sound so terrifying. I'm trembling with fear here. Besides, if this Beerus is truly this powerful, why would he summon me down? Vegeta nodded silently. Nappa could only find an air dome to wear on his head and open the spaceship's hatch. Are you Beerus? Nappa stepped forward, neither humble nor presumptuous in his inquiry. Kappa. His face darkened, and with a single palm strike he knocked Nappa unconscious. Originally, when Kappa had seen Vegeta and Nappa departing in their spaceship, he had intended to ignore them entirely. But then in a fleeting glance, he caught Nappa's lip movements accusing him of being Beerus. This irked Kappa considerably. Today I refuse to accept this nonsense. Whoever dares call me Beerus will be knocked unconscious. Boy on the spaceship, come here. Kappa called out to Vegeta inside the craft. Vegeta. A slight change crossed Vegeta's face, but he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Do you know who I am? Kappa sneered, watching Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta was about to speak, to say he was Beerus, that he had met him before, when suddenly, Vados came speeding in from the distance and landed beside Kappa. Lord Kappa, oh dear, Frieza is nearly being beaten to death. Shall we go intervene? Vados greeted him with a smile. Kappa. Vados, must you tease me like this? I was just asking this kid who I am. And you come running over calling me by name. You're not Beerus. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, but quickly came to his senses. This fellow isn't Beerus. No wonder he looks nothing like Beerus. Kappa's face darkened, and he glared at Vados. Oh dear, how terribly sorry. I accidentally revealed Lord Kappa's identity. Vados covered her mouth, giggling. At least you have some sense. Kappa huffed, but chose not to press the matter with Vegeta. After all, the boy had not called him Beerus. Though Vados had caused mischief, at least no one had mistaken identities this time. Frieza is nearly beaten to death. That simply won't do. I must go and teach him a lesson myself. Kappa immediately reacted. Let's go and see for ourselves. Very well, Lord Kappa. Vados nodded gently. Whoosh! Kappa and Vados descended swiftly toward the surface of planet Vampa. Vegeta fell silent. After much hesitation, Vegeta ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity and decided to go take a look. At the very least, he wanted to know the outcome. If he left now, who knew what might happen next? After all, Vegeta was still young and possessed a voracious curiosity. Even the adult Vegeta would likely have gone to investigate. This guy named Kappa had said he intended to teach Frieza a lesson. How could he not go and see? Besides, what interested Vegeta most was whether the legendary Super Saiyan Broly could possibly defeat Kappa. In theory, he couldn't. Vegeta quickly dismissed the thought. Broly was currently thrashing Frieza only because Frieza was in a weakened state. If Frieza were at his peak combat power of 120 million, even if Broly unleashed the power of the Great Ape, his combat power would barely reach 2 million. Vegeta glanced at the unconscious Nappa floating in space, snorted, picked up an air dome, donned it, and flew into space, delivering a kick that sent Nappa crashing into the spaceship. The spaceship hatch closed. Vegeta approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Nappa's face, jolting him awake. Nappa opened his eyes, a look of utter confusion on his face. What happened, Your Highness Vegeta? Nappa rubbed his stinging cheek. Nothing. Quickly take control of the spaceship and project what's happening below onto the screen. Vegeta issued his orders to Nappa. Nappa, so you woke me up just to operate the spaceship for you. Your Highness Vegeta, where is Beerus? Did that guy knock me out? Nappa hastily asked. He isn't Beerus. Vegeta said briefly and paid him no further attention. Nappa could only sigh and move to control the spaceship, scanning the events unfolding below through its instruments. On the surface of planet Vampa, Broly continued relentlessly pummeling Frieza. Frieza had been beaten into a swollen mess, crying out in agonizing misery. Anyone hearing those screams might think this was a slaughterhouse. Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and helplessness. How can this kid be so strong? At this moment, Frieza made up his mind. No matter what, he would destroy planet Vegeta. He could no longer allow these scions to continue developing. This monkey named Broly already exceeds my weakened self in combat power. Damn it. If I hadn't drunk the divine battle water and entered this weakened state, would you dare stand against me? Enough, stop for now. Kappa and Vados descended from the sky, landing nearby, and called out to Broly. Broly seemed not to hear. Instead, he intensified his attacks, beating Frieza even more mercilessly. Frieza's pupils contracted sharply. Has Lord Beerus come? Does he know I boasted about challenging him? Kappa's face darkened instantly. This little brat. Doesn't he have any respect for me? Should I just obliterate him? Oh dear. This child, named Buyuoli, has already lost his mind. Buyuosi analyzed through the crystal ball atop her staff and reached her conclusion. No wonder he couldn't understand a word I said. Xiangpa suddenly realized, stepping forward until he stood beside Buyuoli. Smack! Xiangpa grabbed Buyuoli's arm firmly. Buyuoli's fist froze in midair as he turned his head and stared blankly at Xiangpa. Then, flushed with humiliation and rage, he bared his teeth at Xiangpa and kicked Fuzisa, who happened to be nearby, sending him flying. Fuzisa felt 1,000 horses trampling across his heart. The next moment, Buyuoli unleashed a furious barrage of punches and kicks upon Xiangpa. Xiangpa simply reached out and pressed his hand directly onto Buyuoli's head. Buyuoli flailed wildly with claws and fangs, but his short limbs could not graze even a fraction of Xiangpa. However, unable to land a single blow only deepened his humiliation and rage, causing his combat power to surge once more. Oh, this kid's strength has risen again. Xiangpa was slightly surprised and glanced back at Buyuosi. Indeed, by the calculation standards here, Buyuoli's combat power has already reached 3 million, and it continues to rise. Fusisa's expression turned stunned. Combat power, 3 million. At that moment, Fusisa's determination to destroy planet Vegeta solidified further. He could not allow these little monkeys to continue growing stronger. Though 3 million paled in comparison to his own 120 million, something felt deeply wrong. The 7th universe actually has such a powerful scion. Xiangpa kept murmuring in amazement. It is quite possible. He is the legendary Super Saiyan spoken of by Fusisa's army. Buyuosi smiled faintly. The legendary Super Saiyan. Xiangpa paused and asked, do we have one in our universe? Not yet. Buyuosi shook her head, adding, or perhaps he has not yet been born. By all rights he should be born. Since the 7th universe has a legendary Super Saiyan, our 6th universe should have one as well. Xiangpa nodded silently. Fusisa, what 7th universe, 6th universe? What on earth was Lord Buyuosi saying? And the legendary Super Saiyan. Could this kid, named Buyuoli, be him? Was he truly a Super Saiyan? Buyuoli was still throwing punches and kicking at Xiangpa. Unfortunately, his limbs were too short to land a single strike. Bang! Xiangpa delivered a single palm strike that sent Buyuoli sprawling to the ground. Smack! Buyuoli collapsed limply onto the ground, black spirals swirling in his eyes. He was thoroughly unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta drew a deep breath. Indeed, this Xiangpa was formidable. What exactly was his relationship with Lord Buyuosi? Naba had been utterly terrified. Was this fat cat really this strong? He had knocked out Buyuoli with a single slap. Wait, had he forgotten something? He seemed to have killed Buyuoli's father. What if Buyuoli came seeking revenge later? Fortunately, few knew of this matter. For now, he had only confided in Prince Vegeta. Prince Vegeta was not one to gossip, so he surely would not spread the word. That put his mind at ease. Did you hear that, Prince Vegeta? Naba said gravely. They say Buyuoli is the legendary Super Saiyan. This. Vegeta trembled with rage. This. That fat cat is simply too powerful. Naba's mouth twitched. What terrifying creature had he just provoked? If you ought to consider yourself fortunate he did not kill you. Vegeta shot Naba a sidelong glance. Meanwhile, Fuzisa lay sprawled upon the ground, uttering pained wails. Having witnessed Xiangpa knock out Buyuoli with a single palm strike, Fuzisa was hardly surprised. After all, in Fusisa's estimation, Lord Buyuosi's combat power must be around 8 billion. With 8 billion in combat power, wasn't knocking out a Buyuoli whose power numbered only 3 million an effortless task. I pay my respects, Lord Buyuosi. Fuzisa gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, then immediately knelt before Xiangpa and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Buyuosi, for your intervention. Though he spoke thus, Fusisa's heart pounded with dread. I only pray that Lord Buyuosi has not learned of my challenge against him. And why did you not appear when I possessed 10 billion combat power? Now my strength has dwindled to merely 5 million. If you had come earlier, I could have fought you. Fusisa, is it? Xiangpa narrowed his eyes and regarded Fusisa with a smile. Fusisa was momentarily bewildered. Why would Lord Buyuosi ask such a question? You have seen me before. Oh right, this is my 4th form. Previously, Lord Buyuosi had only seen my 1st form. Yes, Lord Buyuosi. I am Fusisa. Actually, this is my true form. Normally, my combat power is exceedingly high and energy easily leaks outward, which is why I employ the 1st form. As Fusisa spoke, he instantly transformed back into his 1st form. What did you call me? Xiangpa paid no mind to Fusisa's form, his expression darkening as he asked through narrowed eyes. Lord Buyuosi. Fusisa replied hurriedly. Come closer. I cannot hear clearly. Xiangpa chuckled softly. Fusisa hesitated, a sudden ill omen stirring within him. Yet before such overwhelming strength, Fusisa dared not delay. He took 2 more steps forward and knelt obediently before him, calling out, Lord Buyuosi. What brings you here? I have been completing the task you entrusted to me, destroying planets. I shall go destroy planet Vegeta at once. Slap, 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 slap. Xiangpa showed no courtesy, raining down fierce palm strikes upon Fusesa's face as though they cost nothing. Fusesa was thoroughly dazed, clutching his face and gasping in pain. Lord Biliosi, what are you doing? Fusesa felt his wounds only worsening. Look carefully at me. Am I truly Biliosi? Xiangpa said coldly. Fusesa. Fusesa paused slightly. This fellow is not Biliosi. I am so plainly built. How dare you call me that wretch Biliosi? I think you are sorely in need of discipline. Xiangpa snorted and dealt Fusesa several more heavy slaps. Fusesa was beaten into silence. I am currently weak and wounded. If you have any courage, fight me when I possess 10 billion combat power. Oh. Xiangpa blinked, his eyes narrowing once more. 10 billion combat power. Fusesa's heart sank, his face draining of color. This fat cat can actually read minds. Tell me, how did you obtain that 10 billion combat power? Xiangpa suddenly showed great interest. Fusesa, is it precisely because you possess 10 billion combat power that you allowed 100 underlings to shout and cause disturbance upon the planet where I was dining? And you mistook me for that scoundrel Biliosi? Xiangpa chuckled lightly. In truth, it was far from patting. Even without the protagonist's involvement, was it not thrilling? Frisia's mind raced as various thoughts finally clicked into place. First and foremost, this chubby feline was not Lord Beerus. Secondly, this fat cat obviously did not get along well with Beerus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry when I mistakenly called him Beerus. Furthermore, that idiot Belmont had let his 100 underlings run their mouths, and this fat cat had somehow found out about it. You found out. That's a good thing, isn't it? Want to give him some of the battle water. If I help Lord Beerus eliminate this guy, maybe Lord Beerus will reward me handsomely when he finds out. Never mind. Never mind. This guy can read minds. Frisia immediately cleared his thoughts of any unreasonable notions and hurriedly explained, it's battle water, my lord. Once consumed, it doubles your combat power. 1 sip doubles it, 2 sips quadruples it, and so on. As he spoke, Frisia quickly produced the remaining battle water and offered it to Xiangpa with both hands. Xiangpa took the battle water and twisted off the cap. Immediately, a pungent odor assaulted his nostrils. What is that awful smell? Battle water, my lord. Its combat-boosting properties make such a distinctive odor perfectly normal. Frisia replied, this smell may not be pleasant at first, but with continued use one grows quite accustomed to it. You might want to give it a taste, my lord. Xiangpa did not drink immediately, but turned to look at Ba Duosi. Ba Duosi pinched her nose, then used the crystal sphere atop her staff to scan and analyze the battle water in the flask. My, there's urine mixed in here, Ba Duosi said with a grimace of disgust. Xiangpa's face instantly darkened and murderous intent filled his eyes. That lizard is courting death. How dare he offer me such filth? WH. What? Frisia's eyes bulged, his expression far worse than having swallowed something foul. Urine mixed in here. No wonder the smell was so off. That bastard Vegeta. He dares make Frisia drink urine. I will never forgive him. My lord. I was deceived as well. I had no idea it contained urine. Frisia saw the murderous glare upon Xiangpa's face and hurriedly waved his hands, trembling with terror. Indeed, Mr. Frisia is also one of the victims, Ba Duosi said with a smile, still pinching her nose. Frisia? This woman is truly kind. Though the phrase one of the victims stung more than a little. So Frisia wasn't the first to drink urine. Since you are also a victim. Then finish the rest of this yourself, Xiangpa said, handing the remaining battle water to Frisia. Frisia nearly retched, his heart churning with 10,000 racing horses. Can you at least show some humanity? But before absolute power, Frisia dared not show the slightest hesitation. Swallowing his profound disgust, he finished the entire contents of the battle water in one gulp before Xiangpa's eyes. Ugh! Frisia rushed aside and began dry heaving. Vegeta, you'd better prepare yourself. I'll make you pay. Not bad. Your performance was acceptable. Xiangpa was quite satisfied with Frisia's display and asked with interest, do you have any battle water that hasn't been contaminated with urine? Only Vegeta possesses uncontaminated battle water. Frisia's eyes lit up and he quickly pointed toward the sky, but he has already fled in a spaceship. Vegeta, that other tail-bearing child, correct? Xiangpa stroked his chin. Yes. Yes, my lord. Frisia nodded. The earliest battle water was obtained from a scion named Suya, but that scion is already dead. Xiangpa waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in the scion named Suya. So the tail-bearing child carries battle water. Whoosh! Xiangpa's figure blurred, vanishing from the spot in an instant. High above, Vegeta aboard his spaceship was monitoring the conversation below. When he heard Frisia speak his name, Vegeta's lips twitched and a terrible premonition seized him. Then he watched in horror as that fat cat's figure vanished. Bad. Vegeta's expression shifted rapidly, and he cried out frantically, steering the spaceship to flee this star system. But it was already too late. Even if there had been time, Xiangpa could easily have caught Vegeta's spaceship, though this vessel was reputed to be the fastest in Frisia's army. You come down. Xiangpa waved to Vegeta. Vegeta took a deep breath and walked toward the spaceship's hatch. As he approached the door, Vegeta paused and glanced back at Berter, asking coldly, "You wouldn't think of running away while I'm gone, would you?" Berter's expression froze, and he waved his hands frantically, forcing an awkward laugh. "Ha ha ha, what nonsense. Prince Vegeta, I'll wait right here for you." "Good." Vegeta nodded and stepped off the spaceship. Fortunately, there was air here, so no oxygen mask was needed. "Kid, having fun spying on us from your spaceship, were you?" Xiangpa stepped forward and patted Vegeta's head. Vegeta shuddered slightly, his expression darkening instantly. He actually figured it out. Is there anything he doesn't know? Come with me. Xiangpa snorted coldly, grabbing Vegeta's arm and dragging him downward at incredible speed. Soon Xiangpa brought Vegeta down. Seeing Vegeta appear, Frieza gnashed his teeth in hatred, wanting nothing more than to tear him to pieces himself. That traitorous Vegeta. If not for you, would Frieza be in such a wretched state? I'd best convince this fat cat to eliminate Vegeta instead. No, I must do it myself. Otherwise my wrath will not be satisfied. Hand over the battle water. Let me see what such a remarkable substance looks like. Xiangpa commanded Vegeta in a commanding tone. Vegeta did not hesitate, immediately producing a small vial of battle water from his chest and tossing it casually towards Xiangpa. Snap! Xiangpa caught the battle water, twisted off the cap, and instinctively brought it to his nose to smell. Fortunately, this bottle carried no foul odor. Ba Duo-Si analyzed this. Check whether it contains any unpleasant contaminants, Xiangpa said, handing the battle water to Ba Duo-Si. Ba Duo-Si raised her staff and used the crystal sphere to conduct a meticulous scan of the battle water. The results appeared almost immediately. Nothing. It is merely ordinary purified water, 99. 99 pure, Ba Duo-Si reported with a smile. Ordinary purified water. Xiangpa turned a knowing smile toward Frieza and asked, "Is this the very substance that supposedly raised your combat power to 10 billion? Why?" "Yes," Frieza nodded meekly. "Ba Duo-Si, what is his current combat power?" Xiangpa inquired. "Only around 1 million. At his peak it should have been 1.5 million, Ba Duo-Si analyzed. "Where is this 10 billion combat power you spoke of?" Xiangpa's expression turned chillingly cold. "This stuff has side effects. Whatever multiplier it gives you to your combat power, after 1 hour your power will drop by that same multiple." Vegeta quickly jumped in to explain. "For instance, this guy's base combat power is 120 million. He drank 80 swallows, multiplying his power 80 times over, reaching 9.6 billion, claiming it as a full billion. An hour later, his combat power plummets 80-fold from 120 million down to a mere 1.5 million. Xiangpa nodded thoughtfully, suddenly finding this young scion named Vegeta rather sensible for explaining things so clearly. Rather interesting. Xiangpa instantly became intrigued. I wonder if it works for gods. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and downsized the entire bottle of combat divine water in one gulp. Vegeta. Frieza. Who drinks it like that? Then Xiangpa quietly sensed the changes within his body. No reaction. This stuff apparently doesn't work on gods. Xiangpa shook his head in disappointment, preparing to toss away the combat divine water. Oh dear, that's not how it works. Bardock smiled and said, from their conversation, you can see that a single sip won't trigger the doubling effect. It only begins counting from the second swallow. Xiangpa. Why didn't you say so sooner? Xiangpa rolled his eyes. Besides, you only need a small sip. There's no need to chug it all at once. Bardock sighed gently. Xiangpa was left speechless. Fortunately, there's still a little bit left in the bottle. That should count as one more sip, right? Bardock asked Frieza and Vegeta. Both of them nodded immediately. Never mind, even though there's only a dregs left. I'll drink it and see. Though the chances aren't great, Xiangpa said, tilting his neck and drinking the remaining combat divine water dry. Thus all of the combat divine water left by Suya, including the ones mixed with urine, had been completely consumed. The moment Xiangpa swallowed the last drop, his eyes suddenly blazed with light, his expression shifting to something remarkable. Bardock also showed a flicker of surprise. It really worked. Xiangpa felt happiness coming so suddenly that his feline face split into a grin stretching from ear to ear. My. Indeed, quite unexpected, Bardock mused. Wondrous things do arise in the universe from time to time. My current strength is double what it was before. Do you have any idea what that means, Bardock? Xiangpa's cat-like face flushed with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. It means you're no longer the weakest destroyer god, Bardock said with a smile. Xiangpa. Must you say things like that, Bardock? Xiangpa bared his teeth and scolded irritably. Oh my, how rude. Bardock covered her mouth, laughing until she trembled. The combat divine water is indeed a fine substance. Reaching your level further advancement is already incredibly difficult, let alone doubling your power. Xiangpa nodded vigorously. This truly is a wonderful thing. Perhaps I can now crush those destroyer gods I used to lose to by simply using this combat divine water. This is a twofold increase. However, Bardock then poured cold water on his enthusiasm. However, the combat divine water's effect only lasts 1 hour. 1 hour is more than enough. Xiangpa felt inspired. What a pity. There's none left. Bardock pointed to the empty bottle. Xiangpa, is it really gone? Xiangpa immediately asked Frieza and Vegeta. It's gone. Though there might be a few drops left in the bottle, Vegeta said, peering into the flask. Where did this stuff originally come from? Xiangpa examined the bottle carefully, storing it, still unwilling to give up, and urgently pressed for an answer. A scion named Suya obtained it from One Show Star. I sent people to investigate One Show Star, but found no similar combat divine water, Frieza answered truthfully. Also, that scion named Suya is already dead. Frieza felt quite displeased within. Apparently the root of all this trouble started with that scion named Suya. If he hadn't created that combat divine water, would all these bizarre incidents have occurred? Would I have been reduced to being savagely beaten by some scion monkey? Negative emotional value from Frieza 999. Xiangpa's face darkened. The combat divine water is gone. So all that effort to double my strength only lasted 1 hour. This 1 hour isn't even enough for me to fly to another universe and show off. Besides, with my physique, shouldn't the multiplier be far greater than just 2 times? That lizard got an 80-fold increase. As a proper destroyer god, shouldn't I be able to handle 8,000 times? What a pity there isn't more combat divine water. Also, why did this Suya person die? Negative emotional value from Xiangpa 999. After receiving this notification, Suya shivered violently, his hand loosening instinctively, and dropped Taisai from midair. Yeah, Taisai let out desperate screams. Negative emotional value from Taisai 666. Suya suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly dove down to catch her. However, Suya's heart was racing with panic. Bloody hell. At this moment, Suya wanted to curse out loud. What the hell? Why is Xiangpa providing negative emotional value to me? Vegeta, what exactly are you doing? Whose throat have you poked open? Suya immediately glanced at the total negative emotional value displayed on his system panel. Since arriving on Earth, although only a few hours had passed, the accumulated negative emotional value from Frieza and the others had already exceeded 1 million. I must draw lots now. Suya had originally planned to wait until reaching 10 million before drawing. But seeing that Xiangpa was actually providing negative emotional value, Suya felt truly panicked. That was a destroyer god after all, and he had provided 999 points of negative emotional value. What kind of grievance or hatred? Besides Bardock, besides Xiangpa was an angel, an omnipotent angel who could easily track down my current location. I hope the system pulls through. Speaking of drawing lots, he drew immediately. Congratulations. You have obtained 66 combat power. Congratulations. You have obtained 11 combat power. Congratulations. You have obtained 99 combat power. Congratulations. You have obtained Daodu Candy. Congratulations. You have obtained 55 combat power. Congratulations. You have obtained Memory Gloves. Congratulations. You have obtained 33 combat power. Congratulations. You have obtained Daodu Candy. Congratulations. After this round of lottery draws, Suya had accumulated over 5,000 combat power in total. His current overall combat power had reached 21,000. However, such a meager amount of combat power would never satisfy Suya. Only 21,000. He couldn't even defeat Frieza, let alone Xiangpa. Combat power meant nothing anymore. The Ultra Instinct fragments didn't matter either. Suya felt that the Ultra Instinct fragments were nothing but empty promises drawn by the system. When in this lifetime or the next would he ever collect 100 pieces? Nowadays, what intrigued Suya the most was that this lottery draw had produced 2 new items. The system was being extraordinarily generous, releasing 2 new products at once. One was a bean candy and the other was a memory glove. Currently, there were only 2 pieces of bean candy and just 1 pair of memory gloves. Let us examine the instructions first. Bean candy, upon consumption, it can minimize one's presence to the greatest extent for a duration of 1 hour. Note there are side effects. Please use with caution. Memory glow, when worn, a single clap rewinds memory by 15 seconds, 2 claps for 30 seconds, 3 claps for 60 seconds, 4 claps for 2 minutes. Stacking cumulatively. Let us set aside the memory glove for now. Suya immediately zeroed in on the bean candy. It could completely mask all of one's aura. But there were side effects. He could not concern himself with such matters. If he did not consume it, soon Xiangpa would track him down. Fortunately, he had exactly 2 pieces of bean candy. Suya quickly retrieved the bean candy from his system space and examined it closely. On the surface, it resembled a small red bean, somewhat similar to the red bean that Paragus had used during their game back then. As for what it tasted like, Suya never hesitated in critical moments, simply popping it into his mouth. Surprisingly, it actually tasted quite delightful. Sweet with a hint of tartness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Hey, what are you eating? Suya, give me one as well. Tais gazed longingly at Suya, enjoying the bean candy alone, showing no intention of sharing with her. Negative emotion value from Tais 555. Nothing at all. Suya shook his head. What were you expecting to eat? Tais. Negative emotion value from Tais 666. Do you take me for blind? I saw you eating those red beans. They look quite delicious. Plain Tampa, can you find where that Soya obtained the combat divine water? Xiangpa asked with eager anticipation. Let me try. Bathos nodded, using the crystal ball atop her staff to trace the origin of the combat divine water. The results came forth swiftly. The combat divine water was first obtained from Soya himself. As for where he acquired it, we shall have to ask him directly. Bathos pressed her lower lip as she delivered her answer. Soya is it? Xiangpa turned toward Bathos. See if you can track him down. Perhaps he is still alive. That blue-skinned woman. Could she really locate Soya, using merely that staff? After a thorough search. Indeed, there is no record of him. He must be dead. Bathos delivered her verdict with a composed expression. Xiangpa. Negative emotion value from Xiangpa 999. His combat power had increased, yet the combat divine water was reduced to merely 2 or 3 drops. He had no idea whether it would prove effective. How tragic was that? Moreover, the power enhancement could only sustain itself for 1 hour. When he ventured into other universes to demonstrate his prowess, he would still experience a period of weakness with his strength halved. This fellow named Soya. Could he not have chosen any other time to perish? Vegeta felt rather bewildered. Was Soya truly deceased? Could fate be so cruel? Had his spaceship exploded in the void of space? Were both he and Raditz lost to the cosmos? This fat cat could actually read his innermost thoughts. Raditz was also a scion. Frisia's eyes darted about as he quickly seized the opportunity to intervene and answer. He should have been together with Soya. Perhaps he knows the source of the combat divine water. I did not ask you. Xiangpa's feline face darkened as he pointed at Vegeta. You speak. Vegeta. What he said is correct, Vegeta replied. Xiangpa. Is that truly your response? Frisia. Bathos investigate, Xiangpa commanded decisively, giving the order to Bathos. Very well. Bathos nodded gently, and once again employed the crystal ball atop her staff to search for Raditz. Earth. Upon receiving another surge of negative emotions from Xiangpa, Soya's heart convulsed violently, filling him with even greater panic. He nearly threw ties from the sky once more. Vegeta, what in the world were you doing? What had you done to Xiangpa? Had you mixed urine into the combat divine water and forced Xiangpa to drink it? This was dire. Was Vegeta truly finished? He only wondered whether consuming this bean candy would prevent Bathos from locating him. After all, she was an angel. Would this contrivance actually prove effective? It did not matter now. He had already consumed it. To guard against any contingency, he should give the boy Raditz one as well. After all, through Raditz, he might be able to locate Earth. Once truly on Earth, how could he fail to find him? Soya immediately appeared beside Raditz, carrying ties in his arms. Soya, no need for such formality. You are here to welcome me in person. Raditz grinned broadly, somewhat flattered. Raditz, you have been performing admirably lately. Consume this bean, Soya said, extending the bean candy toward Raditz. Raditz cast a glance at the red bean in Soya's hand, overcome with speechless disbelief. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. Were they all 4 supposed to play that bean-smashing game? Wasn't Jake, that galactic patrolman, a bean himself? You ought to strike him. Can I refrain from eating this? Raditz's lip twitched involuntarily. He absolutely refused to be the bean. Open your mouth. Soya said sternly. Raditz, must you play such games? I witnessed what you did to that mermaid. Are you attempting to rip out my tongue? I wish to eat it too. Why are you not giving me any? Ties looked on with evident longing. Silence. Soya snapped irritably. Ties pouted, thoroughly displeased. Such a miser. Though reluctantly, Raditz obediently opened his mouth. After all, Soya's combat power was formidable. If he disobeyed, he would be dispatched without hesitation. Soya flicked the red bean directly into Raditz's mouth. Raditz chewed thoughtfully, suddenly finding this red bean rather palatable. Any more? I desire another. Raditz grinned broadly, clearly unsatisfied. Soya breathed a slight sigh of relief. Both he and Raditz had consumed the bean candy. Presumably there would be no issues, correct? Even if problems arose, he would deal with them later. He had already exerted every effort to conceal himself. If Bathos were to locate them, it felt like the probability was quite considerable. Should he attempt to distract Xiangpa and Bathos with some delicacies? Otherwise, this would be an inescapable deadlock. With such tremendous negative emotion values, was she intending to capture him and beat him to death? Never mind, never mind. No such person exists. Bathos shook her head gently. This Raditz should also be deceased. Xiangpa. Xiangpa's countenance darkened. How could they all be dead? Vegeta. A wave of helplessness washed over Vegeta. Your deaths were far too fortuitous. Were you truly perished within the expanse of space? Dead are they, oi? Xiangpa suddenly tapped his forehead lightly. No matter. We'll go to the underworld right away and find their souls. Yes, Lord Xiangpa. Bados gently touched her forehead. Vegeta was terrified out of his wits. They're already dead. Can you really find their souls? What exactly were these two? Frieza was equally stunned, his triangular eyes darting about non-stop. And you? Before leaving, Xiangpa turned to Frieza with a smile. Terrified Frieza trembled all over and quickly knelt obediently before Xiangpa. Why can't you two sort things out peacefully? Must you resort to violence? How unfriendly. Xiangpa snorted coldly and launched into a scolding that rained down on both Frieza and Vegeta. Frieza was being soundly reprimanded, yet dared not utter a single word. Let's shake hands and make peace. Xiangpa grinned, ordering the two. Frieza? Vegeta? Never mind. Let's do an embrace instead to resolve your grievances. Xiangpa changed his mind again and issued the command with a smile. Lizard, since you're rather pitiful, I won't kill you this time. But that doesn't mean I won't find you repulsive. Making you embrace the person you hate most to bury the past. Doesn't that sound more torturous than death? What? Since you refuse, I'll have no choice but to destroy you. Xiangpa sneered, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Frieza grew frightened. Though Vegeta was reluctant in his heart, he dared not refuse. Under Xiangpa's gaze, their bodies tensed stiffly as they mechanically embraced each other. That's more like it. Xiangpa smiled contentedly. Vegeta and Frieza immediately separated, both wearing expressions of utter disgust. Will you two stop fighting after I leave? Xiangpa huffed, his smile growing even broader. No. Frieza nearly ground his teeth as he forced out those two words. I have high hopes for those two scion brats. You are not to kill them. Do you hear me? Xiangpa said coldly to Frieza. Yes, I understand. Frieza agreed obediently. Kid, I saved your life. Show some gratitude. Xiangpa patted Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta tried to maintain his composure, but stayed silent. Leave them a spaceship. Xiangpa instructed Frieza again. If you don't follow my orders. Whoosh. Xiangpa waved his hand, and a beam of destructive energy shot toward a distant star at incredible speed. Crack. That star instantly turned to nothingness, vanishing completely, as if it had never existed. The entire Wampa planet dimmed immediately. Witnessing Xiangpa's display, Frieza's eyes bulged so much they nearly popped out of his sockets. Wasn't that Lord Beerus's destruction technique? Can this fat cat do it too? Let's go, Bados. Xiangpa called to Bados. Yes, Lord Xiangpa. As Bados spoke, she lightly tapped her staff against the ground. Click. A brilliant light, like starlight, rapidly enveloped Bados and Xiangpa. Whooshed. The two vanished in an instant. Earth. Soya suddenly remembered that the system had released a new product. Memory gloves. Put on the gloves and give a tap to rewind the target's memory by 15 seconds. A second tap resets 30 seconds, and it stacks continuously. This is a good item. Let me calculate. 4 taps equal 120 seconds, which is 2 minutes. 5 taps, 4 minutes. 6 taps, 8 minutes. 7 taps, 16 minutes. 8 taps, 32 minutes. 9 taps, 64 minutes. It takes 9 taps just to reach 1 hour. Let's try it first. Besides, this item has no side effects, so I can use it freely. What worries Soya most right now is bean candy has side effects. Although the exact nature of these side effects remains unclear. Snap. Soya stealthily retrieved a pair of memory gloves from the system space. The memory gloves looked quite ordinary, all white, similar in material to those worn by Frieza's army. Soya slowly slid the gloves onto his hands, glancing between Raditz and Gaku. Raditz? What are you looking at? Why are you suddenly putting on gloves? Then Soya focused his gaze on Gaku. Gaku? What kind of look is that? Why do I get the feeling you're up to no good? Negative emotion value from Gaku, 555. Soya gently tapped Gaku once with his gloved hand. That should count, right? I wonder if it works. Then Soya closely watched Gaku's eyes, awaiting any reaction. Huh, can you teleport? Gaku immediately looked around in surprise and asked Raditz. Raditz? Raditz instantly wore a thoroughly bewildered expression. What does he mean? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Soya's heart leaped with joy. Did it really work? Has Gaku's memory reverted to 15 seconds earlier? If Gaku's memory went back 15 seconds, suddenly appearing here would indeed seem like teleportation to him. Let's try again. Soya tapped Gaku several more times. This time Soya gently waved his hand and tapped Gaku approximately 10 times. After all, as members of the warrior race, 10 taps could be completed in barely 2 seconds. With this series of actions, Soya carefully observed Gaku once more. Based on the stacking calculation, 10 taps should equal roughly 2 hours. That means if Gaku's memory truly reverted, he shouldn't recognize us at all. Soya, what are you doing? Raditz watched Soya in confusion, completely unable to fathom his intentions. Don't talk. Soya said sternly. Then Soya closely monitored Gaku, waiting to see his reaction. Gaku first shook his head, then glanced around with a thoroughly bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I in the sky? And who are these 3 people? You? Who exactly are you? Gaku asked warily. Raditz' expression froze in shock. Smack! Raditz slammed his fist against Gaku's head and scolded irritably. What are you doing? What do you mean, who are we? Stop making such ridiculous jokes. Do you even know who I am? You little brat daring to hit me. Gaku instantly flew into a rage and backhanded Raditz's chest. Raditz spat out a mouthful of sour water, feeling utterly devastated as his body flew backward. Having separated from Raditz, Gaku immediately began falling from the sky. But soon flames erupted from his feet, allowing him to hover steadily in midair. Then Gaku swiftly drew an energy gun from his waist and aimed it aggressively at Raditz's body. Don't move, or I'll make trouble for you. You've got some nerve, kid. Daring to assault a police officer. Gaku shouted. Raditz was genuinely confused. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he going crazy all of a sudden? He really couldn't figure it out. Identify yourselves, or I won't hold back. Jaka shouted loudly, brandishing his gun. Damn it. If I weren't in such a weakened state right now. Do you really think I'd lose to a mere Galaxy Patrol officer like you? Raditz's face flushed red with fury. His small fists clenched tightly, his youthful features twisted with resentment as he muttered to himself, as a scion of the warrior race being swatted aside by a Galaxy Patrolman. It's absolutely humiliating. Why you? What did you say? Science. Jaka's expression froze, his face darkening. Of course. Have you forgotten? Raditz paused, confused. Jaka, you little idiot, what are you going on about? Ha. Just kidding, just kidding. Jaka suddenly noticed the tails behind Raditz and Soya, and his face instantly drained of color. They really are scions. And there's an adult scion too. This is bad. Look, a spaceship. Jaka suddenly pointed at the sky behind Soya and Raditz. Raditz instinctively glanced behind him. Soya remained unmoved. Jaka. Negative emotions from Jaka 666. Why didn't you turn around? If you hadn't turned, how could I run? No time to think about it. Run. If they catch me, I'm dead. Zip. 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 Jaka fired 3 shots at Soya in succession, then immediately turned and ran. Soya merely waved his hand, lightly swatting the energy blasts away. After all, Soya's combat power had already reached 21000. While he couldn't face Frisia, dealing with a single Galaxy Patrol officer was easy. This guy. Is his brain broken? What is he trying to do? Raditz scratched his head, asking with a weird expression. Never mind him. Soya glanced toward where Jaka had disappeared, showing no intention to pursue. Let him run for now. Once I master the ability to sense spiritual pressure, I can use him as a test subject. Besides, Soya felt somewhat guilty inside. What an amusing Galaxy Patrol officer. But the memory glove had restored his memories only 2 hours back. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have opened fire on me. I'll let it go. For now. Jaka ran far away, quickly finding a spot in the jungle to hide, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Why are there 2 scions here? Didn't Lord Galactic King say only a single scion infant would come to Earth? You call a 7-year-old kid an infant. And there's also an adult. Lord Galactic King, are you trying to set me up to die? Also, why am I even here? I clearly remember following the doctor to shop in town. It was nighttime back then. Now it's already dawn. I must have been discovered by those 2 scions, then knocked unconscious. That's why I ended up in this place. It has to be. I need to contact headquarters ASAP and have Mels bring reinforcements to arrest them both. Let's go to Karen Tower. Soya pointed toward a towering structure in the distance. What a peculiar building, Raditz murmured. As for letting Jaka escape, Raditz wasn't in a hurry to pursue. Mainly, even if he caught up, he couldn't win. He was too weak right now, and Raditz didn't want to drag along such a burden. Already so weakened, yet Soya insisted he hold on and fly together. Soya was eager to test the effects of the Senza Bean. If consuming a Senza Bean during a weakened state could restore peak combat power, then he could exploit a loophole. Drink Battle God water, then eat a Senza Bean when weakened. The thought alone was exhilarating. And that memory glove was truly a remarkable item. Soya, why are we going to that strange tower? Is there something valuable up there? Raditz asked curiously. You'll see when we get there. Why ask so many questions? Soya said, then gently patted Raditz on the shoulder. Let's go. The moment that pat landed, Soya froze. Something was wrong. He had accidentally patted Raditz while still wearing the memory glove. Would Raditz's memory revert by 15 seconds? Indeed, Raditz's expression stiffened. He frowned and asked, what spaceship? What are you talking about? This guy. Is his brain broken? What does he want? Taisai. Taisai wore a completely bewildered expression. From earlier, both Raditz and Jaka had seemed off. It seemed to have started when Soya produced that glove. Soya, what is that glove? Taisai asked, puzzled. Soya chuckled and quickly gave Taisai's soft cheek a light pat. Taisai. Taisai's memory reset to 15 seconds ago, so she no longer cared about the glove. I feel like I've lost something important. Raditz scratched his head. I have the same feeling, Taisai muttered alongside him. What you lost is probably your clothes, isn't it? Raditz suddenly recalled the bizarre programs on the television in Master Roshi's room, pinching his chin and shuddering. Taisai was momentarily dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Planet Vampa. Nappa was already piloting the spaceship down from the sky. Under Vegeta's command, Nappa dragged another small spaceship out from the mothership. Frieza suppressed the urge to swat Vegeta to death and glared fiercely at the unconscious Broly. You two better watch out. Even though I can't kill you now, one day, I'll make sure you die in style. Frieza immediately flew onto the large spaceship. Bailubu fluttered over from his hiding spot, landing obediently behind Frieza, acting as though nothing had happened and wisely keeping his mouth shut. Frieza cast a sideways glance at Bailubu, but didn't make things difficult for him. Zoom. Frieza's spaceship shot upward, rapidly breaking through the atmosphere and leaving the planet. Prince Vegeta, we should leave here quickly as well, Nappa suggested. Vegeta didn't respond, instead striding toward the spaceship. Prince Vegeta, what about that guy named Broly? Are we just leaving him to fend for himself on this planet? Nappa pointed at Broly and quickly asked. Vegeta's footsteps paused slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he said sternly, take him with us. But if he loses his mind on the spaceship? Nappa was somewhat worried. As long as we don't provoke him, he shouldn't lose control. Vegeta dropped those words and flew directly onto the spaceship. The reason he brought Broly along was because Vegeta felt, if he studied this kid thoroughly later, perhaps he could become the legendary Super Saiyan 2. Nappa stepped forward and grabbed Broly's ankle, suppressing the urge to swing his massive body back and forth, and dragged him aboard the spacecraft. Whoosh! The spacecraft shot skyward and rapidly departed from planet Vampa. Vegeta's own vessel had barely lifted off for less than a second. A colossal planet-destroying blast rained down from the heavens, striking planet Vampa directly. Rumble! Planet Vama detonated in the void of space, erupting in spectacular colors. Numerous of Frieza's subordinates perished alongside the planet's catastrophic explosion. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza let out his signature sinister laughter, feeling somewhat relieved. His subordinate Belbula behind him trembled with terror. Depart immediately for planet Vegeta. Frieza issued his command. Yes, Lord Frieza, Belbula replied with reverence. The spacecraft traced an arc through the cosmos, speeding toward planet Vegeta. Frieza continued his cold sneering. That fat cat had forbidden him from killing Vegeta and the others. But that didn't mean he couldn't annihilate planet Vegeta. Destroy the Saiyan homeworld first. It's that guy Frieza. He destroyed planet Vama. Nappa gritted his teeth. Humph. Vegeta snorted without responding. Frieza's spacecraft has departed. Where is he headed? Nappa muttered quietly. That's the direction of planet Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists, trembling with fury. You heard it earlier. That man intends to destroy planet Vegeta. It seems to be because of Beerus, Nappa said grimly. Vegeta fell silent. It appeared planet Vegeta was beyond saving. The priority now was finding a way to strengthen themselves. That bastard Frieza truly possessed a battle power of 120 million. I no longer have the battle god water. How could I possibly defeat him? Should we contact the people on the planet? Nappa asked. Do as you please. Vegeta neither agreed nor objected. Let's make contact. At least a few women could escape to ensure our race continues. Nappa pondered, then stepped forward to pick up the communicator and attempted to reach planet Vegeta. However, when Nappa activated the communicator, he discovered it was malfunctioning. Damn, the communicator's broken. Nappa frowned. Frieza likely sabotaged it to prevent us from contacting anyone on planet Vegeta, Vegeta grunted. Then there's nothing to do. We should find somewhere to hide quickly. Nappa shook his head. After saying this, he let out a weary sigh. What a waste, both Soya and Raditz are dead. Nappa lamented. If Soya had come with us, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Vegeta remained silent. Prince Vegeta, if planet Vegeta truly falls, there'll hardly be any Saiyans left, will there? Nappa's voice dropped low. Vegeta still said nothing, instead gazing silently at Broly, who lay sleeping soundly on the ground. Across the vast starry expanse, Kampa and Vados sped toward the underworld at incredible velocity. Crack! The two shattered through the void and materialized within the underworld, making their way directly to the throne room where King Yemma resided. Upon spotting Kampa and Vados, King Yemma froze momentarily before immediately prostrating himself in deep reverence. I greet you, Lord Kampa. I greet you, Lady Vados. King Yemma trembled with fear. What were these two doing here? King Yemma, investigate someone for me, Kampa commanded. His name is Soya. He's a Saiyan who recently passed away. Find where his soul resides. Yes, Lord Kampa. King Yemma swiftly consulted the Book of Life and Death. Yet after extensive searching, he found no record pertaining to Soya. Nothing found. Kampa raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. How strange. Vados was equally curious and scanned again through the crystal orb atop her staff. Still no results. What about Raditz? Look up this one as well. Kampa issued another command to King Yemma. After another thorough search, King Yemma found no information on Raditz either. Nothing either. Kampa showed slight astonishment. Lord Kampa, could it be that they're not actually dead? King Yemma ventured cautiously. Kampa found himself at a loss. It was impossible they hadn't died. Vados had scoured the entire cosmos without locating either of them. If they hadn't perished, why couldn't they be found? Perhaps due to a massive energy fluctuation they accidentally traversed through space-time. Vados surmised. Such incidents occur quite frequently, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. If that's truly the case, Kampa felt a pang of unease. Should Soya and Raditz have indeed slipped through time and space, Vados would never be able to find them. Negative emotion value from Kampa 999. This kid. Why now of all times? Wouldn't it be better if he focused on gathering more battle god water for me instead of jumping through timelines? Forget it, let's go. Kampa shook his head. The two promptly departed the underworld and returned to the cosmos. Kampa retrieved the vial of battle god water and examined it closely. Roughly 3 drops remained, which he regarded as extremely precious. It said that when diluted at a 1:1 ratio, the battle god water can still be utilized. Vados smiled. This means Lord Kampa can still consume it 6 more times. Kampa's eyes lit up. 6 more uses would suffice. He could visit other universes to show off, challenge a destroyer god to a fight. It would surely be exhilarating. By the way, can you analyze why this substance doubles my power? Kampa suddenly grew interested and asked eagerly. If we could replicate it, that would be wonderful. Let me try. Vados spoke, directing the crystal orb on her staff to scan the battle god water intensively. After a minute passed. Well, can it be replicated? Kampa asked urgently. No. Vados shook her head gently. What? Even you can't replicate it? Kampa was stunned, then asked. You must know what this substance is composed of, right? I can't determine it. Vados mused. It seems to originate from beyond our realm. Beyond our realm. Kampa paused, puzzled. The great devil realm. No, similar to us angels. It came from another world, Vados replied. Could there be a deity even stronger than your angels? Kampa was greatly surprised. It's unclear at present. Though such matters should concern the Grand Minister, Vados chuckled. Kampa, I'm at a loss for words with that response. But she was right. If such a deity truly existed, wouldn't the Grand Minister handle it from above? Could it be that scion named Soya is a deity from another world? Kampa seemed to suddenly realize something and asked in surprise. That is possible, but I am not entirely certain. Bachios shook her head and analyzed. It could also be that he accidentally picked up a divine artifact from another world. You are right, isn't he a scion? Paragus let out a slight sigh of relief. Never mind him. I am going to the second universe. Oh my, does Lord Paragus recall the tragic experience of being shot by Lord Helles from the second universe? Bachios covered her mouth and smiled. Bachios, could you not be so blunt? Paragus's face darkened, glaring at Bachios. Also, why does what you said sound so peculiar? What does she mean by the tragic experience of being shot by Helles? Such phrasing invites all sorts of improper interpretations. She shot me with an arrow. My strength is not far behind that woman's. Once I drink the battle divine water, I will definitely be able to pin her to the ground and crush her. Paragus grinned widely, his eyes brimming with excitement. Perhaps you could try such activities in a more comfortable place. Bachios giggled. Paragus, it's a pity only 6 drops remain now. I hope they'll work. Paragus did not respond, but sighed. It was Lord Paragus who insisted on drinking the battle divine water in 1 gulp, otherwise it would not have been reduced to so little. Bachios said with a smile. Paragus couldn't help but grumble inwardly. You were simply too slow. Otherwise would I really have drained it in 1 gulp? And that fellow Soa. Could you not have saved more battle divine water before leaving? Negative emotion points from Paragus 999. By the way, you previously analyzed that the purity of the battle divine water was 99. 99. Paragus asked, what constitutes the remaining 0? 01. Oh my, it is Vegeta's saliva, Bachios answered truthfully. Ugh. Paragus gagged. Whooshed. The two transformed into a brilliant streak of light, like stars speeding toward the second universe. Earth. King Kai's tower. Upon seeing Soa and Raditz, King Kai was still shaken and felt something rather strange, especially regarding Soa. Previously his body had been emitting extremely terrifying energy. How had such powerful energy suddenly disappeared? And Raditz as well. His energy was even more peculiar. When Raditz first arrived on Earth, his energy had been equally terrifying. For some reason the energy had suddenly dropped drastically. Now if they had not appeared here unexpectedly, and if Soa were not still holding ties, I would almost not have been able to find them. The moment Soa arrived at King Kai's tower and met King Kai, he received negative emotion points from Paragus once again. Paragus, oh Paragus, please just be a cat already. You keep giving me 999 negative emotion points every time. I am truly growing anxious. Had to admit, being targeted by a destroyer god made Soa feel quite uneasy inside. Now Soa could only pray that Senza candy would take effect. If it did not work, he would have to think of another method. Then Soa looked at the memory glove on his right hand. At this moment, a bold idea surfaced in Soa's mind. If he could use this glove to make Paragus's memory revert to the time before he knew Soa, wouldn't everything be resolved? Of course, this was merely a fantasy on Soa's part. He was still not certain whether the glove would even work on a destroyer god. It might not be effective against a true deity anyway. Let's check the Senza beans first. Hold it up. Soa slowly spoke these two words. King Kai. Negative emotion points from King Kai 888. King Kai was immediately panicking. They had flown all this distance merely to carry out a robbery. Wahaha. Raditz was even more excited, rubbing his hands together and laughing wildly. Robbery. Hand over all your valuables. Tai, standing beside Soa, was utterly bewildered. You said the exact same thing when you first met me. You also told me to give you all my clothes. Can you not be so shameless? I declare from this moment on, this tower belongs to me. Soa said with a smile. Raditz nodded excitedly beside him, chiming in. You fat cat, did you hear that? Best behave yourself. Since this tower now belongs to Soa, from today onward you are Soa's pet cat. King Kai. Negative emotion points from King Kai 999. I am an immortal. Reduced to being an alien's pet cat. Is it really this tragic? Did you hear that? Raditz noticed King Kai was not responding, so he deliberately stepped forward and kicked him. King Kai silently assessed him and found this kid's level was merely average. Aren't you supposed to be evenly matched with Master Rashi? Do you really think you can defeat me? Without this Soa fellow, I could beat you until your teeth are scattered everywhere. I heard you. I understand. King Kai sighed helplessly and nodded. Now King Kai could only silently pray that these two aliens would finish their robbery and leave quickly. What do you desire? Whatever I have I will unconditionally surrender to you, King Kai hurriedly said, playing along. No need. I will search myself. Things found by oneself carry more meaning. Soa placed his hands on his hips, looking very proud. King Kai covered his face. First time seeing aliens act as bandits like this. Raditz, search for me. Soa ordered Raditz. Okay, I love searching the most. Raditz was so happy his mouth stretched to his ears, but after looking around he discovered this was merely an empty tall tower. It seemed there was nowhere to hide anything on this tower. Wasn't this search a bit too easy? Don't just stand there idle either. Carrying you while flying for so long has made my body uncomfortable. Hurry and search. Soa scolded Tais beside him. Tais immediately looked aggrieved. What kind of person is this? I am such a beautiful girl, and you carried me flying, yet still complained it was uncomfortable. Negative emotion points from Tais 666. Raditz and Tais searched everywhere on this tall tower for treasures. The tower was empty, making anything almost impossible to miss. King Kai covered his face. That kid Raditz, what are you looking at climbing to the top of the tower? Who would hide things there? King Kai pursed his lips and helplessly pointed downward with his finger. Hey, there is a staircase here. We can go down. Tais exclaimed excitedly and quickly ran toward the stairs. But halfway through, Tais suddenly stopped. Wait, how did I end up following them as a robber? I am the daughter of a wealthy family. Our family is among the wealthiest in the world. Do I really need to rob here? Alright, since I am already here, let us look around a bit more. 10 minutes later, Raditz and Tais returned to Soa with expressions of disappointment. Aside from this jar of beans and a small bottle of strange water, there is nothing else of value. Raditz shrugged and spread his hands, somewhat disappointed. Soa immediately turned his gaze toward that jar of senza beans. This jar of senza beans appears to contain quite a few. Keeping them here would be a waste. Take them all. Though not particularly valuable, put it away, Soya said, grabbing the jar of senza beans and stuffing it directly into his system space. It is worth mentioning that Soya's system contained a peculiar space where items could be stored. Currently, the capacity of this space was approximately 1 cubic meter. Additionally, items such as the ultra-divine water were not stored within this cubic space, but rather placed on a dedicated shelf. The general layout resembled a cubic dimension with a large shelving unit mounted on one interior face. The shelf was divided into separate compartments, one containing the ultra-divine water, another holding the legendary Super Scion experience card and fragments of Ultra Instinct. The remaining 2 compartments were empty, yet translucent silhouettes hovered above them, one indicating the memory glove, the other the Dodon bomb. Afterward, Soya retrieved the memory glove once more. It held little immediate utility, so he resolved to conserve it for when it would prove truly necessary. Witnessing that enormous jar of senzu beans vanish into thin air like a magician's trick, King Kai swallowed hard, his eye twitching involuntarily. Must you be so greedy? If the item holds no real value, why steal it at all? Negative emotion points from King Kai 666. Try one and see if it's poisoned. Soya tossed a senzu bean toward Raditz. Raditz, you really think I'm your test subject? Negative emotion points from Raditz 666. Raditz swiftly caught the bean, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on King Kai. Hey, it's not poisoned, is it? And no. King Kai wiped sweat from his brow. Let me tell you, even if it were poisonous, it wouldn't affect us. Raditz grunted. King Kai retreated into silence. If the poison wouldn't kill him, he should just consume it instead of creating unnecessary drama. Even if it can't kill me, getting poisoned is still incredibly unpleasant, understand? The moment the being went down, Raditz' eyes snapped wide open, sparkling with countless shimmering points of light as he instinctively patted his stomach in delight. How miraculous! What's wrong? Soya asked with a smile. These beans are extraordinary. After eating it, my stamina has completely recovered. Raditz was exhilarated, even throwing 2 punches at the empty air. Your stamina's back, but what about your combat power? Did it reach 700? Soya asked with excitement. Don't be absurd, Raditz shook his head. Still 140. Soya paused, momentarily stunned. The Senza bean had no effect on his power level at all. This revealed something crucial. The system's authority superseded even the bean's abilities. What an impressive system. There was no exploiting loopholes here. I'm parched, need something to drink, Raditz said, immediately opening his mouth and tilting it toward the spout of the ultra-divine water flask. Wait. King Kai panicked wildly. The Senza beans were harmless, but the ultra-divine water was lethally toxic. If he died from poison, wouldn't his companions beat King Kai to death? What's your problem? Look at that stingy expression. Raditz shot King Kai an exasperated look. I just want to quench my thirst. Soya had been pondering why the Senza bean failed to restore Raditz's combat power. By the time he realized the danger, it was already too late. Gulp. The ultra-divine water was swallowed in one go. Soya covered his face. You want to soothe your throat? Do you use ultra-divine water for that? What was he even thinking? This was bad. Wouldn't Raditz actually die from this? According to the original story, he shouldn't. He remembered that both Raditz and Son Goku had survived to adulthood because Bardock had made a wish to the dragon on planet Shirley. The wish was that his children would grow to adulthood. The dragon on planet Shirley could be summoned with only 2 Dragon Balls, though these 2 balls were extremely small, roughly the size of the marbles children played with back then. Related to the settings of the 2-star dragon of planet Shirley refer to the Granola arc of Dragon Ball Super manga. Without a dragon radar, finding these 2 Dragon Balls would be harder than reaching the heavens. The dragon on planet Shirley appeared quite formidable, but the side effects after granting wishes were even more treacherous than my own system. Take Bardock's wish as an example. To let his children grow up. Yet right after they came of age, both children perished together. Moreover, Granola and Gas had also made wishes through this dragon, desiring to become #1 in the universe, but the price they paid was their own lives. Immediately after swallowing the ultra-divine water, Raditz let out a piercing scream, feeling as though countless insects were crawling within his stomach. It's poisoned. Raditz weakly raised the ultra-divine water flask, managed 2 words, and then collapsed to the ground. Quick, find a way to make him vomit it out, Soya suggested. Raditz. It's already been absorbed into his body and merged with his system. What exactly do you expect him to vomit? Negative emotion points from Raditz 666. Relax, take deep breaths, clear your mind, Soya said concernedly. It hurts. Raditz rolled his eyes. Forget it, looks like there's no saving you. Don't worry, if you die, I'll bury you somewhere with beautiful scenery, Soya comforted. Raditz. Avenge me. Raditz genuinely felt like giving up on life. At a moment like this, you shouldn't even mention where to bury him. Shouldn't your primary concern be taking revenge for him? Raditz glared at King Kai with deep resentment. The beans were non-toxic, but the water was poisonous. This cat is too vicious. Gradually, Raditz's consciousness grew blurry, and then he fainted from the pain. King Kai was speechless. Wait. Does this have anything to do with me? You were the one who wanted to drink water to soothe your throat. I have water here. You insisted on drinking ultra-divine water. This is called ultra-divine water. After drinking it, one's strength will double. King Kai sighed and spoke the truth. However, ultra-divine water is also extremely poisonous. Only those who overcome the poison and awaken will have their strength doubled. Skip the explanations. You nearly poisoned my companion to death. Tell me, what will you do about this? Soya said sternly. You saw it yourself. The only valuable things in this tower have all been taken by you. King Kai's lip twitched violently as he quickly protested. I've heard you're stronger than Mateto, the god of martial arts. Soya smiled. In that case, let me witness your abilities. King Kai. Who said that? There's nothing to such rumors. Immortal Garland waved his paws in panic. Really? Soa snorted coldly. Why, yes. Yes, I'm not lying to you. Immortal Garland kept agreeing. By the way, why do I get the feeling that you seemed to know long ago that I would come here? How did you manage that? Soa asked with a smile once more. Well, through sensing. Immortal Garland hesitated for a moment before quickly answering. Simply put, everyone has energy on their body, and your energy signature is quite terrifying. Though that was before. Now I don't know why the energy on you has disappeared. Immortal Garland paused slightly, then suddenly came back to his senses. Why do I feel like you're deliberately coming to learn this special ability from me? Could it be that kid named Raditz drinking the god water was your staged setup? Negative emotional value from Immortal Garland 666. Actually, the ability to sense energy is not too difficult, as long as you calm your mind, and then. Immortal Garland went on and on explaining enthusiastically. He had only just begun. Soa noticed the system suddenly display a message. Skill triggered, perception. Current skill, level 0. Upgrade requires 10000 negative emotional points. Soa's eyes lit up. The system has this function. Soa immediately checked his negative emotional value count. He currently only had a little over 8000 points. After all, he had already spent 1 million points on the lottery earlier. These 8000-something points were accumulated from several people constantly refreshing. But as time went on, many people stopped generating negative emotional values. For instance, Vegeta and Nappa. Soa felt that these two hadn't provided him with negative emotional values for a long time. Nappa, how's your tongue twister practice going? If you don't practice tongue twisters, how will you provide me with negative emotional values? Shut up. Soa barked at Immortal Garland, who was still rambling about the perception skill. Immortal Garland interrupted so suddenly. Immortal Garland felt quite irritated inside. You were the one who wanted to understand the ability to sense energy. Negative emotional value from Immortal Garland 666. This perception ability might only work for us Earthlings. Aliens probably can't use it. Immortal Garland gave a dry laugh and quickly explained, so if you didn't understand very well, that's perfectly normal. What I mean is you don't need to explain in such detail. I've already understood. Soa grinned. Immortal Garland. You understood? I only said the beginning. Did you fill in the rest through your own imagination? Negative emotional value from Immortal Garland 333. Soa checked the total negative emotional value in the system. He was still short by more than 800 points to reach 1000. Taisai, sorry about this. Soa pinched Taisai's buttocks. Taisai let out a scream. Negative emotional value from Taisai 888. What are you doing, Soa? Taisai exclaimed, rubbing her buttocks and glaring at Soa in flustered anger. Does it hurt? Soa asked. Yes, it hurts. Taisai clenched her teeth. It's fine, I was just testing your pain tolerance. Soa chuckled, feeling quite pleased within. Taisai rubbed her buttocks again. Are you just testing my pain tolerance? Negative emotional value from Taisai 666. Soa chuckled happily. Finally, he had gathered 1000 negative emotional points. Quickly upgrade the perception skill to planetary level. Skill upgraded. Perception planetary level can sense energy signatures within the planet's range. Upgrade to galaxy level requires 1000 negative emotional points. The system provided these two pieces of information. So it turns out that after all that upgrading, I only got a planetary level. Upgrading to galaxy level requires another 1000 negative emotional points. But it didn't matter much anyway. Wasn't tomorrow the World Martial Arts Tournament? I'll go to the tournament venue, unleash a solar flare, and farm some negative emotional points. Afterwards, Soa immediately relaxed his perception and tried sensing energy. It worked indeed. Soa easily sensed Immortal Garland's energy signature opposite him. Then Soa tried sensing Raditz, but found that no matter what he couldn't detect his energy at all. It seems the bean candy is working, preventing me from detecting his presence. You said earlier that you already understood. Immortal Garland swallowed hard and asked. There's someone above. Soa pointed to the top of the tower. Immortal Garland's face showed a series of bewildered expressions. Is someone up there? Who? Taisai was startled. I sensed a powerful energy presence tens of thousands of meters above us. He should be the strongest person on this planet. Soa grinned, watching Immortal Garland with interest. Do you know him? Do you want to go up and take a look? Soa asked with a smile. Taisai nodded vigorously, her face full of curiosity. Let's go then, Soa said as he stepped outside. Then Soa accidentally stepped on Raditz's hand. Raditz didn't even grunt. Did I step on something? Soa was slightly stunned and looked down. Taisai also looked over. There's someone here. Taisai was startled, then patted her forehead. I suddenly remembered, isn't this Raditz? He drank poison earlier. Shouldn't we leave him here? Aren't you going to silence him to eliminate the witness? Soa looked at Immortal Garland with a smile. No. Immortal Garland waved his hands. Good, let's go. Soa put his arm around Taisai's waist and flew her into the sky. As they flew, a message suddenly appeared in Soa's system. Someone was providing negative emotional values to him. Negative emotional value from Kami 222. Soa secretly rejoiced. You've noticed me now. Do you know I'm coming to find you? No, you saw Taisai. Soa thought carefully and suddenly felt that going to find Kami didn't seem very interesting. Can Kami give me the Dragon Balls? Also, if I'm looking for Dragon Balls now, what wish should I make? Should I ask for the ability to survive in outer space? But since I need to find Dragon Balls, it would be more convenient to have Bulma and her father make a dragon radar. By the way, I remember in Dragon Ball Mystical Adventure that Namekian from the Great Kaishin realm came to Earth and directly collected all the Dragon Balls through his magic power. I wonder if Kami has this ability. Collecting Dragon Balls. If I just have Kami summon them all directly, it doesn't feel very rewarding. It's more meaningful to collect them myself, and during the process I can generate even more negative emotional values. I'm not going. Soya changed his mind at the last moment. Why, Oi? Taisai was taken aback. Where is the royal palace? Soya chuckled, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind about what the great Namekian demon king had once done. Should I just seize the throne and become the new king, then broadcast it live? Wouldn't those negative emotions be even more intense than the World Martial Arts Tournament? They say there are people all over the world. There must be around 7 billion. The World Martial Arts Tournament only attracts a fraction of that, at most 10,000, right? Let's try it. But I won't kill anyone. I only want negative emotional value. The royal palace. Taisai was thoroughly bewildered, unable to process the sudden change. Aren't we going to the sacred land? How did we end up heading to the royal palace instead? You're going to pay respects to the king. Taisai asked innocently. Soya nodded enthusiastically. You know me so well. By the way, today is April Fool's Day. You're not playing a joke on me, are you? Taisai brushed her long hair back. I never joke around. Soya spoke with complete seriousness. Taisai covered her face with her hand. Do you really never joke around? The royal palace is over in that direction. Taisai pointed toward the east. Let's move. Soya turned and flew westward. That's the other way, that's the other way. Taisai covered her face again. Was my direction not clear enough just now? I understand. Let's catch that fellow Jaku first. Soya smiled. Jaku? Where did he go? Taisai was startled. He's hiding over there. I've already sensed his presence. Soya chuckled with delight. Having the ability to sense others was simply wonderful. No need for a scanner. He could pinpoint a person's exact location with ease. Moreover, every person's energy signature was unique. Soya's sensory abilities now belong to the planetary level, allowing him to detect the auras of everyone across the entire planet. However, some people's auras were rather weak, making them somewhat difficult to detect. Additionally, with his senses fully extended, Soya could also detect Kame Sennin at his distant island, as well as several auras in another region that closely resembled Taisai's. That area must be the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. The people he sensed were likely Taisai's parents and her younger sister Bulma. In the mountain forest below, Jaku had hidden himself there and slept soundly for a while. Checking the time, he felt it was about right, so he crouched low and darted out of the woods, glancing around cautiously. How terrifying. That Galaxy King, what a fraud. He told us the scions coming to Earth were just babies. But what appeared was a teenager and a child. Unfortunately, my communication system is broken. I can't contact headquarters. I need to figure out how to repair my spaceship as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the scions find me, I'll surely meet a horribly unfortunate end. Where exactly am I? Where was that island where Dr. Brief lived again? Jaku looked around. Hey, what are you staring at? Soya's voice suddenly rang out from above Jaku. Jaku was startled and mechanically lifted his head, looking up at Soya appearing in the sky. His face turned completely white in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, Jaku immediately drew his energy blaster and aimed it at Soya in the sky. His hands holding the weapon trembled uncontrollably. Don't come any closer. Jaku's voice was trembling. Thwack. Soya descended from the sky with Taisai landing opposite him. Why you? Don't come closer. Jaku was utterly panicked. He wanted to fire, but dared not. Jaku, what's wrong with you? Have you lost your memory? Taisai looked at Jaku with a puzzled expression. Who are you? I don't know you. Jaku shouted. Enough nonsense. Do you want to die or live? Soya asked coldly. I'm warning you, I am the Great Galaxy Patrol Officer. I will never surrender to you. Jaku declared solemnly and loudly. Then I suppose I'll just have to kill you, Soya snorted coldly. He rubbed his knuckles and strode toward Jaku. Jaku. Negative emotional value from Jaku, 999. Watching Soya draw nearer, Jaku could no longer hold back. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. I want to live. Jaku was in tears. Taisai covered her face. Didn't you say you'd never surrender? You're folding this fast. If you want to live, stay obedient and listen to me. Soya stepped forward and patted Jaku on the shoulder. Get up. Yes. Jaku hastily sprang to his feet and asked respectfully, what are your orders? Follow me. Soya rose into the air. Jaku leaped lightly and immediately caught up flames spraying from his feet as he flew through the sky. So you can fly too, Taisai remarked. Only for short durations. Jaku replied, unwillingly shooting several annoyed glances at Taisai. This Earth woman was actually associating with the scion. Soya led Jaku and Taisai through the sky at high speed. After about 40 minutes, Soya spotted the familiar sight of the Royal Palace Castle. Once I return to Galaxy Patrol headquarters, I'll have Merus come after you. Enjoy your little triumph while it lasts. Do you really think the Galaxy Patrol is someone you can bully? Soya, that's the royal palace. The king should be inside. It should be morning right now, shouldn't it? I muttered softly. They're probably holding their morning meeting. Shall we go take a look? Soya nodded. Should we bring a gift? Are we really going to pay respects to the king empty-handed? I quickly asked. Pay respects to the king. Jiaku's lip twitched violently. Are you really going to pay respects to the king? Why do I have such a bad feeling? A gift? I traveled all the way from outer space to Earth. As king, you should be the one giving me gifts. Soya said matter-of-factly with a smile. I was at a loss for words. Thwack. Soya descended from the sky, with I landing directly at the entrance of the royal palace castle. Jiaku also bounded up from a distance and landed beside Soya. Not bad speed. Soya smiled at Jiaku. I'm an elite member of the Galaxy Patrol. Jiaku proudly patted his chest. Let's go. Soya strode straight into the royal palace. Halt. This is the royal palace. The king is holding a morning meeting. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The two guards at the door blocked Soya's path. Jiaku, take them down. Soya gave the order to Jiaku. Jiaku. Negative emotional value from Jiaku, 888. I'm a righteous Galaxy Patrol officer. You want me to help take them down? I'd never do such a thing. I won't assist in wrongdoing. Forget it. I'll handle it myself and kill them. Soya extended his hand from a distance, aiming at the two guards at the entrance. Soya, are you serious? I was startled, her beautiful face turning pale with shock.